Upon a sudden transmigration, Xunzhen has become the malevolent female antagonist in a tale of immortal cultivation. Out of jealousy, she repeatedly sabotages the heroine, ultimately being apprehended by the male lead and brought to the law enforcement hall to face severe punishment. She inquires, "What should I do if I find myself at the law enforcement hall?" In her moment of desperation, a premium gacha system awakens within her. The adventure commences with the gift of a Guardian Experience card at the God Transformation stage. Henceforth, the narrative takes an entirely unexpected turn. The crowd remarks, "She must be a young lady from a hidden noble family of the upper realm, come to hone her skills." An adversary exclaims, "Wait, why are the guardians she summons growing increasingly powerful?" The original lead's remark, "Wasn't she supposed to be merely a stepping stone for us? How did she become an existence we can only look up to?" Xunzhen modestly waves her hand. "Please, do not overthink it. I am merely an unremarkable gacha player. This is a tale of one who masquerades as a formidable figure through the art of gacha, ultimately convincing the entire world of her prowess. And in truth, she gradually evolves into a true powerhouse." Chapter 1. Transmigrating directly into the law enforcement hall? A chilling, unyielding sensation radiates from her knees, penetrating deep into her very bones. Xunzhen abruptly opens her eyes, a piercing headache nearly inducing her to vomit as a blurred haze fills her vision, accompanied by a relentless buzzing in her ears that causes her brain to throb painfully. Was she not just staying up late at home, engrossed in that captivating tale of immortal cultivation? How could this be? Junior sister Chu Yao possesses a kind heart and has been exceedingly tolerant, yet you have only escalated your malice. How dare you covertly sabotage her artifact on the eve of the sex grand competition, seeking to sever her path? Xunzhen, what further excuses can you offer? A cold, youthful voice booms in her ear like thunder, momentarily dispelling some of the chaos. Chu Yao, destroying someone's artifact? The sex grand competition? An overwhelming flood of unfamiliar memories crashes into her mind, the violent sensation of tearing causing her to involuntarily curl up. This is hopeless. She has inexplicably transformed into the malevolent female antagonist from the very novel she had been binge reading, sharing the same name and fate as the character who recklessly courted disaster. In the original narrative, the wicked female antagonist, consumed by jealousy towards the heroine Chu Yao, incessantly schemes against her, ultimately being exposed by the protective male lead, Xiaoqie, who drags her to the sex law enforcement hall for judgment. Struggling to lift her head, her vision gradually clarifies. The first thing she notices is the enormous plaque hanging prominently in the main hall, law enforcement hall. The three characters are inscribed in a formidable style, heavy enough to suffocate her. Beneath the plaque, three elders clad in the garb of their station bear solemn expressions, their scrutinizing gazes resembling those directed at mere insects. On either side, over a dozen law enforcement disciples stand with grave demeanor akin to cold stone statues. Directly ahead, a tall and handsome youth, donned in the attire of a direct disciple, gazes at her coldly, his expression suffused with disdain. Undoubtedly, this is the male lead, Xiaoqie, the chief disciple of the Tianxian sect. Slightly behind him stands a young lady in simple white attire, her beauty unparalleled. She furrows her brow, casting a complex gaze upon Xunzhen, tinged with a hint of compassion and concern. It seems this is the heroine, Chu Yao. As the final fragments of memory coalesce, Xunzhen's heart plummets to the depths of despair. This is not a transmigration. It is clearly a death sentence from the outset. In the original plot, with irrefutable evidence against her, the original owner had no defense to offer, ultimately being stripped of her cultivation and expelled from the sect, only to meet an accidental and tragic demise during her exile. Xunzhen kneels in place, paralyzed with fear, striving to steady her breath and conceal the fact that a new soul now inhabits this body. The shadow of death looms so palpably around her. No, she cannot resign herself to this fate. She has only just arrived in this world. But what can be done? The evidence is irrefutable, leaving her utterly speechless. To plead for mercy? Observing the icy demeanor of Xiaoqie and the silent, albeit pained, attitude of Chu Yao, she realizes that begging for mercy would only hasten her demise. Just as she bowed her head, Desperately contemplating a strategy, a peculiar mechanical sound resonated in her mind like a celestial melody. Ding! Detecting the host's intents will to survive in current predicament. The gold card lottery system has been successfully activated. Binding host, Xunzhen. Activating consciousness shielding function. Activation successful. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in overcoming difficulties and ascending to the pinnacle of life. The novice gift pack has been dispatched. Please check for receipt. A system, consciousness shielding, the essential golden finger for traversing worlds. The exhilarating thrill of narrowly escaping death ignited within Xunzhen, compelling her to bite down hard on her tongue, using the sharp pain to maintain her facade of stupor while her heart roared in frenzy. A system, a novice gift pack? Quickly, open it. Novice gift pack opened. Obtained 1 free draw chance. System space activated. The universal currency of this world, spirit crystals, can be exchanged for draw chances at a rate of 100 low-grade spirit crystals for 1 draw. Would you like to draw now? A draw? Just 1 free opportunity? Spirit crystals? As an outer sect disciple, she is as impoverished as can be. Where would she procure such spirit crystals? Xunzhen felt her heart leap into her throat, yet this was her only lifeline. Without hesitation, she commanded in her mind, "Draw right now." Drawing in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SR level character experience card. Family Guardian, Shadow 1, with initial stage of spirit transformation, lasting for the duration of 1 incense stick. Would you like to use it immediately? A spirit transformation guardian. Although it lasts only 1 incense stick, it suffices. The sect leader of Tianxian sect is merely at the late stage of spirit transformation and is currently in seclusion. Most elders are at the nascent soul stage, while Xiaoqie is only at the late stage of golden core. The flame of hope ignited fiercely, instantly dispelling all fear and chill. Xunzhen closed her eyes, forcing herself to regain composure. To use it directly? No, that would be too abrupt. She must create a plausible pretext. As her mind swirled with thoughts, her expression remained impassive. When she lifted her gaze again, her eyes appeared astonishingly serene. Though her face remained pale, there was a remarkable tranquility in her gaze. This sudden transformation caught the attention of Xiaoqie, who had been observing her coldly, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Xunzhen, with both witness and evidence present, you are left speechless, are you not? Elder of law, such deceitful intent and harm against fellow disciples should be met with severe punishment according to sect rules to serve as a warning to others. The stern-faced elder of law in the center slightly nodded, gravely stating, Xunzhen you. Elder, Xunzhen interjected suddenly, interrupting the elder of law. I indeed cannot refute the matter of the damaged artifact. Upon hearing her admission, Xiaoqie snorted coldly, his expression one of, let's see you continue to argue. Xunzhen sighed, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face, her tone imbued with an awkwardness difficult to articulate. However, the circumstances surrounding the incident are not as Brother Xiao has stated. It was not out of malicious intent that I damaged Sister Chu Yao's artifact. She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts, a trace of awkwardness appearing on her face. I noticed that Sister Chu Yao's artifact seemed somewhat lacking in quality, and in the upcoming competition, she would inevitably suffer disadvantages. Thus, I intended to secretly attempt to fortify it using a secret method I knew, intending to surprise her. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, filled with the regrets of a well-intentioned mishap. Unbeknownst to me, my lack of skill led to insufficient control over the secret method, resulting in the inadvertent damage to the artifact's spiritual patterns. I am acutely aware of the grave mistake I have made, and fearing that revealing the truth would only invite ridicule, I have been too afraid to speak. I never intended to frame Sister Chu Yao. The 3 elders raised their eyebrows, exchanging a meaningful glance. This explanation was indeed intriguing, transforming the narrative from malicious framing to a well-meaning blunder, changing its very nature. Xiaoqie, however, remained furrowed in thought, his voice sharp. Absurd, a thinly veiled excuse. Do you believe that fabricating such a laughable rationale will absolve you of punishment? Who can attest to the veracity of your claims? A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Yao's eyes as she regarded Song Xunzhen's embarrassed demeanor, causing her own thoughts to waver. Could it be that junior sister Song genuinely did not intend to harm her? Was it truly for her benefit? In that instant, as Xiao Chei's words lingered, Song Xunzhen seemed to be ignited by a surge of anger. She abruptly raised her chin. Though kneeling, she exhibited an assertiveness incongruous with her current state, proclaiming loudly, "What I have said is verifiable. Our clan indeed possesses relevant legacies. It is merely that I am dull-witted and have not grasped the essence, thus causing this farce. Should the elders doubt me?" She paused, her clear voice resonating throughout the hall. Shadow 1. Boom! Time seemed to freeze momentarily as an immense, terrifying pressure descended upon the law enforcement hall, like a mountain crashing down. This force was vast like the ocean, unfathomable, far exceeding the imaginations of all present. The three nascent soul elders' expressions changed drastically as they sprang from their seats, their spiritual power surging, yet they felt as though they were but a fragile boat amidst a tempest, struggling to maintain their footing. Xiao Chei, too, felt as if struck, letting out a muffled grunt as he staggered back several paces before barely regaining his balance, his face etched with astonishment. Chu Yao and the other law enforcement disciples found it even more unbearable. Those of slightly lower cultivation were nearly brought to their knees. Within the law enforcement hall, tables and chairs creaked ominously, and the air itself seemed to warp. In the next instant, a shadowy figure stepped forth from the void, silently positioning itself before Song Xunzhen. His visage was shrouded in shadows, with only a pair of eyes, cold and indifferent, sweeping over the assembly. All who fell under his gaze felt a shiver run through their very souls. He slightly inclined his body and addressed the kneeling figure of Song Xunzhen behind him, articulating in a tone loud enough for all to hear, with utmost reverence. "I apologize for my tardiness, and for causing distress to the young lady." In that instant, a profound silence enveloped the room. Every gaze, filled with astonishment, converged upon the girl kneeling on the ground. Song Xunzhen sensed the shift in the atmosphere, her heart racing wildly. A hint of grievance and restraint graced her countenance as she raised her head, her clear eyes meeting those of the pale-faced elder and xianxia. At this moment, she inquired softly, yet her voice resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. "May we engage in a proper conversation? Hierarchy of cultivation, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, tribulation crossing. Each major realm is subdivided into 4 minor realms: early, middle, late, and peak stages." Chapter 2. The weight of pressure in the enforcement hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard, with only the suppressed breaths of the crowd filling the air. The dark-clad guardian known as Ying Yi stood before Song Xunzhen like a silent mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura of power that commanded the entire room without the need for words or gestures. His cold gaze slowly swept over the 3 elders. And even in the absence of intentional pressure, the 3 nascent soul elders felt a chill run down their spines. A being at the transformation stage, undoubtedly a formidable entity. A tempest of astonishment surged within the hearts of the 3 elders. Such a figure, not only within the Tianxian sect, but across the entire realm of cultivation, was someone whose mere stamp of a foot could shake the world. Yet now, he addressed a mere outer disciple they had just intended to punish as miss, displaying utmost respect. What did this imply? It suggested that Song Xunzhen's previous claims of hidden lineage and family secrets were far from mere fabrications. They might even exceed their wildest imaginations. What kind of terrifying foundation must a family possess to have a transformation stage powerhouse as a guardian? Xiao Chei's complexion turned exceedingly grim, a blend of green and white. He fixed his gaze on Song Xunzhen, casting a wary glance at Ying Yi standing before her. His lips moved, but no words escaped them. Faced with such an insurmountable disparity in cultivation, all his pride and inquiries felt utterly impotent. It dawned upon him that he might have committed a grave error, not only misjudging Song Xunzhen's intentions, but also provoking an unfathomable behemoth. Chu Yao also covered her lips, her eyes wide with shock as she glanced between Ying Yi and Song Xunzhen, her heart brimming with astonishment and confusion. She had never anticipated that her junior sister, Song, possessed such an astonishing background. The leading enforcement elder swallowed hard, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous blood within him. The stern, icy expression that once adorned his face had vanished. replaced by an extraordinarily complex emotion. This esteemed elder. He inclined his hand towards Yi, his tone filled with profound respect, adopting a posture of utmost humility. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. We failed to offer a proper welcome. I hope for your understanding. Yi remained silent, continuing to stand there, as if only Xianxiaaudiobooks were worthy of his attention. His disregard only amplified the pressure on the three elders, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. It was a gamble well played. The system's card indeed proved powerful. A great weight lifted from Xianxiaaudiobooks' heart. Yet she dared not exhibit the slightest sign of relaxation. She understood that even a hint of trepidation at this moment could render all her efforts futile. Taking a gentle breath, she placed her hand on the ground, seemingly attempting to rise. Yi immediately shifted slightly, extending a hand to offer support. His movements fluid and natural, embodying the demeanor of a loyal and well-trained guardian. With this assistance, Xianxiaaudiobooks gradually stood up, dusting off non-existent specks from her dress with an air of grace and composure. There is no need for excessive courtesy from the elders, she began, her voice steady as she extended an olive branch to the enforcement elder. Yi is merely concerned for my safety and did not intend to offend the sect. Upon hearing this, the enforcement elder felt a sense of relief wash over him and quickly replied, I dare not. I dare not. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks. He chose his words carefully, his tone growing increasingly cautious. It seems that there are indeed underlying circumstances regarding the earlier incident. I apologize for my intrusion. But may I inquire about your esteemed family's lineage? A warning bell rang in Xianxiaaudiobooks' mind. She knew the critical moment had arrived. She absolutely could not divulge the name of any family. Too many words could lead to missteps, and she needed to maintain an air of mystery. A hint of hesitation crossed her face as she gently shook her head, lowering her voice in a cautious manner. Elder, please understand. My family has strict rules against revealing our name in public. The elders only permitted me to descend the mountain for training, wishing for me to experience the world without relying on the family's influence. Pausing, her gaze fell upon the damaged artifact on the ground, her expression filled with regret. It is entirely my fault. My lack of skill led to unintended consequences. Not only have I disturbed the sect, but I have also caused Yi to reveal himself. Upon my return, I fear I shall face a reprimand. Her words were impeccably crafted. They explained the prior anonymity while also clarifying why she had failed despite possessing secret methods, all the while subtly elevating her family's status. The three elders listened, their hearts filled with a renewed sense of respect. The more powerful the hidden family, the stricter the rules. It was indeed normal for them to refrain from disclosing their name. And observing this transformation stage guardian, it was evident that the terror of her family likely surpassed their imaginations. Xiaoqi's expression darkened further, his fists clenched, yet he dared not voice any further doubts. The enforcement elder grew increasingly respectful. I see. It seems we have acted hastily. Since this is a misunderstanding, and your intentions were pure albeit misguided. As for Chu Yao's artifact, I shall compensate. Xianxiaaudiobooks interjected immediately, her tone resolute. I will compensate Sister Chu Yao with an even better artifact. I will not shirk my responsibility. At this moment, sincerity and generosity were paramount. Chu Yao quickly waved her hands. No, there's no need for that, Junior Sister Song. You meant well. It is only right that I compensate, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, her gaze earnest. Sister, I was indeed at fault and nearly jeopardized your chance in the competition. Compensation is warranted. Chu Yao met her sincere eyes and glanced at the imposing guardian behind her, momentarily at a loss for how to respond, ultimately turning to the elders and Xiaoqi for guidance. The enforcement elder pondered for a moment before saying, Since Junior Sister Song insists, then it shall be so. This situation appears to be a misunderstanding and can be resolved here. Junior Sister Song has been frightened. His words set the tone for this trial, transforming a grave crime against a fellow disciple into a mere case of good intentions gone awry. A great weight lifted from Xianxiaaudiobooks' heart. She realized that the most perilous moment had temporarily passed. She offered a slight smile. Thank you, Elder, for your discernment. The enforcement elder regarded her and Yi, hesitating briefly before politely inquiring. May I ask what your plans are moving forward? Do you require the sect to arrange accommodations for your esteemed guardian? Xianxiaaudiobooks dared not allow Yi to linger for long. The incense was nearly spent. She quickly responded, There is no need to trouble the sect. Yi merely sensed my danger and came in haste. Our family has strict rules. He cannot stay in the outside world for long and must return shortly. Turning to Yi, she instructed naturally, Yi, I am no longer in danger. You may return now. Do not alarm the family head regarding today's events. Upon hearing this, Yi bowed respectfully without hesitation. Yes, Mississippi. I shall take my leave. As his words fell, the crowd felt a sudden shift, the suffocating aura dissipating like a receding tide, and Ying's figure vanished without a trace. As if he had never existed, he arrived like a thunderclap and departed like a gentle breeze, leaving no mark behind. Within the enforcement hall, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, and everyone felt a sense of lightness wash over them, as if they had shed an immense burden. Yet the shock and bewilderment lingering in their minds weighed heavier than ever. They turned their gazes back to Song Xiunjin, their expressions entirely transformed. She sensed the mixture of curiosity, awe, and reverence in their eyes, silently lamenting her predicament. The immediate crisis had been averted, but it seemed a greater trouble was just beginning. With her identity as a member of a hidden family now fully exposed, she pondered her next steps. Chapter 3. Surviving the aftermath. After Ying's departure, the enforcement hall descended into an eerie silence. The oppressive weight had lifted, but the intangible shock and pressure remained imprinted in the hearts of all present. The air seemed to have stagnated, with every gaze fixated upon Song Xiunjin. A complex array of unspoken sentiments hanging in the atmosphere. Song Xiunjin felt those stares piercing her like needles. She was acutely aware that she was dancing on a tightrope, where the slightest misstep could lead to her utter ruin. She needed to extricate herself from this place post-haste, to find solitude and clarity to contemplate the enigmatic system that had salvaged her from peril. She forced a weary smile onto her face and addressed the three elders. Esteemed elders, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. I regret the disturbance caused to you and my fellow disciples today, and I shall carry this lesson with me. In her current state, coupled with her earlier remarks, she resembled a noble daughter who had been startled and feared reprimand upon returning home. The three elders exchanged glances, their silent communication culminating in a decision. The leading disciplinary elder spoke in a gentle tone, imbued with a sense of reassurance. Since today's events have been clarified as a misunderstanding, you may return to rest. As for the matter of compensating your fellow disciple Chu Yao for her artifact, you may discuss it amongst yourselves. He refrained from mentioning any punishment, omitting even a single harsh word. Thank you, esteemed elder. Song Xiunjin bowed politely, avoiding further eye contact with Xiao Che and Chu Yao. The icy gaze of Xiao Che, filled with scrutiny and unvoiced resentment, sent a shiver down her spine. She slightly turned towards Chu Yao and earnestly whispered, Senior Sister Chu, regarding the artifact. I will devise a means to provide you with a resolution by tomorrow, ensuring it does not impede your performance in the competition. Chu Yao seemed momentarily dazed, merely nodding instinctively in response. Oh, very well, Junior Sister Song. Please take care of yourself. With no further words exchanged, Song Xiunjin maintained her composure as she gradually made her way out of the enforcement hall. Her steps felt somewhat unsteady, yet her back remained resolutely straight. The enforcement disciples lined up on either side instinctively took a half step back, parting to grant her passage, their gazes filled with reverence as she walked by. Upon exiting the heavy doors of the enforcement hall, the warm afternoon sunlight bathed her in its embrace, dispelling the chill of the hall's interior. And it was then that Song Xiunjin felt truly alive once more. She dared not linger, nor look back, swiftly orienting herself towards the outer disciples' dormitory before quickening her pace. Along the way, she encountered several fellow disciples who, upon seeing her emerge from the enforcement hall, displayed expressions of surprise and curiosity. Some even contemplated approaching her. However, Song Xiunjin coldly brushed them aside, feigning ignorance as she hurried past. Her mind was a tumult of confusion, leaving her ill-equipped to engage with any probing. Finally, she returned to the memory of her modest and cramped outer disciple dormitory, furnished with only a wooden bed and a small table. She shut the door behind her, leaning against the cold wood, feeling as if all her strength had been drained, and gradually sank to the floor. Gasping for breath, her heart raced wildly, her palms clammy with sweat. It was over, truly over. She had survived. The exhilaration of having escaped disaster, mingled with lingering dread, surged through her, causing her body to tremble slightly. It took a considerable time for her to regain her composure. Calmness was imperative. The crisis had merely subsided, and greater troubles loomed ahead. The lies of that hidden family were akin to a castle in the air, sustained solely by a disposable experience card. Countless eyes would be upon her. And should she falter, her fate would be far worse than that of the original owner. Yes, the system. This was her only lifeline. Song Xiunjin immediately focused her thoughts, attempting to summon, System, are you there? I am here, the system promptly replied. A translucent screen materialized within her consciousness. The interface was minimalist, displaying at the top, Host, Song Xiunjin, with options below for Draw Card, Backpack, and Tasks. She first clicked on Backpack, which was utterly empty, save for a faint glimmer emanating from a corner. Concentrating her awareness, it revealed Low-Grade Spirit Crystal X15. 15 low-grade spirit crystals? Song Xiunjin paused momentarily, recollecting that this was likely all the original owner possessed. According to the system's rule of drawing once per 100 low-grade spirit crystals, she couldn't afford even a single draw. Poverty, indeed, was the original sin. Exiting the backpack, she proceeded to the draw card interface. The central display showcased a vast card pool inscribed with intricate patterns. Labeled Beginner Card Pool, available. Below, options for single draw, 100 spirit crystals, and 10 consecutive draws, 900 spirit crystals, appeared, but both were rendered gray, indicating they were unavailable. A familiar pang of frustration washed over her. Indeed, there was no such thing as a free lunch. The system plainly conveyed two words: pay to win. She exited the draw card interface and opened the Tasks section, which was equally devoid of any notifications. Thus, this system offered only a card drawing function, with no beginner guidance. No daily tasks, and no sign-in rewards. All relying on her own exploration and financial investment? Xunzhen felt a headache coming on. Wasn't the difficulty of this opening far too high? Yet, she quickly rallied her spirits. Having something was better than nothing. At least the system granted her a glimmer of hope. An SR card could summon a guardian at the god transformation stage. What about SSR cards? UR cards? Could they potentially summon true immortals, or even more formidable beings? The thought quickened her heartbeat. If that were the case, the system's potential was boundless. The pressing concerns were twofold. First, how to maintain the facade of a hidden family's young lady without arousing suspicion. Second, how to swiftly accumulate spirit crystals for drawing cards, securing genuine and sustainable advantages. For the first dilemma, she needed to tread carefully, limiting her interactions and avoiding discussions of any familial details to preserve an air of mystery. Concurrently, she must fulfill her promise to Chu Yao and compensate her with a superior artifact. This would not only temporarily establish trust, but might also present a lucrative opportunity. From the original owner's memories, Chu Yao's damaged artifact was a low-tier flying sword, valued at approximately 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals. To compensate with something superior would require at least that much value, yet she possessed only 15. Xunzhen exhaled slowly, pressing her fingers against her throbbing temples. A single coin could thwart a hero. The ancients did not mislead her. Wait, drawing cards? Her gaze returned to the barren draw card interface. If the card pool could yield character cards, could it also produce items? Perhaps artifacts, pills, or other valuable treasures. This notion invigorated her. If the card pool could yield useful items, it would not only be crucial for maintaining her facade, but also a pathway to wealth and spirit crystals for further draws. It seemed imperative, regardless of the cost, to acquire initial capital for the next card draw. However, what could these 15 spirit crystals accomplish? There remained a significant gap to reach 100. Rising to her feet, she approached the small wooden table and picked up the original owner's withered storage bag. Emptying its contents, crystals emitting a faint glow, imbued with a whisper of spiritual energy. She clutched the 15 spirit crystals tightly. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she frantically searched through the original owner's memories, seeking any quick ways to acquire more spirit crystals or valuable items to sell. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened. Xunzhen was acutely aware that time was not on her side. She needed to fortify herself with genuine confidence before others, particularly Xiaoqie, could react and probe deeper. Chapter 4. The Sect's Mission Point. As night fell, the humble dormitory remained unlit, illuminated only by the faint moonlight filtering through the window. Xunzhen sat against the door, gripping the 15 inferior spirit crystals. Their icy touch a constant reminder of her dire predicament. She repeatedly sifted through the original owner's memories, desperately seeking methods to swiftly obtain spirit crystals. The avenues available to outer disciples for resource acquisition were exceedingly limited. The sect distributed 50 inferior spirit crystals each month, yet the original owner, due to poor relationships and low cultivation, often faced deductions, receiving even less. Completing menial tasks such as cleaning or tending to medicinal fields could yield meager rewards in spirit crystals or pills. Alternatively, one could venture to the outskirts of the misty forest to gather low-tier spiritual herbs for sale in the market. However, menial tasks were far too slow in generating income. And with her current status as the daughter of a hidden family, running errands was likely to raise suspicions. As for the misty forest, with the original owner's meager cultivation at the third level of chi refinement, venturing there would be akin to courting death. Could it truly be that she had exhausted all options? No. Suddenly, Xunzhen recalled a place she had yet to explore, the sect's task hall. It was where various missions, issued either by the sect or individuals, were posted, often with generous rewards, but also accompanied by certain dangers and challenges. The original owner had never accepted any missions due to her lack of strength. Perhaps it was worth a look? What if there were tasks that required little power? merely some unconventional or time-consuming efforts. This thought ignited a spark of hope within her, and she could no longer suppress it. This seemed to be the most viable path forward. Before heading to the task hall, however, she needed to ensure that she would not be surrounded the moment she stepped out of her dormitory. Taking a deep breath, Xunzhen stood up, her legs slightly numb from sitting for too long. She groped her way to the bedside, lying down fully clothed. She needed rest, but more importantly, she needed to contemplate how to navigate the various situations she might encounter the following day. The key to maintaining her facade lay in saying little and making few mistakes, preserving an air of mystery while swiftly acquiring spirit crystals to facilitate her first lottery draw. That night, Xunzhen slept fitfully, plagued by dreams of the cold gazes from the law enforcement hall and the terrifying aura of transformation, as well as the sound of spirit crystals vanishing. At the break of dawn, with the first light barely illuminating the world, Xunzhen opened her eyes, listening intently to the sounds outside. She noted the morning was remarkably quiet. Most disciples were likely still in their cultivation or resting. This was precisely the effect she desired, to avoid the crowds. She quickly washed up and glanced at her reflection in the dim copper mirror. The young woman in the mirror had a delicate countenance, yet her complexion was pale, her eyes betraying an unmistakable weariness and anxiety. This was hardly the demeanor befitting the daughter of a hidden family. Xunzhen slapped her cheeks with determination, striving to bring some color back to her face, and adjusted her gaze, attempting to imbue it with an air of calm detachment. After several practice attempts, she finally managed a passable expression. She tidied her somewhat worn outer disciple robes, managing a bitter smile. This attire was also a potential flaw, but given the circumstances, she had no means to change it and could only hope that others would interpret her modest appearance as a requirement for low-profile training. Pushing open the door, the cool morning air rushed in, invigorating her spirit somewhat. She made a concerted effort to avoid the main thoroughfare, opting for the quieter paths, hastening towards the task hall based on her memory. Along the way, she encountered a few early rising disciples. Upon seeing Xunzhen, they all displayed expressions of surprise, curiosity, and even reverence, halting at a distance to either whisper among themselves or steal glances, yet none dared to approach her. The events of the law enforcement hall had evidently spread overnight. While the details may have varied, the rumors of her having a guardian at the transformation stage and possibly originating from a prestigious hidden family had likely taken root in the minds of the disciples. Xunzhen paid them no heed, quickening her pace. The sensation of being scrutinized like a spectacle was uncomfortable, yet it also affirmed her temporary safety. The task hall was situated in a grand hall at the junction of the outer and inner doors. At this early hour, the hall was not overly crowded, with only a handful of disciples perusing the task jade wall. The moment Xunzhen entered, a ripple of commotion ensued. Almost all eyes immediately turned to her, conversations ceased, and the atmosphere grew subtly tense. The steward disciple responsible for task registrations looked up, a flicker of surprise and caution crossing his features upon recognizing her. With a sigh of resignation, Xunzhen steeled herself and approached the enormous task jade wall. The wall shimmered, with task information scrolling continuously. Collect 10 years worth of clear heart grass. Reward: 5 contribution points or 5 inferior spirit crystals. Assist the alchemy room in supervising the earth fire for 3 days. Reward: 10 contribution points, 1 chi nourishing pill. Clear the beast enclosure on the western mountain. Reward: 20 contribution points. Investigate the source of unusual sounds in the Black Wind Cave. Warning: possible presence of low-tiered demonic beasts. Reward: 200 contribution points or 200 inferior spirit crystals. Most tasks offered meager rewards, either requiring special skills or presenting certain dangers. The investigation task promising 200 spirit crystals was enticing, but the warning of demonic beasts made her promptly dismiss it. As she continued to scan through the list, her mood grew increasingly disheartened. Was there truly no task suited to her current circumstances? Just as she was on the verge of giving up, her gaze fell upon an inconspicuous corner at the bottom of the jade wall, where a newly refreshed task was listed, its color somewhat dim. Seeking: intact moonlight moss. Quantity unrestricted. Reward: 1 inferior spirit crystal per piece. Issuer: Zhao, manager of the Herb Pavilion. Moonlight moss. Xunzhen delved into the original owner's memories. It was a low-tier spiritual plant that typically thrived in shaded, damp areas where moonlight could reach the stone walls. Due to its faint lunar essence, it was employed in the crafting of certain obscure pills or the cultivation of special spiritual herbs. Collecting it required patience, and its limited uses meant it was rarely sought after, with prices hovering between 1 to 2 spirit crystals at most. However, the quantity was unrestricted. Most importantly, Xunzhen recalled that approximately half a month ago, feeling downcast, the original owner had ventured to a secluded waterfall in the back mountain to clear her mind and had spotted a large expanse of silvery moss on the stone wall behind the waterfall. At that time, she had not paid it much mind, but upon reflection, it was highly likely that it was indeed moonlight moss. That patch of moss was quite extensive. If gathered carefully, she could potentially obtain dozens or even hundreds of pieces, translating to dozens or hundreds of inferior spirit crystals, enough for her to draw once. Her heart raced with excitement, the light of hope reigniting within her. Suppressing her exhilaration, she approached the registering steward and pointed at the task. Speaking in as calm a tone as she could muster, "Senior brother, I would like to accept the task of collecting moonlight moss." The disciple in charge of the tasks was momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised that such a prominent figure would undertake a task so trivial and yielding minimal rewards. He cast a peculiar glance at Xunzhen, but refrained from further inquiries, skillfully recording the details. Name: Xunzhen. Task number: 79. Upon completion, the collection should be delivered directly to Baichao Pavilion to exchange with Manager Zhao. "Thank you, senior brother." Xunzhen nodded, accepting the small wooden box intended for holding the spiritual herbs, and swiftly departed from the task hall. She needed to act promptly, ensuring she could retrieve the moonlight moss from the back mountain before it attracted too much attention. Emerging from the task hall, the morning sun was already somewhat blinding. Xunzhen tightened her grip on the wooden box and proceeded along the path leading to the back mountain. This time, her steps were notably lighter. Infused with a clear sense of purpose and hope, the first fortune awaited her at the waterfall in the back mountain. Chapter 5. The Exceptional Qi Condensing Pill. The path to the back mountain was secluded and devoid of visitors, overgrown with weeds, indicating it was seldom traversed. Xunzhen proceeded cautiously along the route etched in her memory. As she ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly humid, and the distant sound of rushing water became audible. Her heartbeat quickened, filled with hope that the moss remained untouched by others. Navigating around a dense thicket, she suddenly found herself in a clearing. A narrow yet swift waterfall cascaded down the cliff, crashing into the pool below and sending up countless droplets that refracted tiny rainbows in the morning sunlight. The mist hung in the air, bringing a refreshing coolness. Xunzhen eagerly scanned the moss-covered stone walls flanking the waterfall. Soon enough, she spotted a large patch of moss with a faint silvery sheen on the left side of the waterfall, in a slightly recessed area that sheltered it from the direct impact of the water. It was indeed moonlight moss. Moreover, the area was even more expansive than she had recalled. Wonderful! Xunzhen could not suppress a low exclamation, her joy palpable. She hurried to the stone wall, scrutinizing the moss with care. The moss grew densely, its patches resembling silver velvet, cool and soft to the touch, as the task required it to remain intact. She had to be exceedingly careful, avoiding any rough tearing. She crouched down, placing the wooden box aside, took a deep breath, and with utmost concentration, extended her fingers, delicately peeling the moss from the edges, inch by inch. This process demanded patience and focus, but fortunately, though the original owner possessed humble cultivation as a practitioner, her control over her fingers surpassed that of an ordinary person. Time slipped by, the sun climbing higher while birds chirped merrily in the trees. Lost in her collecting endeavor, beads of sweat began to form on her brow, yet she paid them no mind. Her movements grew increasingly deft, and the pieces of moss she successfully detached multiplied, gently nestled into the wooden box. It was only when her back began to ache and the moonlight moss dwindled that she finally paused. Gazing at the box filled with layers of pristine silver moss, she estimated there to be at least 70 or 80 pieces. This signified 70 to 80 low-grade spiritual crystals. A profound sense of achievement washed away her fatigue, and a genuine smile blossomed on her face for the first time since her arrival in this world. Carefully sealing the wooden box, she cradled it as if it were a rare treasure. Without daring to linger, she retraced her steps. The weight of the box in her arms mirrored the anticipation swelling in her heart. Upon returning near the task hall, it was already midday, and the number of disciples had noticeably increased. Many cast curious glances at Xunzhen as she emerged from the direction of the back mountain, clutching the wooden box, whispering among themselves, "Look, it's Xunzhen. What is she holding? What could she have been doing in the back mountain? Who knows? The thoughts of these noble ladies are beyond our comprehension." Paying them no mind, Xunzhen made her way directly to Baichao Pavilion in the market area. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of spiritual crystals and card draws. Baichao Pavilion was a modest establishment, specializing in the buying and selling of various low-tier spiritual herbs. At that moment, the shop was nearly empty, save for a middle-aged man in managerial attire, sporting a goatee, who was slumped over the counter, dozing. Xunzhen entered the shop and gently tapped the counter. Manager Zhao, groggily lifting his head, squinted at the sight of a girl clad in outer sect disciple robes, and lazily inquired, "What do you wish to buy or sell?" Upon recognizing Song Xiunjing's face, a flicker of familiarity crossed his features, jolting him awake from his slumber. Clearly, he had heard whispers of some rumors. Placing the wooden box on the counter, she opened it. "Manager Zhao, I am here to submit my task. I have gathered moonlight moss." The moment Manager Zhao beheld the box brimming with pristine silver moss, his eyes sparkled with interest. He examined it closely, nodding repeatedly. "Excellent, excellent. It is preserved remarkably well, and the spiritual energy remains intact. This must be freshly collected, correct?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast several scrutinizing glances at Song Xiunjing, seemingly unable to fathom how this distinguished young lady could personally undertake such laborious work, and do it so proficiently. "Yes," Song Xiunjing replied succinctly. "May I inquire how many pieces there are in total?" The task description states 1 piece equals 1 spiritual crystal. "Yes, yes indeed. 1 piece per spiritual crystal," Manager Zhao replied, his demeanor noticeably more respectful. He meticulously began counting. 1, 2, 3. 78 pieces. Indeed, 78 pieces. He retrieved a small cloth bag, extracted 78 low-grade spiritual crystals from the money box beneath the counter, placed them inside, and handed the bag to Song Xiunjing. "Miss Song, please verify the count." Receiving the bag, the weight reassured her significantly. She conducted a cursory mental scan, confirming the accuracy of the count. "Thank you, manager." She secured the bag of crystals and turned to leave without a trace of hesitation. Manager Zhao watched her silhouette as it vanished through the doorway, stroking his goatee, murmuring to himself, "What a peculiar occurrence, truly peculiar. Could it be that the offspring of distinguished families engage in such hands-on training?" Song Xiunjing was in high spirits. Clutching 78 spiritual crystals, alongside her original 15, totaling 93 low-grade spiritual crystals. Just 7 more to reach 100. Just a little bit more, so close. Excitement and urgency propelled her forward. She hastened toward the market street, her gaze scanning the stalls flanking her. Now, with only 7 more spiritual crystals needed, she could immediately proceed to her next card draw. Spotting a stall that was purchasing a common iron ore for 5 spiritual crystals per basket, she dashed over, selling the few pieces of low-tier iron ore from the original owner's storage bag in exchange for 5 spiritual crystals. 98 crystals, only 2 more to go. Feeling a surge of urgency, her gaze roamed the market until it landed on a herbal stall that was purchasing fresh rabbit tail grass. Rabbit tail grass was the most basic of spiritual herbs, plentiful in the back mountain, yet due to its high-quality demands and low value, few would bother to collect it. Gritting her teeth, she wasted no time and raced back to the entrance of the back mountain, carefully selected a handful of reasonably good-quality rabbit tail grass, and then hurried back to the herbal stall. "Senior brother, will you buy this?" she panted. The stall owner, a young disciple, recognized her, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, 2 stems that meet the requirements will count as 1 spiritual crystal." Song Xiunjing promptly extended the rabbit tail grass she held. The stall owner meticulously inspected the items. 6 complete pieces. I'll give you 3 spirit crystals." As the final 3 spirit crystals slipped into her pouch, Song Sun felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. 101 pieces, precisely 101 low-grade spirit crystals. She could hardly contain her impatience. Neglecting even to return to her dormitory, and instead sought out a secluded corner in the market to concentrate and summon the system. System, redeem 1 card draw opportunity. Detected that the host possesses low-grade spirit crystals, 101 pieces. Would you like to redeem 1 card draw opportunity? Yes, redeem it, and draw immediately. Song Sun's heart raced, her mind fervently praying that this time it wouldn't be yet another disposable experience card, but rather something enduring, or perhaps something of monetary value. Redemption successful. Drawing a card now. The card pool in her consciousness ignited once more, the cards swirling rapidly. Song Sun held her breath, her gaze unwavering. As the brilliance dimmed, a card gradually materialized. The card's border was a delicate shade of green, and the illustration depicted a round, white elixir. Congratulations. Host has acquired an in-grade item card, Premium Qi Condensing Pill X1. Premium Qi Condensing Pill, a low-tier elixir that assists Qi refining stage cultivators in condensing spiritual energy, slightly enhancing cultivation speed, with a quality far surpassing ordinary Qi condensing pills. In card, item card, Qi Condensing Pill. Song Sun stared at the card, momentarily dumbfounded. It wasn't a character card, merely a pill, and the lowest grade at that? A profound sense of disappointment surged within her, nearly rendering her breathless. She had invested all her savings, taking significant risks for over half a day, only to receive this low-tier elixir? What worth could this possibly have? Could it help her maintain her persona? Could it assist her in facing the impending crisis? However, just as despair threatened to engulf her. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. Wait, a premium qi condensing pill? According to the original owner's memories, each month the sect distributed a regular low-grade qi condensing pill to outer disciples, which had mediocre effects. A mid-grade qi condensing pill was valued at around 10 low-grade spirit crystals. High-grade ones were relatively rare, worth 20 to 30 spirit crystals. But what about the premium? Song Sun's heart began to race once more. This pill might be worth far more than she had anticipated. Chapter 6. Where have you been? The feeling of disappointment dissipated almost instantaneously, overwhelmed by an intense desire to survive. What did it matter if it was an end card or an item card? If it was premium, then it certainly held its value. Now was not the time for disdain. Every resource must be utilized to its fullest. Song Sun immediately focused her thoughts to examine this end card. In her consciousness, a simple prompt appeared beside the card. Would you like to extract? Extract, she silently urged. With a flash of light, a small, exquisite white jade pill bottle materialized in her hand, its surface cool and pleasantly smooth. She uncorked the bottle, and an exceptionally pure and elegant fragrance of medicine wafted forth, instantly invigorating her meager spiritual energy. Clearly, this was no ordinary item. Common low-grade qi condensing pills lacked such efficacy and aroma. Quickly, she sealed the bottle tightly, clutching it in her palm while her mind raced. Using this premium qi condensing pill herself would be a tremendous waste. Given her foundation at the third level of qi refinement, it wouldn't significantly enhance her abilities. It would be akin to a cow chewing on peonies. Its greatest value would lie in exchanging it for spirit crystals. If she could sell it for a high price, she would have ample spirit crystals to draw cards again. Perhaps next time, she might procure something even better. Where to sell it? How to sell it? Should she simply take it to a market stall? No, that would attract too much attention. She needed a more discreet and reliable venue. According to the original owner's memories, the largest establishment in the sex market was the Duobao Pavilion, known for its good reputation and fair pricing for items, and it was said to have deep connections, ensuring minimal probing into the seller's privacy. That was the place. Steeling herself, Song Sun tightened her grip on the pill bottle and made her way to Duobao Pavilion. The pavilion was a 3-story wooden structure, adorned with intricate carvings and exuding an air of grandeur. The disciples entering and exiting appeared significantly more affluent. Mostly inner disciples or outer disciples of some means. Standing at the entrance in her attire, Song Sun felt somewhat out of place. She exhaled softly, striving to project an air of calm, and stepped inside. The interior was spacious and bright, with counters displaying various magical tools, elixirs, and talismans, all shimmering and pulsating with spiritual energy. A young attendant, clad in uniform, leaned against the counter in boredom. Upon noticing Song Sun's entry, he initially greeted her with a professional smile, but upon seeing her attire, his smile faded slightly, and his tone became more neutral. What can I assist you with? Junior sister? Song Sun sensed the subtle condescension in his demeanor, but she had no time to dwell on it. Approaching the counter, she stated directly, I'm not here to purchase anything. I have something ID like your esteemed pavilion to appraise. The attendant raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised, yet he nodded. Oh? What is it? We don't typically purchase ordinary herbs. There are dedicated stalls for that at the market. The insinuation in his words was unmistakable. Song Sun placed the white jade pill bottle on the counter. The attendant's gaze fell upon the bottle, his expression shifting slightly. The jade bottle was evidently of exceptional quality, not something an ordinary disciple could afford. He became more attentive, reaching for the bottle and uncorking it. Instantly, the pure fragrance of the medicine enveloped the air once more. The attendant's expression transformed in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the white pill within. Then he hastily leaned in for a closer sniff. Astonishment etched on his face. Is this a qi condensing pill? No, it can't be. The potency, the purity, could it be premium? Having worked at Duobao Pavilion for several years, he had developed a discerning eye. Ordinary high-grade qi condensing pills could not boast such a quality and aroma. Indeed, Song Sun affirmed inwardly, maintaining an impassive facade. It is indeed a premium qi condensing pill. Might I inquire if your esteemed pavilion would be interested in purchasing it? What would the price be? The attendant inhaled deeply, his demeanor shifting dramatically, now exuding utmost courtesy, even tinged with reverence. Please wait a moment. Although qi condensing pills are common, this item's grade is exceedingly high. I cannot make a decision on my own. Please have a seat for a moment while I summon the manager. In truth, it wasn't that he couldn't determine the price. Rather, it was the influence of the individual possessing a premium elixir that made him cautious. He quickly guided Song Sun to a nearby waiting area, deftly poured her a cup of spiritual tea, and hurriedly carried the pill bottle towards the back room. Song Sun held the teacup but did not drink, quietly seated as her heart raced with anxiety. Before long, A middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, with a plump visage and keen eyes, emerged swiftly alongside the attendant. His gaze swept over the room and landed on Song Sun, instantly recognizing her identity, and a warm smile spread across his face. This junior sister is most welcome. My surname is Qian, and I am the manager of this Duobao Pavilion. Manager Qian inclined his hands in greeting, his tone exceedingly polite. I understand you wish to sell a premium qi condensing pill? Manager Qian, Song Sun replied, rising to return the greeting succinctly. Indeed, that is correct. Manager Qian took the elixir bottle from the hands of the attendant and scrutinized it meticulously, even scraping off a barely perceptible trace of powder with his fingertip to taste. A glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes. Indeed, it was a top-grade qi condensing pill. The potency of the medicine was pure and abundant, devoid of any impurities, making it a rare find. I wonder where this pill came from, junior sister? He inquired, seemingly casually. Song Xiunzhen had already prepared her response, her face displaying a subtle yet appropriate hint of difficulty as she shook her head slightly. It was a gift from an elder in my family, with strict instructions not to disclose its origin. Due to a recent urgent need for spirit crystals, I had no choice but to exchange it. I hope the manager can understand. Upon hearing this, Manager Qian's eyes flashed with comprehension, and he immediately laughed heartily, no longer pressing for details. I see. It was my rudeness. In his heart, he had already concluded that this must be a cultivation resource bestowed upon this young lady by the esteemed elder Ing or the family backing her. It was entirely reasonable for a hidden family to produce such exceptional pills. Since that is the case, let us discuss the price. Manager Qian's smile was as warm as ever. Top-grade qi condensing pills are exceedingly rare, their efficacy far surpassing that of superior-grade ones, greatly benefiting disciples in the qi refinement stage by solidifying their foundation and aiding them in breaking through minor bottlenecks. The market price for ordinary superior-grade qi condensing pills hovers around 25 to 30 spirit crystals. As for this top-grade one, after a brief contemplation, he extended a finger. Our Duobao Pavilion is willing to offer 700 low-grade spirit crystals for purchase. What does junior sister think? 700. This price exceeded Song Xiunzhen's expectations by far. She had to toil for an entire day just to earn a mere 100 spirit crystals. To think this small pill would be worth 700. Truly, it was a product of the system, astonishing even if it were merely a normal card. She felt immensely satisfied with this price, yet outwardly she still furrowed her brow slightly, remaining silent and not immediately agreeing. When it comes to bargaining, one must not appear overly eager. Seeing her silence, Manager Qian assumed she found the offer too low. After pondering for a moment, he smiled again. If junior sister ever has similar pills or other items in the future, you can bring them to our Duobao Pavilion. The prices will undoubtedly be fair. However, as qi condensing pills are primarily useful for those in the qi refinement stage, the price must be somewhat lower. With that, he added, how about 750 low-grade spirit crystals? This is the highest price I can offer. What do you think, junior sister? With an additional 50 crystals. Song Xiunzhen felt a surge of joy. After all, she was in need, and any increase was welcome. Seeing the opportunity, she nodded slowly. Very well. I shall accept your offer. Excellent, a swift decision. Manager Qian's smile widened as he promptly instructed the attendant. Quickly fetch 750 low-grade spirit crystals. Soon after, the attendant returned with a noticeably heavier bag. Manager Qian personally handed the bag to Song Xiunzhen. Please count it, junior sister. With a sweep of her spiritual sense, she confirmed the presence of 750 low-grade spirit crystals, not a single one amiss. The count was accurate. Song Xiunzhen carefully stowed the spirit crystal bag, nodding slightly to Manager Qian. Thank you, manager. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Take care, junior sister. Do come again. Manager Qian personally escorted her to the door, his demeanor exceedingly warm. Stepping out of Duobao Pavilion, feeling the weight of the spirit crystal bag in her embrace, Song Xiunzhen let out a long sigh of relief. Now, she possessed over 700 low-grade spirit crystals, though still insufficient to cover the costs of the magic weapon. It was not quite as dire as before. Moreover, through this transaction, she had gleaned insights into the value of the system-produced pills and inadvertently added a touch of detail to the persona of a member of a hidden family. After all, what kind of family could casually produce top-grade pills if not one of significance? Even the simplest qi condensing pill required a skilled alchemist to refine into something exceptional, a testament to the family's profound heritage. With her spirits somewhat lifted, Song Xiunzhen could hardly contain her eagerness to rush back and draw cards. After all, she could now perform a sevenfold draw, 7 opportunities. If she were to obtain a magic weapon, she could directly compensate Chu Yao. If she drew something else, she could exchange it for spirit crystals and continue drawing. Such a cycle would grant her access to an almost limitless repository of resources. The thought of this made her heart race, and her steps quickened. As long as she operated cautiously and made good use of the Duobao Pavilion channel, she could swiftly accumulate her initial capital and escape her current precarious situation. While lost in thought, she subconsciously headed towards the outer door dormitory. Just as she neared the small path adjacent to the dormitory, a figure suddenly emerged from the side, blocking her way. Startled, Song Xiunzhen looked up and felt her heart skip a beat. It was Xiaoqie. He wore a stern expression, his complex gaze fixed upon her, sharp as if trying to discern something from her countenance. Junior sister Song, Xiaoqie spoke, his voice devoid of emotion. Where have you been? Chapter 7, Space Magic Weapon. Xiaoqie's sudden appearance caused Song Xiunzhen's heart to tighten. How could he possibly be here? Was it mere coincidence, or had he been waiting for her intentionally? Quickly suppressing her inner turmoil, she struggled to maintain her composure and frowned in displeasure. Does senior brother have business with me? It seems unnecessary for me to report my whereabouts to you. Her tone lacked courtesy, tinged with a sense of detachment. Having established the persona of a member of a hidden family, her demeanor toward a fellow disciple who had persistently targeted her, and whose cultivation was only at the golden core stage, could not be overly submissive, otherwise it might raise suspicion. Xiaoqie appeared taken aback by her direct retort. Momentarily stunned, and the inquisitive look in his eyes intensified, he scrutinized Song Xiunzhen, seemingly attempting to uncover any inconsistencies from her subtle expressions. I do not intend to interfere with your movements, he said, his tone softening somewhat, yet still laced with scrutiny. However, although the matters with the law enforcement hall have concluded, the fact remains that junior sister Chu's magic weapon was damaged. You pledged yesterday to compensate her with a superior item. I wonder how you plan to address this? After a pause, he added with significance. The clan competition is approaching, and junior sister Chu urgently requires a magic weapon for preparation. If you are facing any difficulties or need to communicate with your family, please do so promptly. A cold smile flickered in Song Xiunzhen's heart. So he had been waiting for her here, ostensibly urging her to provide compensation. He was actually probing the authenticity of her so-called family connection, testing whether she could produce something of value immediately. Should she fail to do so, or if the item she presented fell short, it would likely lead to greater suspicion. Fortunately, she had just made a profit, which could alleviate her current predicament. Moreover, his words afforded her more maneuvering space. Song Xiunzhen allowed a hint of realization and slight impatience to surface on her face, as if she had just recalled this minor issue. Ah, so senior brother is here for that matter. I have already pledged to compensate, and I certainly will not go back on my word. Raising her chin slightly, her tone hinted at a touch of irritation at being underestimated. It is merely a magic weapon. Why trouble my family? I know my own limits. By tomorrow at the latest, I will deliver the new magic weapon to Sister Chu, ensuring she is prepared for the competition. She deliberately extended the timeline, projecting confidence while buying herself time to strategize. Xiaoqie's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Song Xiunzhen's assured demeanor did not seem feigned. Could it be that she genuinely could easily procure a superior magic weapon? Reflecting on the earlier encounter with that powerful being in the transformation stage, he now found it increasingly peculiar. However, observing Song Xiunzhen's present confidence, it appeared she indeed had some backing. Had he misjudged the situation? After a moment of silence, he finally remarked, if that is the case, then it is for the best. I hope junior sister remains true to her word. His gaze once again pierced deeply into Song Xiunzhen, as if attempting to see through her very essence. Yet he ultimately merely nodded and said, farewell. With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind a silhouette that appeared laden with gravity. Watching Xiaoqie retreat into the distance, Song Xiunzhen quietly exhaled, relieved. Engaging with these astute protagonists from the original narrative left no room for complacency. Upon returning to her cramped dormitory and shutting the door, Song Xiunzhen immediately activated the system interface. The system's luminous screen unfurled before her, with the single draw button aglow. Yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the tantalizing 10 draw option. 10 draws. She could hardly contain her thoughts. A mere 900 spirit crystals for 10 draws. Compared to 1,000 for 10 individual draws, saving 100. That saved amount could grant her yet another draw, effectively translating to a free attempt. Moreover, drawing from her past gaming experience, she mused that 10 draws might possess a guaranteed minimum, and the likelihood of acquiring better items surely surpassed that of single draws. This notion burgeoned wildly in her mind, stirring an insatiable itch within her. She was just 149 crystals short. If she could procure that amount, she could embark on her momentous first 10 draw. However, where could she possibly acquire 149 spirit crystals in such a short time? The moonlight moss had already been stripped bare, the rabbit tail grass was of little value, and only the finest quality was accepted. She could only search slowly. Yet, time was of the essence. Sitting on her bed, furrowed brows reflected her distress as her gaze wandered aimlessly across the modest room. Suddenly, her eyes landed on the dilapidated storage bag belonging to the original owner, carelessly tossed onto the bed. Aside from spirit crystals and iron ore, it likely contained all of the original owner's possessions. Previously, she had only extracted the spirit crystals, neglecting the other items, convinced that the original owner was too impoverished to possess anything of worth. But now, with a mindset akin to grasping at straws, she seized the storage bag and emptied its contents. Amidst the clutter lay a few change of ordinary clothes, a basic cultivation manual titled Qi Induction Technique, some dried rations, a rusty hatchet, several dull-colored shards of ore, and a small, grayish beast skin pouch. According to the original owner's memories, this little pouch seemed to be a keepsake left by her long-missing mother, which the original owner had always carried as a token of remembrance. Xunzhen picked up the pouch, noting its rough texture and inconspicuous appearance. Instinctively, she attempted to open it, only to find the leather cord tied exceedingly tight. Refusing to yield, frowning, she exerted more force, yet it remained obstinate. This only heightened her curiosity. Why would an ordinary pouch be secured so tightly? She retrieved the rusty hatchet and cautiously prodded the leather cord with its tip. After considerable effort, a soft snap echoed as the cord was finally severed. Eagerly, Xunzhen opened the pouch, peering inside, only to find it seemingly empty. Disappointment washed over her, but she persisted, probing her fingers within. Her fingertips brushed against something small and hard. Drawing it out, she discovered it was a ring. Neither gold nor jade, its dark silver hue was adorned with ancient patterns, exuding an air of antiquity, yet devoid of any spiritual energy, resembling nothing more than a mundane trinket. Alas, Xunzhen felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. It appeared this would not help her amass the necessary 900 spirit crystals. Bored, she slipped the ring onto her finger to gauge its size. And the moment it encircled her right index finger, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The ring emitted a faint glow, the ancient patterns seemingly coming to life and swirling chaotically. Suddenly, Xunzhen felt a sharp sting at her fingertip, akin to a needle prick, as a droplet of blood emerged, swiftly absorbed by the ring. A brief yet profound message materialized in her mind. Spatial ring contains a minuscule space, capable of storing living beings. The information was concise, yet it caused Xunzhen's eyes to widen in astonishment, her breath quickening. A spatial artifact capable of storing living beings? Although it could only accommodate small creatures, it was nonetheless a genuine rarity among artifacts. In this realm, storage items typically housed only inanimate objects. A space capable of harboring life was unheard of. Its value beyond measure. Who exactly was the original owner's mother to have left behind such an artifact? The sudden revelation left Xunzhen dizzy with exhilaration. She gazed at the ring, which had returned to its inconspicuous state on her finger, her heart racing. She had struck gold. This time, it was indeed a stroke of fortune. Although the spatial ring was modest in size and might seem somewhat impractical, its ability to contain living beings was a coveted trait, enough to incite frenzy among cultivators. After all, should she manage to develop a means to accommodate more life forms, its worth would be incalculable. As the thought of selling it flickered in her mind, she forcefully suppressed it. No, it was absolutely out of the question. Setting aside the fact that the ring was a memento from the original owner's mother, she had no right to dispose of it. Moreover, given its mysterious origins and extraordinary nature, revealing it would undoubtedly incite a storm far greater than any divine guardianship. And no amount of lives would suffice to save her should the consequences unfold. She understood the principle of possessing a gem brings misfortune. However, not selling it did not equate to it being useless. A bold plan rapidly crystallized in her mind. She could utilize this spatial ring to capture rare spirit insects or their young, storing them within the ring while masking their presence, thus avoiding detection by their parents or more formidable creatures. Subsequently, she could sell the captured specimens for spirit crystals, enabling her to swiftly accumulate the funds needed. For instance, she recalled from the original owner's memories that near the sect there existed a spirit insect known as the seeking herb bee, highly sensitive to the sense of specific spiritual herbs. Cultivators or alchemists who specialized in growing such herbs were willing to pay a handsome price for domesticated seeking herb bees. A healthy young seeking herb bee, it was rumored, could fetch 30 to 40 spirit crystals. If she could capture a few. Xunzhen's eyes sparked with excitement. Hope had blossomed before her. She hastily collected all the items she had spilled onto the floor and stored them in her newly acquired spatial ring, her spirits soaring. Her objective was now crystal clear, to devise a method to capture young seeking herb bees, exchange them for spirit crystals, acquire artifacts, and navigate through her present predicament. Chapter 8. Continue drawing cards. Though the plan was sound, its execution proved fraught with challenges. Seeking herb bees were not commonplace. They typically resided in valleys or deep woods rich in spiritual energy and specific herbs. With her meager cultivation level at the third layer of chi refinement, venturing alone into the mountains to seek and capture such spirit insects was perilously risky. Moreover, she had no idea what the seeking herbie looked like, let alone how to capture its young. The original owner's memories contained only fragmented rumors, devoid of concrete knowledge. Like a bucket of cold water poured over her, her previously buoyant spirits plummeted. To possess a treasure trove, yet be unable to access it was a torturous sensation. Restlessly, she paced the cramped confines of her room. Time was slipping away. Xiaoqi's urging echoed in her ears, and she needed to secure an appropriate artifact post-haste. No, Xunzhen rubbed her temples, forcing herself to regain her composure. Her line of thought was misguided. Why did she feel compelled to pursue the 10 draw? Who said the probability was inherently greater with 10 draws? She had inadvertently stumbled into the capitalist snare. Engaging in a single draw might just lead her to acquire a magical artifact, alleviating the pressing issues she currently faced. Even if she failed to obtain a magical artifact, any item superior to an exceptional spirit-gathering pill could be sold at the treasure pavilion, surely proving more beneficial than embarking on perilous ventures. Once this thought crystallized in her mind, Xunzhen felt a surge of clarity wash over her. She immediately focused her attention, summoning the system interface once more. A translucent screen materialized within her consciousness. This time, without a moment's hesitation, Xunzhen concentrated on the single draw button. Each draw costs 100 spirit crystals. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Draw once. Spirit crystals, 100. Drawing in progress. A dim light flickered across the screen, revealing a verdant card that spun into view, seemingly etched with some form of ore. Congratulations, host. You have obtained worthless Xian iron ore X1. Xunzhen, what is this useless item? The system explicitly labeled it as worthless? What purpose could it possibly serve? Draw again. Unfazed, she pressed on. Spirit crystals, 100. Drawing in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained inferior spirit crystal, X1. The corners of Xunzhen's mouth twitched. Spending 100 on an inferior spirit crystal only to receive another inferior spirit crystal? Even lotteries don't operate like this. Why doesn't the system just rob me blind? Continue drawing. Spirit crystals, 100. Congratulations, host. You have obtained cleansing talisman, X1. Spirit crystals, 100. Congratulations, host. You have obtained worthless Xian iron ore X2. Spirit crystals, 100. Congratulations, host. Thank you for your patronage. Xunzhen nearly choked on her own frustration. Thank you for your patronage. 100 spirit crystals down the drain. In the blink of an eye, her 751 spirit crystals dwindled to just 251 after 5 draws, yielding a collection of utterly useless items and one empty draw. Despair began to creep in. Was her luck truly spent for the day? Gazing at the remaining 251 spirit crystals, her eyes turned red. She had to go for broke. After all, this paltry sum would scarcely avail her. Draw 2 more times. Spirit crystals, 100. Congratulations, host. Thank you for your patronage. The world around Xunzhen darkened. Just 151 spirit crystals remained. This was her final chance. Her hands trembled slightly. If this draw yielded nothing, she would truly be at her wit's end. She had originally envisioned an endless repository of resources through the cards drawn from the system, but now that dream seemed utterly delusional. The system clearly wouldn't allow her any loopholes. Damn the capitalist. One last draw. Within the card pool, a large question mark appeared above the system's little head. Utterly bewildered by the dismal fortune of its host, the system wiped non-existent sweat from its forehead, helplessly adjusting its permissions and making a minor modification to the odds. Sigh. Host, your luck is truly disheartening. The system grumbled quietly within the card pool. Spirit crystals, 100. Drawing in progress. This time, the light within the card pool seemed to linger far longer. Xunzhen held her breath, her gaze fixated upon the swirling brilliance. As the light stilled, a shimmering blue card gradually emerged, depicting a small sword emanating a chilling radiance, appearing far more exquisite than the previous cards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an R-grade item card, standard flying sword, low-tier magical artifact. What? Xunzhen's eyes widened in disbelief, almost thinking she had misread. A magical artifact. It was indeed a magical artifact. Her final draw had yielded the very item she most desired. With a flash, the card disappeared from the pool, and a seemingly ancient long sword, its blade glimmering with a faint cold light, materialized before her, suspended within the luminous confines of her consciousness. Standard flying sword, low-tier magical artifact, a basic flying sword mass-produced by the sect, sturdy and sharp, imbued with a trace of spiritual energy. Song Xianxia's eyes sparkled with delight. Although she had drawn merely the lowest-tier standard flying sword, the system had indicated a slightly superior quality. This was precisely what she needed to fulfill her obligation for a better magical artifact. A miraculous turn of fate, a genuine stroke of luck. She was nearly ready to leap with joy, all her previous dejection and despair dissipating in an instant. The system had indeed proven reliable. She immediately chose to extract it. As a weight settled in her hand, a long sword, approximately 3 feet in length, appeared in her grasp. The scabbard was crafted from ordinary black wood, yet felt pleasantly smooth to the touch. The hilt was finely polished, and the overall appearance was far more refined than the low-tier flying swords available in the market. Grasping the hilt, she gently drew out a portion of the blade. The cold light danced along its length. The spiritual energy, though faint, was remarkably pure. How wonderful! Song Xianxia lovingly caressed the sword's blade, her heart finally at ease. This magical artifact would perfectly resolve her urgent predicament. She returned the flying sword to its scabbard, glanced outside, and noticed the sky had begun to dim as dusk approached. There was no time to waste. She needed to deliver this sword to Chu Yao without delay. Fulfilling her promise early would also alleviate any concerns from Xiaoqie. She straightened her attire, cradling the freshly acquired high-quality flying sword, and stepped out the door. This time, her stride was resolute and buoyant. Within the card pool, the system propped its chin on its hand, emitting a weary sigh for the 101st time. If the host's future luck remained this dismal, what on earth would it do? Its permissions were not easily manipulated. Alas, poor little system. Why did it have to encounter such a woeful host? Chapter 9. As long as the senior sister is happy. At dusk, the setting sun cast a warm golden hue over the peaks of Tianxian sect. Disciples, having concluded their day of cultivation or labor, strolled along the paths in small groups. The atmosphere markedly more relaxed than that of the morning. Song Xianxia, cradling her newly acquired flying sword, made her way directly toward the area where the inner disciples resided. Outer disciples typically lacked the freedom to enter the inner sanctum at will. Yet perhaps due to her newfound notoriety, or perhaps because the sword she bore appeared far from ordinary, the 2 inner disciples stationed at the entrance merely regarded her with curious glances, allowing her passage without obstruction. According to the original owner's memories, as an inner disciple, Chu Yao resided in the Quitsu courtyard of the southern garden. This was a serene bamboo grove designated for promising female disciples. Song Xianxia walked onward. Drawing the attention of several inner disciples, she endeavored to avoid glancing sideways, secretly relieved to have the sword in hand, as it made her appear less likely to cause trouble. Upon locating Quitsu courtyard, she found a quaint little abode encircled by lush green bamboo, its door slightly ajar. Standing at the threshold, she took a deep breath and gently rapped on the door knocker. Please come in. A soft voice from within belonged to Chu Yao. Song Xianxia pushed the door open. The courtyard was adorned with various flowers and plants, meticulously arranged with an air of elegance. Chu Yao sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, seemingly polishing a short sword. Upon noticing Song Xianxia's entrance, she appeared momentarily taken aback, before rising to her feet. A look of surprise and uncertainty crossing her features. Song, junior sister? Chu Yao set down her short sword, hesitating before speaking. What brings you here? Please, have a seat. She gestured toward a nearby stone bench, her demeanor polite, yet tinged with a hint of formality. Clearly, her experiences with the law enforcement hall had altered her perception of this junior sister. Song Xianxia did not take a seat. Instead, she stood in the courtyard and offered the long sword she had cradled in her arms to Chu Yao, her tone earnest as she spoke. Senior sister Chu, I have come regarding yesterday's incident. This is the compensation I promised, a new flying sword. I implore you to accept it. Chu Yao's gaze fell upon the sword. The scabbard, crafted from black wood, was polished to a smooth sheen, exuding an understated elegance. Merely judging by the quality of the scabbard, it seemed far superior to her previous sword. She quickly waved her hand, saying, Junior sister Song, there is no need for such formality. The elders stated that it was a misunderstanding, and your intentions were good, albeit the method was somewhat inappropriate. This sword is too precious. I cannot accept it. It is imperative that you accept it, Song Xianxia insisted, pushing the sword forward. A mistake is a mistake. I nearly jeopardized your performance in the grand competition. I cannot rest easy knowing that. Although this sword may not be a divine weapon, its quality is commendable. I hope it can be of assistance to you. If you refuse, it may seem as though you are still holding a grudge against me. Her words were heartfelt and persistent, leaving Chu Yao little room to decline further. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Yao gazed into Song Xianxia's sincere eyes, and then at the truly remarkable sword, ultimately extending her hand to accept it. Then, I sincerely thank you, junior sister Song. As soon as she grasped the sword, Chu Yao was taken aback by its weight and feel, which were perfectly balanced, surpassing her expectations. Unable to resist, she drew the blade slightly with a crisp sound. In an instant, a brilliant cold light flowed forth. The sword's body resembled a pool of autumn water. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, its spirit was exceptionally pure and refined, far beyond that of an ordinary flying sword. This was not merely an improvement, it was a significant elevation in quality. Chu Yao's face registered shock as she looked up at Song Xiunjing. Junior sister Song. This sword is, as long as senior sister likes it. That is enough, Song Xiunjing interjected, her expression one of relief. At last, I can make amends for my mistakes. Senior sister, you must prepare for the competition. I shall not intrude any longer. Fearing that Chu Yao might refuse again, she nodded slightly and turned to leave, providing no opportunity for Chu Yao to respond. Holding the new sword, Chu Yao stood rooted to the spot, her emotions a complex tapestry. It seemed that junior sister Song had indeed changed. Not only was she generous, but her demeanor was sincere, a stark contrast to her former self. It appeared that, as Song Xiunjing had stated, her previous actions had all stemmed from misunderstandings, driven by a desire to assist her. Stroking the cool blade, feeling the pure spirit within, the doubts and lingering resentment in Chu Yao's heart dissipated significantly. Regardless, this compensation was excessively generous. Song Xiunjing hastened out of the cooling residence, finally exhaling a long breath once she had exited the inner gate area. At last, a significant matter had been resolved. Chu Yao had accepted the sword, and her attitude seemed to have softened. At least for the time being, the crisis regarding compensation should be averted. Feeling considerably more relaxed, Song Xiunjing lightened her step. Presently, she possessed 51 low-grade spirit crystals, though not a substantial amount. It alleviated the pressing pressure. Now, she could plan her next steps with a bit more composure. The immediate priority was still to earn spirit crystals for card draws. Only by acquiring more powerful cards could she truly secure her footing. The plan to capture the medicinal bee surfaced once again in her mind. Although challenging, it appeared to be the only viable means of quickly accumulating spirit crystals at present. She needed information, specifically, where to find the medicinal bees and how to capture them safely. Such knowledge was difficult for outer disciples to access. But perhaps inner disciples, or those frequently venturing outdoors, might possess the insight she sought. Who should she inquire with? She had just spoken to Chu Yao and could not approach her again, as it would seem too deliberate. Xiao Che, she would never consider that. Perhaps she could visit the taverns or tea houses in the market. Those venues often served as hubs for information, where many disciples would gather to chat during their leisure time. Having settled on a course of action, Song Xiunjing changed direction and headed towards the market. As dusk fell, the marketplace grew increasingly lively, illuminated by bright lights and filled with the buzz of chatter. Many disciples, having concluded their day of cultivation, emerged to stroll about, trade, and unwind. Song Xiunjing found a tea house bustling with patrons yet not overly noisy, and she stepped inside. The establishment was primarily filled with outer disciples and a few inner disciples. Seated in groups, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. She chose a secluded corner against the wall, ordered a pot of spirit tea, and began to listen intently to the discussions around her. The topics varied widely among the nearby disciples, from sharing cultivation insights to complaining about difficult tasks and gossiping about the sect. Song Xiunjing patiently filtered through the inconsequential chatter. After some time, a conversation from the adjacent table caught her attention. Several inner disciples appeared weary, as if they had just returned from an expedition. Going to the Black Wind Valley was a significant loss. We almost got surrounded by those venomous claw badgers. We barely managed to collect a few stalks of purple cloud grass, which isn't enough to exchange for pills, one tall disciple lamented. Indeed, that cursed place is rife with poisonous creatures. If you're not careful, you'll end up with a swelling. A shorter, stockier disciple chimed in, scratching his arm. Especially those silver-striped bees. They're infuriating, chasing after you. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been stung all over. Silver-striped bees? Song Xiunjing's interest was piqued as she leaned in closer, listening intently. The silver-striped bees are manageable. Their venom isn't severe, just painful. But encountering the medicinal bees would be disastrous. They hold grudges and can chase you for 10 miles. The third, slightly older disciple spoke with a shudder. Medicinal bees. At last, she had heard the key phrase. Song Xiunjing felt invigorated, focusing even more intently while pretending to sip her tea to mask her interest. Medicinal bees? Did you see them in the Black Wind Valley, senior brother? The stocky disciple inquired curiously. Indeed, near the southern edge of the valley, close to a grove of moon-viewing flowers, there's a beehive. We almost stirred up trouble by getting too close, the older disciple replied in a hushed tone. However, the bee pupae are valuable. The market's herb pavilion buys them at a high price, claiming they are used for medicine or domestication. A single healthy live pupae can fetch this amount. He discreetly gestured with his hands. Xianxiaaudiobooks clearly saw the gesture, which indicated a figure of about 40 to 50 spirit crystals, aligning perfectly with what she had heard in rumors. Furthermore, she now had information regarding the Black Wind Valley, the southern area, and the moon-viewing flower grove. Truly, it was serendipitous. She had stumbled upon this knowledge without much effort. Suppressing her excitement, Xianxiaaudiobooks finished the last of her tea, placed a spirit crystal on the table to pay, and rose to leave the tea house. Although the Black Wind Valley was fraught with dangers, the potential for spirit crystals and card draws made the risk worthwhile. Upon returning to her dormitory, she began her final preparations. Once she had gathered everything she needed, Xianxiaaudiobooks glanced outside at the darkening sky. The night would bring increased peril in the mountains. It seemed she would have to wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow, she promised herself, I shall set off at first light. Chapter 10, Into the Perilous Realm. The following morning, as dawn's light began to break, Xianxiaaudiobooks, having slept lightly throughout the night, awoke early. After preparing the necessary items, she pushed open the door and stepped outside. The morning air carried a chill, prompting her to tighten her thin disciple's robe as she oriented herself and made her way briskly towards the side gate leading out of the sect. Heifeng Valley lies on the outskirts of the Tianxian sect, nestled at the edge of the surrounding mountains and in close proximity to the misty forest. It is perpetually shrouded in a veil of mist and is renowned for yielding various low-tier spirit herbs and spirit beasts, serving as a training ground for the outer disciples and some inner disciples of the sect. The original owner, due to her meager cultivation, had never ventured so far, and thus, Xianxiaaudiobooks could only rely on the whispers she had overheard in the marketplace the previous day and the rudimentary map provided by the sect to navigate her way. Upon exiting the side gate of the sect, she treaded upon the winding mountain path, where the surroundings gradually transformed into a primordial and profound wilderness. Towering ancient trees obscured the sunlight, and a faint mist permeated the forest, where distant echoes of beastly roars and birdsong occasionally resonated. Exuding a wild essence far removed from human habitation, Xianxiaaudiobooks' heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Her cultivation at the third level of qi refinement rendered her as insignificant as an ant in such a place, where even the slightest hint of danger could spell her doom. She silently encouraged herself while focusing her mind, remaining vigilant to the sounds around her and observant of her surroundings. According to the map and the information she had gathered, Heifeng Valley was located to the southwest of the sect. Along her journey, she endeavored to avoid paths that appeared perilous, opting instead for the main thoroughfare. Along the way, she encountered several fellow disciples who were also on missions. Upon seeing the solitary figure of Xianxiaaudiobooks, they cast her incredulous glances. Yet none approached to engage her in conversation. Xianxiaaudiobooks welcomed this, passing by them without a sideways glance. As she ventured deeper, human presence dwindled. The mountain path became increasingly rugged, and the surrounding foliage grew denser and more foreboding. After traversing for about 2 hours, the sun ascended higher, and the mist within the forest gradually dissipated. Based on the contours of 2 distant peaks resembling horns, Xianxiaaudiobooks concluded she must be nearing the vicinity of Heifeng Valley. Heightening her vigilance, she moved more cautiously, recalling the words of the disciples from the previous night that the nest of the medicinal bees was located near the moon-watching flowers at the valley's southern edge. She circumvented areas marked on the map as potentially inhabited by formidable beasts, carefully making her way toward the south of the valley. After about a quarter of an hour, a faint, peculiar sweetness wafted on the breeze. Xianxiaaudiobooks' spirits lifted as she followed the enticing fragrance. Passing through a thicket of dense shrubs, she emerged into a sunlit clearing. Before her lay a gentle slope adorned with vast clusters of pale purple flowers, their crescent-shaped petals shimmering radiantly under the sun. The intoxicating aroma emanating from these blossoms. The moon-watching flowers. This was indeed the place. A surge of excitement coursed through Xianxiaaudiobooks, yet she swiftly quelled her emotions. Crouching low and concealing herself behind the underbrush to observe meticulously. Amidst the flowers, she discerned small flying insects, akin to bees, busily flitting about. They were a delicate golden hue, their wings adorned with distinct silver patterns, producing a gentle buzzing sound that set them apart from ordinary bees. These were silver-striped bees, and the medicinal bees must certainly be nearby. Holding her breath, she scanned the area surrounding the flower patch. Soon, she spotted a beehive, roughly the size of a bowl, nestled on the trunk of an old, crooked tree at the edge of the flowers. Several bees, larger than the silver-striped bees and possessing deeper coloration with more intricate silver patterns on their wings, flitted around the hive, vigilantly patrolling. The medicinal bees. Xianxiaaudiobooks' heart raced. She had found them, truly found them. But the next challenge loomed large. How could she obtain the bee pupae without alarming the swarm? Though the individual bees lacked formidable offensive power, a collective attack could be devastating, and any significant commotion could attract even more perilous beasts. She scrutinized the hive's location and the flight paths of the patrolling bees, her mind racing. A direct assault was out of the question. What about smoke or fire? Not only was she uncertain of her capability, but such methods could easily destroy the pupae. The optimal strategy would be to draw the tiger from its mountain lair, seizing the moment of distraction to swiftly extract the pupae and retreat. Time slipped by, and the sun climbed higher in the sky. Xunzhen remained motionless behind the shrubbery, her body stiffening with tension. Yet, she steadfastly refrained from moving, quietly awaiting the opportune moment. After an indeterminate interval, a rustling sound emanated from the forest on the opposite side of the flower patch, accompanied by a low grunt from some wild beast. This unexpected turn startled both Xunzhen and the patrolling medicinal bees. Emerging from the thicket was a creature, its body covered in sharp spines and resembling a wild boar, seemingly lured by the fragrance of the moon-watching flowers as it ambled toward the blossoms. The spiked-tusked beast. Xunzhen recognized this low-tier beast, and her heart clenched instinctively as she hunkered down. The patrolling medicinal bees immediately emitted sharp, buzzing sounds, clearly perceiving the intruding beast as a threat. In an instant, a dozen bees surged from the hive, launching an assault on the spiked-tusked beast. Though the beast had tough skin, the stings of the medicinal bees seemed to inflict considerable discomfort, provoking an enraged roar as it flailed its tusks and claws to fend off the swarm, creating chaos around the flowers. A golden opportunity. Xunzhen's eyes sparkled. This was a fortuitous chance, well worth her prolonged wait. Without hesitation, she darted from behind the bushes, seizing the moment when the patrolling bees were distracted, and bolted toward the crooked old tree with all her speed. Her heart raced like a drum, and the blood surged to her head. In mere strides, she reached the tree, scrambling up its slanted trunk to approach the hive. The entrance of the hive was small, and she could even catch a whiff of the faint honey aroma wafting from within. Clinging tightly to the trunk with one hand, she swiftly retrieved a hatchet from her spatial ring, deftly carving a small hole into the side of the hive. Through the opening, she could clearly see several plump, white pupae wriggling inside. Success! Suppressing her exhilaration, she discarded the hatchet, raised her hand, and utilized her spatial ring to secure the pupae. After completing this, she quickly descended the tree, not daring to glance back at the hive still embroiled in conflict with the spiked-tusked beast. She turned and fled. She ran with an urgency that nearly emptied her of all strength, racing back along the path she had come. Behind her, the sharp buzzing of the medicinal bees and the roars of the spiked-tusked beast began to fade into the distance. Daring not to look back, she focused solely on her desperate flight, oblivious to the branches that tore at her clothing and skin, her lungs burning with the effort. Only after she had distanced herself considerably, confident that nothing pursued her, did she lean against a sturdy tree to catch her breath, bending over and gasping for air, her body drenched in sweat. After resting for a spell, her wildly beating heart gradually calmed. With trembling hands, she retrieved the pupae one by one from her spatial ring, placing them into a small wooden box. 1, 2, 3, a total of 10. The laying of medicinal bee eggs was inherently challenging, and to have secured 10 was a fortuitous surprise. 10 plump, white pupae lay safely within, gently wriggling. She had succeeded. She had truly done it. Hastily, she placed the wooden box back into her spatial ring, her heart brimming with excitement, the overwhelming joy and sense of accomplishment washing away all traces of fatigue and trepidation. These 10 pupae represented her first genuine treasure on the path to liberation from her plight and towards becoming a formidable force. Chapter 11. The Family's Alchemist. As her rapid breaths gradually steadied, the breeze in the forest brushed against her sweat-drenched back, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Xunzhen reclined against the tree trunk, caressing the ring on her finger as if it were a priceless treasure. The 10 living larvae of the seeking medicine bee, valued in the market, amounted to at least 400 or even 500 low-grade spirit crystals. This would suffice for several rounds of card drawing. After the initial excitement, her rationality swiftly returned. It was not yet the time for celebration. She must promptly exchange these small creatures for tangible spirit crystals. Only when the spirit crystals were in her possession would this matter be considered complete. The most suitable venue for the transaction remained the Duobao Pavilion. Manager Qian had witnessed her exceptional condensed chi pills and seemed to have a certain expectation regarding her ability to procure valuable items, and moreover, Duobao Pavilion had a solid reputation, ensuring she would not be cheated out of her possessions. Having rested sufficiently, Xunzhen dared not linger any longer. After orienting herself, she hastened back toward the sex market. The journey home felt prolonged due to her eager anticipation, yet she remained vigilant and, fortunately, encountered no further dangers. By the time she returned to Duobao Pavilion and stepped through its grand doors, it was already afternoon. The number of patrons in the shop had increased slightly compared to the morning. The shop assistant spotted her immediately, his surprise even greater than before. Seemingly taken aback by her return, he did not dare to show any sign of negligence and promptly approached her. His demeanor now even more respectful than their previous encounter. "Junior sister, you've returned. Please, have a seat inside while I fetch the manager." He had now firmly concluded that this seemingly ordinary outer sect junior sister was undoubtedly a significant patron of hidden talents. Xunzhen nodded, being led once again to the resting area. This time, the assistant not only poured her a cup of spiritual tea, but also quickly presented a small plate of exquisite pastries. Before long, Manager Qian jovially strode out, his expression warm as he looked at Xunzhen. "Junior sister, how diligent you are. Have you just returned from your trials? What fine treasures do you bring for our humble shop this time?" Without engaging in pleasantries, Xunzhen placed a small wooden box on the table and opened it. "Manager Qian, please take a look at this." Curiosity piqued, Manager Qian leaned closer, and upon seeing the 10 plump, white larvae of the seeking medicine bee, his eyes widened in astonishment, the flesh of his face quivering slightly. "These are the larvae of the seeking medicine bee. Alive." His voice brimmed with excitement. "Junior sister, you truly possess remarkable skills." The seeking medicine bee is extremely vigilant and fiercely protective of its offspring. Once discovered, it will relentlessly pursue those attempting to capture its young. Securing live larvae intact is no simple feat. He meticulously examined the larvae's vitality, growing increasingly satisfied. They are of excellent quality, fully alive. Such a remarkable find. Xunzhen felt assured. It seemed these creatures were indeed in high demand. She calmly inquired, "How much do you reckon they are worth?" Manager Qian rubbed his hands together, pondering. Live seeking medicine bee larvae are rare in the market, often priced above the norm. The price for a dead one, used for medicinal purposes, is about 30 spirit crystals each. However, for live ones, if properly nurtured, they hold immense value for spirit plant cultivators and alchemists. Thus, I shall not take advantage of you. I offer a flat price of 50 low-grade spirit crystals each, totaling 500 spirit crystals for all 10. What do you say? 500. This price exceeded her expectations. Xunzhen restrained her impulse to immediately agree, maintaining her composure as she slowly nodded. "Very well, I accept your terms." "Splendid." Manager Qian exclaimed with delight, promptly instructing the assistant, "Quickly fetch 500 spirit crystals." Before long, a pouch of spirit crystals was delivered to Xunzhen. "Thank you, manager," she said as she accepted the pouch and stood to take her leave. "Junior sister, take care. Should you come across more such treasures in the future, do consider our Duobao Pavilion first." Manager Qian enthusiastically escorted her to the door, watching her departing figure while stroking his chin, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, a descendant of a hidden family, and already within a day's time, she has procured such rare items. I must report this to headquarters. This junior sister Song must be placed on the watch list." With spirit crystals in hand, Xunzhen did not head directly back to her dormitory, but instead made her way to the garment shop in the market, purchasing several elegant dresses. The clothing of her original self was far too tattered and uncomfortable, and having endured this for long enough, she decided it was time to treat herself a little now that she had come into some spirit crystals. After acquiring the garments, she ambled back to her dormitory. Upon closing the door and securing the latch, she immediately laid out all her spirit crystals, both old and new. Over 400 spirit crystals gleamed brightly on her bed, radiating enticing waves of spiritual energy. A profound sense of happiness enveloped her. After a day filled with tension and adventure, all her efforts had finally borne fruit. Without a moment's hesitation, she focused her mind and summoned the system. The light screen within her consciousness illuminated. Her gaze was intensely fixed on the card drawing interface. The option for single draw 100 spirit crystals appeared to her now as a radiant beacon. "System," she silently chanted, filled with immense anticipation and a touch of reverence. Proceeding with a single draw, consuming 100 low-grade spirit crystals. Drawing in progress. The familiar dazzling radiance once again filled her consciousness, as the arcane runes of the card pool spun rapidly, infused with a mystifying power that stirred her heart. Xunzhen held her breath, her eyes glued to the center of the light. What would it be this time? A character card? A more potent magical artifact? Or perhaps a more precious elixir? As the brilliance gradually subsided, the silhouette of a card slowly materialized. To her astonishment, the card's border was a subtle shade of purple. Xunzhen's pupils constricted sharply, her heart racing violently. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining an SR-level character card. Family Master of Forging, MOYN, Late Yuanying Cultivation. SR, Late Yuanying, Master of Forging. It was well known that ordinary junior forging masters could only craft low-grade and mid-grade magical artifacts, while intermediate forging masters had the capability to forge high-grade and even top-grade magical artifacts. Advanced forging masters could produce low-grade and mid-grade spiritual tools, while those who could forge high-grade and top-grade spiritual tools were classified as forging masters, sought after by all factions. As for the master forgers, there were only 3 in the entire realm of cultivation who had long since ascended, and divine-level forgers had never appeared in history. It could be said that the majority of forgers in the current realm were intermediate or advanced, with very few capable of becoming forging masters. Those who achieved such status were coveted by all powers. Moreover, she had drawn a master of forging, a figure whose very existence could create a stir throughout the realm of cultivation. Though this card was not a battle-oriented guardian like Yi, it was an exceptionally rare professional talent. What did this signify? It meant that she would no longer need to fret over magical artifacts and could potentially create immense value from this. Gazing at the purple card within her consciousness, depicting an elderly figure with a focused expression surrounded by flaming runes, Xunzhen felt her fingers tremble with excitement. It was worth it. All the adventures and hardships had been worth it. However, after the euphoria, a pressing question surfaced before her. Should she use this card now? For what purpose? She glanced at the remaining 300 spirit crystals on her bed, and then at the faintly purple SR card. A thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Chu Yao's magical artifact has been compensated for, and in the short term, she finds herself without an immediate need for such items. However, she remains in dire need of spiritual crystals, desperately lacking in them. What if the esteemed Master Mo Yen could forge some artifacts for her to sell? A master craftsman at the late nascent soul stage, even his casual creations would undoubtedly surpass the mundane wares available in the market. Yet another dilemma arises. What about the materials? A skilled artisan cannot work without ingredients. Crafting requires resources. Currently, she possesses only around 300 spiritual crystals, sufficient to purchase merely ordinary crafting materials. Should she really request this great SR master to work with such commonplace resources? That would be an egregious waste. Considering his ability to directly forge treasures, the exhilaration that had surged within her was abruptly doused, akin to being splashed with cold water. Xunzhen gazed at the purple card, then at the few spiritual crystals, sinking into a profound state of conflict. To hold an SR card, yet be unable to unlock its full potential due to a lack of funds for materials, must surely be one of the most excruciating predicaments in existence. What should she do? Continue drawing cards, or await the next 10 draws? Chapter 12. The Sect Grand Competition. Xunzhen rose and began pacing restlessly within her room, her mind awash with uncertainty. Finally, she steeled her resolve and initiated a new round of card draws. It was now or never. After all, these spiritual crystals were insufficient to procure high-grade materials. She might as well take 2 more draws, leaving herself with only 100 crystals for emergencies. Drawing cards in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an R-grade item card. Family token. This token encompasses permissions for defense, stealth, communication, and tracking. New characters will automatically possess this token upon appearance. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an S-grade item card. Realm Random Enhancement Pill. Oh, what splendid fortune. It was as if a pillow had arrived, just as she felt drowsy. She had been worrying about a hidden family that lacked even a family emblem, and here she was, drawing the family token with so many functions, which could even be donned by new characters upon their emergence. The family token, composed of an unidentifiable gemstone, bore the emblem of a 3-legged golden crow at its center, prominently inscribed with the character Song. Its ancient and enigmatic appearance left Xunzhen utterly enamored. Yet, her greatest delight stemmed from the Realm Random Enhancement Pill, especially since she was currently only at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. She had long struggled to earn spiritual crystals, but had been too wary to venture into danger. With excitement, she extracted the pill and activated the token's stealth function. Though uncertain of the extent of her potential enhancement, it was always prudent to exercise caution. Without further contemplation, a surge of potent spiritual energy rushed into her dantian. Qi refinement. Foundation establishment. Late golden core. In an instant, she had ascended from the 3rd layer of Qi refinement to the late golden core stage. Xunzhen could feel the abundant spiritual power within her, letting out a deep sigh of realization. So this is how well the male lead fared. She felt an overwhelming urge to laugh joyously towards the heavens. In this perilous world of cultivation, she finally possessed some measure of self-preservation. Ding. Detection shows host realm has reached late golden core stage. Taskbar is now unlocked. Task 1. Promote the hidden family of the Song clan, encouraging more individuals to believe in its existence. Task progress, 510,000. Task completion reward, 1,000 spiritual crystals. Tasks. Song Xiunjing had previously seen the taskbar in a gray state. She never anticipated that it would unlock only upon meeting a certain realm standard. Even more surprising was the system's task requiring her to publicize the hidden family she had fabricated. Upon viewing the task progress, she couldn't help but smile wryly. As far as she knew, the entire Tianxian sect comprised around 3,000 individuals. Rumors about her had circulated throughout the sect. Yet only 500 believed in her claims, less than a third. According to the narrative, this realm of cultivation was known as the Xunzhen continent, divided into 5 domains: east, south, west, north, and central. Each domain was rife with factions, with the central domain being the most powerful, led by 3 sacred lands that radiated influence over the other 4 domains. The Tianxian sect, situated in the east domain, was the weakest of the 5. In the east domain, the Tianxian sect was considered a first-rate sect. However, in the other 4 domains, it would likely be relegated to a second-rate status. Yet, this provided Song Xiunjing with a chance for survival. In other regions, a god transformation stage guardian would elicit surprise, but not enough to provoke significant upheaval. To elevate the Song family's renown, the Tianxian sect undoubtedly represented the best platform. With this thought, Song Xiunjing's eyes darkened with determination. It appeared that the upcoming sect competition would be the perfect opportunity for her to make a name for herself. As for the SR grade card of Mo Yin, it should be reserved for a more critical moment. 3 days swiftly passed, and the Tianxian sect's decade-long grand competition arrived as anticipated. The entire sect was enveloped in an atmosphere of fervor, with the martial arena buzzing with excitement. Disciples from various peaks eagerly prepared to showcase their talents, vying for the favor of their mentors and enticing rewards. Standing among the outer disciples, Song Xiunjing maintained a serene demeanor. She utilized the family token to suppress her cultivation to around the 6th layer of qi refinement, cleverly taking this opportunity to present herself as someone who had merely feigned weakness, rendering her current enhancement more plausible. Her gaze swept across the high platform, where several sect elders, including Xiaoqie and Chu Yao, were seated. Xiaoqie retained his usual stoic expression, surveying the disciples below with an air of scrutiny and indifference. Beside him, Chu Yao appeared somewhat anxious yet expectant, unconsciously caressing the new flying sword that Song Xiunjing had compensated her with at her waist. The competition operated on a challenge system, with opponents drawn by lot. In the initial rounds, Song Xiunjing faced outer disciples whose cultivation hovered around the 5th and 6th layers of qi refinement. She refrained from revealing her true strength, instead employing exquisite foundational sword techniques and an exceptional sense of divine perception to triumph over her adversaries. The encounters seemed perilous yet ultimately uneventful, eliciting derisive laughter from many onlookers. What luck! To progress at such a level? It must be due to favorable draws. She likely encountered no formidable opponents. After all, she must have some backing. Perhaps her adversaries intentionally let her win? Whispers of scorn permeated the air, clearly informed by the rumors surrounding Song Xiunjing, yet laced with disdain. On the high platform, Xiaoqie occasionally cast his gaze towards Song Xiunjing's arena, observing her struggle to secure victories. His brows furrowed slightly, only to quickly relax, a flicker of barely perceptible indifference crossing his eyes. Perhaps she merely possessed some status. True strength, after all, must be demonstrated on the stage. He chose not to dwell on her further, redirecting his attention to the inner disciples who were performing exceptionally well. Chu Yao, however, watched intently, sighing with relief as she saw Song Xiunjing narrowly prevail. As the competition progressed, her victories multiplied, and her opponents grew increasingly formidable. Eventually, she advanced into the inner arena, where foundation establishment stage inner disciples began to appear. Everyone assumed Song Xiunjing's streak of good fortune had come to an end. In this round, her opponent was an inner disciple at the initial stage of foundation establishment, wielding a blazing knife with an imposing demeanor. You outer sect trash have done well to reach this point. Consider yourself fortunate, but surrender now to avoid injury, the inner disciple arrogantly proclaimed. Song Xiunjing maintained her calm demeanor, tightening her grip on the ordinary iron sword in her hand. You asked for death. The inner sect disciple, incensed by her demeanor, bellowed fiercely, and the blazing sword, imbued with an intense heat, cleaved through the air towards her. The spectators below seemed to envision the scene of Song Xiunjing's imminent defeat and injury. However, at the very moment the blade was about to strike her, Song Xiunjing moved. Her figure flickered like a specter, narrowly evading the fierce edge of the sword, while simultaneously, she casually thrust and flicked her iron sword. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the inner sect disciple felt a violent tremor in his wrist as an overwhelming force surged forth, causing the blazing sword to fly from his grasp. He stumbled backward, landing on the ground beneath the arena, his face a portrait of disbelief and confusion. The entire venue fell into an immediate silence. What had transpired? A sixth-layer Qi refinement disciple defeating an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator with merely one move? Using nothing but the most fundamental sword flick. How could this be possible? All eyes were fixated on the young girl in the green attire standing with her sword on the stage. She retained her serene expression, as though she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Indeed, it was trivial. Her cultivation had not only enhanced her strength, but had also sharpened her spiritual sense, allowing her to perceive any flaw exhibited by those of lower cultivation. She even directly comprehended the sword techniques she had previously learned, integrating them effortlessly into a higher realm. Chapter 13. Defeating the original female protagonist. On the high platform, Xiaoqi sat up abruptly, his eyes blazing with intensity as he fixated on Xianxiaaudiobooks. In that fleeting moment, although he could not discern the specific movements, the finesse of her technique, her timing, and her effortless application of strength were far beyond what a Qi refinement disciple could possess. Even many foundation establishment disciples could not execute such clean and decisive maneuvers. He had misjudged her. Xianxiaaudiobooks had undoubtedly concealed her true prowess. Chu Yao was equally astonished, her eyes brimming with shock. The ensuing matches became a one-woman showcase for Xianxiaaudiobooks, regardless of whether her opponents were mid- or late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. They could not last beyond 3 moves against her. She did not resort to any extravagant spells. Instead, relying solely on her astonishingly swift movements and intricately refined swordsmanship, coupled with her precognitive spiritual perception, she effortlessly and comfortably vanquished all challengers. The audience transitioned from initial astonishment to a profound silence, culminating in a fervent uproar. Good heavens! What level of cultivation does she possess? This is certainly not a mere Qi refinement stage. She had been concealing her strength all along. The rumors were indeed true. She truly is. This swordsmanship is utterly terrifying. Gasps and murmurs echoed throughout the crowd. Those who had once mocked and underestimated her now bore expressions flushed with embarrassment, as if they had been soundly slapped by an invisible hand. Through her actions, Xianxiaaudiobooks had decisively refuted all doubters. She carved her way through the ranks, unambiguously reaching the final match. Her opponent in the finale was none other than the original female protagonist, Chu Yao. Chu Yao soared onto the stage, gazing at the transformed Xianxiaaudiobooks, whose aura was strikingly different from her usual self, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Drawing a deep breath, she unsheathed the long sword that Xianxiaaudiobooks had compensated her with, its blade shimmering with brilliance and exuding an aura of spiritual energy, inciting cheers from the crowd below. The atmosphere on the final stage was palpably tense. All disciples, whether inner or outer sect, held their breath, their eyes unwaveringly fixed on the 2 contenders. One was the exquisitely graceful Chu Yao, renowned for her benevolence and highly anticipated. The other was the enigmatic Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had stealthily concealed her strength and emerged as a dark horse. On the high platform, the elders sat upright, their gazes filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Xiaoqi's expression was particularly complex as he fixated on Xianxiaaudiobooks, seemingly attempting to unravel her completely. Junior Sister Song, I seek your guidance, Chu Yao declared solemnly, saluting with her sword. She resolved to exert her utmost effort, not solely for victory, but as a mark of respect for her opponent. Junior Sister Chu, please. Xianxiaaudiobooks maintained her tranquil demeanor, still grasping the most unremarkable iron sword, which starkly contrasted with the exquisite sword held by Chu Yao. This scene accentuated her inscrutable nature. As her words hung in the air, Chu Yao hesitated no longer. Fully aware of the importance of seizing the initiative, she unleashed her spiritual energy from the late-stage foundation establishment within her, calling out, Autumn Water Sword Technique. With a flick of her wrist, the sword light surged explosively, transforming into cascading waves of green blades that surged towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. The sword momentum enveloped a significant portion of the arena, its power formidable. What an impressive opening move, the strongest technique of the Autumn Water Sword Technique. Long sky and one color. Indeed, Senior Sister Chu is formidable. This power nearly rivals that of a nascent soul cultivator. Can Xianxiaaudiobooks withstand it? She had not utilized any spells prior. Gasps erupted from the audience, all struck by the ferocity of Chu Yao's initial strike. On the high platform, several elders nodded slightly, acknowledging Chu Yao's performance. Xiaoqi's fists clenched slightly, a flicker of concern for Chu Yao crossing his features. But most of his attention remained focused on how Xianxiaaudiobooks would respond. Faced with the oncoming torrent of sword waves, Xianxiaaudiobooks' gaze flickered, revealing a hint of admiration. Chu Yao's foundation was solid, and this sword technique was indeed remarkable. Yet, she did not retreat nor employ any extravagant spells. Just as the green sword waves were about to engulf her, She slipped away like a specter, twisting at an extraordinarily subtle angle, gliding along the edge of the surging sword waves. The motion was fluid and natural, as if she had already anticipated every trajectory and weak point of the sword waves. Simultaneously, her unremarkable iron sword shot forth, precisely striking the flaw where the power of the layered sword waves transitioned. With a soft sound, akin to a balloon being punctured, the once menacing green sword waves, seemingly unstoppable, suddenly stuttered as if grasped by the throat of a colossal python, before collapsing with a resounding crash, dissipating into the air. What? How could this be? What did she do? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone's eyes widened, utterly baffled by how Xunzhen had neutralized this formidable strike. That seemingly effortless sword thrust, devoid of any apparent force, had achieved the remarkable effect of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. The elders on the high platform were equally taken aback, exchanging glances of astonishment. Such precise vision, such ingenious application of force. This young woman's understanding of combat far exceeds her apparent cultivation level. Xiaoqi's pupils constricted sharply, his body involuntarily leaning forward. In that fleeting moment, he had vaguely captured the trajectory of Xunzhen's movements and that impeccably precise sword thrust. The skill and timing it embodied left him astounded. Chuyao was equally taken aback. Her strongest strike had been so effortlessly neutralized by her opponent. Gritting her teeth, she altered her sword technique, transforming the sword light into countless cold stars, assailing Xunzhen with a tempestuous barrage aimed at her vital points. Yet, Xunzhen remained unflustered. Her figure danced across the arena, each step landing in the most unexpected positions, every movement perfectly evading the sword's edge. The iron sword in her hand parried, blocked, guided, and led with an astonishing simplicity, yet it consistently diffused Chu Yao's intricate sword maneuvers. She managed to evade all attacks by mere fractions, interrupting her opponent's rhythm at the minimal cost. The tumultuous clamor beneath gradually transformed into silence, as all were captivated by this astonishing combat style, holding their breath in anticipation. Chu Yao became increasingly alarmed and fatigued as the battle progressed. She felt as though all her moves had been seen through, her strength dissipating into thin air. The fluctuations of her opponent's spiritual energy appeared feeble, yet the composure and precision exuded immense pressure upon her. The elders atop the platform wore increasingly grave expressions. This was not merely a matter of technique. Her spiritual perception was terrifyingly potent. Such effortless mastery suggested that the true depth of her cultivation far surpassed what she had displayed. Xiaoqi's countenance had undergone a complete transformation. The skepticism and scrutiny that once clouded his mind vanished, replaced by profound shock and an unacknowledged dread. He now held firm certainty that Xunzhen's true power was undeniably on par with his own, if not greater. At last, Xunzhen seemed reluctant to prolong the engagement. She seized upon a minuscule opening, recognizing that Chu Yao was drained of her old strength and had yet to regain her new. The iron sword in her hand struck like a venomous snake emerging from its lair, darting with lightning speed to precisely target Chu Yao's wrist. Chu Yao felt a sudden numbness in her wrist, nearly losing her grip on the longsword. She leveraged the momentum to retreat, stabilizing her stance. Fully aware that she had lost, a bittersweet smile graced her lips, but more prominently was the recognition of Xunzhen's profound skill. Her swordplay was divine. And Chu Yao conceded her defeat. Chapter 14, Tianyong City. Chu Yao sheathed her sword, but in that fleeting moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The long sword in her grasp began to tremble violently, emitting a melodious chime, and ultimately broke free from her hand, hovering in midair. Startled, Chu Yao instinctively reached out to grasp the sword, just as a pure and fierce sword intent emanated from the blade, enveloping her completely. The heart of the sword became resplendent, revealing its spiritual essence. This was a sign only a magical artifact in its infancy could possess. An elder with white hair abruptly rose, his voice trembling with excitement. How is this possible? A low-grade magical weapon can contain such spiritual essence. Another elder gasped in disbelief. The arena fell into a hushed silence, as all eyes darted between Chu Yao, wrapped in sword intent, and Xunzhen. After all, the vast majority present were aware that this sword had been gifted to Chu Yao by Xunzhen. On the high platform, Xiaoqi felt as though struck by lightning. His gaze remained fixed upon the phenomenon unfolding on the stage, and in that moment, he finally comprehended a staggering reality that sent his heart into turmoil. The entity represented by Xunzhen was truly a behemoth far beyond his imagination, with crafting techniques and cultivation methods reaching an unfathomable level. The monumental shift in understanding drained the color from his face, filling him with unprecedented shock and absurdity, intermingled with an indescribable sense of shame and regret. The extraordinary event on the stage lasted but a few breaths, and as Chu Yao grasped the sword, feeling an intimate bond with it, her emotions became a whirlwind. She gazed at Song Sun, her previous desire to win dissipated, replaced solely by genuine admiration and gratitude. Junior sister Song, thank you for the sword. I concede my defeat willingly. Song Sun raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised by the system's intervention, yet her demeanor remained serene. Senior sister, the sword is fated to be yours. The elder judge, recovering from his astonishment, took a deep breath and announced loudly, final match, Song Sun wins. The audience remained in stunned silence, still immersed in the shock of the preceding spectacle. But in the next moment, thunderous applause and exclamations erupted. Song Sun, the champion. So powerful. Truly extraordinary. What level of crafting technique is that sword? Who exactly is she? All gazes converged upon the young girl at the center of the arena, filled with awe, curiosity, and disbelief. The name Song Sun, along with her unfathomable strength and enigmatic background, was indelibly etched in the hearts of all disciples of the Tianxian sect. As the sect competition drew to a close, the ripples it created had yet to subside. Song Sun, emerging as a dark horse, trampled all inner sect prodigies under her feet, claiming the title of champion, particularly the astonishing phenomenon caused by the longsword in the finals, which became a focal point of discussion among all disciples. The once skept reputation of the Song family had solidified into an indisputable fact, deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness. No one dared associate her with the foolish and malevolent figure of the past. Following the competition, Song Sun accompanied senior sister Lin from the affairs hall to claim her prize for first place. As she walked, feeling the weight of others' gazes upon her, she felt as though her toes might dig through the floor. Such was the burden of fame. She lamented inwardly, in this life and the last. She had never felt so exposed. Upon entering the affairs hall, a gentle scent of sandalwood calmed her frayed nerves. Elderly sat behind the desk, his white beard meticulously arranged. He raised his gaze at the sound, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, causing Song Sun to instinctively straighten her posture. Fortunately, though his gaze was piercing, it bore no reproach. Song Sun, present, elder. Elderly nodded, his bony hand flipping through a hefty tome on the desk, the pages rustling softly. According to the rules, if the champion of the sect competition were an outer sect disciple, they would be granted direct entry into the inner sect, rewarded with 500 low-grade spirit crystals, 3 foundation establishment pills, and access to choose any technique from the second floor of the scripture repository. For an ordinary outer sect disciple, these rewards were indeed substantial. Song Sun maintained a respectful demeanor, yet a ripple of helplessness stirred within her heart. The spirit crystals were practical and currently her most pressing need. But the foundation establishment pills? Did she, a late-stage golden core cultivator, need them as mere candy? As for the techniques from the second floor of the scripture repository, they were akin to a chicken rib for her. Yes, I accept the rewards, elderly. She lowered her eyelids, accepting the items that seemed entirely mismatched to her prowess, eager to depart swiftly. As she turned, her skirt traced a delicate arc. She needed to hurry back to the outer sect dormitory to pack and move to the inner sect. Lingering in this awkward limelight any longer would be suffocating. Upon returning to the cramped dormitory, Song Sun secured the door and leaned against the cool surface, finally allowing herself to exhale the breath she had been holding. System. Check current task progress. Task progress, 2970100000. Upon seeing this number, the tension that had gripped her heart finally eased. It seemed the disciples of the Tianxian sect had largely accepted her identity. The remaining few individuals she did not concern herself with, as there would always be those who defy belief. However, the task progress had stalled. The experience pool of the Tianxian sect had been thoroughly drained. Waiting idly for news to circulate would take too long. She needed to take the initiative. Closing her eyes, Song Sun rapidly sifted through the original owner's memories and the plot of the original story in her mind. The other 4 regions of the Xunzhen continent were not particularly suited to her current cultivation level. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. How could she have forgotten? Besides the 5 regions, there was also the city of Tianyong. Tianyong City stood independent of the 5 regions, regarded as a sacred land for ascension by countless individuals. However, due to its unique geographical location, it was constructed by ancient powers who suspended it atop a towering peak, making it a place that is said to be the closest to the celestial realm. Various domains seek to vie for control over it, and under this mutual restraint, Tianyong City stands apart, becoming the sole independent entity on the Xunzhen continent. Its transcendent status and peculiar political landscape mean that once recognized there, its influence could ripple across the entire continent like a stone cast into water. Moreover, it is the headquarters of the Duobao Pavilion. Should she acquire any valuable items later on, she would have no worries about where to sell them. This truly is a fateful location. With a clap of her hands, Song Xiunjin made her decision. Chapter 15. Silently, Song Xiunjin gave a thumbs up. After moving to the inner sect, she had become neighbors with the female protagonist. However, upon reflection, since she would not be spending much time at the Tianxian sect in the future, it mattered little. Early the next morning, she informed the elder of the inner sect of her intention to venture out for training. The elder appeared surprised, seemingly wanting to dissuade her. But Song Xiunjin merely bowed respectfully, her attitude resolute, and without waiting for a response, turned to leave. She had no time for explanations, nor was there a need for any. To reach Tianyong City, one must board a gigantic flying vessel. Standing on the deck, the fierce wind whipped around her, causing her clothing to flutter. After a day's journey, she finally beheld the colossal structure atop the towering peak on the horizon. Tianyong City had finally arrived. The flying vessel gently descended at the designated dock outside the city. Song Xiunjin paid the entrance fee and joined the throng of people entering Tianyong City. Within the city, the streets were broad and bustling, filled with shops lining both sides, and cultivators moving about, their varying auras creating an atmosphere of remarkable prosperity. She first sought out a quiet inn in the southern district of the city. After settling in, Song Xiunjin began to inquire about the Duobao Pavilion. The Duobao Pavilion is a commercial organization that spans 5 domains, renowned for its vast array of treasures and excellent reputation. Tianyong City serves as its headquarters, situated in the most prosperous area at the heart of the city. For several consecutive days, Song Xiunjin lingered near the Duobao Pavilion, observing the individuals coming and going. She discovered that ordinary customers could only access the ground floor hall to meet with the managing officials. One either required a recommendation or had to prove sufficient financial means or special value. Unfortunately, she possessed neither at present. An invisible barrier kept her at bay. She needed an opportunity, a chance to capture the attention of the Duobao Pavilion without appearing overly eager. Song Xiunjin stepped into the Duobao Pavilion, maintaining an unassuming demeanor as she browsed like any ordinary customer. Yet, her ears functioned like the sharpest radar, keenly picking up the discussions of surrounding cultivators. It was said that Manager Qian had been troubled lately, as the Xinyu seal had suffered significant damage, and several masters within the pavilion had shaken their heads in despair. A high-grade magical artifact is not so easily repaired. What a pity. The Xinyu seal? A high-grade magical artifact? Song Xiunjin's heart stirred, noting the name as she glanced at the family token she always carried at her waist. Suddenly, a bold plan formed in her mind. Suppressing her excitement, she continued to wander, ultimately pausing at a counter specializing in rare refining materials. Behind the counter stood a kindly-looking steward. "Dear friend, what would you like to see?" The steward greeted with a smile. Song Xiunjin nonchalantly pointed at a piece of dark purple or displayed on the counter. "How much for this?" "Excellent, dear friend. This is high-quality Yunwen purple, or priced at 500 spirit crystals," the steward replied with a smile. Externally, Song Xiunjin remained unfazed, but internally, she was seething. 500 spirit crystals. For this wretched stone? What a swindler. Yet, she had to play the part well, with an air of casualness. She poured the spirit crystals onto the table, as if discarding a pile of useless pebbles. "Wrap it up. My elder at home is missing a piece of iron or for crafting a magical artifact." The steward's expression subtly shifted, his eyes discreetly scanning her figure before landing on the token at her waist, his gaze momentarily sharpening. When he looked up again, his face was adorned with an increasingly respectful smile. Indeed, this Yunwen purple ore is indeed excellent material for crafting magical artifacts. Watching Song Xiunjin's silhouette vanish through the entrance, the steward's smile instantly faded. He did not dare to be negligent, promptly retrieving a jade slip to meticulously record what he had seen and heard, hastily reporting it. After leaving the Duobao Pavilion, Song Xiunjin stepped into a nearby alley. She had not ventured far when she sensed a chilling aura of malice approaching. "Please, stay your steps, friend." A thin, black-robed man blocked her path, his eyes gleaming with unabashed greed. "I noticed your lavish spending at the Duobao Pavilion. Surely, you possess considerable wealth. I find myself in a tight spot lately and seek to borrow some treasures from you for a short while." His imposing presence, exuding the pressure of an early-stage golden core cultivator, surrounded her. Song Xiunjin halted, her expression betraying no emotion as she cast a casual glance at him. "Oh, borrow." The corners of her lips curled slightly, a mocking smile gracing her face as she uttered a few words. "Just you?" Provoked by her disdainful demeanor, the black-robed man snarled. Refusing a toast only to drink a penalty. An individual lacking even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy dared to. Before his words could finish, a sword swiftly severed his throat. "Robbery demands vigilance." Her tone remained flat, devoid of any inflection. "In your next life, remember to be more prudent." The black-robed man felt a sharp pain at his throat. He opened his mouth to speak, but emitted no sound, his body stiffening as he fell backward, until his last moment. He did not see how his opponent had drawn the sword. Xunzhen did not even glance at the corpse, but instead collected the storage bag from his waist, deeming it a meager trophy. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle is the most unvarnished truth. To spare him would mean endangering her own life. As night enveloped the alley, the distant lights remained dazzling. Xunzhen strolled calmly into the darkness, only relaxing her invisible aura of malice once she confirmed no one was following. Returning to her relatively quiet room at the Uli Inn, she firmly shut the door behind her, finally allowing herself to relax. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she gently patted her face, exhaling a long breath of pent-up anxiety. The icy facade she had donned for others finally shattered, revealing a hint of fatigue. Her earlier performance at the Duobao Pavilion had seemed casual, yet every word and action had been meticulously calculated. She was gambling on the discerning eyes of the pavilion's managers and their determination to repair that high-grade magical artifact. Should they not take the bait, she would need to devise another plan. Now was the time to play her first critical card. Taking a deep breath, she carefully retrieved the SR-level crafting mastercard of Mo Yen. For the first time, she summoned Mo Yen. The air shimmered slightly as purple light points floated in the air, gradually outlining a tall human silhouette. As the purple light dissipated, a figure appeared in the room. He slightly bowed, his voice gentle and respectful. Mo Yen, at your service. Mississippi Xunzhen immediately stepped forward, naturally supporting his arm as a junior would to a close elder, her face breaking into a sincere smile. Uncle Mo Yen, please, no need for formalities. Let me explain the current situation to you. The warmth emanating from his arm and the naturally affectionate address caused Mo Yen to momentarily pause. He had envisioned countless scenarios upon being summoned, perhaps a commanding tone or a cold transaction, but he had never anticipated this unguarded trust and intimacy. A long-forgotten warmth gently swept across his once quiet heart. He raised his gaze, only to meet Xunzhen's clear and fervent eyes, prompting him to focus and listen intently to her narrative. In essence, they needed to wait for the arrival of the Duobao Pavilion, under the auspices of the Song family, to assist in the restoration of a superior magical artifact. Upon hearing the words repairing the artifact, the once reserved expression of Mo Yen transformed into one of ease. He was well acquainted with the intricacies of artifact restoration. Rest assured, miss, he affirmed with a firm nod, his voice remaining calm yet imbued with an unshakable confidence. This matter would be entrusted to Mo Yen. Xunzhen silently gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 16, The Fish Bites. Meanwhile, in another part of the Duobao Pavilion, Manager Qian clutched a jade slip, his expression fluctuating with uncertainty. The atmosphere in the back hall was so tense it could be cut with a knife. Have you confirmed this? Did she truly say so? Elder Yen furrowed his brow, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Manager Qian nodded, absolutely true. This news was conveyed directly by Old Li. Refining artifacts? Scoffed a portly elder nearby, his entire frame quivering with laughter, in Tianyong City. We know all the renowned artifact smiths. A family suddenly claiming to refine artifacts? Nonsense. I suspect it's merely a spy sent by another faction to create a diversion. That's a narrow view, interjected a younger female elder languidly. The world is vast, filled with wonders. What if they are an elusive family? Elusive? More like they are fearful. Elder Yan's tone grew colder. Who knows if she has ulterior motives for purchasing materials? If we act rashly, what if we invite danger into our midst? But if she is indeed backed by an elusive family, a lean elder remarked eagerly, then perhaps only such individuals could restore the Xianxia seal. This might be our singular opportunity. After all, that treasure is as good as a hunk of scrap metal in the storeroom. Why not let her try? Try? Easier said than done. The plump elder sneered. Leaning back against his chair, superior magical artifacts are immensely precious. If something goes awry, who will bear the responsibility? You or I? Indeed. The century-old reputation of the Duobao Pavilion cannot hinge on a mere young girl. Wouldn't that be a laughingstock? But what if her family truly possesses the capability? Should we let the Xianxia seal remain useless? The hall erupted into chaos, proponents of experimentation clashing with staunch dissenters, each side growing increasingly heated, unable to sway the other. Finally, Manager Qian, who had remained silent, lifted his eyelids to survey the raucous assembly, gently tapping the edge of his teacup with the lid. The crisp sound immediately hushed the hall. Placing the cup down on the table, he spoke in a tone that brooked no argument. Have you all finished your bickering? If so, listen to what I have to say. As the chief steward of the Duobao Pavilion, Qian Yukai's words carried significant weight. He scanned the crowd. Objects are inanimate. If they cannot be repaired, they are no different from the scrap metal cluttering the storeroom, taking up space and requiring oversight. But people are alive. Given even a glimmer of hope, It is preferable to letting them rust away. Moreover, he paused before continuing with a solemn tone. Besides, we cannot assume she is even inclined to assist us. What good is our quarrel now? He stood decisively. Whether it is true or false, we shall ascertain through trial. Have Oldly prepare an appropriate gift, and I shall personally extend an invitation to that young lady. If successful, it would be a monumental stroke of fortune. If not, it would merely require some effort. It is far better than guarding a useless artifact while speculating endlessly. With that, Manager Qian strode out of the back hall, leaving a room full of elders with varied expressions. His decisive nature meant there would be no delay. By noon the following day, he, along with Oldly, arrived at the inn where Xunzhen was temporarily residing, carrying 2 boxes of exceptionally fine spiritual tea. He adjusted his robe, preparing to have Oldly knock on the door, when it was suddenly pulled open from the inside. It was Xunzhen who answered, her demeanor indifferent. However, upon noticing Oldly behind Manager Qian, she raised an eyebrow. What? Has the service of the Duobao Pavilion become so attentive that you must come personally? Miss Song. You jest, Manager Qian replied with the affable smile of a businessman, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Qian Yukai, the steward of Duobao Pavilion. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality during your last visit. I have come today for a follow-up. As he spoke, he presented the tea boxes with both hands, a humble offering of our locally sourced wild tea, a small token of respect. I hope you will accept it. Xunzhen casually took it, glancing at it before stepping aside to allow them entry. Come in. Following her inside, Manager Qian's gaze instinctively scanned the room, only to be momentarily taken aback. Seated at the table was an elderly gentleman in simple attire. His back turned to them as he intently polished what appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary long sword. The old man moved slowly, oblivious to their presence, devoid of any aura of spiritual energy, resembling an ordinary neighbor. Yet, how could a person accompanying Miss Song lack any spiritual essence? A wave of alarm surged through Qian Yukai. This individual must possess unfathomable cultivation, having reached a state of returning to simplicity. In truth, he sensed no spiritual fluctuations from Miss Song either. However, Duobao Pavilion was always well informed. He had already learned of the events that transpired in the alley the previous night. While a foundation building phase was not particularly impressive, the ability to dispatch a foundation building practitioner in one blow indicated exceptional skill. The Song family must have some unique methods for concealing their true cultivation. While his mind was tumultuous, Qian Yukai maintained an outward calm. May I inquire who this esteemed individual is? My elder, Mo Yin, Xunzhen replied flatly, taking a seat at the table. Qian Yukai promptly bowed respectfully to the old man. I am Qian Yukai, a junior, and I have the honor of meeting Senior Mo Yin. Mo Yin, seemingly oblivious to the introduction, continued his meticulous task of polishing the sword. Xunzhen gestured for Qian Yukai to sit down and directly addressed him. Manager Qian, let us get straight to the point. What brings you here today? After a brief pause, realizing that beating around the bush was futile in front of perceptive individuals, he replied candidly. Miss, I shall be forthright. Upon hearing you mention the refining of artifacts yesterday, I was greatly intrigued. I surmise your household possesses considerable knowledge on the matter. Xunzhen smiled gently, taking a sip from her teacup. So it pertains to this matter. I am not well versed in it. My uncle Mo Yin merely seeks to practice his skills by crafting an artifact for my amusement. Qian Yukai could only bitterly smile at her nonchalance. How could someone with such a casual attitude toward artifact crafting be so fortunate? Yet he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. So it turns out that Senior Mo Yin is the artifact master in question. My apologies for the oversight. Finally, having finished polishing the long sword, Mo Yin raised his head, offering a detached acknowledgement. Suppressing his excitement, Qian Yukai explained. Today's visit is indeed unexpected. However, within the pavilion, a superior magical artifact has suffered significant damage, and none of our artifact masters have been able to assist. Thus, upon hearing that Miss Song's elder could refine artifacts, I thought it prudent to seek your help. He then retrieved a storage bag from within his robes. Inside are 1,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. I hope that Miss Song and Master Mo will not refuse. A substantial reward shall follow upon successful completion. Oh, at the mention of a superior magical artifact, a flicker of interest danced across Mo Yan's otherwise impassive demeanor. What particular artifact do you possess? Pray, enlighten me. Qian Yukai, filled with exuberance, quickly exclaimed, it is the Town Mountain Seal, a legendary treasure passed down from ancient times, said to possess the power to turn rivers upside down. Alas, it has suffered significant damage and is now rendered completely unusable. The Town Mountain Seal, Mo Yin repeated, pondering for a moment before slightly bowing in the direction of Xunzhen. Miss, I have indeed heard of this Town Mountain Seal. It is said to have been left behind by a grand master of artifact forging in ancient times. To this day, I remain stagnant at the master level, unable to make further progress. If I could observe and restore the treasure left by the Grand Master, it would greatly benefit my cultivation. Upon hearing Mo Yin claim to be a master of artifact forging, Qin Yukai could no longer suppress the smile on his face. He too bowed towards Song Xunzhen, saying, "Miss Song, it seems this is a twist of fate. I wonder if Miss Song." Song Xunzhen nodded. "Since Uncle Mo Yin wishes to go, then let us proceed." "Ha ha ha, splendid. I shall return and prepare thoroughly, awaiting your arrival." Qin Yukai clapped his hands in laughter. Upon returning to the Duobao Pavilion, the smile on Qin Yotsai's face vanished in an instant. He coldly instructed Old Li, "Arrange the best courtyard in the pavilion. We must not neglect our esteemed guests." "Yes." Old Li complied and departed. Qin Yukai shook his sleeves, feeling even more elated upon recalling the news he had previously suppressed about his disappointing younger brother, who had come from the Tianxin sect branch. If Song Xunzhen truly arrived at the hidden family, and that elder Mo Yin was indeed a master of artifact forging, then Qin Yotsai's future would be boundless. Chapter 17, The Desperate Card Draw. Once the crowd had completely dispersed, Song Xunzhen immediately revealed her true self, joyfully snapping her fingers. "Uncle Mo Yin, perfect. A performance worthy of an award-winning actor." A subtle smile graced Mo Yin's otherwise placid face as he slightly bowed. "It is thanks to Mrs. Strategic Planning. Our cooperation was commendable." Song Xunzhen picked up the storage bag from the table and, probing with her spiritual sense, was dazzled by the sight of glimmering spirit crystals. Wow, the scent of wealth is truly intoxicating. Observing her avaricious demeanor, Mo Yin regarded her fondly. "Miss, this is merely the beginning. If we can repair the town mountain seal, the reward will be no less than tenfold. Money will come from all directions." Song Xunzhen clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling with excitement. On the afternoon of the third day, Song Xunzhen planned to take Mo Yin to the Duobao Pavilion. The timing was just right, neither appearing too eager nor entirely indifferent. The setting sun elongated their shadows, and most shops along the street had already closed, leaving only a few pedestrians. As she reached the middle of the street, an intensely cold aura suddenly enveloped them. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, and the light dimmed. A vague shadow silently materialized not far ahead, exuding a suffocating and terrifying pressure. Transformation stage. The alarm bells rang in Song Xunzhen's mind, and cold sweat broke out on her back. Almost instinctively, she gripped her sword tightly. Mo Yin promptly stepped forward, shielding Song Xunzhen behind him with a grave expression. "Who goes there?" The shadow's features were obscured, but its emotionless eyes fixated on them. Its voice hoarse. "You too. Can you repair the treasures of the Duobao Pavilion?" "Damn it." Song Xunzhen cursed under her breath. The depths of the Duobao Pavilion were indeed unfathomable, and news had spread far too quickly. The visitor clearly bore ill intentions. Unwilling to let them proceed to the Duobao Pavilion for repairs, they either held a grudge against the Duobao Pavilion or were somehow connected to the damaged treasure. Now, she found herself at the gunpoint, and with Mo Yin at the Golden Core stage and herself at the Nascent Soul stage. Even together, they were no match for the shadow. Thankfully, she had a command token on her, its function still active, preventing her from kneeling before the pressure of the transformation stage. What to do? What to do? This was the second time Song Xunzhen faced a survival crisis since arriving in this world. But she was clearly more composed than the first. Biting her tongue, the sharp pain instantly dispelled some of her fear. As the young lady of a hidden family, she must have her trump cards. If she rashly cried out for help now, not only would her previous efforts be in vain, but she would also invite greater danger from the opponent. Only by firmly establishing her identity as the young lady of a hidden family could she instill caution in her adversary. She forcefully pushed Mo Yin, who was shielding her, aside, stepping forward with her chin deliberately raised, her face betraying no hint of panic, only a condescending arrogance. "Who dares to block my path?" Her voice was cold, laced with disdain. "Get lost." Mo Yin understood her intent and respectfully retreated behind her. The shadow narrowed its eyes, facing the pressure of the transformation stage. This little girl dared to speak so arrogantly. Either she was foolish or had some hidden support. Unable to gauge the depths of her and the old servant's cultivation. Could it be that the old servant was even more powerful than him? In his moment of uncertainty, he decided to test them further. "Little girl, seeking death." He raised his hand and hurled a dagger infused with transformation stage spiritual energy directly at Song Xunzhen. At the same time, he took a step back, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Without hesitation, Mo Yin struck out with a palm to intercept. PFF. The gap between the nascent soul and the transformation stage was like a chasm. Mo Yin was violently shaken, a mouthful of blood spurted forth, and he staggered back several steps, his face paling instantly. Song Xianxia's heart clenched, but she maintained her haughty expression, revealing no trace of fear, instead sneering. You dare to harm my people? The shadow scoffed, injured? So what? Just a mere nascent soul servant. However, judging by this little girl's demeanor, she must have someone backing her. I might as well eliminate her here to avoid unforeseen complications. As for this old servant, since he is crucial to the treasure's restoration, I shall take him back for reporting. Feeling the shadow's palpable killing intent, Song Xianxian realized that her only lifeline lay with the system. She currently possessed over 1,000 spirit crystals, sufficient for one tenfold card draw. A resolute glint flashed in her eyes. System. Tenfold card draw. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Within the consciousness space, brilliant light surged wildly, countless cards whizzing past. Most were ordinary materials, and a few spirit stones returned, still lacking any crucial cards, causing Song Xianxian to clench her fists in desperation. The shadow seemed to lose patience, raising its hand again as the air around them began to distort, a destructive force coalescing. The breath of death had never felt so imminent. Suddenly, just as the transformation stage cultivator's hand was about to strike, an indescribably brilliant golden light erupted within Song Xianxian's consciousness. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSR level character card, Protector Yin Nuo, Mahayana stage. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S level item card, Realm Random Enhancement Pill. It was indeed the Mahayana stage. Song Xianxian was instantly filled with ecstasy. After the transformation stage came the void refining stage, and after that, the integration stage, leading to the Mahayana stage. A Mahayana stage cultivator was a top-tier existence in this world. One could easily dispatch 10 transformation stage cultivators with a mere thought. In an instant, a figure clad in pure white appeared before Song Xianxian. It was a woman, her features as cold as a moonlit spring. Dressed in a simple white gown, radiating the overwhelming pressure of the Mahayana stage like an ancient mountain. The shadow, poised to strike, froze in its tracks, its eyes widening in disbelief, filled with horror. No, this isn't fair. How can one call for help in a fight? During the period of the Great Ascendance, the entire Tianyong city scarcely boasted a handful of individuals at this level, and yet, here appeared one unexpectedly to safeguard a mere child. Yin Nuo did not even cast a glance at the shadow. Instead, she slightly tilted her head and whispered to Song Xianxian behind her, Miss. Yin Nuo has arrived late and caused you distress. Her voice was serene and undisturbed, yet imbued with a soothing power. Song Xianxian's heart, which had been racing violently, gradually calmed, a feeling of exhaustion after a near escape washing over her, yet it was overshadowed by an uncontrollable excitement. The Great Ascendance. This was the power of an SSR grade card. The shadow reacted swiftly, realizing it had encountered a formidable opponent, and without hesitation, retreated, transforming into a cloud of black smoke in an attempt to flee. You dare to offend the miss and still think to escape? Yin Nuo's tone remained flat, but she extended her 5 fingers and gently grasped at the retreating smoke. The smoke, which had already fled 100 feet away, seemed to be seized by an invisible giant hand, violently yanked back from the void, crashing heavily to the ground and spewing blood. Only then did Yin Nuo direct her gaze towards him, as one might regard an insignificant insect. Who sent you? The shadow clenched its teeth, seemingly still intent on resisting. However, under Yin Nuo's cold gaze, the shadow felt as if struck by a heavy blow, collapsing onto the ground, breath weak and retching blood incessantly. It was the Tianqing Merchant Guild. They sent me. Faced with an overwhelming disparity in strength, the will to resist fled from him, and he divulged the truth in a stammering manner. The Tianqing Merchant Guild was one of the rivals of the Duobao Pavilion, naturally wishing to thwart its efforts in restoring that artifact. Upon hearing this, Yin Nuo ceased her inquiries and simply turned to Song Xianxian. Miss, how shall we proceed? Taking a deep breath, Song Xianxian recognized this as a splendid opportunity to complete her system task. She approached the shadow, looking down from her elevated position, her voice as chilling as ice, laced with palpable displeasure at the affront. I will strip you of your cultivation and spare your life to return and deliver the message. Inform the Tianqing Merchant Guild and all those lurking in the shadows that the Song family does not seek trouble, nor do we fear it. Today, I will render you powerless as a small lesson. Her eyes turned icy, and the murderous intent in her tone caused the already weakened shadow to feel as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. Should anyone dare to extend their claws again, I shall annihilate their entire clan. Yin Nuo nodded, her fingertips lightly tapping, and the shadow emitted a piercingly sorrowful scream as its entire cultivation was instantaneously obliterated. Begone. The shadow scrambled away in a frenzied escape. Chapter 18. With the Great Ascendance emerged, who would dare contest? As the shadow vanished around the corner, the sky darkened entirely. The night cloaked the surroundings like ink, with only a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Song Xiunjin hurried to Mu Yan's side, trembling slightly upon touching his icy arm. "Uncle Mu Yan, are your injuries severe?" Mu Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. "Just a minor injury, nothing to worry about." Song Xiunjin inhaled deeply, a wave of guilt washing over her. If only she had been more cautious, had informed the Duobao Pavilion to send reinforcements earlier, perhaps this incident could have been averted. Yun Nuo stood quietly beside them, observing the scene, her cool demeanor softening slightly. She stepped forward and offered reassurance. "Miss need not worry. Upon reaching the Duobao Pavilion, I shall tend to Mu Yan's injuries." Hearing this, the tension in Song Xiunjin's heart eased a fraction. "Sister Yun Nuo, I entrust this to you." Earlier, after summoning Mu Yan, she had checked the card information within the system. Each permanent card could only be summoned once. If a card sustained grievous injuries and did not receive timely treatment, it would be declared officially dead after a period, resulting in the card being torn apart. Thus, Song Xiunjin felt an urgency to complete her system tasks. Only by drawing more powerful cards and enhancing her own strength could she protect herself and those around her. They were not mere cards. Once summoned, they became living, breathing beings, capable of suffering and dying. Yun Nuo nodded, her tone gentle yet resolute. "Rest assured." Supporting Mu Yan, Song Xiunjin walked alongside Yun Nuo toward the Duobao Pavilion. They had barely traveled a short distance when they spotted Qian Yukai leading several guards in a hurried approach. "Miss Song, Senior Mu Yan, are you both unharmed?" Qian Yukai rushed forward, his tone urgent. How could the Tianqing Merchant Guild stoop so low as to attack mid-journey? "This is a grave oversight on our part." His gaze swept over the two, and upon seeing that Mu Yan's injuries were not severe, he sighed in relief. He had been patrolling within the Duobao Pavilion when he received news that the Tianqing Merchant Guild had dispatched someone to intercept Miss Song and Mu Yan. Though he believed Mu Yan to be highly skilled and unlikely to encounter trouble, it did not hinder his desire to show concern. Indeed, just as he had stepped a few paces away from the Duobao Pavilion, he felt a terrifying pressure from the great ascendants suddenly descend upon him. He was only at the early stage of the spirit transformation, and that earlier encounter had nearly frightened him to death. All his suspicions vanished in an instant, replaced by immense relief. After all, only a truly reclusive family could possess such depth. That overwhelming pressure had likely enveloped the entirety of Tianyong City. The various masters throughout the city must have felt a sense of unease. Unexpectedly, Qian Yukai discreetly shifted his gaze to the white-clad woman standing nearby. Realizing that this great ascendance had another identity, she merely stood there quietly, like a clear spring under the moonlight, her beauty seemingly out of place with her surroundings. Pure and untainted by the dust of the world, he respectfully bowed toward Yun Nuo before turning to Song Xiunjin, cautiously inquiring, "May I ask who this is?" Song Xiunjin's expression turned frosty. "Yun Nuo, my guardian." After saying this, she shifted her gaze, her tone imbued with a hint of menace. "The audacity of the Tianqing Merchant Guild to provoke me shall not go unpunished." Qian Yukai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. With a guardian at the great ascendant's level and a master craftsman as an elder, the strength of the Song family was unfathomable, making him shudder at the thought. Fortunately, he was grateful that the Duobao Pavilion had aligned itself with such a formidable ally. He hastily bowed in agreement. Indeed, indeed. The Tianqing Merchant Guild is utterly audacious. The Duobao Pavilion shall not turn a blind eye. His demeanor grew increasingly respectful. "Accommodations have been prepared for you within the pavilion. Might I escort you to rest?" Senior Mu Yan's injuries cannot be delayed. Song Xiunjin regarded him, modestly nodding. "That would be acceptable." Qian Yukai quickly stepped aside to lead the way. "Please follow me. We have superior recovery pills within the pavilion, perfect for treating seniors' injuries." Following Qian Yukai, Song Xiunjin and her party entered the Duobao Pavilion. Inside, it retained its previous aura, replete with ethereal energy and lavish decor. Yet at that moment, she felt no inclination to admire it. Qian Yukai respectfully guided them to a separate courtyard at the back of the pavilion. "Miss Song, this area is equipped with a barrier formation, ensuring complete tranquility. Does it meet your satisfaction?" "Very considerate." Song Xiunjin nodded slightly, assisting Mu Yan to sit beside a stone table. Yun Nuo stepped forward, her fingertips glowing with a soft white light, gently touching Mu Yan's shoulder. The white light flowed like warm water, and Mu Yan's pale complexion visibly regained its color, while his chaotic energy gradually stabilized. The guilt that had weighed heavily on Song Xiunjin's heart finally eased a bit, and she turned to Yun Nuo, sincerely expressing, "Sister Yun Nuo, thank you." Yun Nuo offered a gentle smile. "It is within my duties." Her gaze swept across the courtyard, and she subtly nodded, clearly approving of the level of protection it offered. Qian Yukai, displaying keen insight, promptly presented a jade vial with both hands. "Miss Song, This contains superior recovery pills. Although Senior S injuries are no longer severe, they are excellent for fortifying and nurturing one's essence. Song Xiunjin accepted it without hesitation, refraining from expressing gratitude. Instead, posing a question in a calm yet firm tone. Manager Qian, how do you perceive the actions of the Tianqing Merchant Guild today? Qian Youcai's body stiffened. Realizing that it was time to make a statement, filled with righteous indignation, he exclaimed, the actions of the Tianqing Merchant Association not only stand against Miss Song, but also slap the face of our Duobao Pavilion. Rest assured, Miss Song, from this moment forth, our Duobao Pavilion will suspend all cooperation with the Tianqing Merchant Association and will disseminate information within the industry to expose their despicable conduct. This declaration was anticipated by Song Xiunjin. She intended to leverage the influence of Duobao Pavilion to seize the initiative. Excellent. Song Xiunjin elegantly lifted the spirit tea beside her and took a delicate sip, her demeanor poised and unruffled. I am weary and require rest. We shall discuss other matters tomorrow. This was a clear signal to dismiss her guests. Qian Yukai understood immediately, responding repeatedly, yes, 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 miss, please take your rest. Should you need anything, simply summon the maid outside. With that, he bowed and exited, gently closing the door behind him. Within the courtyard, only 3 remained. Song Xiunjin let out a long breath and seated herself upon a stone bench. She gazed at Mo Yin and Yun Nuo, her eyes filled with trepidation. Mo Yin stretched his limbs and spoke in a low voice. Miss, there is no need to blame yourself excessively. Accidents are inevitable when one ventures outside. Yun Nuo added softly. With me here, no one can harm you in the slightest. A warm current surged through Song Xiunjin's heart as she nodded vigorously. She lowered her gaze to the teacup in her hands, the tea clear and the leaves swirling within. The events of today must never be repeated. Her expression gradually transformed into one of resolute determination. Strength is the only foundation. The Tianqing Merchant Association. I shall remember this enmity. Chapter 19. Partners. After dividing the rooms, Song Xiunjin sat alone on her bed, retrieving the randomly drawn realm enhancement pill from her system space. Now at the late golden core stage, she was curious to see how much this pill would enhance her, and without hesitation, she swallowed it whole. The spiritual energy within her surged violently, instantly breaking through the golden core stage and reaching the nascent soul phase, even charging towards the transformation stage without any hindrance. Elated, Song Xiunjin jumped from her bed, astonished that the system's pill was so potent, propelling her into the early transformation stage. The obstacles that had hindered her today were merely at the transformation stage. Had she drawn the card a day earlier, perhaps Uncle Mo Yin would not have been injured. Her excitement gradually subsided as she sat down again, contemplating calmly. The spiritual crystals on her person were now nearly depleted, and cooperation with Duobao Pavilion was urgent. Furthermore, after completing Task 1, she would also receive 1,000 spiritual crystals. She accessed the system interface and opened the task bar. Task progress, 530110000. Halfway through already, it seemed the news in Tianyong City spread rapidly. The next morning, Qian Yukai was already waiting respectfully outside the guest house. He felt quite anxious, both hoping that Senior Mo Yan's injuries were healing and feeling reverence for Yun Nuo, who had already reached the Great Ascension stage. When he saw Song Xiunjin and the others exiting the door with their usual composure, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. He quickly approached. Miss Song, esteemed seniors, the pavilion master is awaiting you on the top floor and has sent me to guide you. Thank you for your trouble. Manager Qian, Song Xiunjin replied with a slight nod, her demeanor graceful. At the top tier of Duobao Pavilion, in an extraordinarily opulent reception room, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, emanating a profound aura, sat upright. Recently, he had secluded himself to break through to the void refinement stage, entrusting all matters of Duobao Pavilion to Qian Yukai. To his surprise, upon emerging from seclusion, Qian Yukai brought him tremendous news. After reviewing all the intelligence, Lu Wanyan's mood was undeniably buoyant. If he could establish a connection with a hidden noble family, he would not even need to consider the opinions of the 3 major sanctuaries. Duobao Pavilion had originally relied on the Taishu Sanctuary, but the recent requests from Taishu had become increasingly excessive, leaving him discontented. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes at the thought. Before he could ponder further, a knock at the door interrupted him. Qian Yukai opened the door and ushered Song Xiunjin and the others in. Lu Wanyan quickly rose to greet them, dropping any semblance of superiority as pavilion master and adopting an exceedingly humble posture. I am Lu Wanyan. Miss Song's arrival brings great honor to Duobao Pavilion. Song Xiunjin's expression remained neutral as she merely nodded, taking a seat alongside Mo Yin and Yun Nuo, showing no intention for pleasantries. After all, Duobao Pavilion not only sought her assistance, but also now held a certain trepidation towards her after witnessing yesterday's events. The higher her posture, the more she could maintain control. As anticipated, once seated, Lu Wanyan proactively broached the topics of cooperation and compensation. I am truly ashamed for the fright caused to the three yesterday. To express my apologies and demonstrate sincerity, Duobao Pavilion is willing to fulfill any request of Miss Song. He inquired about the Xinyu seal. This time, Song Xunzhen did not beat around the bush. She looked calmly at Lu Wanyan and stated directly, Pavilion Master Lu, let us speak plainly. I am willing to repair the Xinyu seal, as I had previously promised Manager Qian, but given the events of yesterday. She paused, her tone firm. Uncle Mo Yin was injured, which displeases me greatly. Therefore, I have 3 conditions. Please, miss. Lu Wanyan leaned forward slightly. First, the Tianqing Merchant Association dared to strike at me. This matter cannot simply be resolved. I require Duobao Pavilion to utilize all its power to ensure the Tianqing Merchant Association pays the price for this. Lu Wanyan immediately affirmed, naturally. The Tianqing Merchant Association's despicable actions will not go unpunished. We have already reached a consensus to terminate all cooperation and mobilize all forces to suppress them. Excellent. Song Xunzhen acknowledged, satisfied with his response. Second, as I am new among my clan's elders, I require the most comprehensive intelligence network of Duobao Pavilion to serve me. I want to be informed of any developments across the entire Xuanzang continent at the first moment. No problem, Duobao Pavilion's intelligence system is at your service. Lu Wanyan readily agreed, seeing these as existing resources that could easily be extended as a favor. Third, Song Xunzhen's gaze remained steady as she looked at Lu Wanyan. I require 30% of Duobao Pavilion's annual profits. Lu Wanyan's breath caught. 30% of profits was indeed a substantial demand. Qian Yukai beside him felt as though his heart nearly stopped. The atmosphere in the hall instantly thickened with tension. At that moment, Mo Yan's deep voice shattered the silence. Pavilion Master Lu, do you not wish to restore the Xinyu seal? This statement resonated like thunder in Lu Wanyan's ears. The Xinyu seal was immensely valuable. If restored, it could significantly enhance Duobao Pavilion's overall strength. He turned sharply to Mo Yan, noticing the latter's calm demeanor, clearly confident. Seizing the moment, Song Xunzhen continued. Her tone still unruffled yet laden with irresistible temptation. This 30% profit is not without cost. In addition to Uncle Mo Yan's assistance in restoring the Xinyu seal, I can also promise to refine a custom magical artifact for Duobao Pavilion each year. Furthermore, she deliberately elongated her words. My Song family can also periodically provide rare resources that are difficult to find from the outside, aiding Duobao Pavilion to reach even greater heights. Rare resources, coupled with the restoration of the Xinyu seal and the annual custom artifact. Lu Wanyan's mind raced as he calculated the benefits. The trade-off of 30% profits for the protection of a hidden noble family appeared to be a hefty price, yet the potential rewards were boundless. The Taishu Sanctuary had been excessively oppressive, and collaborating with a hidden noble family was undoubtedly an exceptional opportunity for Duobao Pavilion to overpower the Taishu Sanctuary. Agreed. Lu Wanyan answered decisively, without hesitation, even tinged with excitement. From today forth, Miss Song shall be the sole partner of Duobao Pavilion, holding equal authority with me. I personally oversee the affairs concerning the Tianqing Merchant Association, a pivotal alliance destined to shape the future landscape of Tianyong City and even the entire Xuanzang continent, has been successfully established. The negotiations proceeded with an unexpected smoothness, leaving Song Xunzhen immensely satisfied. She recognized that her first step within Tianyong City had been firmly set. Upon exiting the reception hall, Song Xunzhen stood atop the lofty corridor, surveying the bustling splendor of Tianyong City below. Yin Nuo softly remarked, Miss, everything has gone smoothly. Mo Yin nodded in agreement. With the Duobao Pavilion as a foundation, your safety and development are now somewhat assured. Song Xunzhen responded with a gentle acknowledgement. Yet her gaze drifted towards the headquarters of the Tianqing Merchant Association, her expression growing increasingly frigid. She understood that the Tianqing Merchant Association would not remain passive. Greater storms were surely on the horizon. She must strike a decisive blow to the Tianqing Merchant Association to firmly secure the Song family's hidden lineage title. Particularly, once she obtained the profit distribution negotiated at the Duobao Pavilion today, she would be free to fully engage in card drawing. At that point, all issues would be effortlessly resolved, and everything would only improve from here. Surely, it would get better. Chapter 20. Storm clouds gather within Tianyong City. Li Zhao stumbled through the alleyways, blood continuously seeping from the corner of his mouth and staining his clothing. Each breath sent a fiery pain coursing through his lungs. He dared not pause, nor even glance back at the direction he had fled, fearful that the haunting figure in white might reappear like a nightmare. He had initially believed this to be merely an easily accomplished task. Who could have anticipated that he would encounter such an ironclad obstacle? The Tianqing Merchant Association had stirred up immense trouble this time. He must return swiftly to report to the president. Gritting his teeth, Li Zhao summoned the last remnants of his strength, laboriously moving toward the headquarters of the Tianqing Merchant Association, having been stripped of his cultivation. A journey that once took mere moments now consumed an entire night. At the entrance of the Tianqing Merchant Association, the guard spotted his beggar-like figure approaching and immediately shouted, "Halt! Who goes there? Dare you trespass upon the Tianqing Merchant Association?" "It is I, Li Zhao," he croaked, expending his last ounce of energy to shout. His voice as rough as sandpaper. "Elderly?" The guards hesitated, moving closer to discern his features. Upon recognizing the faintly familiar countenance, they were struck with terror. "Elder, what has happened to you?" The news spread like wildfire throughout the Tianqing Merchant Association. As two guards supported the nearly exhausted Li Zhao into the main hall, they found President Li Tianqing and several core elders already gathered. Upon witnessing Li Zhao's dreadful state, Li Tianqing's pupils constricted sharply, his aura uncontrollably fluctuating, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. "Li Zhao, what transpired?" His voice was icy, laced with suppressed fury. The humiliation of a nascent god elder, one of the Merchant Association's top powers, returning in such a disgraceful state was intolerable. Li Zhao collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "President, I am incompetent. It's all ruined. Completely ruined." He recounted the events in Tianyong City in fragmented bursts, particularly the warning from Xunzhen, leaving no detail concealed. Great Ascension Stage? Was it that pressure from last night? The other elders gasped in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. If the protectors of the Song family were indeed at the Great Ascension Stage, then the combined forces of the Tianqing Merchant Association and all other factions in Tianyong City would scarcely be a match for them. Li Tianqing's expression darkened to an almost palpable degree, his fingers gripping the armrests of his chair tightly. He fixed a penetrating gaze upon the kneeling Li Zhao, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. After a long silence, he finally squeezed out a question through clenched teeth. "Are you certain it was the Great Ascension Stage? Not some artifact?" "Absolutely certain. Completely certain." Li Zhao raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and filled with terror. The hall fell into an oppressive silence, each countenance reflecting profound unease. Li Tianqing's chest heaved violently, clearly struggling to contain his emotions. "Dispatch someone to notify the Taishu Sacred Land and convey the complete details of today's events." He paused, his voice imbued with an air of deep exhaustion and chill. "Furthermore, send Elder Li to the quiet chamber for recuperation." Everyone withdrew, assisting Li Zhao as he left, his stooped figure embodying desolation. Li Tianqing remained alone in the empty hall, gazing at the overcast sky outside, his fists clenched, nails digging into his palms. For both the Duobao Pavilion and the Tianqing Merchant Association to emerge from Tianyong City and expand towards the 5 domains, they needed to align themselves with the 3 great sacred lands. The Yaoshan Sacred Land was renowned for its alchemy, flourishing with wealth. The Lingxiao Sacred Land maintained a stance of neutrality, appearing unbiased on the surface. Only the Taishu Sacred Land was ever eager to meddle in the affairs of various factions. Thus, Li Tianqing, like the Duobao Pavilion, chose to ally with the Taishu Sacred Land. Yet, over the years, the Duobao Pavilion had consistently overshadowed the Tianqing Merchant Association, causing him considerable frustration. Just as the Duobao Pavilion seemed to be growing increasingly rebellious, the Taishu Sacred Land shifted its support to the Tianqing Merchant Association. Who could have foreseen that their first task would end in such a catastrophic defeat? Now, the Tianqing Merchant Association had thoroughly offended both the Duobao Pavilion and the Song family, leaving no path for retreat. He had no choice but to stake everything on the Taishu Sacred Land. In the past 2 days, while Tianyong City appeared tranquil on the surface, tumultuous currents roiled beneath. The unfamiliar pressure from the Great Ascension Stage had shattered the facade of calm maintained by the various factions within Tianyong City. The news of a nascent god elder from the Tianqing Merchant Association intercepting a distinguished guest from the Duobao Pavilion, only to return bloodied and stripped of his cultivation, spread rapidly. The city lord's manor convened an urgent meeting overnight, while the ancestors of the 4 great families emerged from seclusion, their collective awareness interweaving across the night sky. It could be said that the entire Tianyong City was watching the newly emerged Song family. The outcome of this clash between the 2 major merchant associations would directly influence the stance of all factions within Tianyong City. Song Xiunzhen sat atop the largest tavern in Tianyong City with Yun Nuo, while Mo Yin remained at the Duobao Pavilion to repair artifacts. The tavern buzzed with discussions regarding the recent events and the comprehensive pressure exerted by the Duobao Pavilion upon the Tianqing Merchant Association. Have you heard? The 100 Refinements Workshop in the west of the city announced this morning that they will no longer provide any artifacts to the Tianqing Merchant Association. Not just that. I have a relative working at the Duobao Pavilion who said they are genuinely angry this time. Anyone who continues to engage with the Tianqing Merchant Association will be considered an enemy of the Duobao Pavilion. Ambushing esteemed guests? TSK. The Tianqing Merchant Association used to appear quite respectable, yet they've resorted to such despicable acts. Truly self-sabotaging. In their words, the previous remnants of doubt had been utterly replaced by disdain, solidified by the veracity of the news. The series of rapid and ruthless maneuvers by the Duobao Pavilion not only severed the lifeline of resources for the Tianqing Merchant Association, but also dealt a devastating blow to its foundational credibility in the business realm. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded in satisfaction, her gaze casually sweeping over the stalls below. She understood that the Duobao Pavilion could accomplish only so much. The remaining tasks necessitated her personal involvement. As the wind tousled her dark, flowing hair and sunlight illuminated her face, she appeared almost ethereal, as if a goddess had descended, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Mu Changyan stood below, his gaze fixed upward, and upon catching sight of her visage, he instinctively tightened his grip on his folding fan. It was an indescribable feeling, not merely astonishment at her beauty, but rather a stirring of instinctive intrigue and an irresistible yearning to probe into the depths of an unfathomable existence. He recalled the words spoken by his father, Mu Liang, the lord of Tianyong City, the previous night. You and your brother are not the same. He is destined to inherit the title of lord, while you shall be his most devoted aide. Upon uttering these words, Mu Liang cast a meaningful glance at Mu Changyan, one filled with satisfaction and a piercing scrutiny, as if assessing whether a product about to grace the shelves would fetch a handsome price. Mu Changyan maintained a stoic expression, the curve of his lips seemingly calculated. His father had indicated that Changyan must diligently cultivate his skills and exert every effort to assist his brother. Mu Liang then laughed heartily, his words resounding. There's no need to wait for the future. A splendid opportunity lies before us right now. Mu Changyan had always known his father to be quite absurd, yet he never anticipated that Mu Liang would absurdly suggest that he entice a woman. Changyan, you possess striking looks and a gentle disposition, most suitable for domestic life. Miss Song will surely take a liking to you. He was well aware of Song Xiuanjing, the reputed young lady from a reclusive family. How amusing, he thought, lowering his gaze and silently chuckling. What a delightful surprise this was. Chapter 21. The winds of change having gathered sufficient information, Song Xiuanjing intended to return to Duobao Pavilion with Yun Nua. Just as she stepped out the door, a warm voice called her back softly. Miss, please hold on. Is this your handkerchief? She turned to see a young gentleman in azure attire bending down to pick up a pale pink handkerchief from the ground. His features were refined, his stature tall, and as he bent, his belt accentuated his slender waist, further enhancing his exceptional grace. Truly a striking young man. Song Xiuanjing's gaze lingered on him for a moment before she unexpectedly smiled. She had not anticipated that the people of Tianyong City would employ such a handsome ploy for their first test. She did not reach for the handkerchief, merely casting a casual glance. You are mistaken, sir, she replied coolly. This does not belong to me. Mu Changyan, sensing her disinterest, withdrew his hand with an apologetic expression. I had thought it was yours, and I inadvertently disturbed you. His demeanor was natural, striking a pleasant balance. He allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, akin to a gentle spring breeze. I am Mu Changyan of the City Lord's Mansion. It is a pleasure to meet you. Mississippi, may I inquire your name? Upon finishing his sentence, he appeared somewhat bashful, his gaze briefly averting, yet he ultimately feigned composure as he looked back at Song Xiuanjing, his cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Might I be fortunate enough to invite you for a cup of tea? Song Xiuanjing regarded him with an indifferent gaze, devoid of any discernible emotion. Behind her, Yun Nua's expression grew cold, taking a step forward, an invisible pressure subtly permeating the air. Nonetheless, Song Xiuanjing raised her hand to halt Yun Nua's advance. In passing, what significance does a name hold? If she were truly a young lady from a reclusive family, she might have considered indulging in a playful exchange in response to such a charming invitation. Unfortunately, she was not, and the intentions of the people of Tianyong City were misguided, as romantic entanglements held no meaning for her. After all, since entering this world of immortals, surviving had already consumed her utmost efforts, had it not? Thus, she coldly interrupted Mu Changyan before he could utter another word. Sir, there is no need for tea. Rather than extend such an invitation, it would be far more prudent for the City Lord's Mansion to ensure the proper governance of Tianyong City. Her tone was tinged with a sardonic smile, for it is quite disappointing, indeed, With that, she turned and departed, with Yun Nuo closely following. Casting a sharp glance at Mu Changyan before leaving, Mu Changyan stood rooted to the spot, acutely aware of the icy warning conveyed by her gaze. He tightened his grip on his folding fan, his fingers turning pale. The first encounter had ended in failure, yet it seemed not entirely a defeat. For he had indeed made an impression on Miss Song. Reflecting on the formidable pressure he had just felt, he closed his eyes, savoring the experience. Such immense power was undeniably alluring. As Song Xianxiang melded into the crowd, she chuckled softly to Yun Nuo, "Sister Yun, what do you suppose they are thinking? Do they truly believe I could be so easily swayed by charms? Or are they attempting to lower my guard with such handsome distractions?" Yun Nuo chuckled resignedly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. After Duobao Pavilion made its move, I suspect the Tianxing Merchant Association is likely beside themselves with rage. Song Xianxiang scoffed lightly. I only fear they might not be angry enough. This fire must be stoked even higher. Within the Tianxing Merchant Association, Li Tianxing wore a grim expression, slamming his palm down on the table, sending everything crashing to the floor. Useless. A bunch of inept fools. He gasped, his breath coming in quick bursts. As the elders fell silent in fear, the Song family and Duobao Pavilion are simply too brazen. Amidst the tense atmosphere, a figure suddenly burst in, kneeling before Li Tianxing while holding a jade slip high above his head. "President, we have received a response from the Taishu Sacred Ground." Li Tianxing straightened up, snatching the jade slip and probing his consciousness into it. Gradually, his previously darkened expression improved, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Duobao Pavilion, since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me for being unkind." He beckoned an elder to come closer and whispered a few words in his ear. Watching the elder depart, he leisurely straightened his somewhat disheveled clothing and resumed his position at the head of the table. Meanwhile, the heads of the Li, Lin, and Lu families gathered together, each displaying an array of expressions. "Are you saying that Mu Liang, that old fool, sent his second son to court Miss Song?" The manager of the Drunken Immortal Lounge, still kneeling on the ground, nodded vigorously, adding, "Not only that, but young Master Mu also failed." Miss Song turned and left, leaving him with a ghastly expression. Mu Changyan failed? Li Jin, the head of the Li family, stroked his beard, narrowing his eyes. "That is shameless." Wang Tonghai, the head of the Wang family, slammed his hand on the table. "What face does Mu Liang have left to show in Tianyong City?" Lin Zhirong, the head of the Lin family, spoke solemnly. "If word of this spreads throughout Tianyong City, it would surely invite laughter from the 5 domains." Indeed, Lui, the head of the Lu family, snorted disdainfully. "Does that Song family truly believe that Tianyong City fears them?" The 4 exchanged glances, all equally indignant and filled with righteous indignation. Li Jin spoke slowly. "Since the rules have been broken, let the city lord's mansion give us an explanation." In the great hall, a collective animosity arose, as if Mu Liang had become the common enemy of Tianyong City. However, when night fell and they returned to their secret enclaves, the righteous facades began to crumble. Upon returning to the Wang residence, Wang Tonghai summoned his trusted aide, Wang Xing. "Do we have any young men of exceptional looks and intellect in our family?" he whispered, a stark contrast to his earlier fury. Wang Xing was taken aback. "Do you mean? If the Mu family wishes to employ the beauty ploy, shall we not do the same?" Wang Tonghai sneered. "Find someone even more handsome and charming than that Mu boy. Remember, this must be done discreetly. No one must know." Li Jin turned to his wife, observing the young man kneeling below. "Hui Zhou, you are a clever lad. If you chance upon Miss Song and win her favor, you shall have your place in the Tianyong City Prodigy rankings." Li Huizhou's head snapped up, his excitement barely contained. If he were to participate in the Tianjiao rankings, his prowess would undoubtedly shine brilliantly, granting him entrance to the 3 sacred lands and allowing him to sever ties with the Li family completely. The light cast upon his face rendered his features exquisitely picturesque, radiating an enchanting beauty. Lin Zhirong paced anxiously at home. Even that scion of the Mu family had faltered, indicating that Miss Song possesses discerning taste. Could it be that she harbors a disinclination for men? He recalled that aside from an elderly gentleman, the only companion by Song Sun's side was an ethereally beautiful woman. After much contemplation, he deemed it prudent to capture both a male and a female for the task. Abruptly halting his steps, he instructed the shadows, "Summon Jingqing and Jingbai. The siblings are adept at earning trust." Lu Yi stood by the window, gazing at the starry night. Their plans were already in motion. Behind him stood a strikingly handsome and robust man. "Your style diverges from the others. There remains a chance for contention." A cold smirk formed within Lu Yi's heart, dismissing the elders as mere hypocrites. What could he do? Unable to compete, he had no choice but to join them. Chapter 22. Let the show begin. Song Sun held a spray bottle, casually watering the vibrant flowers in the courtyard while listening to Yun Nuo report on the clandestine maneuvers of the four great families from the previous night. Over the past few days, Yun Nuo's consciousness had covertly enveloped the entirety of Tianyong City, revealing a series of captivating dramas. The Wang family sought a distant relative with theatrical talents, attempting to brush up on heroic tales of gallantry, while the Li family had chosen their most stunning illegitimate son, Li Huizhou, offering him substantial rewards. With each revelation, Yun Nuo's expression grew increasingly grave, her cool brows now frosted with anxiety. The Lin family had gone further, dispatching the Jing siblings to execute a dual strategy, while the Lu family had selected a formidable physique, rumored to be quite impressive. Mo Yin, listening nearby, was utterly astonished and felt a deepening sense of despair regarding societal decline. Thus, the Wang family recruits an actor, the Li family sends forth a gambler, and the Lin family has meticulously prepared a double dose of allure. Song Sun couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle Mo Yin, your summaries are delightful. But we're still missing Lu's blacksmith. Mo Yin shook his head in resignation, unable to comprehend Song Sun's dark humor. Meanwhile, Yun Nuo's brow furrowed tighter, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossing her features. Miss, I can ensure they are all unexpectedly unable to leave their homes tomorrow. No need, Song Sun interjected, a cunning glint flashing in her eyes. Let us enjoy the spectacle. The more chaotic their endeavors, the more advantageous it becomes for us. She set down the spray bottle and, with a radiant smile, instructed Yun Nuo, Sister Yun Nuo, have Lu Wanyin spread the word. I shall visit the market tomorrow to explore the latest novelties in Tianyong City. In an instant, Yun Nuo understood that Miss was preparing to enter the fray herself, stirring the waters of Tianyong City even further. The following day, the largest market in Tianyong City buzzed with heightened activity. Underlying currents surged, and many eyes subtly converged upon Song Sun and her attendant as they strolled leisurely through the streets. Accompanied by Yun Nuo, Song Sun appeared relaxed, occasionally pausing at stalls to pick up trinkets and whisper to Yun Nuo, as if genuinely indulging in a casual outing. However, as she turned a corner into a less crowded alley, a woman's panicked cries for help resounded from a dimly lit side street. Help! Let go of me! A brutish thug was seen dragging a fragile young girl. At that opportune moment, a dashing young man clad in white happened to pass by, and upon witnessing the scene, he immediately cried out with righteous indignation. In broad daylight, beneath the heavens, how dare you ruffians act so brazenly? Release that young lady at once. With that, he engaged in a struggle with the thug. It must be said, the performer recruited by the Wang family displayed commendable skills, executing flamboyant moves with great fervor. Yet, his peripheral vision seemed fixated on Song Sun, perpetually gauging her reaction, which rendered his performance somewhat contrived. Song Sun halted, arms crossed, watching with keen interest, even offering a light clap. Your expressions are on point, and the movements sufficiently exaggerated, yet your stance is as unstable as if treading on cotton, and your lines are recited as if rehearsed, lacking genuine emotion. Her words, though softly spoken, were distinctly audible to both combatants and the Wang family's spies lurking in the shadows. Instantly, the young man's composure faltered, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Shaking her head, Song Sun sighed at the young man. Inform Wang Tonghai that next time, he should choose his actors more thoughtfully. As her words fell, Yun Nuo stepped forward, her gaze icy, having evidently endured this farce for too long. An invisible force erupted from her, striking both the thug and the white-clad youth, who simultaneously cried out in shock as they collapsed in a heap. In the shadows, the Wang family's spy turned pale, scrambling away to report the news. Song Sun paid no mind to the two on the ground, as if merely brushing off dust, and continued walking forward. Thus, the first act concluded swiftly and absurdly. After meandering through the market and procuring a few intriguing trinkets, Song Sun planned to return to Duobao Pavilion to check on the progress of Mo Yan's artifact restoration. Yet, as she took a few steps, a figure darted from a corner and knelt before her with a thud. Miss Song. Looking down, Song Sun was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the kneeling youth. Indeed, he possessed striking features. The boy, around 17 or 18, had a face as delicate as a painting, skin fairer than snow, exuding an otherworldly elegance. Especially notable were his slightly upturned phoenix eyes, glistening with a hint of water, embodying both defiance and fragility as they gazed intently at her, capable of moving even the most compassionate heart. This was none other than Li Huizhou, the illegitimate son of the Li family. Miss Song, I am not sent by the Li family. Li Huizhou spoke, his voice clear yet slightly hoarse, adding a touch of fragility. Today, I risk my life to seek an opportunity for myself, a chance to escape a pawn's fate and truly serve you. I implore you to show me mercy. His words were a blend of truth and deception, lowering his stance in hopes of invoking a modicum of pity and a desire for control from the powerful. Song Sun regarded him silently for a moment before slowly responding. A member of the Li family? Your countenance indeed surpasses even Mu Changyan's. A spark of hope ignited in Li Huizhou's heart, his eyes brightening with anticipation. However, Song Sun's next words doused that flame, leaving him chilled to the core, regrettably. While you possess an exquisite facade, your cultivation is merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, your spiritual energy insubstantial, and your foundation unstable. Why would I accept a burdensome ornament that is merely pleasing to the eye? Each word struck like daggers to his heart. Li Huizhou's body trembled violently as he knelt, the color draining from his face as all pride and pretense crumbled in that moment. He had believed that his looks could at least afford him a chance to draw closer, yet he never anticipated such direct and cruel criticism of his cherished cultivation. His nails dug deep into his palms, drawing blood, yet he felt no pain, only an overwhelming wave of humiliation and despair. Song Sun turned away, striding past him without a second glance. Yin Nua's cold gaze swept over Li Huizhou as though he were a mere inanimate object before she followed closely behind Song Sun. Li Huizhou remained knelt in place, his body icy, as though he had plunged into an abyss. After the first 2 rounds, Song Sun felt a sense of fatigue. She didn't even wish to see Mo Yin, only yearning to return to her bed for a rest. It must be said, these antics were utterly outdated, lacking even half the novelty of the short dramas she had watched in the modern world. Boredom prevails, indeed. The anticipation of witnessing a spectacle has now completely subsided. However, before she could catch her breath, as she passed by a lakeside pavilion, a melodious peal of laughter reached her ears before she even approached. A girl clad in pink, embodying innocence and exuberance, was gracefully dancing to the tune played by a man in black within the pavilion. Song Xunzhen continued on her path, but couldn't help but chuckle softly at Yin Nua, her voice perfectly pitched to reach the ears of those within the pavilion. The melody is quite commendable, yet the dancer's mind wanders, her gaze frequently straying towards me. A pity. Indeed, no sooner had she spoken than a sharp twang resonated from the instrument, snapping a string. The dancing girl stumbled, nearly losing her footing. As fate would have it, the return journey to the Duobao Pavilion necessitated passing through the martial arena in the city. Inside, the air was thick with shouts and the sounds of training. As numerous body cultivators honed their physiques, one figure stood out distinctly, towering at 9 feet, his bronze skin glistening in the sunlight, muscles bulging like coiled dragons. Each punch he threw sliced through the air with a resounding crack, exuding primal masculinity. This was none other than the contestant sent by the Liu family. Upon noticing Song Xunzhen's approach, he intensified his efforts, exuding vigor and ferocity. Unable to contain herself, Song Xunzhen remarked to Yin Nua, his size is too imposing, and his center of gravity too high. Such lack of agility will ultimately prove detrimental. He possesses brute strength but lacks restraint. Against a more nimble opponent, he would be nothing but a living target. Her voice, though soft, pierced through the cacophony, reaching the ears of the body cultivator. Startled, he faltered in his routine. His breath momentarily caught, his face reddening as he coughed violently, nearly injuring himself in the process. After dispatching a few more unruly spirits, Song Xunzhen returned to the Duobao Pavilion, her spirits considerably lifted. Though lacking in novelty, there was an undeniable amusement in watching these individuals exhaust their ingenuity, displaying comical antics. Just as she contemplated seeking out Mo Yin in the artifact forging room, Lu Wanyin hurriedly entered, his expression more serious than ever. Miss Song, urgent news has just arrived. He began. Song Xunzhen quelled her laughter. It concerns the Tianqing Merchant Association, Lu Wanyin continued, his pace brisk and urgent. Our people have discovered that the prices of magical artifacts at most of their stores have plummeted, seemingly launching a price war. Furthermore, they have dispatched thugs to harass our shops, spreading rumors about the inferior quality of Duobao Pavilion's artifacts. More critically, Lu Wanyin took a deep breath, lowering his voice. The Tianqing Merchant Association's president, Li Tianqing, has personally instructed his subordinates to prepare a grand reception for distinguished guests. A grand reception? Song Xunzhen raised an eyebrow in confusion. In Tianyong City, and indeed throughout the entire realm of cultivation, the only entities worthy of such a designation were the 3 transcendent holy lands. Observing Song Xunzhen's expression, Lu Wanyin gritted his teeth and revealed everything. Chapter 23, a stunning display of talent. The more Song Xunzhen listened, the higher her brow arched, and by the end, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. So, your willingness to part with 30% of the profits so readily was due to the fact that the Taishu Holy Land has made a lion's share demand of 50%? Lu Wanyin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his tone tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Miss Song, Please understand, I am truly left with no choice. Although Duobao Pavilion is affiliated with the Taishu Holy Land as we expand into the 5 domains, relinquishing 50% of the profits is tantamount to demanding our very lives. He sighed repeatedly, expertly blending guilt with helplessness. Involving you, Miss Song, in the entanglement between Duobao Pavilion and the Taishu Holy Land weighs heavily on my conscience. Once this matter is resolved, I shall leave it entirely in your hands. Song Xunzhen remained silent, merely appraising him with her gaze. Lu Wanyin, feeling an involuntary chill, was on the brink of bowing down. Yet, she only scrutinized him for 2 seconds, her eyes sharp with a glimmer of discernment, before turning away toward the artifact forging room where Mo Yin was located. This brief silence proved more torturous than any reprimand for Lu Wanyin. He feared that Song Xunzhen would leave with Mo Yin, compelling him to follow closely, bowing and apologizing. As Song Xunzhen pushed open the door to the forging room, she found Mo Yin just finishing his work, poised to clean his hands. Upon seeing her, he raised his head, a hint of pride illuminating his expression as he showcased the artifact. Miss, look, I have nearly restored this artifact. It only requires the final restoration of the formation within, and the Zhenyu seal will be as good as new. Before she could respond, the previously anxious Lu Wanyin darted forward, positioning himself in front of Mo Yin. His eyes gleaming with excitement as he exclaimed, "Ha, splendid. Truly remarkable, Senior Mo Yin. I am in awe." Mo Yin retracted his hands with a sharp clap, fixing a stony gaze upon Lu Wanyin. The latter sheepishly smiled, silently stepping aside to allow Song Xunzhen to pass. A flicker of understanding crossed Song Xunzhen's eyes, yet she chose not to expose Lu Wanyin's intentions. Instead, she nodded at Mo Yin, praising, "Uncle Mo Yin, your hard work is commendable. You have nearly completed the restoration in such a short time." She then added, "However, there is one more matter that requires your assistance." Mo Yin set aside the artifact, his gaze softening as he regarded Song Xunzhen. "Uncle Mo Yin is willing to alleviate your burdens, Mississippi." A subtle smile graced Song Xunzhen's lips, her eyes gleaming with a sharp light. The entanglement between the Taishu Holy Land and Duobao Pavilion was of no concern to her. Yet, should anyone dare to meddle with her finances, they would find her unyielding. Upon arriving at the Tiangong workshop, Song Xunzhen and her 3 companions were greeted by a cacophony outside. A few cultivators were causing a ruckus, mocking the Tiangong workshop sign. Tiangong workshop? More like a waste workshop. I've heard their artifacts are inferior to the scraps from the Tianxing Merchant Association. Indeed, their prices are exorbitant. Anyone who buys from them must be a fool. A crowd gathered, pointing and whispering derisively about the Tiangong workshop. Lu Wanyin's expression darkened as he stepped forward to restore order. However, Song Xunzhen pulled him back, shaking her head, and instead led Mo Yin and Yun Nuo to the entrance of the Tiangong workshop. Under the formidable aura deliberately exuded by Yun Nuo, the crowd fell into an involuntary silence. Song Xunzhen surveyed her surroundings, smiling as she addressed the onlookers. "Since you claim the quality of Tiangong Workshop's artifacts is subpar, let us witness some evidence together." Turning her gaze towards the raucous cultivators, she spoke with an unexpectedly icy tone. "The Tiangong Workshop is open to your scrutiny, but surely some tangible proof is required." The cultivators exchanged nervous glances, caught between their bravado and the pressure of the moment. They had no choice but to proceed. One of them, steeling himself, stepped forward and retrieved a dimly glowing short sword from his storage bag, tossing it onto the ground. "This is evidence," he shouted, ensuring the crowd could hear him. "I spent a hefty sum on this Liuguang sword from the Tiangong workshop just a few days ago, and after only 2 uses, it has come to this. What else could it be but worthless?" An uproar erupted among the onlookers, discussions igniting anew. The short sword indeed looked battered, if it were truly a recent purchase. Its quality was indeed suspect. Lu Wanyin, infuriated, stepped forward to argue. "You're speaking nonsense. Our Tiangong workshop would never release such inferior goods." Song Xunzhen exchanged a glance with Mo Yin, who nodded and stepped beside Lu Wanyin, his discerning gaze sweeping over the short sword. Having spent nearly all his time in the Duobao Pavilion's forging room, he was well acquainted with their crafting techniques. Almost instantly, he grasped the situation and coldly remarked, the act of forgery, while somewhat meticulous, was still apparent. He reached down to retrieve the short sword from the ground, pointing towards the emblem of Duobao Pavilion emblazoned upon it. The markings of Duobao Pavilion were crafted using a unique forging technique, radiating an extraordinary spiritual light under the sun. Those present, if they possessed artifacts from Duobao Pavilion, could compare them for themselves. His voice suddenly sharpened. "Observe the authentic spiritual light of Duobao Pavilion. It is far from the dull and scattered glow of this counterfeit." With each word he uttered, the color drained further from the faces of the disruptive cultivators. Among the crowd were several who had indeed purchased artifacts from Duobao Pavilion. They promptly produced their items for comparison and, to their astonishment, discerned the truth, exclaiming in unison, "It truly is different. This imitation's spiritual light is utterly lifeless." The truth was laid bare, and all gazes turned with ire towards the culprits. The disruptive cultivators, now visibly flustered, averted their eyes, desperate to flee, yet found themselves immobilized under Yun Nuo's formidable pressure. However, Xunzhen had no intention of letting the matter rest. She turned to the agitated Lu Wanyan, saying, "Master Lu, the innocent shall remain untainted. Yet we require evidence. Might you procure a sample of the materials used to forge the Liuguang sword?" Though Lu Wanyan was perplexed, he quickly instructed his assistant, "Hurry. Fetch the materials for forging the Liuguang sword." The materials were soon assembled. Xunzhen nodded slightly to Mo Yin, "Uncle Mo Yin. Please demonstrate for everyone what true craftsmanship from Duobao Pavilion entails." Mo Yin, his expression impassive, stepped forward without producing a furnace, merely extending his palm. Suddenly, a surge of ethereal blue flames erupted, causing the surrounding temperature to soar, the air distorting under the intense heat. All present were compelled to take a step back, their faces betraying shock. Only Xunzhen and Yun Nuo remained unperturbed, standing resolutely in place. The materials quickly melted in the flames, and under his precise control, the liquid began to shape itself as if infused with life. The entire process flowed seamlessly, resembling not merely the act of forging, but an exquisite performance of artistry. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a resplendent, spirit-infused short sword emerged, a masterpiece of the Liuguang sword. Those with discerning eyes gasped in awe. Mo Yin casually planted the exquisite sword into the ground. As a master craftsman, crafting such a high-tier artifact was akin to child's play for him. The exquisite Liuguang sword shimmered and pulsated with spiritual light, forming a stark contrast against the crude counterfeit lying on the ground, leaving the onlookers drooling with desire. Xunzhen surveyed the crowd, her gaze finally resting on the pallid faces of the troublemakers, her voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "You have all witnessed it. This is the true craftsmanship of Duobao Pavilion. The Tiangong workshop under my purview shall never produce inferior goods. As for these individuals who have maliciously tarnished the reputation of my workshop," her tone turned cold. "Master Lu, follow the proper protocol. Then send them to the city lord's office to uncover who instigated them to disrupt my workshop." This demonstration of crafting a superior artifact left all in attendance utterly astounded. Not only was the reputation of Duobao Pavilion restored, but it was elevated to new heights with the unveiling of the exquisite Liuguang sword. At the headquarters of the Tianxiang Merchant Association, Li Tiancheng listened to his subordinate's report, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Indeed, there was some capability. No wonder they were suspected of having a hidden background. If they could not handle such a minor situation, it would have been truly surprising. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, his expression darkening. However, this was merely the beginning. The most pressing matter was the arrival of the holy envoy from the Taishu sacred land in 3 days. As for those insignificant pests, let them continue to flounder for a while longer. His expression turned more sinister. What of a protector in the Mahayana stage? The Taishu sacred land had 3 transcendent ancestors. He did not believe that he could not deal with a mere Xunzhen. Chapter 24. The arrival of the holy envoy, concealed malice. In less than a day, the news of the Taishu sacred land dispatching a holy envoy to Tianxing City spread throughout the city like wildfire. Although Tianxing City ostensibly did not belong to the 5 domains and was not under the jurisdiction of the 3 major sacred lands, the influence of the 3 sacred lands had long since permeated the entirety of Tianxing City. It could be said that half of the major factions in Tianxing City had a shadowy connection to the 3 sacred lands, though this was tacitly understood rather than openly acknowledged. With the impending arrival of the Taishu holy envoy, various factions were displaying a range of reactions, each with their own agendas. On the day of the holy envoy's arrival, the streets of Tianxing City were deserted. Mu Yang personally led the city lord's office personnel to clear both sides of the main thoroughfare, from the city gate to the main road of the Tianxiang Merchant Association. Secured by guards, Li Tiancheng, clad in the most formal attire, stood atop the city wall with the members of the Tianxiang Merchant Association, his face alight with uncontainable excitement, as though the arrival of the holy envoy was his personal triumph. Behind him stood the heads of the 4 great families and other influential figures of Tianxing City. A palpable tension filled the air, a blend of anxiety and anticipation. As everyone wore perfectly measured smiles, their eyes silently engaging in a battle of wits and calculations. Within Duobao Pavilion, Lu Wanyan paced anxiously, the elders behind him displaying equally grim expressions. "Miss Song," he finally halted, his voice hoarse. The Taishu sacred land sending a holy envoy at this juncture is clearly aimed at us. The power of the sacred land is unfathomable. What shall we do? At the head seat, Xunzhen carelessly set her teacup down upon the table, her gaze coolly directed towards the city gate. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall dam it. Master Lu, do you not trust me? Her words, light as a feather, caused a heavy stone to fall from Lu Wanyan's heart, and he hurriedly replied, not at all. I have utmost confidence in Miss Song, yet concern breeds chaos. Xunzhen ceased her discourse, her demeanor tranquil and unyielding. Had it been a few days prior, she may have felt a twinge of anxiety, but now, with Mo Yin having fully restored the Xinyu seal, and Lu Wanyan generously offering her 20 high-grade spirit crystals as compensation, her spirits were buoyed. One should note that 100 low-grade spirit crystals equated to 1 medium-grade spirit crystal, and 10 medium-grade spirit crystals equated to 1 high-grade spirit crystal. In total, she possessed the equivalent of 20,000 low-grade spirit crystals, allowing for numerous draws. Even if it were a test of endurance, she believed she could outlast her opponents. She was confident that she would draw at least 1 UR within 200 attempts. Moreover, she mused, having discovered through her recent card draws that the system possessed a safety net, the likelihood of obtaining a gold card increased in times of crisis. At the city gate, a colossal flying vessel approached from the distance, casting a shadow over the land and exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Li Tiansheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he hastened forward, followed closely by the others. The flying vessel halted before him, and an imposing elder descended from it. Upon recognizing the elder with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, Li Tiancheng trembled. Seventh elder. I never expected you to personally grace us with your presence. The seventh elder cast a faint glance his way, betraying no discernible emotion. Mu Liang and the heads of the 4 families promptly stepped forward to pay their respects. The seventh elder, however, did not even acknowledge them, brushing past without a word. Li Tiancheng followed closely behind, disdain evident in a scoff as he passed Mu Liang and the others, his face alight with arrogant satisfaction. Mu Liang and the others stood frozen, watching the departing figures, their jaws clenched and fists in their sleeves turning white with tension. Upon returning to the Tianshang Merchant Association, the 7th elder took his seat at the head of the table, his fingers tapping rhythmically upon its surface. Thus, it seems that Song Sun is indeed a descendant of a hidden family? Li Tianxing dared not exhibit the slightest negligence and hurriedly relayed all that he knew to Elder 7. The expression of Elder 7 fluctuated between gloom and clarity. He had acquired a general understanding prior to his arrival. A descendant of a concealed lineage had emerged unexpectedly in Tianyong City, supporting the Duobao Pavilion and consistently opposing the Tianxing Merchant Association, which was akin to slapping the face of the Taishu sacred ground directly. Yet, deep down, he found it hard to believe that a little girl who seemingly sprang from some obscure corner could be worthy of such a title. Even if it were true, how many powers within the Xianxiang continent dared to confront the Taishu sacred ground head-on? Li Tianxing discerned the disdain on Elder 7's face towards Song Sun and, fearing that he might underestimate her, quickly bowed and said, "Elder, you may not be aware, but Song Sun has a Dao protector at the Great Ascension stage by her side, as well as a craftsman capable of repairing magical artifacts. The strength of her family behind her is likely unfathomable. Moreover, we have yet to ascertain if she conceals any other trump cards." Trump cards? Elder 7 scoffed, finally pausing his rhythmic drumming of fingers on the table. "I have come to Tianyong City to probe her veracity. Should she be wise, the sacred ground would not mind adding another friend. Should she fail to appreciate the favor?" He raised his hand, and a golden magical formation slowly materialized in his palm, exuding a spirit force that dared not be gazed upon. This was the soul-locking great formation bestowed by the sacred lord, capable of suppressing an adversary across a major realm. Within this formation, even if she were at the Great Ascension stage, she would find it impossible to muster even the slightest amount of spiritual power. Coupled with my integration stage cultivation, everything would be merely a matter of ease. As he felt the spiritual energy emanating from the soul-locking great formation, a sinister yet elated smile could no longer be contained on Li Tianxing's face, as if he could already envision Song Sun and the Duobao Pavilion meeting their demise without a burial site. The throngs at the city gate gradually dispersed, leaving only Mu Liang and members of the 4 great families standing their ground, the atmosphere taut with tension. "Mu Liang, you have utterly disgraced Tianyong City." Wang Tonghai was the first to voice his displeasure, pointing at the still-present guards and lamenting, "Look at this spectacle, sheer sycophancy. You sent your son to curry favor with Miss Song earlier, and we shall not pursue that matter. But now you dare to act under the banner of Tianyong City in front of the sacred envoy. This is utterly reprehensible." Mu Liang let out a cold laugh. Not pursuing my responsibilities? You do not think I am unaware of the misdeeds you have committed, do you? His gaze was sharp as he slowly scanned the crowd. Everyone knows their own worth, even if the eldest brother does not speak. You. Wang Tonghai's anger flared, his finger trembling as he pointed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lin Zhirong beside him quickly restrained him, subtly shaking his head, then turned to Mu Liang with a meaningful expression. City Lord Mu. Though Tianyong City stands independent of the 5 domains, who among those domains does not consider Tianyong City as theirs to command? As part of Tianyong City, we should be united. Louis concurred with a smile. Precisely. Now that the sacred envoy has graced Tianyong City with his presence, our immediate priority should be to stabilize our positions. Li Jin stroked his beard in silence, yet his expression revealed his agreement. The 4 great families had long established themselves in Tianyong City, and they were undoubtedly the ones who least desired any change in leadership. For the city lord's manner could still counterbalance them. Should one of the 3 great sacred grounds take over Tianyong City, they would be the first to face retribution. Though these noble families harbored their own ambitions, they had always stood united when confronted by external threats. Chapter 25. Who agrees, who disagrees? The following day at noon, under the scorching sun, the streets of Tianyong City bustled with vendors and throngs of people, presenting a scene of tranquil prosperity. Suddenly, a voice of immense authority, accompanied by the overwhelming spiritual energy of a cultivator at the integration stage, resounded explosively above the Duobao Pavilion. Descendants of the Song family. I am Elder 7 of the Taishu Sacred Ground. You have repeatedly offended the dignity of the sacred ground and should rightfully be eradicated on the spot. However, considering your youth and ignorance, I shall grant you an opportunity. Come forth immediately to pay respect to me and accompany me back to the sacred ground to plead your case. And perhaps your sins against the Duobao Pavilion may be forgiven. The voice thundered with an undeniable pressure, causing all who heard it within Tianyong City to direct their gazes towards the Duobao Pavilion, a multitude of cultivators paling in response, hastening towards it. Inside the pavilion, Lu Wanyin and others turned ashen, nearly unable to stand beneath the weight of this oppressive aura. Song Sun rose and walked before Lu Wanyin, gently patting his shoulder. Lu Wanyin felt a warm current surge throughout his body, the suffocating pressure dissipating entirely, and he gazed at Song Sun in astonishment. He knew she was likely stronger than the Golden Core stage, but he had not anticipated her possessing such means to remain unaffected by the pressure of an integration stage cultivator. Was this due to secret methods of the Song family? Or had he underestimated Miss Song's prowess? Song Sun silently withdrew her hand, not expecting the ordinary materials she had drawn previously would come into play at this moment. She coldly addressed Lu Wanyin. Let us go, Pavilion Master Lu. Since they are so eager to extend an invitation, it would only be proper for us to respond in kind. At this moment, Lu Wanyin was entirely unafraid. In his eyes, Song Sun was akin to a deity, and nothing posed a problem. He followed closely behind her, head held high, exuding a demeanor of calm confidence. Mo Yin and Yun Nua silently trailed behind Song Sun, resembling the most loyal of guardians. Outside the Duobao Pavilion, the crowd eager for spectacle had already blocked the entrance completely. In the air, Elder 7 stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing, his demeanor indifferent, an embodiment of celestial grace. Li Tianqing stood at his side, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as though he were watching a fish trapped in a jar. Song Sun raised her head, her gaze calmly fixed upon Elder 7. Is this how the Taishu Sacred Ground treats its guests? From a position of superiority, summoning, and commanding? Sharp-tongued indeed. Elder 7 snorted coldly. Since I have afforded you an opportunity that you do not cherish, do not blame me for using my power against the weak. Before his words had fully settled, he abruptly swept his sleeve. Boom. A dazzling golden light instantly enveloped the entire Duobao Pavilion, colossal golden runes swirling in the sky, rapidly suppressing the spiritual power of everyone within the formation. Soul-locking Great Formation, activate. My spiritual power has vanished. What is happening? I have lost my spiritual power too. Cries of alarm erupted, panic swiftly spreading. Li Tianqing's smile grew increasingly sinister as he felt his own spiritual power similarly constrained, yet he remained unperturbed. For he understood that the scales of victory had irrevocably tipped. Elder 7 looked down upon Song Sun and the others within the formation, akin to observing mere ants. Within this formation, no matter your celestial cultivation, you shall not be able to employ even a fraction of your spiritual power. Little girl, your greatest reliance has now become utterly powerless. What further words do you have? All eyes converged on Song Sun, filled with pity and derision. Lu Wanyin's expression soured, but he was acutely aware that Song Sun's confrontation with the Taishu Sacred Ground stemmed entirely from his own selfish desires. He could not stand idly by as she encountered peril before him. Thus he stepped forward, shielding her behind him. Elder 7. All blame lies with me, Lu Wanyan. Miss Song bears no responsibility. The Duobao Pavilion is prepared to offer 60% of our profits to seek the Taishu Sacred Grounds understanding. Behind him, Song Sun was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated that Lu Wanyan would stand up for her at this juncture. Warmth filled her heart. Yun Nua and Mo Yin exchanged surprised glances, each recognizing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Ha ha ha, had I known this day would come. Why would I have acted as I did in the beginning? Alas, now it is too late. Elder 7 struck out directly, effortlessly swatting away Lu Wanyan as one would a fly. Lu Wanyan was instantly spitting blood, and the members of the treasure pavilion hurried to help him. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Song Xunzhen suddenly let out a soft laugh, her laughter resonating clearly in the deathly silent square, causing everyone to glance over in surprise. Oh, who told you that my reliance lies solely upon Yun Nua's cultivation? System. Draw cards. Quickly, a full 200 draws. System drawing cards. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an N-level character card. Family Servant, Golden Core Stage, 60. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an R-level item card. Various talismans, rare, 10. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an R-level item card. Various spiritual herbs and elixirs, rare, 100. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-level building card. Family Fragment, 25. Song Xunzhen's breath hitched, and she instinctively clenched her fists. Although many new items had emerged, she was not in the mood to examine them closely at this moment. There must be another opportunity. The system hasn't hit the guarantee yet. Her gaze remained fixed on the card pool. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSR level character card. Earthly Alchemist, late stage of transformation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a UR level item card. Tai A Sword, attack type divine artifact. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a UR level item card. 9 Heavens, Xian New Decision, divine level mental method. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSR level item card. Flowing Cloud Garment, defense type immortal artifact. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a UR level skill card. Rule Loophole. A series of brilliant flashes erupted in Song Xunzhen's mind, rendering her breathless. While the earlier items were impressive, they did not resolve the immediate peril. Until the final draw, when her eyes finally sparked with light. She promptly opened the description of that skill card. Ignore any rules. If you desire, you can locate the loopholes within them. A loophole in the rules. Wasn't the spirit-locking great formation before her a rule in itself? System. Activate skill card. Target. Yun Nua. Skill card in use. A beam of red light suddenly appeared in Song Xunzhen's hand, which she directed towards Yun Nua. In an instant, Yun Nua felt her previously vanished spiritual power surge back, and she nodded at Song Xunzhen, taking a step forward. The oppressive aura of the Great Ascension stage immediately overshadowed the golden light of the formation, sending everyone in the sky crashing to the ground. Elder 7 lay sprawled on the ground, panic etched on his face, utterly bewildered by the red light that had just bypassed the formation, instantly restoring Yun Nua's cultivation. You. Who exactly are you? The Song family. Why have I never heard of you? Yun Nua did not grant him the opportunity to continue speaking. With a mere gesture, she crushed him to bits. A mere elder of the Taishu Holy Land dared to question the identity of the young lady. Her cold voice brimmed with chilling intent, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. If even the Taishu Holy Land is unworthy of inquiring about her identity, what unfathomable terror lies behind her? Li Tianqing, pale as a ghost, crawled to Song Xunzhen's feet, repeatedly bowing his head until it was bloodied. I am a petty person, unable to recognize the great mountain. Please, Miss Song, spare my life. If you do, I am willing to offer the Tianqing Merchant Association to you. Song Xunzhen smiled lightly, a playful glint in her eye. By killing you, wouldn't the Tianqing Merchant Association become mine as well? No. Yun Nua acted directly, sending him off to accompany Elder 7, until his dying breath. Li Tianqing could not comprehend that there indeed existed someone utterly unafraid of the Taishu Holy Land, one who could kill its elders without a second thought. Ladies and gentlemen, Song Xunzhen slowly stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the crowd that had fallen into a hushed silence. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout every corner. From this day forth, the 3 major holy lands are prohibited from intervening in Tianyong City. Anyone found colluding with the 3 major holy lands shall be immediately expelled from Tianyong City. She paused slightly, then gently inquired, who is in favor and who is against? Chapter 26, Family Manifestation. The scene fell into a profound silence, with all heads bowed. Not a single individual dared to voice opposition. They could not afford to offend the 3 major holy lands, But it was evident that in Tianyong City, they could not afford to offend Song Xiunjin either. Some rejoiced, some worried, exchanging glances filled with complexity. Yet all understood that from this day forward, Song Xiunjin would be the unassailable authority in Tianyong City. The moment the news spread, Tianyong City was engulfed in fervor. The envoy of the Taishu Holy Land had met a gruesome end in Tianyong City, and the Tianqing Merchant Association had completely changed hands. A barrage of significant news struck like thunder, leaving people's scalps tingling and breathless. Undercurrents surged, with numerous factions hastily withdrawing from Tianyong City overnight, while others frantically dispatched secret messages in all directions. The four great families convened an emergency meeting, their expressions grim. If this is the case, does it mean that Tianyong City will henceforth be dictated by Song Xiunjin? Wang Tonghai's voice was low, his expression inscrutable. Lu Yi sighed deeply. Yet a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Perhaps this is not necessarily a bad thing. Song Xiunjin hails from a hidden family and will naturally not remain in Tianyong City for long. He pondered momentarily, casting a glance around at everyone. Perhaps this is our opportunity for Tianyong City to break free from its shackles and soar to new heights. Lin Zhirong, hearing this, shifted from a frown to a smile. Indeed, let us seize this chance to sever all ties with the three major holy lands. The gazes of a few met, each comprehending the unspoken agreement. Meanwhile, Li Jin let out a derisive laugh, tinged with schadenfreude. The one who should truly be worried now is not us. He pointed towards the city lord's mansion, his tone mocking. That person's reputation has truly been trampled into the dirt. They must be frantically trying to save face now. Inside the city lord's mansion, bang! Mu Liang smashed the teacup in her hand to the ground, shards scattering everywhere. With Song Xiunjin taking the lead. Where does she place my city lord's mansion? Father, perhaps we should find an opportunity. Mu Yu made a gesture across his throat, when her guards are not present. Fool! Mu Liang retaliated with a slap across Mu Yu's face, fury blazing within her. What do you think you are? Daring to act beneath the gaze of someone at the Great Ascension stage? Do you think she is defenseless? Mu Yu cradled his numbed face, his eyes filled with resentment. At that moment, Mu Changyan stepped forward slowly, gently massaging Mu Liang's shoulders, his tone calm. Father, perhaps I could try to approach Miss Song again. If I could truly become her kin, Tianyong City would be far more accessible than before. Oh, Mu Liang turned to look at him, appraising him from head to toe, suddenly breaking into a knowing smile. Very well, my son Changyan, I shall trust you once more. He leaned down, personally adjusting Mu Changyan's attire. His voice barely audible for only the two of them. You have always been the most sensible. Do not let your father down. Mu Changyan walked confidently before him, respectfully bowing. I shall not disappoint. Outside the treasure pavilion, tranquility returned once more, though all were acutely aware that everything had irrevocably changed. Song Xiunjin returned to her secluded residence, dismissing everyone, and eagerly opened her system backpack. Gazing at the treasure she had drawn that day, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She first examined the lower quality cards, puzzled. System, I directly drew 60 family servant cards, yet there is no place to manifest them. Furthermore, can I really draw fragments through a formal draw? What is this family building card? The family architecture card can directly materialize a complete building for the host, and fragments can also directly manifest the corresponding scenes. In other words, there is no need for synthesis. One can summon the content related to the fragments directly. Indeed. However, system, this seems a bit unfair. Song Xiunjin pointed at a flowerbed pattern on the card. Can this really be considered a card? The system fell silent. She then gestured towards the more than 100 rare-level spirit herb and elixir cards. And these, although marked as rare, are merely common items that can be obtained with a bit of effort, right? The system remained mute. But this one, and this one. Song Xiunjin eagerly grabbed a few resplendent virtual cards, her voice tinged with excitement. All of them SSR and UR. The mental techniques, weapons, and defensive equipment are simply marvelous. Upon hearing the host's jubilant remarks, the system instantly perked up. Within the card pool, a small white orb devoid of facial features joyfully bounced up and down. It had utilized its one-time core privilege to quietly alter the card pool data, forcibly compressing and providing higher-level cards to the host. After all, its host was either facing danger or on the verge of encountering peril. It genuinely worried that its hard-won host would perish abruptly, so it fully equipped her with the best gear. The system sighed, reflecting on its arduous efforts, unaware of the system's good intentions. Song Xiunjin could hardly wait to use the family architecture card. System materialized the family building and arranged for the 60 family servants to take their respective positions. No sooner had she spoken than she suddenly remembered something. Wait, where will the family appear? How do I get there? Do not worry, host. The family will manifest in an independent small world, and you and designated card characters can teleport at any time. Song Xiunjin's eyes lit up. Having long pretended to be a descendant of a hidden aristocratic family, her greatest insecurity was the lack of a tangible base. Now, splendidly, she had been granted an independent small world, a display of grandeur that was simply ostentatious. She could not help but laugh aloud now. Who would dare question her origins? Suppressing her excitement, Song Xiunjin took out the SSR-level character card, the Earth Alchemist Yun Duchuan, from her backpack. The young man in azure attire on the card appeared as gentle as jade, intently adding herbs to the alchemy furnace. The ranks of alchemists and artifact masters were quite comparable, differing only in nomenclature. Essentially, an Earth Alchemist is equivalent to a Grandmaster Artifact Master, a tier above Mo Yin. After a moment's contemplation, Song Xiunjin resolved to place him in the family's small world and entrust him with all the spirit herb and elixir cards for management. It was inconvenient to refine pills by her side. She could summon him as needed, thus maximizing the value of this card. With arrangements in order, she focused her thoughts and vanished into the family's interior. The moment she stepped inside, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped her, refreshing her with every breath, invigorating her limbs and bones with an indescribable comfort. Here, the efficiency of cultivation far surpassed that of the outside world. She found herself standing in a vast square paved with white marble, the ground gleaming as if polished, with faint spiritual light circulating. At the far end of the square stood a majestic main hall, its flying eaves and bracketed roofs intricately carved, while pavilions and towers nestled among mountains and waters, artfully distributed throughout this small world. Beautiful, indeed, but the more she looked, the stranger it seemed. Song Xiunjin's mouth twitched slightly. All the fragments she had drawn had materialized. Yet the areas she had not drawn were nothing but mere textures. This half-real, half-fake spectacle left her feeling complex and utterly speechless. "Welcome, Family Master." Suddenly, a synchronized and reverent voice pulled her from her muddled emotions. On the square, 60 servants clad in uniform azure attire had quietly appeared, lining up on either side, each bowing in respect. They were evenly split between men and women, all exuding the aura of the Golden Core stage. Their gazes clear and deferential, their movements precise, as if honed through countless trials. Song Xiunjin felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet a surge of pride quickly followed. This was her family. She, Song Xiunjin, was no longer merely an impersonator of grandeur, but had genuinely become the head of a hidden aristocratic family with her own foundation. Although the number of members was still small, she believed it would not be long before all the textures transformed into reality, with every area bustling with the appropriate individuals. She nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, her voice calm, yet imbued with authority. "Each of you shall fulfill your duties and manage well, as you command, Family Master." They replied in unison, then dispersed in an orderly fashion to commence their respective responsibilities. With their presence, this small world sprang to life, brimming with a sense of vitality and order. At that moment, a figure clad in azure swiftly approached from the alchemy room. Yun Duchuan stood before her, bowing respectfully, his warm countenance betraying a barely concealed excitement. "Yun Duchuan, at your service, Family Master. Grateful for your trust and the bestowal of such a paradise along with numerous spiritual materials, I shall devote myself to the study of alchemy to serve your command." She nodded, a genuine smile gracing her lips as she regarded the Earth Alchemist before her, now in the late stage of divine transformation, and felt the weight of the pressure she had faced in recent days dissipate entirely within this small world that belonged solely to her. She called upon Yun Nua and Mo Yin, leisurely wandering through the family's interior alongside Yun Duchuan. They strolled until nightfall when she suddenly recalled the matter at hand. Chapter 27. Just rely on you. System, what about my tasks? Task 1 should be completed by now, right? Task 1 has been completed, and the reward of 1,000 spiritual crystals has been credited. Commencing Task 2. Promote the hidden aristocratic family, achieving a reputation that establishes your name. Task Progress 150. 000 000. Completion Reward 2,000 spiritual crystals, 1 custom character card. Song Xiunjin inhaled sharply, astonished that Task 2 had escalated so dramatically. However, the allure of that custom card was undeniable. Once obtained, it would undoubtedly bolster her combat prowess significantly. The speed of information dissemination in Tianyang City was not slow. Yet no matter how quickly it spread, it would only reach the ears of the major factions in the other 5 domains, never reaching the common cultivators. To complete the system's second task, she needed alternative methods. Suddenly, an idea struck her: the Tianjiao ranking of Tianyang City in a month. At that time, the young talents of the 5 domains would gather, drawing the attention of the entire Xuanzang continent. as long as she could seize the top position. She would not only instill awe in others, but also spark curiosity about the hidden aristocratic family behind her. With this thought, she exhaled and settled her mind, carefully retrieving the 9 Heavens Xian Nu Sutra. Opening the first page, she could not help but smile wryly. Previously, her combat prowess had relied purely on her realm and spiritual awareness, along with the remnants of training from the original host's body. Each time she fought, she had feared revealing her lack of skill, thus opting for quick victories, leading others to believe her lack of spells was a mark of mastery. But only she knew the truth. She refrained from using spells because she genuinely could not, with the original host at merely the 3rd level of chi refinement. It was a stretch to even learn basic spells, let alone refine them. Now, armed with a top-tier mental technique, she could finally enhance her strength. Sitting cross-legged, she closed her eyes and focused her mind. This time, she would let everyone know that not only did she have a strong background, but her own strength was formidable as well. As night fell, the atmosphere within the Taishu Holy Land grew dense, heavy enough to be twisted into water. From the shattering of the 7th Elder's token to the subsequent tidings that emerged from the clandestine machinations of Tianyong City, the entire Taisu sacred land was plunged into an unprecedented silence. Upon the 9th level of the Jade Stairs, the sovereign Feng Zhiping sat regally upon a throne intricately carved from black jade. Though his visage appeared to belong to a man of middle age, the taut line of his jaw was drawn as tightly as a bowstring. With his hands concealed within the voluminous sleeves of his robe, knuckles pale from excessive strain. Each word he uttered seemed to be forced through clenched teeth. Xunzhen has directly commanded her subordinates to slay the 7th Elder and has audaciously declared our withdrawal from Tianyong City. The disciple delivering this news nearly collapsed in fear. Below the 9th level, the Grand Elder closed his eyes tightly. Although the 10 elders of the Taisu sacred land were not bound by fraternal ties, years of collaboration had forged bonds that were far from superficial. Now, with the sudden demise of the 7th Elder, a cloud of despondency enveloped his heart. Beside him, the 2nd Elder trembled with rage. To strike a dog, one must first look to its master. How dare she brazenly execute an elder of the sacred land? Sovereign, this is akin to trampling the dignity of the sacred land underfoot. On the other side, the 5th Elder's murderous intent was palpable. If we do not eliminate her, our resentment shall never abate. Kill her! Kill her! The other elders echoed in fervent agreement, and the air in the hall thickened with a palpable bloodlust. Feng Zhiping slowly rose, raising a hand to silence the tumultuous crowd. In the lower realms, she is fully aware of the unparalleled might of our Taisu sacred land. Yet she dares to act with such impunity. Her backing must be formidable, suppressing the surging tide of murderous intent. He lightly tapped his fingers upward. But if she hails from there, what then shall we do? This inquiry fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the ire that had engulfed everyone present. Exhaling a heavy breath, Feng Zhiping closed his eyes, and when he reopened them moments later, an unfathomable chill resided within their depths. This matter shall be temporarily set aside. He spoke, his tone regaining its customary authority and indifference. Elder 8. Take my token and proceed to the Tianji Pavilion. Spare no effort to ascertain this woman's true identity. As per the sovereign's decree, Elder 8 replied, bowing with a grave expression. The Grand Elder hesitated, voicing concerns regarding the withdrawal from Tianyong City. Feng Zhiping chuckled coldly. Let our people remain still for the time being. We shall decide once we receive news from the Tianji Pavilion. He continued, his tone icy. Moreover, aside from us, the other 2 sacred lands have yet to determine their own withdrawals. Withdraw? Why not? The sovereign of Yaoqi's sacred land, Lingxin, laughed lightly. She reclined casually upon a soft couch adorned with hibiscus flowers, her inky tresses cascading down, lips naturally red, and her eyebrows arched alluringly, radiating an almost otherworldly beauty. Our reason for venturing into Tianyong City was merely due to the insistence of the other 2 factions. Now that someone has made those 2 old codgers suffer, I couldn't be happier. Her fingers delicately brushed over the image of Xunzhen on the jade slip, her eyes alight with mirth. Not only does Yaoqi wish to withdraw, but Ling Xiao does as well. Inform Xiao Hanyan to withdraw from Tianyong City too. Retracting her hand, her gaze fell upon the kneeling female disciple. Her tone languid yet authoritative. Consider this my first gift to a favored junior. Yes, the female disciple accepted the command and departed. The hall fell into silence once more. As Lingxin gazed toward the direction of Tianyong City, a deeper smile gracing her lips. Xunzhen, I eagerly await our formal encounter. Achoo. Xunzhen rubbed her nose, sensing that someone was whispering about her from behind. She had spent the previous night practicing her heart techniques within the family, and could distinctly feel her power advancing, her control over it becoming increasingly adept. As the dawn broke, she departed from her family, returning to the Duobao Pavilion's villa, donning the defensive celestial attire. The flowing cloud robe, which she had drawn from the system. To her delight, she discovered that this robe not only possessed a self-cleaning property, but also allowed her to transform its style at will. She altered the flowing cloud robe into a simple white outfit adorned with black cloud patterns, opting for a modest appearance. As for the Taie sword, she dared not reveal it just yet. The previous night, when she had materialized the Taie sword within her family, a sudden burst of golden light accompanied by thunder had startled her, prompting her to swiftly stow the sword within her spatial ring. Her current strength did not permit her to wield this sword openly. After all, she understood the principle of guilt by possession. Until she ascended to become the strongest force in the Xunzhen continent, she must remain discreet. Lost in her thoughts, a gentle knock echoed from outside. As a maid respectfully approached her, Miss Song, the second young master Mu Changyan from the city lord's mansion, requests an audience, stating he has urgent matters to discuss with you. Song Xunzhen raised an eyebrow, genuinely puzzled as to what business she could possibly have with Mu Changyan, and thus nodded. Let him in. Yes. She moved to a stone table in the courtyard, preparing herself a cup of tea when Mu Changyan entered. Upon seeing her, he eschewed the roundabout flattery he had employed previously, instead kneeling directly before her. Miss Song, I have come to pledge my unwavering service to you. Song Xunzhen smirked, her words dripping with indifference. There are countless individuals in this world who wish to serve me. What makes you different? Mu Changyan raised his gaze to meet hers, each word deliberate and fervent. Because I can present the city lord's mansion to you on a silver platter. Upon hearing this, Song Xunzhen burst into laughter, casually picking up the tea needle from the table and raising it to tilt Mu Changyan's chin. Just you? She asked, her tone teasing as if appraising an intriguing object. Just me, Mu Changyan replied, unwavering, his voice resolute. Very well, I shall grant you 2 months. After the Tianjiao rankings, if you can indeed present the city lord's mansion to me, I will ensure your position as the city lord of Tianyong City remains secure. Mu Changyan folded his hands over his heart, bowing deeply, his long hair cascading from his shoulders, completely shrouding the burning ambition that flickered in his eyes. Chapter 28, Tianji Pavilion. After Mu Changyan's departure, Song Xunzhen immediately issued orders that no one was to disturb her unless it was of utmost importance. She closed her doors to visitors and swiftly returned to her family's inner chambers, racing against time to comprehend her heart techniques and practice her spells. With only a month at her disposal, she must exhaust every effort to ensure her victory in the Tianjiao rankings. Atop the peak of Wanxiang Mountain, shrouded in swirling mists, Elder 8 ascended the stone steps, each step marked by the sheen of perspiration on his brow. After a long day of arduous climbing, he finally stood before the entrance of the Tianji Pavilion. The pavilion master, Ming Kong, had long established a precedent for the entire Xunzhen continent. Anyone seeking the Tianji Pavilion's aid, regardless of their station or cultivation level, must ascend step by step like a commoner to demonstrate their sincerity. Over the millennia, only 5 individuals had successfully ascended to the upper realms, and the previous pavilion master, Tianjizi, was among them. Because of this, within the 5 domains, the 3 great sacred lands maintained their exalted status, yet the Tianji Pavilion remained an exception. Elder 8 sighed, realizing that only someone as unique and unyielding as this individual would refuse to make exceptions for anyone. Furthermore, whether the Tianji Pavilion would offer assistance depended on affinity. Had it not been for the sovereign's past kindness to the pavilion master, he might not have received help today. A resounding boom. The grand doors of the Tianji Pavilion suddenly swung open before him, and a cool, feminine voice echoed from the upper floor. Come in. Elder 8 straightened his robes and stepped into the Tianji Pavilion. At the top of the pavilion, a woman in white sat by the window, gracefully pouring tea with her delicate hands. Noticing his arrival, she merely glanced up to indicate he should take a seat. Pavilion Master. Elder 8 produced the token, placing it reverently upon the table. The Holy Lord has commanded my presence here for the matter concerning Song Xunzhen of Tianyong City. Ming Kong grasped the command token, crushing it effortlessly until it disintegrated into fine ash, vanishing into the ether. As you wish. She raised her hand, and a disc of the 64 hexagrams materialized abruptly in her palm. With a swift motion, the entire disc commenced its rotation, radiating brilliance as it delineated the trajectories of all things within heaven and earth. Elder 8 held his breath, his gaze fixed intently upon the spinning disc. However, as time passed, the disc began to spin faster and more frantically, causing Ming Kong's brow to furrow deeper with concern. Something is amiss, she murmured to herself. How can this be, Master? Elder 8 could no longer restrain himself, rising to his feet. What is her true origin? Ming Kong's complexion grew slightly pallid, her eyes sharp as blades. This woman is fated to meet a deadly calamity. Why then is she still alive? Her fingertips surged with spiritual energy, and the disk emitted a blinding radiance. Fate is ordained by heaven, and no one can hope to obscure the heavenly secrets. Yet, for reasons unknown, not only has her fatality been averted, but her fortunes have also reversed, flourishing beyond measure. The color drained from Elder 8's face. Yet he mustered his remaining strength. Master, the Tai Su sacred ground is willing to pay any price to uncover this woman's identity. Ming Kong remained silent, her spiritual energy erupting forth, shaking the entire Tianji pavilion. Crack! A violent surge of energy exploded from the disk, causing Ming Kong to spit out a mouthful of blood, while Elder 8 was sent hurtling backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the wall. Inside the card pool, the system sensed someone prying into the heavenly secrets and promptly reinforced the already impenetrable barrier with 3 additional layers. Within the Tianji pavilion, Ming Kong slowly wiped the blood from her lips, her tone eerily calm. There is a formidable individual behind her, she enunciated deliberately, to contend against fate, to alter the natural order, to obscure the heavenly secrets. If I am not mistaken, she must be from the upper realm. She turned to Elder 8. This matter is beyond my capabilities. Elder 8 struggled to rise, his face ashen. Indeed, she hails from the upper realm? A bitter smile crept upon his lips. They had investigated Song Xiunjing's background, finding her to be an orphan, having ventured alone to Tianxian's sect to seek guidance. The sect, moved by her plight, took her in as an outer disciple. Until that divine guardian appeared, she had shown no discernible uniqueness. What a hidden family from the upper realm. What meticulous training. This time, the Tai Su sacred ground has truly encountered a formidable opponent. As Elder 8's figure staggered and vanished at the mountain's edge, the enigmatic calmness on Ming Kong's face shattered in an instant. She sprang up, frantically retrieving a piece of warm jade token from her robes. This was the treasured artifact her master, Tianjizi, had entrusted to her before ascending, with countless warnings to safeguard her life. Unsurprisingly, a crack ran through the token from end to end, irreparably damaged. My treasure. Ming Kong's vision darkened, her heart bleeding, as she stamped her foot in frustration. The wretched Tai Su sacred ground. Compensate me for my artifact. Oh, how I have been wronged. Yet, in a fleeting moment, she abruptly lifted her head, her eyes flashing with a near-manic curiosity and excitement. The existence that could compel her to pay such a price, even to the extent of backfiring and destroying her life-saving jade token. This Song Xiunjing, and the unparalleled expert behind her, who can manipulate fate. I must go to Tianyong City and behold this with mine own eyes. She clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Who is this divine being capable of such feats? Truly, I yearn to witness it. Time flowed like water, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Song Xiunjing awoke once more from her meditation within the family's inner realm, sensing that her strength had broken through from the early stage of transformation to the mid-stage. A satisfied smile gracing her lips. This pace of cultivation is even frightening to myself. The family's small world is indeed an excellent place, abundant in spiritual energy, with cultivation effects multiplied. Moreover, here, one can avoid the tribulations of heavenly lightning while breaking through. Coupled with the direct guidance from the great ascendant Yun Nua, the bottlenecks on the path of cultivation, they simply do not exist. She straightened her attire, and with a thought, arrived at the Duobao Pavilion's annex. The talented one's ranking is about to commence, and the elites from the 5 domains must have already arrived at Tianyong City. She also intended to venture out and join in the excitement. Politely declining the company of Yun Nua and Mo Yin, Song Xiunjing stepped out of the Duobao Pavilion. However, as she crossed the threshold, the entire street fell into an abrupt silence. All gazes converged upon her, the once boisterous thoroughfare now rendered utterly mute, the air itself seeming to freeze. Song Xiunjing, is it really necessary? I am no world-destroying demon. With a helpless smile tugging at her lips, she quietly donned a veil and turned towards the marketplace. The marketplace, unlike before when it was almost entirely filled with wandering cultivators, now showcased numerous young men and women adorned in diverse sect attire, congregating in pairs and trios, each exhibiting an extraordinary demeanor. As Song Xiunjing walked along, intending to purchase some snacks, her attention was drawn to a small stall selling a bag of seeds. She was astonished to discover that the seeds on display bore a striking resemblance to the cold-hearted grass seeds that Yun Duchuan had previously introduced to her. Just as she picked up the seeds for a closer inspection, a piercing voice erupted from behind her. Every year, the talented one's ranking is graced by uninvited pests, embarrassing themselves in the process. And now, even those who cannot distinguish between spiritual herbs and wild grasses have dared to show their faces. Chapter 29, publicly striking at the heart. The shrill voice, like cold water splashing into hot oil, instantly shattered the marketplace's clamor. Song Xiunjing slowly turned, her gaze calm and unwavering. Before her stood a young man clad in resplendent robes, flanked by several lackeys. His contemptuous eyes swept over the seeds in her hand before finally settling on her face. "What are you staring at? I'm talking about you." The young man fixed his gaze on Song Xiunjing, and though her full face was obscured, he could still sense her exceptional demeanor, causing him to momentarily falter. However, seeing that no one was around her, he assumed she was merely a wandering cultivator, and thus his arrogance intensified. "You cannot even distinguish between cold-hearted grass and wild grass, yet dare to disgrace yourself at the talented one's ranking?" He deliberately raised his voice, drawing the attention of disciples from various sects around them. Cold-hearted grass thrives only on the peaks of 10,000-year snowfields, its seeds translucent as jade, exuding a chilling aura upon touch. He lifted his chin proudly. "That bag of dull, gray seeds you possess is no different from the wild grass seeds by the roadside." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Song Xiunjing remained unfazed, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Having spent some time in the Xunzhen continent, she naturally recognized that the sect emblem on the young man's attire belonged to the Medicine King Valley, a sect famed for its alchemical arts, boasting that beneath Yaoqi, there is none other. Its disciples are notoriously haughty. She gently weighed the seeds in her hand, her voice cool and steady through the veil. "You claim these are wild grass seeds? What else could they be?" The young man from the Medicine King Valley raised his chin. "It seems the instructors at the Medicine King Valley need a change." Song Xiunjing replied nonchalantly. "The cold-hearted grass thrives in frigid environments. Its seeds are designed to withstand severe cold, and its exterior, as you stated, is indeed translucent as jade." She paused, recalling the explanation that Yun Duchuan had given her earlier. "However, if the seeds are nurtured in a place of extreme yin for a century, their shells will absorb the yin energy, returning to their true essence, transforming into a grayish-brown hue, while the inherent cold spiritual resonance within will be amplified. In the eyes of a genuine alchemist, they are the finest cold-hearted grass." "Nonsense." The youth resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "The records of the Medicine King Valley have never documented such absurd claims." Song Xiunjing chuckled lightly, her laughter tinged with unabashed pity. "Thus, I maintain that the instructors of the Medicine King Valley ought to be replaced." She could no longer be bothered to engage in further discourse with him and directly turned to the elderly stall owner who had remained silent. "Old sir, what is the price of this bag of seeds?" The old man's murky eyes flickered slightly as he rasped. 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals, a fixed price." This price incited a wave of astonishment from the onlookers. The youth from the Medicine King Valley immediately scoffed. "See, it's just a trap for this foolish patron." Yet, Song Xiunjing didn't even raise an eyebrow and casually tossed out a storage bag. "I'll buy it." Her decision was swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Yun Dujuan had recently been gathering spirit herb seeds with the intention of cultivating them in his family's small world. If this supreme cold heart grass could be mass-produced, its value would be immeasurable. However, this scene abruptly silenced the surrounding mockery. Who would casually produce 1,000 spirit crystals if not someone of considerable status? The youth from the Medicine King Valley was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by anger. "You are so stubborn." At that moment, an elderly yet fervent voice trembled through the air. "What this young lady has stated is indeed true. This is, without a doubt, supreme cold heart grass." The crowd gasped in shock as they turned to see an elder from the Medicine King Valley rushing forward, his gaze intensely fixed on the seeds. "I have delved into the art of alchemy for a century and have only seen references to this in the ancestral texts. To think this young lady could identify it at a glance, my admiration is boundless." He eagerly looked towards Song Xiunjing. "I am willing to offer 5,000 spirit crystals for it." 5,000. The ones who had just mocked Song Xiunjing were now rendered speechless. The youth from the Medicine King Valley stood frozen, his face turning a shade akin to that of a pig's liver. Yet, Song Xiunjing merely inclined her head slightly towards the elder. "I shall not sell." She nonchalantly stowed the seeds away, her gaze sweeping over the youth with an unspoken rebuke that pierced the heart. Just as she turned to leave, a bright, melodious voice suddenly called out, "Junior sister." Song junior sister. Chu Yao, accompanied by Xiao Che, hurried over, recognizing Song Xiunjing beneath her veil. "It's been a long time." Chu Yao's smile radiated warmth. "I didn't expect to encounter you here." Song Xiunjing's eyes flickered with genuine surprise. She had not anticipated meeting the protagonists of the original story so soon, especially since she wore a veil and Chu Yao had recognized her instantly. She nodded slightly, not wishing to be regarded as a spectacle by those around her, and acknowledged Xiao Che with a gesture. Then, she turned to Chu Yao. "Senior sister, shall we converse while we walk?" "Of course." Song Xiunjing led the way towards the Duo Bao Pavilion, as Chu Yao chatted about recent developments within their sect, while Xiao Che remained unusually quiet, silently trailing beside them. Halfway through, Chu Yao suddenly asked in a hushed tone, "Where is Song Junior sister staying now?" She paused, her tone laced with a hint of probing. "Though you are out in the world gaining experience, you are still a disciple of Tianxian sect. Since we are both in the city, would you be willing to represent the sect in the Tianxiao rankings?" Song Xiunjing halted her steps, her voice calm, yet resolute beneath the veil. "There is no need. I will be participating in the competition under my family's name." Chu Yao bit her lip. Her invitation for Song Xiunjing to join the Tianxiao rankings was indeed tinged with personal interest. Ever since witnessing Song Xiunjing's unfathomable prowess during the last sect competition, she had hoped this junior sister would represent Tianxian sect. If they could secure a position in the top 10, it would certainly bring honor to the sect before the other 4 domains. However, she simply smiled and did not press further. "That is also quite good. I wish you great success, junior sister." Song Xiunjing nodded and pointed towards a magnificent building not far away. "I am currently residing at Duobao Pavilion. If senior sister or senior brother needs anything, you may come to find me there." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Chu Yao's eyes, but upon recalling Song Xiunjing's status, it seemed only fitting. She responded with a smile, "Very well." Meanwhile, the ever-silent Xiaoqi's expression darkened slightly upon hearing Duobao Pavilion. Each time he thought he had grasped the depths of Song Xiunjing's capabilities, she always revealed a more astonishing foundation. Even ordinary hidden families might not have the privilege to reside in Duobao Pavilion, indicating that Song Xiunjing's background was far more formidable and terrifying than he had imagined. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Chu Yao and quietly said, "I have some matters to discuss privately with Song Junior sister. May I trouble you to wait a moment?" Although puzzled, Chu Yao stepped aside. Xiao Che faced Song Xiunjing, his tone imbued with unwavering insistence. "Regardless, Song Junior sister remains a disciple of Tianxian sect. Out of concern and reason, you should join the sect in competing for the Tianxiao rankings." Song Xiunjing felt a surge of indignation. Even at this juncture, Xiao Che dared to assert the authority of the sect's top disciple before her? "Senior brother Xiao." She interrupted him directly, her voice as frosty as ice. "By what right do you presume to dictate my affairs?" She tilted her head slightly, her gaze brushing over Xiao Che with an indifference that left him momentarily breathless. "With such idle concern for others, you might do well to ponder how to avoid tarnishing the sect's reputation in the Tianxiao rankings." Chapter 30. The opening of the Tianxiao rankings. After confronting Xiao Che, Song Xiunjing felt a sense of clarity wash over her. After all, during her time in Tianxian sect, Xiao Che had not shied away from causing her trouble, and her lack of strength at that time had forced her to endure. She discreetly rolled her eyes and chose to ignore Xiao Che's exceedingly grim expression, turning back to Chu Yao with a bright smile. "Senior sister, I shall take my leave now. Do rest early, and I shall see you at the Tianxiao event." Chu Yao looked at them in confusion, sensing an unusual atmosphere. She blinked in bewilderment, raising her hand in a dazed farewell. Oh, goodbye, junior sister." On the day of the grand Tianxiao gathering, Tianyong City was under strict security. In the city center stood colossal platforms, surrounded by numerous spectator stands, each adorned with intricate carvings and abundant spiritual energy. At this moment, the venue was already packed to capacity, with forces from the 5 domains seated according to their ranks. TSK, the Tianxian sect from the Eastern Domain, has yet to be removed from the first-tier forces. A disciple from the Western Domain, Kaiyang sect, jeered loudly, consistently at the bottom. "How dare you sit here?" As his words fell, a chorus of derisive laughter erupted around them. The Eastern Domain's participants turned crimson, wishing they could bury their heads in the ground. "You." Xiao Che sprang to his feet, fists clenched. "Am I wrong? Competing with you from the Eastern Domain is simply beneath us." The Kaiyang sect disciple grew increasingly arrogant. "Enough," the elder from Tianxian sect admonished sternly, casting a sharp glare at the Kaiyang sect elder, who was meditating nearby. "Your sect indulges its disciples to such an extent, it is quite unbecoming." The elder from Kaiyang sect lazily lifted an eyelid, responding nonchalantly, "The youth are brimming with vigor. As elders, we ought to be more forgiving." The elder from Tianxian sect clenched his fists tightly, his inadequacy rendering any defense seem futile. Just then, the atmosphere in the venue shifted slightly, as all eyes instinctively turned towards the entrance. Song Xiunjing and Yun Nuo, both clad in white, entered the assembly, while Mo Yin remained at Duobao Pavilion, managing subsequent affairs of the Tianxing Merchant Association with Lu Wanyan. The moment she stepped into the venue, the gazes of the major forces from the central domain converged upon her in unison. Upon spotting her, Mu Liang hastened forward, forcing a smile. "Miss Song, your presence graces us. Please, this way. Let on." Sensing her indifferent demeanor, Mu Liang gritted his teeth in frustration, but still bowed to guide her to the most central seating area. Amidst a myriad of astonished and inquisitive stares, Song Xiunjing seated herself with calm composure. "Isn't that Song Junior sister?" In the ranks of the Tianxian sect, a disciple exclaimed in astonishment. How is it possible for her to be seated in the center of the sacred grounds? All disciples turned their gazes towards the heart of the venue, where they beheld Song Xiunjin serenely seated amidst the three great sacred lands, her demeanor composed as if it were her rightful place. Xiaoqie pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent, while Chu Yao softly remarked, "Junior sister Song is participating on behalf of her family." She gazed at the figure that captivated the attention of various powerful factions, her voice tinged with bewilderment. Perhaps for her, standing alongside the sacred lands is simply a matter of course. What? Junior sister Song's family is actually on par with the sacred lands? The disciples gasped collectively, and even the elder in charge felt his pupils constrict, nearly dropping the teacup in his hand. In that moment, shock enveloped everyone, granting them a tangible sense of the formidable family behind Song Xiunjin. It was as if the fledgling phoenix, having momentarily alighted upon the mundane, was destined to return to the heavens one day. After taking her seat, a disdainful snort emanated from the left side. Without lifting her eyelids, Song Xiunjin quietly gazed towards the arena, ignoring the ire of the second elder of the Taishu sacred land, who trembled with rage. Although he had learned from the eighth elder of her lineage from a reclusive family in the upper realm, thoughts of the seventh elder's tragic demise, combined with the master's fear of her lineage preventing revenge, ignited his fury. Before he could utter another word, a terrifying pressure suddenly locked onto him. Behind Song Xiunjin, Yun Nuo raised her eyes, her gaze icy. The second elder shuddered violently, his knees weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. He gritted his teeth to endure, blood seeping from between them, fully aware that he could not kneel. To do so would tarnish the reputation of the Taishu sacred land before the five domains. Having long heard of Miss Song's esteemed reputation, the moment he laid eyes on her, he recognized her extraordinary presence. A voice, gentle as a clear spring, resonated at that moment. The elder of the Yaoqi observed everything with a smile, turning to Song Xiunjin after finishing her statement, then shifting her gaze to Yun Nuo. This must be the senior adept who guards Miss Song? Her words interrupted the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Yun Nuo, deftly redirecting the conversation and alleviating the tension that had enveloped the arena. Only then did Song Xiunjin turn her head to meet the elder of Yaoqi's smiling eyes. Slightly nodding, "Elder, you flatter me." Seizing the opportunity, the second elder of Taishu steadied himself, covertly exhaling a sigh of relief, daring not to utter another word. Meanwhile, the elder from Lingshao's sacred land remained a silent observer, his demeanor unyielding throughout. In the judges' seats, representatives from various factions took their places. Traditionally, the judges for the Tianxiao ranking are appointed by the four great families of Tianyong City and the three major sacred lands. However, this year, an additional seat was introduced. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ming Kong calmly took her place. Numerous factions exchanged furtive glances, anxious that the Tianxiao ranking might undergo unforeseen changes, leading to whispers among them. Once seated, Ming Kong's eyes casually swept towards Song Xiunjin's direction. Having arrived in Tianyong City several days prior, she had discreetly gathered substantial information regarding Song Xiunjin. The more she learned, the more her curiosity surged uncontrollably. Thus, upon hearing that Song Xiunjin would participate in the Tianxiao ranking, she unhesitatingly accepted the role of judge. At this moment, she fixated on the figure clad in white, a slight smile gracing her lips. This Tianxiao ranking was undoubtedly becoming increasingly intriguing. Boom! The ancient bell at the center of the venue resounded thunderously, its deep tones sweeping away the cacophony, signaling the official commencement of the Tianxiao ranking. At the main venue of the grand gathering, an elder emanating a formidable aura suddenly appeared. "I am the presiding judge for this Tianxiao ranking, and I welcome you all to the event." His voice resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The Tianxiao ranking is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is an elimination match, where all participants must enter the path of inquiry. If they do not emerge within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, they will be disqualified. The second round is a points competition, with the top 50 advancing, and the order of participation in the third contest determined by their points. The third round is a platform contest, designed to select the ultimate champion of this Tianxiao ranking. He stroked his beard, surveying the audience, his gaze sharp. "I remind you all, the top 10 of the Tianxiao ranking not only receive generous rewards, but also have the opportunity to join the 3 major sacred lands." He emphasized this year, with so many newcomers, the Tianxiao ranking is likely to undergo a complete overhaul. Now, with a wave of his sleeve, a colossal teleportation array illuminated the center of the arena. Simultaneously, a vast celestial screen materialized, vividly reflecting the surroundings of the path of inquiry. All participants, enter the path of inquiry. Chapter 31. This heart and will never regret, even in death. The arena blazed with brilliance as hundreds of participants transformed into streaks of light, surging into the path of inquiry. Above the celestial screen, the figures of the contestants appeared in a misty space. Xianxiaaudiobooks had heard tales of the path of inquiry. It was said to exist to test whether a practitioner's heart is pure and steadfast. Once entered, one might forget the present and be engulfed in illusions constructed from their innermost obsessions. Should one become lost within, unable to extricate themselves, their heart would be deemed flawed, leading to frequent inner demons on the path of cultivation, ultimately hindering their progress. On the viewing platform, everyone gazed up at the celestial screen. Although the contents of the illusions remained hidden, it clearly displayed who emerged first. The elder on the platform ignited incense, officially opening the path of inquiry, and all participants stepped within. As Xianxiaaudiobooks joined the throng, her mind was engulfed in confusion. In this vessel resided a soul from another realm, and even she was uncertain of her deepest obsession. It was fortunate that others could not perceive the illusions within the path of inquiry. Otherwise, it would surely become an embarrassing spectacle. As she stepped forward, the world spun violently around her. The sun has risen, and yet you still lie in bed. Xianxiaaudiobooks, it's time for breakfast. The bedroom door was banged upon, and Xianxiaaudiobooks poked her head out from beneath the covers, groggy and disoriented. I know, Mom, I'm getting up. Stop rushing me. Outside, her mother continued to murmur, raising her voice, hurry up. The porridge is getting cold. After a moment of dazed reflection on the bed, she reluctantly climbed out, her disheveled hair leading her to the mirror. After a haphazard attempt to tame her hair, she stared at her reflection, momentarily taken aback. Downstairs, her mother's voice boomed again. Xianxiaaudiobooks, are you still not up? Startled, she scrambled to tidy her hair, change out of her pajamas, and rushed into the bathroom to freshen up. Upon descending the stairs, she collided with her mother's piercing gaze. Growing up in a single-parent household, she had long since adapted to her mother's no-nonsense demeanor. Quickly, she resorted to a playful display of affection, narrowly avoiding a verbal reprimand. As her mother handed her a bun, she remarked with exasperation, ever since you entered university and took up that acting major, you seem to have forgotten how to eat properly and keep a regular sleep schedule. Look at you. You finally get a break and still look like this. Those dark circles under your eyes are so pronounced you could be mistaken for a panda. With a bun in her mouth, Xianxiaaudiobooks grinned foolishly at her mother. I just want to study well. I ranked first in the class this semester, and my teacher even praised me as a natural-born actress. She quickly devoured the bun, then picked up the last remaining meat bun on the table to offer it to her mother. In due course, once I graduate and ascend to the status of a renowned star, dear mother, you shall no longer toil so tirelessly. You will be free to embark on daily adventures, traversing the world in carefree exuberance. Ms. Song, with a playful gesture, pressed a meat bun into Xianxiaaudiobooks' mouth, unable to suppress her laughter. You, always sweet-talking to lift my spirits. Xianxiaaudiobooks tilted her head, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. On the altar, the sandalwood incense had burned to its midpoint, and all present held their breath, fixated on the celestial canvas above. A disciple from the Yaoqi sacred land staggered out, her expression dazed. Following her, several disciples from other sacred grounds and first-tier factions emerged in succession, some with vacant gazes, others weeping uncontrollably. The more enchanting the illusion, the more agonizing the escape. Xianxiaaudiobooks had yet to appear, leaving many in astonishment, while Yunhua was consumed by worry. Within the confines of the questioning path, Xianxiaaudiobooks and Ms. Song tidied up the dishes. Ms. Song then took her out for a stroll, encountering numerous neighbors along the way. Ah, Xiaunxiaaudiobooks has returned. Your mother has been longing for you, they exclaimed. Xianxiaaudiobooks greeted the uncles and aunts with a beaming smile, linking arms with Ms. Song, whispering playful jests in her ear. You claimed you missed me, yet it seems you yearn for me dearly. Ms. Song could only shake her head in exasperation. They continued their shopping until evening, finally returning home laden with bags. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the mother and daughter as Ms. Song rambled on about the evening's dinner, sweet and sour ribs, braised eggplant, all your favorites. You're the best, Mom, Xianxiaaudiobooks exclaimed, forming a heart shape with her hands. On the altar, the incense was nearing its conclusion, the last tendril of azure smoke curling into the air. At that moment, Xiaoqi stepped out of the questioning path with composure, scanning the crowd for Xianxiaaudiobooks, a smirk of derision flitting across his lips. In the stands, Elder Tai Su could no longer contain himself. It appears that certain individuals, aside from their lineage, are not much to speak of. Before his words could settle, Yunhua's icy gaze silenced him. In the kitchen, Ms. Song was preparing the marinated eggplant. Amidst the sizzling sound of oil, Xianxiaaudiobooks whispered softly, Mom, I love you. Ms. Song, not catching her words, turned slightly. What? Sitting up straight, Xianxiaaudiobooks enunciated clearly. I said, Mom, I love you. Miss Song burst into laughter, the fine lines at the corners of her eyes softening. You've become quite the performer. Now go set the table. Instead of complying, Song Xiunjin stood resolutely, gazing deeply into her mother's eyes, as if etching her visage into the very depths of her soul. Goodbye, Mom, she murmured softly. In that instant, the world seemed to shatter into a myriad of reflections, each shard revealing the myriad memories shared between Song Xiunjin and Miss Song. The silhouette of her mother stitching clothes late into the night, her anxious figure on the day of the college entrance examination peering over the school gate. The bittersweet smile as she sent her off to university, holding back tears. The howling wind swept through, carrying the fragments toward the distant horizon, where they vanished from sight. The currents of fate always propel the oblivious forward into an unpredictable and arduous future. Song Xiunjin stood in a realm of pure white, enveloped in a chilling calmness, one that was almost unnerving. In that moment, she grasped the essence of her existence. She must endure to grow stronger, powerful enough to breach the barriers of time and space, and return to her mother's side. This resolve, as steadfast as rock, could not be swayed. As the last wisp of incense extinguished, Song Xiunjin stepped forth from the questioning path, her garments billowing, her eyes radiating an unprecedented clarity and determination. The first round of the Heavenly Talents rankings concluded. Song Xiunjin emerged at the final moment, instantly capturing the spotlight. High in the stands, elders Tai Su and Ling Xiao exchanged knowing glances, both harboring suspicions that Song Xiunjin had deliberately lingered until the last moment to reveal herself. After the judges announced the conclusion, Song Xiunjin returned to the Duobao Pavilion with Yun Nuo, choosing not to engage in conversation with anyone, retreating into her room. Outside, Mo Yin looked anxiously at Yun Nuo. Miss S' emotions are in turmoil. I can sense it even from the courtyard. The bond between the card and its master is profound. The more turbulent the master's thoughts, the more perceptible it becomes to the card. Yun Nuo sighed softly. It has been like this since she emerged from the questioning path. The two exchanged silent glances, wordlessly preparing a dinner of Song Xiunjin's favorites. Inside the room, Song Xiunjin sat dazed before the mirror, gazing at the visage that was both familiar and foreign. As her cultivation deepened and her spirit strengthened, her outward appearance began to resemble her true self more closely. The questioning path could conjure her deepest obsessions, but could not distort her authentic appearance. At that moment, as she sat before the mirror, all memories flooded back. She raised her hand, fingertips brushing the surface of the glass, whispering, "Perhaps I should thank the questioning path for allowing me to feel my mother's warmth once more in this strange world." Tears fell silently, yet her lips curved into a serene smile. This illusion did not waver her resolve. Rather, it clarified her aspirations. This heart and this will, unwavering unto death. Chapter 32, The Azure Dragon's Secret Realm. The following day, the second round of the Heavenly Talents rankings commenced as scheduled. Standing on the altar, Song Xiunjin felt in relatively good spirits. She had managed to adjust her emotions the previous night and remembered a crucial point. The cultivation novel in which she found herself was fundamentally centered around the male protagonist, Xiaoqie, a tale of his triumphs, with little relevance to the supporting female lead, Chuyao. After all, in the original storyline, Chuyao merely served as a decorative element to further embellish the male protagonist's already illustrious life. Today's South Point's competition took place within the Azure Dragon's secret realm, a pivotal turning point in Xiaoqie's life. According to the original narrative, he would contract the soul fragment of the Azure Dragon here, shattering the secret realm, thereby attracting the covetous eyes of the Tai Su sacred land, leading to a bloodbath of the Tianxian sect. None but the main characters would escape. This massacre marked the inception of the book's revenge arc. Song Xiunjin raised her gaze towards Xiaoqie's position, a slow smile gracing her lips. Your opportunity? Excellent. Now, it belongs to me. The altar glimmered with the brilliance of the teleportation array, and the chief judge waved his hand, causing the scorecards to float before all the heavenly talents. This is the scorecard. Upon obtaining a points token, simply merge it with this jade plate to accumulate points. Everyone, he surveyed the hundreds of hopefuls in the cultivation world. His voice suddenly sharp. The scorecard displays real-time rankings, and it can be seized. Should it be lost or damaged, immediate elimination will ensue. No sooner had he spoken than the teleportation array erupted in radiant light, enveloping all the heavenly talents, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the Azure Dragon's secret realm. As Song Xiunjin took a few steps, she was intercepted by several disciples clad in sacred attire. Miss Song, acting alone is rather slow. The leading disciple from the Ling Xiao sacred land offered a forced smile. Why not join our team? Song Xiunjin glanced at them with a knowing smirk. She was well aware that these disciples, having witnessed her parody with the elders of various factions yesterday, harbored resentment. Their sudden proposal to team up certainly bore ill intentions. Team up for an individual competition? She scoffed lightly. And whose score will the points token belong to? I fear infighting will ensue. You. The speaker from the Ling Xiao sacred land flushed crimson. Without waiting for their reactions, Song Xianxing's figure flickered and vanished deep into the dense forest. After her departure, the crowd that had initially planned to form a team stood in place, exchanging glances and hesitant expressions for quite some time before finally dispersing in disappointment. Song Xianxing chose the tallest tree to recline leisurely, harboring no intention of searching for the score tokens. According to the rules of the points competition, the starting point they were teleported to was a safe zone for the entire event, where some score tokens worth 1 point were placed. Posing no danger, one simply needed to locate them. Beyond the safe zone, spiritual herbs, mineral veins, and the habitats of spirit beasts concealed tokens worth 5 points. Additionally, some infant soul stage spirit beasts possessed tokens worth 10 points, which could be obtained by fulfilling their wishes or defeating them. However, Song Xianxing was not particularly interested in these methods. She intended to directly seize the 10 score boxes that would be released into the arena, each containing 50 points. In her view, this competition was designed to encourage everyone to engage in fierce combat. Otherwise, why would they distribute score boxes and permit the plundering of score tokens? Thus, rather than exhausting herself in futile efforts, she preferred to suppress her opponents by force when the time came. She simply closed her eyes, intending to take a nap before acting, for according to the original plot, the core area housing the remnants of the Azure Dragon Soul would only open in the latter half of the competition. During these days, Song Xianxing was exceptionally relaxed within the secret realm, waking and sleeping at her leisure, occasionally meandering aimlessly while her score token remained at an unwavering 0. Outside, the scoreboard fluctuated rapidly. Xiao Che, Chu Yao, and several representatives from the sacred lands occupied the top ranks, either effortlessly collecting tokens in the safe zone or battling spirit beasts in resource areas. Meanwhile, Song Xianxing's name continued to be conspicuously marked with a 0, motionless, as if she had never entered the secret realm at all. Indeed a mere ornamental figure relying on her family background. Her inquiries about the path yesterday were mere luck, and today her true self was revealed. On the viewing platform, Elder Tai Su could not help but speak sarcastically once more, though this time his voice was considerably subdued, fearing to disturb Yin Nuan nearby. Among the judges, representatives from the 4 great families exchanged glances, their expressions rife with uncertainty. They had initially resolved to pledge allegiance to Song Xianxing once the rankings were finalized. After all, the current Tianyong city nominally still belonged to the Lord's jurisdiction, yet in actuality, who still regarded Muliang, especially the 3 great sacred lands, which treated Muliang as little more than a dog to be commanded. However, if Song Xianxing lacked strength, they would need to reassess their intentions. In the world of cultivation, strength is the ultimate truth. The mightier one's fist, the more authoritative their words. Regardless of one's background, if one is a weakling, they will still be scorned by the masses. Moreover, the more profound the heritage of a family, the more resources they are willing to invest in their promising offspring. With an abundance of resources poured in, even if one started as a waste, they should eventually thrive. If one still lacks prowess under such circumstances, it could either mean they are irredeemably useless or that their family has long since abandoned them, casting them aside as mere pawns. In either case, they hold no value for the 4 great families. Amidst the swirling undercurrents, Ming Kong remained composed, her gaze perpetually lowered. Unlike others, she found the scattered tokens in the early stages to be more trouble than they were worth. Why toil to gather them when it would be far more satisfying to seize them from others? Within the secret realm, after defeating a golden core stage spirit beast, Xiao Che opened the leaderboard, and upon seeing Song Xianxing's name at the bottom, a trace of barely perceptible disdain flickered in his eyes. He looked up towards the center of the secret realm. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable pull emanating from that location, accompanied by an intense chill, as if something beyond his expectations was about to transpire. He took a deep breath, wiped the blood from his sword, and steeled himself against further unproductive thoughts. As time ticked by, at last, a grand voice reverberated through the air. The score boxes have been released. Attention, the score boxes have been released. 10 radiant jade boxes descended through the secret realm like shooting stars. Instantly, the entire realm erupted in a frenzy. All the young prodigies, driven by greed, raced towards the landing points of the score boxes. Chaos, conflict, schemes, and betrayal unfolded in a vivid spectacle. In that very moment, Song Xianxing sprang into action. Chapter 33. A conspiracy to surround and capture. Song Xianxing moved like a long-hidden cheetah, her form transforming into a barely perceptible white streak as she wove through the dense forest and mountains. By the first score box, Two infant soul stage cultivators were locked in a life-and-death struggle, their swords clashing in a dazzling display when a white shadow flitted through the center of the battlefield. By the time the two regained their senses, the score box at the heart of their fierce battle had vanished without a trace. Where did the box go? The second score box was fiercely guarded by a 5-man team. They had just set up a defensive formation, encasing the score box at its center. As the leader was about to delegate tasks, a flash of white passed before their eyes, and the once solid formation crumbled like fragile foam without a sound. In the next instant, the score box at the formation's core disappeared. An ambush. The item has been stolen. The third, fourth, and so on. Wherever the white shadow passed, chaos ensued. You bastard. Leave the score box. Stop her. She's too fast. We can't lock onto her. Cries of alarm and furious curses echoed throughout the secret realm. Yet they could barely catch a glimpse of her trailing garments. A mid-stage transformation god cultivator against a group of mere infant soul cultivators resulted in a decisive disparity. In mere breaths, 8 out of the 10 score boxes had been claimed by Song. The leaderboard began to shift once more, and Song Xianxia's name rapidly ascended. Under the watchful, bloodshot gazes of all, her name surged to the top with an audacious disregard, leaving everyone far behind. First place, Song Xianxia, for 100 points. Second place, and Yao, 150 points. Third place, Lin Feng, 125 points. The points of the top-ranked individual surpassed the combined total of the second and third place. After a brief silence, the secret realm erupted into chaos. 8 boxes. She single-handedly seized 8. How much time had passed? Just a single incense stick? How did she accomplish this? Transformation God stage. She must truly be at the transformation God stage. An infant soul cultivator could never achieve such speed. Just moments ago, the proud prodigies, who believed they could compete with the world's elite, now felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of icy water. A chill penetrating to their very cores. They had labored diligently, scheming and fighting, convinced they were on the path to victory, yet someone had already ascended to the summit, coldly surveying their efforts from above. Within the secret realm, despair enveloped the atmosphere. Many cultivators who had toiled for half a day only to serve as stepping stones for another looked at the meager single-digit scores on their scoreboards, their faces pale, devoid of fighting spirit. Outside the secret realm, silence reigned as well. The representative from the Leaf family swallowed hard, attempting to break the frozen air with a forced laugh. Indeed, this is Miss Song. She is truly remarkable. Haha, indeed impressive. If not for this, how could you all see your true colors just now? Ming Kong chuckled lightly, shaking her head. Rarely did she smile in front of outsiders, but when she did, it was like the first bloom of winter's snow, yet her words struck like a dull knife. This Miss Song is indeed a remarkable person. The atmosphere was so tense that not a soul dared to breathe, a subtle tension weaving its way among the crowd. Good heavens, truly remarkable. The various factions attending the Celestial Heroes Assembly could be described as the very backbone of the 5 domains. Prior to their arrival, they had all received a clandestine missive from Tianyong City. Some approached the message with caution, others sought to forge alliances, while a few dismissed it entirely. Nevertheless, nearly all factions intended to witness firsthand the legendary heir of the reclusive family. Although most harbored little expectation, after all, it was not uncommon for a first-tier power to boast a figure of the Great Ascension stage, merely a promising junior causing trouble outside, with the prominent figures of the Great Ascension stepping in to clean up the mess. As for daring to challenge the sacred grounds, that was merely youthful folly, a consequence of impetuousness. Yet now, those within the secret realm could not fathom how Song Xianxia had achieved such prowess, while those outside observed with clarity. At such a tender age, she had already reached the transformation stage, and it appeared she was not even at its early phase. This was beyond mere genius. This was an unparalleled prodigy, a rarity the world would struggle to find a match for. Even the second elder of the Taishu sacred ground wore an expression of disbelief and astonishment. Such a genius, such a family, such profound heritage. Yet the Taishu sacred ground had made clear its animosity. He heavily shut his eyes, for the first time regretting his impulsiveness. The expressions of the assembled powerhouses shifted unpredictably, while only Yun Nuo remained seated, her gaze as calm as a placid lake. It was only fitting, was it not? She had always believed that her lady was destined to surpass all beings, garnering the admiration of countless cultivators. This was, indeed, a matter of course. Within the Qinglong's secret realm, amidst a shroud of despair, an impassioned voice suddenly rose above the din of esteemed guests. A strikingly handsome young man leapt atop a high stone, his attire unmistakably belonging to one of the 4 great families. Li Huizhou stood upon the stone, his eyes glinting with a malevolent light. He had been commanded by his family to approach Song Xianxia, only to be met with humiliation. Now, having exerted considerable effort and resorted to unscrupulous means. He had finally gained the qualification to enter the Celestial Heroes competition. This moment was ripe for revenge and display. What Song Xiunjing is doing will sever the path for us all. His voice was fervent, yet his eyes gleamed with malice. No matter how strong she is, she stands alone. If we join forces, we can surely compel her to yield her points. The crowd lifted their heads, turning their gazes toward Li Huizhou. What you say is true. We cannot sit idly by. Let us unite and force her to hand over her points. With so many of us, can we not triumph over a single individual? Driven by despair and greed, nearly 100 young elites, including some disciples of the sacred grounds who had lost hope of acquiring points, indeed formed a temporary alliance, intending to besiege Song Xiunjing. Not far away, Yao lightly gripped the hilt of her sword and turned to Lin Feng beside her. Are you participating as well? Lin Feng scoffed. Who would stoop to associate with such rubbish? He then turned sharply to the disciples of Ling Xiao, his voice stern. Listen well. Anyone daring to employ such despicable tactics shall not find me merciful. If Ling Xiao's sacred ground is to win, it shall do so with honor. And Yao also smiled lightly. Addressing the disciples of Yaoqi, we of Yaoqi shall do the same. On the other side, several disciples of Tianxian sect exchanged glances and approached Xiaoqi. Senior brother. They aimed to target Sister Song. Should we? He silently gestured to warn. Though their relationship with Song Xiunjing had not been particularly close, they were once part of the same sect. Even if Song Xiunjing was not representing Tianxian sect in the competition, they could not simply turn a blind eye. Xiaoqi shot a cold glance at the disciple, his tone indifferent. Tianxian sect is barely able to safeguard itself. Do you still have the luxury to assist others? The disciples were taken aback, evidently not anticipating such a response. Silence enveloped them for a moment. Beside them, Chu Yao looked at Xiaoqi in disbelief, her fingers tightening slightly. In her eyes, senior brother Xiao was a paragon of virtue, always willing to lend a helping hand, and could never utter such cold-hearted words. After a brief silence, she defied Xiaoqi for the first time, resolutely addressing the disciples. If our junior sister is in trouble, how can we stand idly by? If senior brother will not go, then we shall. Chapter 34. The heavens tremble together. Chu Yao led several disciples of Tianxian sect to turn and leave, disregarding Xiaoqi's grim demeanor. Behind them, Xiaoqi's voice rang out, filled with confusion and mockery. Sister, given your strength, what heroics do you seek to achieve by going at this time? Chu Yao gazed in the direction where Song Xiunjing had departed, her voice gentle yet clear. Perhaps it is a matter of conscience. Song Xiunjing stood before the final points box, poised to retrieve it. Before she could extend her hand, a throng of individuals surged forth, encircling her. Li Huizhou emerged from the crowd, his eyes glinting with the satisfaction of a scheme come to fruition. Song Xiunjing, did you ever imagine this day would come for you? Song Xiunjing raised an eyebrow, momentarily failing to recognize him. Who are you? Li Huizhou's expression twisted for a brief moment. Throughout his life, no one had ever forgotten his exceptionally handsome face, and now, this person who had humiliated him and kindled his hatred did not even remember who he was. His rage threatened to consume him. Stop feigning ignorance, he barked, brandishing his sword as if to thrust it directly at Song Xiunjing's face. Hand over the points box, or do not blame us for our ruthlessness. To be honest, Song Xiunjing had only witnessed such scenes on television before. Now, as reality mirrored the drama, it was utterly vexing. She was somewhat speechless. What can you do if I refuse to hand it over? Li Huizhou's lips curled into a vicious smile, marring his otherwise enchanting visage. You've brought this upon yourself. Since it has come to this, do not blame us. Everyone attack. Song Xiunjing's gaze swept coldly across the assembled crowd, her right hand slowly reaching for the hilt of her sword. Sister, be careful. At that critical juncture, Chu Yao, accompanied by the disciples of Tianxian sect, finally arrived at the scene. Seeing that a confrontation had yet to erupt, she breathed a silent sigh of relief. With a swift motion, she drew her long sword, stepping in front of Song Xiunjing. Sister, do not fear. Today, we stand together. The disciples of Tianxian sect who followed also felt a surge of bloodlust, brandishing their artifacts and positioning themselves behind Chu Yao, even as their hands trembled slightly. Song Xiunjing was taken aback. She had not expected the disciples of Tianxian sect and Chu Yao to come to her aid at such a moment. She considered their ties to be rather tenuous. If it were her, she might not have extended a helping hand. Yet, a gentle wave of emotion passed through her heart. A smile graced her lips as she pulled Chu Yao behind her. Just a rabble. The moment these words left her lips, they thoroughly provoked the tightly wound nerves of the crowd. Arrogance, seeking death. They were all distinguished young elites, proud and haughty, and had never before encountered such contempt. Form the celestial sword net. A disciple from a sect renowned for its sword formations shouted. In an instant, Dozens of sword cultivators drew their blades simultaneously, their sword lights soaring into the sky, intertwining in the air to form a colossal sword net that enveloped the valley above. Seal the talismans, deploy. Liuli Tower, activate. In an instant, an array of magical artifacts and sword formations enveloped Song Xiunjing and her companions. The pupils of Chu Yao and the others constricted violently as they gripped their long swords tightly. With a swift motion, Song Xiunjing finally drew her Qingheng sword, a treasure meticulously crafted by Mo Yin specifically for her participation in the Celestial Talent Rankings at the Treasure Pavilion. The first move of the Xian New Heart Sutra. All heavens tremble. She raised the Qingheng sword high and swept it horizontally. The sword light infused with a surging intent to kill, charging directly at the crowd. With a swift slash, silence fell upon the world. Where the sword light passed, 100 gifted individuals fell to the ground, their magical artifacts raining down like droplets. The onlookers prostrated themselves, blood spewing from their mouths. The madness, greed, and murderous intent etched on their faces froze, replaced by an overwhelming fear and disbelief. They gaped, but no sound escaped their lips. A monster. She is a monster. Finally, someone managed to force out fragmented syllables from deep within their throat, shattering the suffocating silence. Even a cultivator with a fragile psyche felt the warmth of shame as his pants rapidly darkened. Behind her, the disciples of the Tianxian sect stood agape, their expressions vacant. Song Xiunjing stepped forward, leisurely approaching Li Huizhou, the tip of her sword aimed at his throat. I remember you, she spoke, her deep eyes brimming with coldness. Li family member. Ha ha. Li Huizhou laughed maniacally, his expression frenzied, the blood at the corner of his mouth adding a touch of allure to his already enchanting visage. I truly despise your high and mighty airs. They are nauseating. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. You will never know what people like us, who are disregarded by our families, are willing to sacrifice to ascend. You will never know. He struggled to stand, swaying precariously. I can give everything. All. Suddenly, dark mist erupted from his body, almost engulfing him entirely. Under the horrified gazes of all present, his aura soared, breaking through from the late Golden Core stage to the early transformation stage. Song Xiunjing, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me. From afar. And Yao and Lin Feng instantly sensed the aura of malevolent arts and surged forward like two streaks of light towards its source. Outside the secret realm, many stood up abruptly. The representative of the Li family turned ashen, drenched in cold sweat. Ever since Li Huizhou incited the other talents to besiege Song Xiunjing, the color had drained from his face, now resembling a ghost. Humph! A cold snort came from beside him, as the representative of the Ling Shao Holy Land frowned coldly at him. After the Celestial Talent Rankings, we hope the Li family can clarify the origin of this malevolent art. The representatives of the other three great families dared not utter a word. Better for a poor Taoist to die than a friend. Li family, you shall bear this burden alone. The Li family representative, now pale as a sheet, slumped into his chair, muttering to himself, it's all over. That fool Li Huizhou has dragged the family down with him. Seated nearby, Ming Kong, however, spoke leisurely. What is there to fear? Miss Song's strength far exceeds the early transformation stage. Within the secret realm, Song Xiunjing lifted the Qingheng sword once more. What a nuisance. She directly advanced on Li Huizhou, this time without even using any spells. The gap in their realms was already small. And with Li Huizhou forcibly raising his cultivation through malevolent arts, while she practiced the Xian New Heart Sutra that countered all evil, the advantage was hers. This is my domain. Let us finish this. With a single thrust, she pierced through Li Huizhou's chest, sending him out of the secret realm entirely. Before he transformed into white light and vanished, she deftly seized his score plate. Chapter 35, Remnant Soul of the Azure Dragon. Song Xiunjing turned and casually tossed Li Huizhou's score plate to Chu Yao. Chu Yao fumbled to catch it, still somewhat dazed. Junior sister, what is this? Just merge it. Song Xiunjing replied flatly, glancing at the fallen talents scattered around. To the disciples of the Tianxian sect, she instructed, collect their score plates. You can divide them among yourselves. The disciples exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Song Xiunjing sighed and repeated, take their points. Finally regaining her senses, Chu Yao quickly declined. Junior sister, you defeated these individuals. The points rightfully belong to you. Song Xiunjing shook her score plate, which displayed an astonishing number of 500 points. My score is sufficient. Taking these will not change my position as first. The total score is merely 1400. She stated, these points are of no use to me. You may distribute them. The group of incapacitated talents ground their teeth in frustration, yet dared not breathe too loudly, secretly cursing, once this calamity departs, we shall reclaim our points. However, when they caught sight of Song Xiunjing's enigmatic smile, they shuddered, abandoning all thoughts of rebellion. When In Yao and Lin Feng arrived, they witnessed this ludicrous scene. The two exchanged glances, and In Yao broke the silence first. Just now, we sensed the aura of malevolent cultivators. Her gaze swept over the devastation, her eyes betraying astonishment. Where could that person be now? Song Xiunjing did not respond, but waited until the disciples of the Tianxian sect had finished collecting all the score plates before sending all the fallen talents out of the Azure Dragon's secret realm with a single swing of her sword. And just like that, they are gone. She sheathed her sword, her tone nonchalant. Considering the time, the core area where the remnant soul of the Azure Dragon resides should have opened by now. She turned to Chu Yao. Senior sister, I shall take my leave first. Be cautious. Chu Yao was in the midst of handing her score plate to a nearby junior sister when she looked at Song Xiunjing and softly spoke. Junior sister, do take care as well. We intended to assist you, yet it seems we owe you a great favor. With a shy smile, she added, I feel quite embarrassed. Song Xiunjing merely waved her hand dismissively. Your assistance was given without expectation of reward. Chu Yao and the Tianxian sect disciples exchanged smiles, and the previous barriers seemed to dissipate in that moment. As Song Xiunjing turned to leave, she suddenly pivoted back, directing her gaze at In Yao and Lin Feng. I trust you have no designs on these points? You. Lin Feng exploded. I, Lin Feng, act with integrity. How could I engage in such deeds? In Yao restrained the agitated Lin Feng, calmly responding, we are here solely to investigate the traces of malevolent cultivators. Now that the threat has been resolved, we take our leave. Song Xiunjing nodded slightly, gesturing for them to proceed. After her dealings with the Tai Su Holy Land, she felt no obligation to extend courtesy to the other two Holy Lands. And Yao led the disgruntled Lin Feng away. Even after they had walked a considerable distance, Lin Feng's frustrated voice could still be heard. She clearly humiliated me. To which In Yao calmly retorted, you could never have defeated her. The rankings of the celestial talent list shifted dramatically once again. Those from the Tianxian sect who had originally ranked in the lower tiers saw their names soar like a flying sword, rapidly ascending to the forefront. Watching his rank plummet, even those far inferior to him overtook him. Xiaoqie clenched his score plate tightly, his knuckles turning white. Song, Sun, Zheng. The name was nearly squeezed out between clenched teeth. Outside the secret realm, a profound silence enveloped all present once more. The duration of silence this year among those participating in the Tianxiao rankings exceeded all previous years combined. Li Huizhou had been apprehended and imprisoned within the dungeons of the city lord's manor, awaiting a harsh interrogation. The other eliminated prodigies were escorted back by their respective factions, each bearing expressions as pale as death. Only the elder leading the Tianxuanzong faction wore a grin that revealed his teeth. It appears that the disciples of Tianxuanzong truly understand the essence of brotherhood, knowing the value of mutual support. His gaze, laden with implication, swept over the pallid faces of the other sects. Unlike certain others, who present a facade of propriety while secretly engaging in disreputable dealings. Several representatives from the sects involved in the encirclement forced smiles. We wish your esteemed sect great success this year. After all, luck is also a facet of strength. Hearing their sardonic compliments, the elder of Tianxuanzong was not angered. Instead, he laughed even more heartily. Thanks to your blessings. Our Tianxuanzong has indeed achieved remarkable results this year. The rising inflection of his tone seemed to inscribe the word pride upon his countenance. Deep within the secret realm, Song Xiunjin soared with urgency, and upon reaching the midway point, she indeed spotted the figure of Xiaoqie. A cold smile crept into her heart. Truly, he was the male protagonist, favored by the heavens, able to traverse such depths with mere golden core cultivation. Should those Yuan-ing cultivators battling at the periphery become aware, they would likely be driven to the brink of fury. She did not reveal herself, but instead concealed her presence and darted past Xiaoqie, fully committed to reaching the location of the remnants of the Azure Dragon. In the depths of the realm, she felt an almost imperceptible sense of oppression. The Azure Dragon secret realm, designated as the competition venue for the Tianxiao rankings, had undergone rigorous scrutiny. The most formidable spirit beasts within were merely at the early stages of divination. Yet, at that moment, she could distinctly sense an overwhelming pressure. Yes, it was the resonance of a divine-level heart technique. The Azure Dragon shared the same divine classification as her own cultivation method, naturally establishing a connection. Her sharp gaze locked onto an inconspicuous hill at the center. System, employ the skill card to exploit the loophole in the current realm's celestial curtain. Skill card in use. Usage successful. Shielding duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 3 days. Outside the secret realm, the enormous celestial curtain on the array platform suddenly began to flicker wildly before plunging into complete darkness. What on earth is happening? The judges and spectators erupted in chaos. The spiritual device has malfunctioned and is under urgent repair, the city guards hurriedly explained. Seizing this invaluable moment of obscurity, Xunzhen, adhering to the original text description, parted the underbrush at the base of the hill, and there indeed lay a protruding stone. Without hesitation, she pressed it. The stone wall slid open silently, revealing a narrow passage barely wide enough for a person to pass through. In the original narrative, the male protagonist, upon nearing the central area, was pursued by a spirit beast at the early divination stage. During this chase, he unwittingly stumbled upon this very spot, inadvertently triggering the stone, which opened the passage. To evade the spirit beast, he then entered the cave, encountered the remnants of the azure dragon, and successfully forged a contract. Xunzhen swiftly slipped inside. She traversed a lengthy corridor, and upon reaching its end, she found herself in a vast chamber. There, a colossal skeleton of the azure dragon lay coiled, with a faint azure dragon soul resting upon its head. Chapter 36. Contracting the azure dragon step by step. Xunzhen approached the dragon's soul. With each stride, the ancient and overwhelming pressure intensified. When she finally stood before the dragon's head, the azure dragon's remnant soul slowly opened its eyes. "Human, how dare you disturb my slumber?" The dragon's roar, imbued with formidable celestial might, swept forth. Though the azure dragon's corporeal form had perished, the residual soul still bore the oppressive aura of a divine beast. On this day, even the most potent cultivator at the tribulation stage from the Xunzhen continent would feel the weight of its presence. Unfazed, Xunzhen maintained her composure as the Xuannu Heart Sutra quietly circulated within her. The divine-level heart technique formed an intangible barrier around her, rendering the overwhelming pressure of the remnant soul as naught. See, she mused coldly within, had I not learned the divine-level heart technique, I would have perished long ago under the azure dragon's oppressive force. But how could xianxia, a mere golden core cultivator, compel an ancient divine beast to submit? It is merely the author's illogical attempt to force resources upon the male protagonist. Reflecting on this segment of the original text, she found it utterly absurd. It seemed the author could not even justify it, and had to hastily conclude the matter. Internally mocking, she maintained an impassive facade, staring directly at the azure dragon. Her tone resolute. "Submit to me." The dragon's soul paused, momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. What audacity! A more terrifying wave of pressure crashed down like a landslide, causing the cave's rock walls to tremble ominously. Yet Xunzhen remained steadfast, devoid of any sign of trepidation. The azure dragon's remnant soul felt an increasing sense of confusion, completely bewildered as to why its aura held no sway over this human, and could only feign calmness, attempting to persuade her. "Human," it softened its tone. "My body has long since perished. My power is but a shadow of its former self. Even I do not know how long I can linger in this state. Why cling to this obsession?" Xunzhen retorted without hesitation. "Our great beings have divined that you and I are fated." She could hardly reveal that she had come specifically to seize the male protagonist's opportunity. Moreover, why did it not express uncertainty about its existence when it forged a contract with xianxia? Refusing to be manipulated, she raised her longsword towards the dragon's soul. The might of the Xuannu Heart Sutra surging forth like a tide. "Submit, or face death. You have but these two choices." She spoke no falsehood. Should the azure dragon's remnant soul refuse to yield, she would indeed shatter this fragment of soul herself. If fate were immutable, and if the azure dragon were destined to belong to the male protagonist, under the circumstances of her irrevocable enmity with him, she would never allow it to grow strong. If it could not be obtained, then it must be destroyed. The azure dragon's remnant soul sensed the aura of the divine-level heart technique, its pupils constricting in disbelief as it gazed at this human before it. "Human, how do you possess a divine-level heart technique?" It leaned forward eagerly. "You cannot possibly be from the Xunzhen continent. Are you from the higher realms? You speak of our destiny. Can you assist me in reconstructing my corporeal form?" The dragon's golden eyes widened in anticipation as it looked upon Xunzhen. Since its death and descent to the lower realm, it had been left with only this fragment of a soul, desperately seeking ways to restore its physical form. Alas, repeated failures had thwarted its hopes, and now, with the opportunity in sight, how could it not be excited? Sensing the azure dragon's fervent emotions and understanding its words, Xunzhen comprehended. "System, does the card pool contain anything that can aid in the azure dragon's corporeal reconstruction?" "Yes." The system's mechanical voice echoed in her mind. "Upon contracting with it, the host may nurture it within the family's small world. Once relevant items are drawn, it can assist in reconstructing its corporeal form." Xunzhen's heart soared with joy as she met the azure dragon's hopeful gaze, responding with calm assurance. "Indeed, my clan possesses the means to restore your physical form. As long as you become my contracted beast, it is merely a matter of time. The Azure Dragon's remnant soul nodded without hesitation. After all, refusing meant death, while acquiescing offered a chance to regain its corporeal form. It would be foolish to choose otherwise. The remnants of the Azure Dragon, lifting its diminutive claw, solemnly regarded the human before it. Xianxiaaudiobooks also raised her hand, grasping its dragon claw. In an instant, their spirits intertwined in the air, sealing a pact of mutual guardianship. Upon the completion of the contract, the Azure Dragon exhibited a hint of bashfulness, taken aback by the realization that this human had forged an equal covenant. In truth, the dragon had come prepared to enter into a master-servant agreement. Stealing a glance at the human, it felt a surge of joy but maintained an air of decorum as it spoke. Human, I am called Qin Yan. With a smile gracing her lips, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, Greetings, Qin Yan, I am Xianxiaaudiobooks. She then led Qin Yan into her family's small realm, entrusting its care to Yun Dechuan for nurturing. Little did she anticipate that as she exited the family's small world, the entire Azure Dragon's secret realm would begin to violently tremble. In an instant, realization dawned upon her. The secret realm was sustained by the power of the Azure Dragon, and with its departure, the realm would soon collapse without its support. As the timer on her skill card approached its end, she turned on her heels and departed without hesitation. Meanwhile, outside the cavern, not long after Xianxiaaudiobooks had left, Xiaoqie found himself in a desperate plight, being relentlessly pursued by a snow wolf at the early stage of transformation. Anguish and fury swelled within him, for he could sense a great opportunity nearby. Yet he was ensnared by this beast. With a resounding thud, the snow wolf's tail struck him, sending him tumbling through the air, completely exhausted. His back collided forcefully with the rocky wall, and he fell to the ground, landing precariously upon a protruding stone. Crack! The stone wall gave way, and he tumbled into the cavern. Amidst the tremors, he beheld the immense remains of the Azure Dragon lying upon the ground. Yet, apart from that, there was naught else. His heart seized suddenly, as if something of profound significance in his life had vanished entirely. Simultaneously, outside the secret realm, the heavens restored their clarity, and the scenes within the realm reappeared before the eyes of the onlookers. In the chaotic secret realm, the remains of the Azure Dragon stood starkly before Xiaoqie, now visible to all. What is that? The second elder of the Taishu sacred land rose in disbelief. The Azure Dragon. It is indeed the remains of the Azure Dragon. To think that the remains would actually manifest within the secret realm. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, their gazes filled with shock and avarice as the Azure Dragon's secret realm collapsed entirely, a flash of white light engulfing all the prodigies and expelling them from the realm. No one had anticipated that the second round of the prodigy rankings would conclude so abruptly in such a manner. Moreover, no one could have foreseen that the remains of an ancient divine beast would make such a dramatic appearance, only to vanish along with the secret realm. And the last to stand before the remains of the Azure Dragon was none other than Xiaoqie. This name would indelibly etch itself into the minds of the major factions, bringing forth nothing but insatiable greed and the ugliness of human nature. Chapter 37. The arena competition. The prodigy rankings had yet to conclude, yet many had lost the desire to continue participating. From Xianxiaaudiobooks' remarkable elimination of nearly 100 prodigies, to the emergence of the Azure Dragon's remains, and the subsequent collapse of the Azure Dragon's secret realm. This year had witnessed an array of monumental events, even involving nefarious cultivators and dark arts. The elders of the various factions could no longer remain idle. Most of the prominent figures hastily departed Tianyong City to return to their respective factions and convene to devise a response. The four great families focused on their own affairs, shutting their doors to visitors. The Li family, entangled with the dark cultivators, had been stripped of its status as judges for the prodigy rankings and now faced accountability from the major factions, leading to a palpable atmosphere of trepidation among the Li family members. The city lord's residence was likewise in disarray. Mu Liang's eldest son Mu Yu inexplicably lost all his cultivation overnight, rendering him a cripple, which incensed Mu Liang, who erupted in fury at the city lord's residence. With no recourse, he was compelled to seek remedies far and wide. Not only was the prodigy rankings in disarray, but the management of Tianyong City itself had become lax. Amidst this tumultuous atmosphere, the arena competition commenced as scheduled. The chief judge elder announced in a grave tone, the third match of the prodigy competition officially begins. The top three from the previous match would serve as the three arena champions for this round. He raised a jade slip in his hand, upon which three golden names shimmered vividly. First place, Xianxiaaudiobooks, 500 points. Second place, Yao, 350 points. Third place, Linfeng, 300 points. The rankings of the top three had remained virtually unchanged throughout the later stages, with only the second and third places constantly exchanging positions. while Song Xiunjin maintained a decisive lead. The rules were straightforward. The chief judge elder continued. Should the arena champion successfully defend their title, they will proceed to the final match. Should they fail, they shall become the challenger. The challenger, upon successfully defeating the champion, will ascend to the position of arena champion. Failure results in elimination. With a grand gesture, 3 arenas rose from the ground. Arena champions, please take the stage. Challengers, choose your opponent from the arena champions for this match. Song Xiunjin, embracing the Qingheng sword, ascended to the central arena, awaiting challengers. However, a quarter of an hour passed in complete silence below the stage. 2/4 of an hour later, still no one stepped forward. An hour, 2 hours passed. Meanwhile, on the adjacent arenas, Yao and Lin Feng were engaged in fierce battles with their challengers, while Song Xiunjin's arena remained eerily quiet, as though one could hear the wind whispering through the flags. In this silence, the judge called out for the 5th time, "Does anyone dare challenge the arena champion?" Song Xiunjin? With a rustle, the crowd instinctively took a step back, their movements synchronized as if rehearsed countless times. Those once arrogant prodigies now averted their gazes, some studying the ground's patterns, others admiring the drifting clouds, yet none dared meet the eyes of Song Xiunjin standing on the arena. What a jest! They had all heard tales of Song Xiunjin, not only a cultivator at the transformation stage, but also the one who had vanquished over 100 prodigies with a single strike. What could they possibly use to contend with her? Their lives. Why risk it? Living is quite splendid, isn't it? On the left and right arenas, Yao repelled her opponent with a swift sword strike, panting as she exchanged a glance of despair with the equally beleaguered Lin Feng. What was meant to be a contest of 3 now felt like an all-out brawl focused solely on them. This was hardly a duel, it was a war of attrition. In unison, they turned their gazes toward the judging panel, their eyes pleading for assistance. The judges exchanged glances, and Ming Kong cleared his throat, lowering his voice. This cannot continue. Finally, the chief judge elder, with a resolute demeanor, rose, after deliberation by the judging panel. We are introducing an additional rule. Each arena may accept a maximum of 10 challenges per day. Exceeding that number necessitates choosing another arena. Should a champion not be challenged for an extended period, it shall be deemed an automatic forfeiture. As soon as the words left his lips, Yao and Lin Feng nearly burst into tears. If only they had been informed earlier. They were on the verge of collapse from exhaustion. Song Xiunjin continued to stand quietly in the center of the arena, a gentle breeze lifting the strands of hair from her forehead, lending her an air of effortless grace as she held her sword. Her demeanor captivated the majority of the prodigies present. Hurry, hurry, system, do you have a photo function? Am I not looking dashing right now? Song Xiunjin mentally shouted, her excitement prompting the system to directly mute her. Unperturbed, she stood contentedly, reveling in her brilliance for participating in the prodigy rankings, feeling like a genius. At last, under the silent gaze of the judges, a young cultivator was thrust forward by his companions, steeling himself as he leaped on his Song Xiunjin's arena. Song Xiunjin suddenly perked up, gripping the hilt of her sword, ready to draw it. Hold on. The cultivator, terrified, retreated 3 steps and shouted frantically towards the referee, I concede. I surrender. His actions were so swift, his tone so urgent, as if lingering for even a second would result in bloodshed. Song Xiunjin released her grip on the sword, watching as he tumbled off the stage, nearly tripping over the steps. With such an exemplary display, the subsequent proceedings flowed smoothly. The second cultivator ascended the stage and clasped his hands. Miss Song, you are formidable. I concede. The third was even more dramatic, barely touching the stage before exclaiming, I surrender. I shall depart at once. After an entire day, Yao and Lin Feng fought tirelessly on the 2 stages, drenched in sweat, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. In contrast, Song Xiunjin hadn't even shifted her posture. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yao leaned on her sword, gasping for breath, while Lin Feng slumped to the ground. They gazed at the immaculate Song Xiunjin on the central stage, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. This was not a contest, it was a study in extremes. The tournament lasted a full 3 days, with Song Xiunjin remaining in a state of stupor throughout. It must be said, Yao and Lin Feng were indeed formidable. Under such intense conditions, they managed to maintain their positions as champions. Ultimately, Chu Yao fell to Yao's sword, while Xiao Che, in a daze, succumbed to Lin Feng. Given Xiao Che's golden core cultivation, he was naturally no match for Lin Feng, who was at the nascent soul stage. To add insult to injury, he was completely distracted, prompting Lin Feng to kick him off the stage. If you wish to fight, then fight. If not, then leave. Xiao Che tumbled to the ground, his robes now soiled with dust. He staggered to his feet, his gaze vacant. This was not how it should be. A voice in the depths of his mind insisted that he ought to stand atop the highest peak, revered by all, rather than in such a pitiful state. He abruptly looked up, his eyes fixed on Song Xianxiang at the center of the stage. Yes, ever since that day in the law enforcement hall, when Song Xianxiang had seemingly transformed, his life had completely veered off course. Kill her. At any cost, kill her. Only then could his life return to its rightful path. On the stage, Song Xianxiang keenly sensed the palpable intent to kill emanating from him. She raised her eyes and met Xiao Qie's gaze directly. The madness and hatred swirling within nearly coalesced into blades aimed at her. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, rather than feeling anger, Song Xianxiang's lips curled into a slow, provocative smile. Meeting his piercing gaze, she silently mouthed, "Fool." Chapter 38, The Final Showdown. The defending competition concluded, and the top 3 had been freshly announced. On the final stage, after defeating Lin Feng, and Yao finally stood before Song Xianxiang. As she gazed at the white-clad maiden standing opposite, she could hear her own heart racing, her palms slightly sweating around the hilt of her sword. "Miss Song," and Yao's voice was laced with an irrepressible fighting spirit, "ever since witnessing your prowess in Tianyong City, I have longed for the opportunity to engage in a thrilling battle with you." Song Xianxiang slowly drew her Qingheng sword, the slender blade reflecting a chilling light under the sun. She was currently at the mid-transformation stage, a full realm below Yao, who was at the late nascent soul stage. And Yao, aware of Song Xianxiang's cultivation, still chose to proceed with the match, which warranted her utmost seriousness. Without further ado, the moment the referee's words fell, and Yao lunged forward with her sword. The disparity in cultivation was akin to a chasm, and Yao understood that to secure victory, she must strike unexpectedly. The Yaoqi sword technique was renowned for its speed and agility, and Yao immediately employed her most proficient sword style, the 7 transformations of the Yaoqi sword technique. The sword light burst forth like a startled swan, instantly creating 7 afterimages that assailed Song Xianxiang from various angles. Gasps erupted from the audience, for this strike epitomized the pinnacle achievable by a nascent soul cultivator. Song Xianxiang was taken aback. Such swift swordplay, such elusive movement. Were it not for her being a full realm above, this strike would have surely caught her off guard, leaving her unable to discern the real from the illusion. She released her divine sense, instantly pinpointing the genuine figure among the 7. With a sweeping motion of her sword, she unleashed a torrent of air waves. Clang! At the moment their swords clashed, and Yao felt an overwhelming force travel down the blade, numbing her hands. Yet, instead of retreating, she pressed forward, the momentum shifting into a torrential rain of sword light. Excellent! Song Xianxiang's eyes sharpened, and in an instant, she released several streams of sword energy, all directed at Yao. The sword light and energy detonated mid-air, the tremendous force causing Yao to slide back several meters, a metallic taste rising in her throat, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Were it not for Song Xianxiang's timely restraint, this strike might have cost her dearly. Yet Yao still managed to stand tall, gripping her sword tightly. The audience held their breath, fixated on every move and technique displayed on the stage. Even those not versed in swordplay could sense the true essence of sword intent emanating from this battle. Several elders exchanged knowing nods, their eyes filled with satisfaction. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Who would have thought such brilliant sword intent could arise from the clash of 2 young disciples? At the location of Tianxian sect, a disciple stared blankly at Chu Yao, unable to restrain his murmuring. "Senior sister, I now understand. During the sect competition, Sister Song truly let loose. Even with their cultivation suppressed to the same realm, they were no match for Sister Song." Hearing this, Chu Yao chuckled lightly, about to respond when she caught a glimpse of the fleeting ferocity on Xiao Qie's face. That gaze was so sinister it sent a shiver down her spine. Instinctively, she turned to scrutinize him, only to find Xiao Qie had regained his composure, as if the earlier expression had merely been her imagination. Suppressing her unease, Chu Yao jested with her junior. "What's wrong? I thought you all felt it during your time in the secret realm." Her tone was light, though her heart sank. Was it truly just an illusion? How could Brother Xiao display such a terrifying countenance? On the stage, the tip of the Qingheng sword hovered 3 inches from Yao's neck, and Yao gazed at the glinting blade before her and, with a relieved smile, said, "The world may deem me the foremost of the younger generation, but today, it seems I cannot claim that title." She sheathed her sword, wiping the blood from her lips, and respectfully clasped her hands towards Song Xianxiang. "In this battle, Yao has lost." This gesture was one of genuine respect. The purpose of today's duel was never about vying for hollow fame, but rather to attain enlightenment. Among contemporary cultivators, regardless of the opponent, one must never falter before the fight. In this moment, following the conclusion of the duel, she distinctly felt the long encumbering bottleneck within her starting to loosen. Joy surged within her, and she momentarily disregarded her physical pain, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Song Xianxiang. Without a doubt, Song Xiunjing had emerged as the champion of this year's Tianjiao ranking. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the chief elder once again took to the stage. His voice resonant as a bell. I hereby declare that the Tianjiao Grand Assembly has concluded successfully. The top 10 will receive substantial rewards and the opportunity to join the Holy Land. Moreover, the champion of this assembly shall receive the premium enlightenment pill provided by the Yaoqi Sacred Land. What? The premium enlightenment pill? As soon as those words were uttered, a sudden gasp echoed through the audience. No one anticipated that the Yaoqi Sacred Land would unveil such a treasure for the Tianjiao ranking. Many could not restrain their gazes from drifting towards the Yaoqi representative seated in the center. The elders leading the three major sacred lands had long since departed Tianyong City, following the collapse of the Qinglong secret realm. And the current representatives of the sacred lands were all newly appointed. This enlightenment pill was likely brought forth by the new representative. Many harbored cold laughter in their hearts, acutely aware that this enlightenment pill served not only as a reward for the champion of the Tianjiao ranking, but also as a greeting for certain chosen individuals. The Lingxiao representative was the first to speak, laced with sarcasm. The Yaoqi moves swiftly. We are left in their dust. The Taishu representative immediately chimed in, his words dripping with mockery. Otherwise, do you think a group of women could so comfortably hold their positions in the sacred lands and contend with us? The Yaoqi representative did not even raise her eyelids, responding coldly. Is it true that cultivation must be divided by gender? It seems the esteemed members of Taishu have been hindered by the weight of their own flesh. No wonder their progress has stagnated over the years. Upon finishing, she abruptly turned to Yun Nuo, her smile radiant. What do you think, Taoist Yun? Yun Nuo's gaze was frosty, devoid of emotion as it met the Taishu representative's eyes, utterly foolish. The Taishu representative's face darkened, yet he dared not retaliate. The Lingxiao representative cast a disdainful glance at the Taishu representative, feeling his intelligence insulted. Engaging in conversation with such a dim-witted ally was a detriment to his own stature. Standing on the arena, Song Xunzhen watched Ming Kong approach gracefully, a jade box cradled in her hands, her heart brimming with anticipation. A top-tier pill, the enlightenment pill. The generosity of the Yaoqi sacred land was enough to endear her to it, coupled with the rewards from the competition. Once she planted these in her family's small world, it would amount to a substantial resource. Miss Song, it is an honor to finally meet you. Ming Kong smiled as she presented the wooden box. I am Ming Kong, the head of the Tianji Pavilion. Just as Song Xunzhen reached out to accept the jade box, Ming Kong leaned slightly forward, whispering in a tone only the two could hear. I have calculated your fate, Miss Song. It is truly intriguing. A person on the brink of death has instead gained fortune. Would you not agree that this is quite interesting? Taken aback, Song Xunzhen hesitated as she felt the cool touch of the jade box in her fingertips, sending a chill down her spine. Meeting Ming Kong's smiling gaze, which seemed to pierce through her facade and delve deep into her soul, she feigned composure, forcing a smile as she looked back, unflinching. Yet, those who casually pry into heavenly secrets seldom meet a favorable end. Beneath her sleeves, she gripped the jade box tightly, her palms clammy with sweat. In that moment, she truly sensed that in this realm of cultivation, all secrets were not without their traces. Chapter 39, Chaos in Tianyong City. Upon returning to the side courtyard of the Duobao Pavilion, Song Xunzhen found herself pacing in distress. Ming Kong's words had struck her deeply, nearly brushing against her innermost secrets. Had the circumstances not been so peculiar, she might have lost her composure right then and there. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair like a madwoman before plopping down in front of the mirror. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. Strength. At the end of the day, it all boiled down to a lack of strength. Without sufficient power, she could never escape danger, nor could she live in peace. Now that she had entrusted Mo Yin with the operations of the Tianqing Merchant Association, and with the 30% returns from Duobao Pavilion, she possessed a considerable amount of spirit crystals. However, the risks associated with drawing cards were too great. She was uncertain whether these spirit crystals would yield anything valuable. After much contemplation, it seemed that completing the system task to acquire that customized card was the most secure option. She accessed the system interface and opened the task bar. Task progress, 410,500,000. Tianyong City, being a large immortal city, boasted a population of nearly 3 million. Her notoriety was not insignificant, primarily stemming from the main urban area and other major factions across the 5 domains. Of course, once the news spread that she represented a hidden family as the champion of the Tianjiao ranking, completing the task should not pose much difficulty. Nonetheless, it was evident that system tasks were phase-based, with each new task offering increasingly better rewards. To hasten her ascent in strength, she needed to exhaust every effort to fulfill the tasks. Pouring herself a cup of cool tea, She drank deeply, the icy liquid revitalizing her spirit. It was indeed a daunting task to make her name and identity known even to the ordinary citizens of Tianyong City. Yet, it was not entirely insurmountable. Suddenly, an idea struck her, reminiscent of the scenes from television dramas where champions paraded through the streets. Though it might be somewhat mortifying, the impact would undoubtedly be immediate. Distributing practical resources while parading could ensure her fame spread like wildfire. With a spark of inspiration, her eyes lit up, and she felt a surge of optimism for the future. Was it not merely a matter of enduring some embarrassment? For the sake of strength, she would go all in. Xunzhen strode out of her room, intent on gathering supplies, only to unexpectedly encounter Chu Yao in the hall of Duobao Pavilion. Junior sister. Chu Yao's eyes brightened as she hurried to greet her. I was just about to seek you out. Xunzhen was somewhat surprised. Had not the members of Tianxian already departed? Why was Chu Yao still in Tianyong City? Senior sister, do you have something to discuss with me? Chu Yao hesitated, her mind recalling Xiao Chei's grim visage from the stands. She found it hard to believe that her elder brother, who had grown up with her, could harbor such malice. Yet, each time he faced Song Junior's sister, he exhibited a starkly different demeanor, as though Song Junior's sister were his fated rival, repeatedly targeting her. I do not wish for my elder brother to come to harm, yet I also do not wish for him to inflict harm upon others. Junior sister. She bit her lip, ultimately resolute. Be cautious of my elder brother. I fear he may harbor ill intentions towards you. Xunzhen looked at Chu Yao in astonishment. In the original storyline, there had never been a plot where the female lead betrayed the male lead. Although Chu Yao's actions today did not quite reach the threshold of betrayal, in the context of male-centric novels that demanded absolute perfection from their female leads, this was already an unforgivable transgression. Chu Yao's characterization bore no distinction from other supporting female characters in typical overpowered male narratives, always obedient and understanding. Viewing the male lead as her lifelong pursuit, had it not been for the constraints of single female leads, she would have believed that with Chu Yao's personality, she would accept even a harem. After all, male-centric narratives often followed this pattern, did they not? Unable to help herself, she scrutinized the girl before her. Chu Yao's cheeks flushed under her gaze. Junior sister, why do you look at me so? I merely think. Xunzhen's lips curled slightly. Senior sister has changed remarkably. You seem more awake and assertive. And rest assured, senior sister, I will be cautious of elder brother. Chu Yao was momentarily taken aback, shyly lowering her head. That is good. As she spoke, she produced a jade token from her hand and handed it to Xunzhen. This is a sect identity token the elders wished me to pass on to you. They mentioned that you were in such a hurry to leave the sect that you forgot to take it with you. Just as Xunzhen reached out to accept it, a commotion suddenly erupted from outside the hall. Those conducting business at the city lord's manor. All idle persons please stand aside. Frowning, Xunzhen took the identity token and glanced toward the tumult outside. It was her first time witnessing such a stir at the city lord's manor since arriving in Tianyong City. Turning to Chu Yao, she said, if you have no further matters, I shall send someone to escort you home. Chu Yao shook her head, saying, no need, I can return on my own. She cast a curious glance outside the street. Junior sister, attend to your matters, you need not worry about me. At that moment, Lu Wanyan hurriedly approached Song Xiunzhen, his face a mask of urgency. Miss Song, grave news. Today, the evil cultivator Li Huizhou was rescued from the city lord's prison. Furthermore, upon hearing this news, City Lord Mu Liang suddenly spat blood and collapsed, remaining unconscious. Currently, the affairs of the city lord's residence are being managed by Elder Mu. Song Xiunzhen was momentarily taken aback. Li Huizhou had been rescued? Mu Liang was in a coma? The world of cultivation was indeed a grand stage, filled with fresh happenings daily. Li Huizhou was saved? She inquired calmly. Indeed. Lu Wanyan replied anxiously. The rescue of the evil cultivator itself is troubling, but more so is the fact that Li Huizhou, of all people, he glanced at Song Xiunzhen, who filled in the unspoken words. Of course, Li Huizhou has a history with her. She pondered the motives of those who had orchestrated Li Huizhou's rescue, whether it was driven by ulterior motives or perhaps a vendetta against her. Suddenly, a name surfaced in her mind regarding the city lord's residence. She instructed Lu Wanyan, go to the city lord's residence and summon Elder Mu Changyan to see me. Understood. Lu Wanyan immediately dispatched someone to the city lord's residence. Song Xiunzhen then turned to Chu Yao, her tone leaving no room for objection. Senior sister, I will have someone escort you back. Tianyong City is currently in chaos, and I cannot rest easy knowing you return alone. Chu Yao obediently nodded. Within the city lord's residence, Mu Changyan stood by Mu Liang's bedside, his expression somber. The entire residence was in disarray. With the city lord incapacitated and young master Mu Yuxiu rendered powerless, he was of no use. Behind Mu Changyan, Elder Fong, who was managing the affairs of the city lord's residence, spoke in a deep voice. Are you truly aligned with Miss Song? Mu Changyan chuckled lightly. Whether I am or not, the truth will soon be revealed. His gaze swept over Mu Liang, lying on the bed like gilded paper. With the city lord down and Mu Yu incapacitated, who else but I can occupy this position? Elder Fong remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Mu Changyan. After a moment, he remarked, we have all been deceived by you. Who would have thought the city lord harbored a venomous snake? Whether it is a snake or not is irrelevant, Mu Changyan replied, casting his gaze towards the sky outside the city lord's residence, in the direction of the Duobao Pavilion where Song Xunzhen was located. What truly matters is whether there is still a place for the city lord's residence in Tianyong City. A deep, knowing smile crept across his lips. Soon, the city lord's residence shall regain its former glory. At that moment, a servant outside announced, Elder, second young master. Someone from Duobao Pavilion has come with a message that Miss Song wishes to see the second young master. Upon hearing this, Mu Changyan felt a sense of calm settle within him. He turned to Elder Fong, a confident smile gracing his lips. Elder Fong, do you now believe me? He understood that regardless of Miss Song's current intentions, securing his position was paramount to obtaining everything he desired within the city lord's residence, where wolves circled. He adjusted his robes, his demeanor composed and unruffled. I shall now go to meet Miss Song. As for the affairs of the city lord's residence, I trust you will manage them well. Elder Fong snickered inwardly. Despite not yet assuming the role of city lord, Mu Changyan was already exuding an air of authority. However, he maintained a facade of indifference, replying, I shall handle everything appropriately. I sincerely wish the second young master success in all endeavors. Mu Changyan disregarded his veiled sarcasm and stepped out of the room. Meanwhile, watching Chu Yao's retreating figure, Song Xunzhen's gaze grew contemplative. The enmity between her and Xiao Che had long been established. Since her arrival in the Xuanzang continent, Xiao Che had desired her demise. Coupled with the events at the arena, their confrontation was merely a matter of time. However, Chu Yao's warning had undeniably solidified the imminent threat. What a tumultuous season, she murmured to herself. Before long, Lu Wanyan returned, urgently escorting Mu Changyan. In the meeting hall, Song Xunzhen sat regally at the head, her gaze icy. She observed as Mu Changyan approached and knelt respectfully in the center of the hall. Without preamble, Song Xunzhen addressed him directly. You orchestrated the incidents involving Mu Liang and Mu Yu, did you not? Mu Changyan raised his head with a measured demeanor, his eyes reflecting a calculated calmness. I have stated that I would present the city lord's residence to you, regardless of the cost. Those in positions of power often detest circumlocution. Having served under Mu Liang for many years, Mu Changyan had learned this lesson well. Song Xunzhen remained silent, scrutinizing him carefully as though evaluating his worth. Miss Song, the city lord's residence is now entirely within my grasp, he asserted confidently. Song Xunzhen felt a jolt of disbelief. Her father and brother had merely been tools of submission. Indeed, within the realm of cultivation, the game was played dirty. You truly wish to pledge your loyalty to me? Mu Changyan nodded resolutely, indeed. Leaning back slightly, Song Xunzhen remarked nonchalantly, but if you could so easily betray your father and brother, why should I trust that you would genuinely be loyal to me? Mu Changyan advanced a few steps, bowing respectfully before her. Miss, please discern. The reason I have been so heartless is that Mu Liang is unworthy to be a father, and Mu Yu is unfit to be a brother. He gazed at Song Xunzhen's cold expression, realizing he had no choice but to lay bare his truth. My mother was not Mu Liang's legitimate wife. She was a mortal woman he encountered during his travels. He took her to Tianyong City, subjecting her to daily humiliation, all while demeaning her status and refusing to let her leave. As he spoke, Mu Changyan's fists clenched tightly, his usually stoic demeanor giving way to palpable hatred. By the time I was 8, my mother could no longer endure the humiliation and took her own life by crashing into a pillar. Yet Mu Liang would not even grant her a grave. Mu Yu was no better, foolish and venomous, complicit with Mu Liang. Song Xunzhen felt sympathy for his plight. It was akin to human trafficking in the modern world, an offense punishable by law. Yet, this was the realm of cultivation, a place where the strong preyed upon the weak. And a single misstep could lead to a fate worse than death. She found it difficult to spare excessive pity for others, as her own situation was far from secure. Mu Changyan was indeed a venomous snake. No matter how tragic his background, it did not alter his nature. Yet, he was also a fine blade, a uniquely formidable weapon. If wielded correctly, it could yield extraordinary results. After a moment of silence, she quelled her inner turmoil, lifting the teacup beside her and taking a measured sip. Her tone laced with a hint of mockery. So, it seems you are the innocent one in this tale. Mu Changyan refrained from affirming or denying her statement, instead calmly analyzing the pros and cons. As of now, I can rely solely on Miss Song. I have no support from my maternal family, and now no hindrance from my paternal family. My heart is wholly devoted to serving Miss Song, and heaven bears witness to this. Should Miss Song doubt my sincerity, I am prepared to swear an oath before the heavens. Song Xiunzhen felt a surge of excitement. How could she have forgotten about the heavenly oath? Once Mu Changyan swore, he could never betray her in this lifetime, or he would face dire consequences. Thus, she regarded him without any intention of hindering his oath. Understanding her tacit approval, Mu Changyan swiftly raised his hand to swear, declaring, I swear before the heavens that in this life and the next, I shall remain loyal to Miss Song Xiunzhen. Should I violate this oath, may thunder strike me down. My cultivation be shattered, and may I never attain rebirth. As her voice faded, a low rumble of thunder unexpectedly echoed across the horizon, signifying that the vow had been forged. Song Xiunzhen nodded in satisfaction, placing her teacup down and finally broaching another matter. Who saved Li Huizhou? Do we have any leads? Mu Changyan's pupils widened slightly, seemingly taken aback by her sudden inquiry regarding Li Huizhou. Yet, he quickly realized that this was Song Xiunzhen's first test for him. The traces at the scene were scant. The intruder possessed formidable cultivation, and their methods were shrouded in secrecy, indicating premeditation. Mu Changyan's expression grew serious. However, according to a gravely injured prison guard's account, the rescuer's figure was indistinct, surrounded by a swirling black mist, undoubtedly an evil cultivator. Song Xiunzhen pondered for a moment before responding coldly, investigate. I am keen to discover which formidable being dared to abduct Li Huizhou right under the noses of so many in Tianyong City. Her primary concern lay in the fact that she genuinely feared this incident might be aimed at her. After all, Li Huizhou had led an unremarkable existence for over a decade, yet after their conflict, he suddenly became a target for evil cultivators. There had to be a connection. She then turned her gaze towards Mu Changyan. What is the current situation at the Lord's Manor? My people have stabilized the situation, but various factions and some external forces are still observing. I will send Yun Nua to assist you in maintaining order amid the turbulence in Tianyong City. You must take up the position of city lord as soon as possible. After speaking, Song Xiunzhen regarded him with a calm demeanor. We shall convene the Tianyong conference directly at that time. It is high time for a shift in the dynamics of Tianyong City. A storm is brewing. Then let this tempest arrive with greater ferocity. Chapter 41, The Flower Car Parade. After arranging for Yun Nua to assist Mu Changyan, Song Xiunzhen finally found the tranquility to attend to her own affairs. She summoned Mo Yin and shared her plans for the parade with him. Mo Yin produced paper and brush, meticulously calculating the costs associated with the event. Miss, distributing supplies along the streets will indeed enhance visibility rapidly, but Mo Yin pushed the paper filled with figures toward her. The preliminary estimate stands at a minimum of 100,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Song Xiunzhen inhaled sharply, suddenly realizing her error in experiential reasoning. The ordinary folk of the cultivation world were vastly different from those in the mundane realm. The commoners required only enough to meet their basic needs, while cultivators, even for the most basic materials, would demand a significant sum when distributed throughout the city. Wait. A flash of inspiration struck her. Since we must spend 100,000 spirit crystals, why not use them for a card draw? This way, we can replenish our stock, and any lower-grade materials obtained can be utilized for the parade. Mo Yan's eyes sparkled with approval. Miss, your wisdom is commendable. Without delay, Song Xiunzhen accessed the system interface. Since taking over the Tianxing Merchant Association, her system inventory had accumulated 150,000 spirit crystals. System, draw everything. System drawing cards. The card pool shimmered with brilliance as countless cards fluttered into view. Yet, the majority were N and R cards, yielding various spirit herbs and medicinal pills, alongside building cards and some servant cards. Congratulations, host has obtained 50 SR level building card fragments for the family secret realm, can be synthesized. Observing the results of the draw, Song Xiunzhen's lips twitched. After over 160 attempts at 10 draws, only one decent item emerged. The drop rate was truly disheartening. Although it appeared she had 50 building SR cards, synthesizing them would yield only a singular item. Building cards were indeed the most costly. She could not help but rub her forehead. However, on second thought, the mountain of lower-tier materials would perfectly resolve the urgent needs of the parade. She synthesized the family's secret realm directly and instantly entered the family's small world, landing beside Yin Duchuan. Upon seeing her, Yin Duchuan respectfully bowed. Greetings, esteemed head of the family. The nearby remnants of the Azure Dragon's spirit immediately fluttered over, its once ethereal form now much more solidified. It affectionately circled around her, speaking in a fawning tone. Master, you have arrived. During this time, Qingyan had truly experienced the most delightful moments of a dragon's life. The density of spiritual energy here was several times that of the outside world, and the family's profound heritage left even this ancient divine beast in awe. Although Yun Duchuan forbade it from roaming freely, the sights it had witnessed were enough to astound it. What thrilled it further was the unexpected realization that it had chosen a master of immense potential. Song Xiunjin nodded at Qin Yin and then addressed Yun Duchuan. The family secret realm has been opened. Organize a registration for those interested in enhancing their strength. She did not intend to linger within the family for long. Having given her instructions, she departed immediately. Qin Yin watched her retreating figure, its dragon tail swaying joyfully. This master was indeed the right choice. Returning to the Duobao Pavilion, she summoned Lu Wanyin and detailed her plans for the parade. Miss Song, what precisely is this flower car? Lu Wanyin asked, somewhat bewildered by her description of the concept. Although the cultivation world had flying vessels, such a format akin to mundane celebrations was indeed rare. Just do as I say, Song Xiunjin replied firmly. It must be extravagant and eye-catching, unforgettable to all. Moreover, with a flick of her sleeve, an abundant array of spirit herbs and medicinal pills instantly covered the ground, their rich spiritual energy almost tangible. Divide these into good fortune bags to be scattered along the parade route. Lu Wanyin gasped in astonishment. All of it to be given away for free. He clutched his chest, feeling as though he could hardly breathe. This was not merely distributing good fortune bags. It was akin to throwing away his very life. What reckless extravagance was this? His heart felt as though it were bleeding at the thought. Song Xiunjin remained resolute. Her expression unchanged. I have been in Tianyong City for quite some time. This is the perfect opportunity to accrue some merit. Merit? Lu Wanyin shuddered, immediately standing in reverence. No wonder the hidden families required merit for cultivation. Such opportunities were indeed beyond what ordinary spirit stones could measure. I shall attend to it at once. He dared not utter another word and bowed respectfully. The Duobao Pavilion sprang into action with astonishing efficiency, preparing everything within just 3 days. 3 days later, the main street of Tianyong City was bustling with people. 8 magnificent spirit steeds pulled a splendid carriage adorned with vibrant flowers and exotic plants, moving slowly forward. Song Xiunjin sat regally atop the carriage. Her lips curled into a stiff smile. Help! Save me! This was far too embarrassing. Despite her belief that she had mastered the art of maintaining composure during grand displays, she found herself unprepared for the overwhelming awkwardness, her toes digging into the ground in shame. She could only repeatedly chant in her heart, as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. On either side of the carriage, the Duobao Pavilion guards and the City Lord's guards stood at attention. The crowd gazed up at the figure clad in white as pure as snow atop the carriage. Her hair tied high, exuding an imposing demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens, radiating an innate air of superiority that rendered onlookers unable to meet her gaze. Look, that is Song Xiunjin, the top of the talented ones list. Upon hearing of her origins from a hidden family, it was clear she possessed an extraordinary presence. What hidden family? You're so behind the times. It's all over town. Miss Song hails from a great clan of the Upper Realm. The Upper Realm? Many gasped in astonishment. Amidst the fervent discussions, the guards suddenly began tossing countless good fortune bags into the crowd. They're throwing money. They're really throwing money. Initially, the crowd displayed a hint of hesitation. But as the first person to uncover the fortune bag gasped in astonishment, confirming its contents were filled with spiritual herbs and even elixirs, the atmosphere erupted into a fervor. Thank you, Miss Song. May Miss Song's blessings grace Tianyong. Cheers, expressions of gratitude, and fervent discussions surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the entirety of Tianyong City. Song Xiunjing accessed the system interface and witnessed the progress bar for her system task soaring at a frenzied pace. 450, 000, 480, 000, 495, 000, 500, 000. Congratulations, host. For completing Task 2, rewards have been issued. Commencing Task 3, promote the hidden family. Achieve a reputation that resonates across the 5 domains. Task progress, 900, 0005, 000, 000. Task reward, 5000 low-grade spirit crystals. Opportunity to upgrade the card pool. The custom card was finally in her grasp. Song Xiunjing was elated. With this custom card, she could directly tailor her cultivation to the pinnacle of the Xianxiang continent. At that moment, she envisioned dominating the realm of cultivation. Once her excitement subsided, her gaze lingered on the words upgrade card pool. It dawned on her that the card pool required advancement, indicating that the current pool was not its final form. The higher the level of the card pool, the better the items one could draw. Presently, the items she could acquire were among the finest in the Xianxiang continent. What treasures might await her after the card pool upgrade? She gently curled her fingers, contemplating the next phase of her quest to instill fear across the 5 domains. And then what? The Upper Realm? Chapter 42, the Tianyong Conference. The parade of flower carts spanned 3 days, and Song Xiunjing had explored nearly every corner of Tianyong City, witnessing a gratifying surge in her task progress. Simultaneously, she was engaged in discussions with Mu Changyan regarding matters related to the Tianyong Conference. Over these days, Song Xiunjing found herself utterly exhausted, and upon finally returning to her private residence to rest, she retrieved the custom card from her system backpack. The entire card was of vivid crimson, with a gilded question mark slowly rotating at its center. Song Xiunjing tapped the question mark, and in an instant, a dazzling light erupted, revealing several input fields before her. Please enter name, gender, cultivation level, identity. She gazed at the required inputs, lost in thought. Currently, she was accompanied by a protector and a master craftsman, yet as the daughter of a hidden family, she lacked an elder to attend to her daily needs. It was fortuitous that she could use the excuse of having completed her training for her family to send someone to support her. A close maid who had watched her grow up would showcase her family's depth and regard, especially if her cultivation level was high. System, name, maid Xianan, symbolizing the wish for peace. Identity, my personal maid who has cared for me since childhood. She paused, set the cultivation level to the limit of this card. Input complete. Generating system. The question mark on the card began to spin vigorously, gradually coalescing into a human form. Generation complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a UR level character card. Personal maid Xianan, peak stage of tribulation. The space subtly distorted as a woman clad in a dark patterned brocade robe stepped forth from the crimson light. Her hair was meticulously styled, and her eyes radiated warmth. Yet upon surveying the room's decor, her expression abruptly soured. How disgraceful. She scanned her surroundings, her tone heavy with disappointment. They allowed the young lady to reside in such a shabby place? Song Xiunjing was momentarily taken aback, surveying the elegantly arranged room that had evidently been carefully decorated. Was this truly deemed shabby? With a resigned gesture, she wiped her non-existent cold sweat and gently reassured, Aunt May, this is already the best room in Tianyong City. After all, it is not our home. Please bear with it for now. Maid Xianan waved her sleeve and approached Song Xiunjing. Do not mind my old tongue, Mississippi. She produced a set of white jade tea utensils from her sleeve, skillfully pouring tea for Song Xiunjing. I simply cannot bear to see you suffer. It seems those cards have not cared for you well. Song Xiunjing chuckled lightly. Yin Nua was currently assisting Mu Changyan, while Mo Yin managed the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce, and Yun Duchuan was to oversee the family affairs, leaving her quite alone. Just as she prepared to speak, footsteps echoed from outside, and before Lu Wanyin could arrive, his voice preceded him. Miss Song, Mu Changyan has sent someone to invite you to the Tianyong Conference. He paused at the door and gently knocked. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a woman he had never seen before. This woman's presence was so commanding that it deterred him from looking too closely. A mere glance sent chills down Lu Wanyin's spine. Who might this be? He inquired, astonished, turning his gaze towards Song Xiunjing. Mei Qianan huffed lightly. In the future, when coming to the young lady's quarters, please send word beforehand. To barge in unannounced is exceedingly rude. Aunt May, let him in, Song Xiunjing said. Setting down the white jade teacup, Mei Qianan stepped aside, although her expression towards Lu Wanyin still bore disdain. Lu Wanyin quietly shrank back, maneuvering past Mei Qianan. At this moment, Song Xiunjing leisurely introduced. This is Mei Qianan, my family's maid, specially sent to look after me. After speaking, she turned to Mei Qianan, her tone gentle. Aunt May, this is Lu Wanyin, the head of the Duobao Pavilion, currently my partner in collaboration, and he has come to discuss matters with me. Mei Qianan nodded slightly, her imposing aura easing, though her gaze remained scrutinizing towards Lu Wanyin. The young lady has been away from home for so long. It has indeed been arduous. Why must she still concern herself with such mundane affairs? Lu Wanyin's expression turned somewhat awkward, but he dared not speak further. Casting a pleading glance towards Song Xiunjing. Miss Song, the Tianyong Conference. Song Xiunjing rose, striding towards the door. Since the Tianyong Conference has commenced, let us proceed. The ownership of Tianyong City was her undeniable ambition. Only by fully mastering Tianyong City could she amass an unending supply of spirit crystals. Before Mei Qianan's arrival, she had harbored some reservations, but with Mei Qianan by her side, everything was now within her grasp. The Tianyong Conference was held in the ceremonial hall of the Lord's mansion. Representatives from various factions bore expressions of myriad emotions as they gazed at Mu Changyan, who sat at the head of the assembly, their hearts a tumult of feelings. None desired to acknowledge Mu Changyan as this obscure lord, nor did they wish to attend this trivial Tianyong Conference. Alas, All eyes simultaneously shifted towards the empty seat on the right of the main position. The figure clad in white, standing silently beside the vacant chair, had not uttered a word throughout, yet commanded such authority that the entire assembly of cultivators felt compelled to refrain from any rash actions. Who could have anticipated that Song Xiunjing would stand in support of Mu Changyan? Initially, various factions had agreed that whoever attended the conference was merely a pawn. Yet upon witnessing Yun Nuo standing beside Mu Changyan, they all instinctively retracted their ulterior motives, one after another approaching with newfound respect. At that moment, silence enveloped the hall, as all awaited Song Xiunjing's arrival. When she stepped into the assembly hall, the collective gaze of the cultivators turned towards her, causing her to feel a momentary awkwardness. However, she remained composed and gracefully seated herself in the position to the right of the main seat. Mei Qianan followed closely, her gaze unwavering, merely nodding in acknowledgement when her eyes met with Yun Nuo's. Yun Nuo shifted slightly to the side, granting Mei Qianan a space. The cultivators below could not help but exchange glances. The woman they had not previously seen beside Miss Song must surely be a new envoy dispatched by her family. Yet, considering her imposing presence, she appeared even more formidable than Yun Nuo, hinting at a possibly even higher cultivation level, evoking gasps of astonishment throughout the assembly. Miss Song. Mu Changyan respectfully rose and performed a courteous bow, then turned his gaze toward the assembly below. The purpose of gathering everyone today is to deliberate on the future of Tianyong City. He spoke directly, his voice steady. Tianyong City is currently beset by turmoil, with even nefarious cultivators wreaking havoc. It is a critical time for revival, and we must unite our efforts. Lin Zhirong cleared his throat and replied solemnly, Lord Mu, your youth and talent are commendable, and I hold you in high regard. However, Tianyong City has traditionally been governed jointly by the four great families and the city lord's mansion. If the Mu family seeks to monopolize power, I fear. His words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. Dissent was brewing. Beside him, Wang Tonghai sneered, his countenance dark and his jaw clenched, visibly suppressing his ire. Lord Mu, the governance of Tianyong City has always been a shared endeavor, a century-old tradition. Now, leveraging external forces to seize absolute power will likely face significant opposition. He refrained from directly naming Song Xiunjing, but his intent was glaringly clear. Mei Qianan let out a cold snort. Her voice not loud, yet imbued with the unique pressure of a peak tribulation-level cultivator, piercing through Wang Tonghai's spirit. Tradition? The words of the young lady constitute a new tradition. I would like to see who dares to defy it. Wang Tonghai's complexion paled, his blood surging as he was momentarily silenced by her disdainful scoff. The two elders beside him quickly channeled their energy to alleviate his distress, their gazes towards Mei Qianan now tinged with astonishment. Song Xiunjing gently raised her hand, and Mei Qianan's oppressive aura promptly dissipated. Aunt Mei has a hasty temperament. I ask for your understanding. She spoke with a calm demeanor, yet her tone brooked no dissent. However, she is correct. Rules are established by people. Since Lord Mu has gained my endorsement, he is indeed the most suitable candidate for Tianyong City. Moreover, the old regulations have become outdated. What we require is efficient and unified governance. She shifted her gaze towards Lu Yi and Li Jin. As for the interests and standings of the four great families, they have been duly considered in the new regulations. After a deliberate pause, she smiled at Li Jin, extending her words, regarding the matter of the Li family's nefarious cultivator. After today, it need not be mentioned again. After all, how can one individual implicate the entire family? Masterly, do you not agree? Chapter 43, Difficulties in the Heavenly Abyss. Li Jin could not help but smile wryly, realizing he had to express his stance today. He rose, nodding to the assembly with a smile. The issue of the nefarious cultivator indeed stems from my Li family's lack of vigilance and failure to set a good example. I apologize to all present today. Yet, Miss Song is correct. Tianyong City necessitates efficient and unified governance to prevent such occurrences from happening again. I, the Li family, hereby declare our utmost support for the city lord, and we shall strive to restore Tianyong City. The expressions of the other cultivators varied, but none responded. Li Jin did not press the matter further. He offered a respectful gesture to Song Xiunjing before taking his seat. I understand your concerns, Song Xiunjing stated calmly. From her sleeve, she produced a pre-prepared jade slip, gently pushing it so that it floated in midair and began to unfurl. This is the new governance charter for Tianyong City. Song Xiunjing continued. Lord Mu will establish a city management council, where representatives from all major factions may be elected to participate in decision-making. Important matters will be deliberated collectively by the council. Upon noting that the charter explicitly retained significant positions for the four great families within the council and granted them priority in resource allocation, Li Jin let out a sigh of relief. Lu Yi paused momentarily in his grooming. Lin Zhirong's smirk faded somewhat, and even Wang Tonghai's fury seemed to crystallize. At that moment, Mu Changyan timely added, to demonstrate sincerity, I shall open the 3 Earth-level cultivation techniques stored within the City Lord's mansion for the core members of the City Management Council to comprehend. Furthermore, for the next 3 years, Tianyong City will reduce taxes by 30%. Earth-level cultivation techniques? Tax reductions? The previously silent Lu Yi finally spoke. His voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. This was crucial for the accumulation of familial resources. Wang Tonghai straightened up, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the details of the jade slip, evidently weighing the pros and cons swiftly. Song Xianxia observed their reactions. Aware that merely bestowing favors would not suffice, a firmer hand was necessary. She slowly rose, her clear voice resonating throughout the hall. The Song family does not relish conflict. Yet we fear no challenges. Supporting Lord Mu is rooted in our belief that he can lead Tianyong City toward prosperity. Should anyone feign compliance while secretly undermining our efforts? She paused, leaving the implication hanging in the air, but Mei Qianan promptly released another breath of pressure. This time, the aura no longer targeted an individual. It swept over the entire assembly like a chilling tide, leaving everyone feeling as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their very souls trembling. Then that would be tantamount to opposing me, Song Xianxia concluded with a calm finality. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Wang Tonghai's expression shifted multiple times, ultimately succumbing to the undeniable reality of absolute power and tangible interests, lowering his head in defeat. Though he represented the most formidable Wang family, with the strongest inclination to resist, he now comprehended the futility of his rebellion. Lin Zhirong sighed deeply, finally rising to bow respectfully to both Mu Changyan and Song Xianxia. Miss Song's vision is far-reaching, and Lord Mu's magnanimity is commendable. On behalf of the Lin family, I wish to adhere to this charter and, like the Li family, pledge to exert our utmost efforts in supporting the City Lord and revitalizing Tianyong City. He chose to ride the tide, safeguarding his family's foundation. Lu Yi's eyes flickered, and he too managed to smile. The Lu family shall likewise comply. However, I hope Lord Mu will act justly in the future and not forget the support we have offered today. Seeing both families turn their allegiance, Wang Tonghai found himself isolated and helpless, gritting his teeth as he reluctantly bowed. The Wang family shall comply, with the 4 great families acquiescing. The remaining smaller factions voiced no dissent, nodding in agreement. With matters settled, Song Xianxia took her leave with Yunhua and Mei Qianan, making her way directly out of the deliberation hall. As they walked back to the treasure pavilion, she felt invigorated, her steps lighter. She understood perfectly well that the rapid compromise of the 4 great families today was solely due to the pressure exerted by Mei Qianan, a peak tribulation-level cultivator. This news about her personal, made being a peak tribulation cultivator would soon spread across the 5 domains. This was precisely the effect she desired. The more wary those factions were of her, the more secure her identity as a hidden family member would become. Contemplating the daunting mission to command respect across the 5 domains, Song Xianxia's lips curled into a smile. With a peak tribulation cultivator at her side, the task seemed less daunting. Behind her, Mei Qianan wore a stern expression as she chastised Yunhua. Look at how poorly you've attended to the young lady. Look at her thinness, it pains me to see. She scolded Yunhua and the others for their negligence from head to toe, finally declaring emphatically, from now on, I shall personally take care of her. At her side, Yunhua, holding her sword, remained expressionless, her cold brows and eyes betraying no reaction to Mei Qianan's words. In contrast, Song Xianxia, walking ahead, found the situation amusing and hurried to comfort Mei Qianan. She pinched her own cheek, pointing to her plumpness as she pouted. Aunt Mei, see? I am perfectly fine. You are simply being overly protective. Amused, Mei Qianan glanced between Song Xianxia and Yunhua. You ungrateful little ones. You are both in cahoots. Just as she finished speaking, the sect token that had been hanging at Song Xianxia's waist began to emit a sudden, brilliant light. Puzzled, she took it down. And as her consciousness probed within, piercing screams and the clashing sounds of battle surged forth. Chu Yao's urgent cries for help rang out clearly amidst the chaos. Junior sister. The Taishu sacred land has united with various forces to besiege the sect, demanding that we surrender the master brother and our treasures. Her voice trembled with anguish. The sect leader refused to yield, insisting that there were no treasures to be found. When they did not believe him, they resorted to violence. Tianxian's sect stood on the brink of annihilation. Chu Yao's tone was laced with unbearable shame. Although her senior brother was at odds with you, the sect had ultimately shown you kindness. I implore you, junior sister, save our sect. Beware. A startled cry rang out before communication abruptly ceased. Senior sister? Chu senior sister. Song Xianxia called out several times, but only silence answered her. She could not help but furrow her brow. In the original narrative, it was around this time that Taishu's sacred land and several other factions, coveting the remnants of the Azure Dragon, had bloodily besieged Tianxian's sect. But had she not already subdued the remnants of the Azure Dragon? Why then was Tianxian's sect still embroiled in this calamity? Could it be that something transpired after the collapse of the Azure Dragon's secret realm that she was unaware of? An absurd thought flashed through her mind. Surely not. Could it be that Xiaoche's fortune was truly so extraordinary that even arriving a moment too late, he could still stumble upon the Azure Dragon's remains? Song Xuanjing raised her hand to massage her throbbing temples, reflecting on how Tianxian's sect had indeed been kind to the original owner, and recalling that day within the Azure Dragon's secret realm, when those disciples, despite their fear, had stood resolutely by her side, willing to face the storm together. Her gaze swept over Mei Qianan and Yun Nuo beside her, one at the pinnacle of tribulation, the other in the greatest ascension stage, coupled with her own cultivation at the transformation stage and Mo Yan's prowess in artifact crafting. If she were to stand idly by while Tianxian's sect faced destruction, her conscience would be forever burdened. Furthermore, as a member of a hidden family, if she were to witness her sect in peril and offer no assistance, it would surely raise suspicions. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Mei Qianan and Yun Nuo, saying, Aunt Mei, Sister Yun Nuo, take Uncle Mo Yan, we must go to support Tianxian's sect. Chapter 44, Taishu's Siege. Before the gates of Tianxian's sect, the once ethereal domain now lay in ruins, its protective formation on the verge of collapse. Li Qingtian, the third elder of Taishu's sacred land, hovered in midair, hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing in the fierce winds. Behind him followed dozens of formidable experts, all exuding an oppressive aura. Fanjiang. Li Qingtian's voice was as cold as ice. My patience is limited. I grant Tianxian sect one final chance. Surrender Xiaoche and present the treasures from the Azure Dragon's secret realm. His gaze swept over the battered disciples of Tianxian's sect below, his tone chilling. Otherwise, henceforth, there shall be no legacy of Tianxian's sect in the five realms. Standing at the forefront, Fanjiang, the sect leader of Tianxian's sect, was flanked by the elders. Though drenched in blood, they did not retreat an inch. Li Qingtian, I have long declared that Xiaoche is a disciple of Tianxian's sect. We would never forsake our own disciple for the sake of survival. Fanjiang could not suppress a cough, coughing up blood, yet his tone remained unwavering. Moreover, on that day, Xiaoche merely stumbled upon the remains of the Azure Dragon. You all witnessed it in the celestial screen. There was nothing else there? Nothing else? Li Qingtian scoffed. Just because you say there is nothing, does that make it so? Before Xiaoche appeared at the Azure Dragon's remains, the celestial screen was still intact. He paused meaningfully. Who knows if the damage to the celestial screen was not intentional on the part of certain individuals? Before he could finish, Chu Yao staggered forward a few steps from behind the elders, leaning on her sword for support. She managed to steady her wavering form and defiantly raised her head to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sect leader. You of Taishu's sacred land bully us so brazenly. Do you not fear the cycle of karma? She stood before the many injured disciples, her hair disheveled, her moon-white robe stained with blood, a trace of fresh blood still unhealed at the corner of her lips. We, the disciples of Tianxian's sect, vow to live and die with our sect. Vow to live and die with our sect. The remaining disciples raised their swords in response, their voices weary yet resolute. The elders exchanged glances, prepared to fight to the death. What a profoundly moving scene. What a cycle of karma. Humph. Li Qingtian sneered, his expression filled with contempt. In this world where power reigns supreme, the words of Taishu's sacred land are the very essence of karma. Since you are so stubborn, do not blame me for being ruthless. He slowly raised his right hand, a cataclysmic force brewing within his palm. The disciples of Tianxian's sect closed their eyes, awaiting their fate, their expressions calm and unafraid, while the elders raised their swords in defense, ready to shield their kin. At that critical moment, hidden in the shadows, Xiaoche clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, drawing blood. His face was etched with struggle and torment. After all, Tianxian's sect was his place of growth, where mentors had guided him, and where younger disciples looked up to him. Moreover, his gaze fell upon Chu Yao, the one he cherished. He could not bear to witness the destruction of his sect due to his own actions. He could not allow it. A wave of guilt and responsibility surged within him. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. I will go out and bear it all. I will claim that the treasures of the Azure Dragon's secret realm are in my possession, divert their attention. If it comes to it, I will die. Just as the blood surged within him, compelling him to charge out recklessly, a cold female voice echoed, freezing him in place. Taishu's sacred land, what great authority you wield. The voice was soft, yet dominated the clamor of the scene. The crowd instinctively looked up to see four figures standing upon the clouds. The foremost was a young woman in white, her garments billowing, flanked by three enigmatic powerhouses. Junior sister. Upon seeing her, Chu Yao sighed in relief, a look of delight gracing her features. Song Xianxiang said nothing, merely surveying the battered sect and the disheveled Chu Yao, her eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. The four of them had rushed to arrive just in time. A moment later, and Tianxian sect would have been utterly obliterated. Suppressing her rising anger, she turned to face Li Qingtian and the others. In the shadows, Xiao Che stood frozen, his gaze bewildered as he watched the four figures descend like heavenly warriors. Observing Song Xianxiang's composure and calmness as she stepped forward, it seemed as though everything was under her control. In an instant, all his guilt, sense of responsibility, and willingness to sacrifice evaporated like mist in the sun, leaving behind a chilling void. Why her? Why was it always her? Why did her mere presence disrupt all his plans, rendering his every action so pathetically futile? Why did she effortlessly command attention? Even seizing this moment of glory meant for saving the sect. Even the sacrificial thoughts he had just entertained now appeared laughable in her radiant presence. His breathing quickened, and he felt himself slipping from control. A malicious and frenzied thought slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent. Yes, use her to eliminate them. Taishu's sacred land desires the treasures, and with Song Xianxiang's mysterious background, let them fight. Let them both suffer. What I cannot obtain, she shall not have either. Perhaps this very opportunity could lead to her demise. His gaze turned sinister as he focused on Song Xianxiang, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. In midair, Li Qingtian's pupils constricted upon seeing Song Xianxiang, the spiritual energy in his palm faltering. Song Xianxiang? Behind him, several cautious elders from other factions immediately displayed unease, hastily conveying their concerns. Third elder, this girl hails from a hidden family of the upper realm. It would be unwise to offend her. Indeed, look at the profound auras of those accompanying her. Their strength should not be underestimated. Li Qingtian's countenance fluctuated between various shades of uncertainty, for he was acutely aware of Song Xianxiang's origins from a reclusive family in the higher realms, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. He scrutinized Song Xianxiang and her companions, his gaze lingering on a woman he had never encountered before. At that moment, Xiao Che seized the opportunity and abruptly emerged from his hiding place. Elderly, esteemed seniors, do not be deceived by this woman. It is Song Xianxiang who is the true mastermind. His face bore a meticulously crafted expression of grief and indignation, as if he were shouldering an unbearable truth that must be uttered. Observing the previous hesitance from Li Qingtian and the others, he could not allow his scheme to falter. With reddened eyes, he turned towards the disciples of Tianxian sect, his tone laden with profound sorrow. Dear junior brothers and sisters, elders, today, I cannot stand idly by as our sect is duped by such treacherous individuals, inviting even greater calamity. Oh, Li Qingtian inquired gravely, what do you mean by that? Chapter 45, She Turns the Tables. Xiao Che stepped forward, his expression one of heartfelt anguish, as if he were imploring a wayward junior sister. On that day in the Qinglong's secret realm, it was junior sister Song who, in her greed for treasures, forcibly seized the core of the secret realm, leading to its collapse. He then turned to face Song Xianxiang, his tone gentle yet piercing. Do not be afraid, junior sister. As long as you surrender the treasure and genuinely repent, your elder brother will surely plead for your forgiveness. At his words, Song Xianxiang couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Che had inadvertently stumbled upon the truth. Li Qingtian questioned sternly, do you have evidence? I am willing to swear an oath to the heavens, Xiao Che declared, standing tall. If I utter a single falsehood, may my cultivation be completely destroyed, and may I never attain rebirth. This emphatic vow compelled the onlookers to believe his words. However, Song Xianxiang saw through the trap in his rhetoric. He had never claimed to have witnessed the events firsthand. As long as he insisted that his assertions were mere conjecture, even if they later proved erroneous, the heavenly oath would hold no consequence for him. To bring her down, this man was indeed resorting to unscrupulous means. Nevertheless, his words struck the disciples of Tianxian sect like thunder on a clear day, leaving them utterly astonished. Senior brother, what is he saying? Has he lost his mind? But he looks so serious, even swearing an oath. No, I believe in senior sister Song. How could senior brother do this? Chu Yao was taken aback, her lingering hope in Xiao Che evaporating entirely. The elders, equally shocked and furious, perceived the unmasked malice and intent to frame within Xiao Che's words more acutely than the disciples, especially considering his prior reluctance to present himself. Now emerging to accuse the very person who sought to rescue the sect, his actions were more contemptible than mere cowardice. Xiao Che, cease your words. Chu Yao's voice trembled with rage. You have squandered the sect's years of nurturing. Even the usually taciturn enforcement elder, who had previously shown some support for Xiaoche, furrowed his brow and said solemnly, Xiaoche, be cautious with your words. How can you slander a fellow disciple without evidence? Xiaoche clenched his fists, a tumult of emotions swirling within him, tinged with indignation. Why do you all believe me, who has grown up within the sect, is unworthy of trust? While placing your faith in her, a newcomer, he fixed his gaze on Li Qingtian. What I say is the absolute truth. She took the ancient divine artifact. The moment those words escaped his lips, Li Qingtian's breath grew labored, the last vestiges of doubt in his eyes replaced by overwhelming greed. The threat posed by the reclusive family was nebulous, while the ancient divine artifact was a tangible opportunity. Should it fall into his hands, the strength of the Tai Su Holy Land would undoubtedly surge, and he, Li Qingtian, would become the foremost benefactor of the sacred ground. Fortune favors the bold, he bellowed. Form the Tai Su Slayer formation. Capture Song Xiunjing and seize the divine artifact. Though the experts of Tai Su Holy Land still harbored trepidation regarding Song Xiunjing's identity, under Li Qingtian's command and the allure of the ancient artifact, they steeled themselves and summoned their most potent artifacts. The combined might of their spells coalesced into a vast net, blotting out the sky as it descended upon Song Xiunjing and her companions. The sheer force threatening to tear apart the very fabric of space, faced with an assault powerful enough to terrify even those at the ascension stage. Song Xiunjing did not even lift her eyelids, merely uttering two words, Aunt Mei. The seemingly ordinary woman, Mei Qianan, who had remained silent until now, responded, I am here. She took a single, gentle step forward. With that seemingly mundane step, boom, an indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted, akin to a primordial behemoth awakening from an ancient slumber. Centered around Mei Qianan, the sky darkened instantly, winds howled, and the sun and moon lost their light, causing the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius to descend into chaos. The once invincible Tai Su Slayer formation, in the face of this overwhelming pressure, crumbled like paper, disintegrating into countless flecks of light. Puff! Dozens of experts, including Li Qingtian, spewed blood and were sent flying, their artifacts shattered. Li Qingtian crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times before managing to come to a halt. Struggling to lift his head, he found his face devoid of color, his eyes filled with boundless terror and disbelief, his voice trembling almost incoherently. Peak of the tribulation crossing? How is this possible? Beside Song Xiunjing stood not only those at the ascension stage, but also a practitioner at the peak of the tribulation crossing. This was the most formidable combat power in Xunzhen continent. Even the three ancestors of their Tai Su Holy Land were at most mid-tribulation crossing. How could such critical information have gone unreported? On the other side, Xiaoche, who had thought his scheme had succeeded, found his smile frozen, his face drained of color. He understood well that this matter would not end here. Song Xiunjing would undoubtedly not spare him. He turned to flee. However, the moment he moved, Yanua, who had been standing with her sword, cast a cold glance at him, freezing him in place. Nearby, Song Xiunjing stepped forward. She approached Li Qingtian, who lay pale and struggling to rise, looking down upon him with a gaze that was both indifferent and tinged with mockery. Elderly, may we have a proper discussion now? Regarding how your Tai Su Holy Land intends to provide an explanation to me and my trial sect? Li Qingtian trembled all over. Under the pressure of the peak tribulation crossing, he could not muster even a thought of resistance, left only with boundless regret and fear. Miss Song, it is we who are blind and have offended you. Please, spare my life. Blindness alone cannot excuse the assault on my sect and the harm done to my fellow disciples today, Song Xiunjing replied evenly, her words sending a chill down Li Qingtian's spine. Mei Qianan complied with a cold snort, increasing the pressure slightly. Li Qingtian felt as if a mountain was crushing him. Spewing another mouthful of blood, and hurriedly bowed his head. I dare not. I dare not. Senior, please quell your anger. Miss Song, please forgive us. It was Xiaoche, that wretched Xiaoche, who deceived us. He claimed you possessed an ancient divine artifact, and in a moment of folly, Song Xiunjing remained unmoved. From your words, it seems that should someone of lesser strength obtain the divine artifact today, you would feel justified in forcibly seizing it? And no, that is not what I meant. Li Qingtian's face was devoid of color, yet his heart was acutely aware that in the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevailed, where the strongest dictated the truth. If today, any of them were stronger than Song Xiunjin, the divine artifact would undoubtedly belong to them. Song Xiunjin chose to disregard him and shifted her gaze to Xiaoche. Suddenly, a thought struck her, given the protagonist's extraordinary fortune. It was entirely possible that before the collapse of the Azure Dragon's secret realm, Xiaoche had indeed obtained some fortuitous encounter from the remains of the Azure Dragon. Otherwise, How could he be so confidently discussing the ancient divine artifacts? Senior brother, she deliberately elongated her tone, acutely detecting the fleeting panic in Xiaoche's eyes. When have I ever visited the remains of the Azure Dragon? It must have been you. She smiled brightly. The only person who stood before the Azure Dragon remains must have garnered some unexpected gains. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 46, Dragon's Saliva Stone. Song Xiunzhen's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears, and the disciples of Tianxian sect, who were previously engrossed in Mei Qian'an's formidable power, instantly turned their attention to Xiaoche. His complexion changed dramatically as he forced himself to remain calm. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly? How could you not? Song Xiunzhen calmly interrupted. After all, before the collapse of the secret realm, everyone witnessed that you were the only one standing in front of the Azure Dragon remains. She deliberately paused, relishing the increasingly ghastly expression on Xiaoche's face. Moreover, I detest being framed and wronged, so it is imperative that we get to the bottom of this. Don't slander me, Xiaoche retorted sharply, though his voice betrayed his anxiety. Song Xiunzhen turned her attention to Fan Jiang, speaking in a leisurely tone. Master, since senior brother Xiao insists he did not acquire the ancient divine artifact, why not search him directly to clear his name? Fan Jiang observed Xiaoche's panicked expression, and it dawned on him what was unfolding. He closed his eyes heavily, unable to believe that the child he had watched grow up had turned into this. Yet he also understood that he must provide Song Xiunzhen with an explanation today, lest he dishearten her for traveling so far to aid the sect. Search him, he uttered gravely. The law enforcement elders silently approached Xiaoche. Alarmed and furious, Xiaoche struggled to retreat. Master, you mustn't listen to her instigation. In the face of overwhelming strength, his resistance was utterly futile. The law enforcement elder remained silent, merely using his divine sense to restrain him. Extending his hand toward Xiaoche's storage ring, forcibly erasing the divine sense imprint upon it. As the contents of the storage ring were extracted one by one, the color drained further from Xiaoche's face. Murmurs of astonishment filled the air. No one expected that the chief disciple's storage ring concealed such an abundance of rare treasures. Until at last, when a brown crystal was revealed, the crowd erupted in an uproar. There truly is one. What pure dragon chi! This is undoubtedly the core treasure of the Azure Dragon secret realm. It turned out that the thief was none other than he. The disciples of Tianxian's sect were incensed, and several elders were heartbroken. Chu Yao gazed at Xiaoche's twisted, contorted face, and the last remnants of her complex emotions dissipated, leaving only profound disappointment and coldness. Nearby, Li Qingtian and others fixated on the brown crystal, their breaths quickening. Xiaoche, you despicable scoundrel! How dare you exploit my Taishu holy land? His eyes widened with rage. Wishing he could strike him down on the spot, Song Xiunzhen was internally bombarded with countless exclamations, utterly astounded by the protagonist's sheer fortune. Clearly on that day, apart from the remnants of the Azure Dragon, she had sensed no trace of any treasures. The law enforcement elder presented the brown crystal to Fan Jiang. With a heavy sigh, Fan Jiang spoke solemnly. Xiaoche, you have framed your fellow disciples and implicated the sect. Such crimes warrant execution. Today, I will hand you over to Song Shitzi for judgment. He turned and handed the crystal to Song Xiunzhen. Song Shitzi, you have been wrongfully entangled due to him. Please accept this crystal as compensation. No, why should I? Xiaoche bellowed, torn between fear that Song Xiunzhen would kill him on the spot and unwillingness to relinquish the crystal. After all, it was his greatest opportunity and crucial support. He could not let it fall into Song Xiunzhen's hands. Song Xiunzhen initially had no intention of accepting it, as she had already forged a contract with the Azure Dragon, rendering the treasures left by it of little use to her. However, finding Xiaoche's distress amusing, she reached out to take it. Just then, a wave of intense disdain from her soul bond with the Azure Dragon surged within her, causing her hand to freeze in midair. The voice of the Azure Dragon's spirit, Qing Yan, pierced through the confines of her family's small world, resonating in her mind. Master, do not touch that. It is not a good treasure. Startled, Song Xiunzhen had not anticipated that Qing Yan would express such disdain, even crossing realms to convey it. What exactly is it? Qing Yan hesitated for a moment. Speaking in a bashful tone, it's the dragoness dung from a millennium ago, hee. Coughing, Song Xiunzhen nearly burst into laughter. Clearing her throat and retracting her hand, Qing Yan continued to clamor in her consciousness. Just now, the dragon sensed a rich aura of dragon chi around you and thought you were about to acquire a new dragon. It complained unhappily, then suddenly expressed confusion. It's strange, those people always fought over the dragoness remnants, calling it the dragon's saliva stone. Song Xiunzhen chose not to respond to it, instead addressing Fan Jiang. Since the damage to the sect resulted from Xiaoche's actions, it is only fitting that this treasure be surrendered to the sect. Fan Jiang was taken aback by Song Xiunjin's sense of righteousness and was momentarily moved. This disciple, the sect is undeserving of such generosity. Song Xiunjin chuckled lightly. This is the dragon's saliva stone. Please accept it, master. Upon hearing its name, many faces in the crowd involuntarily changed, confirming her as a person of the upper realm. Well-versed in knowledge. Only Qing Yan in her consciousness rolled with laughter. Ha, master, you clearly dislike it. Drawing her green horizontal sword, Song Xiunjin pointed the tip at Xiao Chei's throat. Xiao Chei, now that the truth is revealed, you should pay with your life for your crimes. Xiao Chei's breath quickened, his eyes blazing red as he glared at Song Xiunjin, his tone filled with resentment. Song Xiunjin, today I have lost, but do not gloat. One day, you two will find no place to rest in death. Song Xiunjin, uninterested in further banter, thrust the sword toward his neck. Junior sister, Chu Yao exclaimed in alarm. Though she had completely lost faith in Xiao Chei, she could not bear to watch him die before her. At that moment, the heavens shifted ominously, and deep rumblings of thunder echoed across the sky. Host, stop. The green horizontal sword halted just an inch from Xiao Chei's neck, and Song Xiunjin frowned in displeasure. System, what does this mean? Host, Xiao Chei is a favored child of this realm's heavenly path, protected by it. He cannot be directly killed. Song Xiunjin felt a surge of frustration rising in her chest, her tone increasingly irate. Are you saying I can't do anything to him? Not exactly. The heavenly path merely prevents his death for now. As long as you exhaust his fortune, you may eliminate him. So, I can torment him, but not take his life? Song Xiunjin's lips twitched. System, are you certain he is favored by the heavenly path, and not merely a foe? All right. Song Xiunjin retracted the Qingheng sword, casting a sinister gaze upon Xiao Chei, her lips gradually curling into a perverse smile. Chapter 47. The Ruthlessness of the Fortune Teller. Initially, Song Xiunjin intended to grant Xiao Chei a swift end, but since the heavens had decreed otherwise, she was compelled to devise an alternative method to ensure his continued existence. When it comes to inflicting the utmost torment upon an individual, the answer is unequivocal: to make them forfeit everything they most desire. Turning her attention to Fan Jiang, who remained startled by the sudden thunderous noise, she spoke earnestly. Sect Master, I have come to the realization that senior brother Xiao, despite his lack of contributions to the sect over the years, has endured hardships. Thus, let us spare his life. The members of Tianxian's sect were visibly moved by her words. However, she swiftly changed her tone, her smile growing more benign. Yet, while the death penalty may be avoided, he must still face a living punishment. Thus, we shall strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect. Upon hearing this, Fan Jiang nodded slightly, inwardly lamenting that this disciple of Song was ultimately benevolent, willing to grant this rebellious disciple a sliver of hope. He approached the pallid Xiao Chei and solemnly declared, Xiao Chei, since Song has chosen to spare your life, the sect will let you go today. From this day forth, you shall have no further ties to Tianxian's sect. Take care of yourself. Xiao Chei suddenly raised his head, bloodshot eyes wide with desperation as he cried out, Kill me. Kill me now. You cannot strip me of my cultivation. I fought tooth and nail to attain it. You cannot. Song Xiunjin replied with a beaming smile, Sect Master, please ensure that his Dantian is thoroughly destroyed, leaving no trace behind. Otherwise, if he manages to cultivate again in the future and commits further transgressions, would that not be our fault today? Fan Jiang nodded gravely, refraining from further discourse, and struck directly at Xiao Chei's Dantian. A resounding thud echoed as his cultivation dissipated like a river breaching its banks. Xiao Chei collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, and then, in a fit of madness, he shrieked repeatedly, My cultivation is gone. All gone. No one knew that in his childhood, when he was a beggar, he had been trampled in the mud, stripped of dignity. It was Fan Jiang who brought him back to the immortal sect, granting him a new lease on life. Over the years, his strength had become an obsession. Only with formidable power could he attain everything he desired and have something to rely upon. Now, with all support stripped away, his foundational cultivation obliterated, this was a fate far more cruel than death itself. The onlookers regarded his wretched state with cold indifference, none stirred by pity. The events of today were simply the consequence of Xiao Chei's own actions. Once Xiao Chei was dealt with, Song Xiunjin turned her gaze toward Li Qingtian and others, who had been pressed to the ground by Mei Qiannin's overwhelming aura. Elderly, the show is over. Now, let us discuss how the Taishu sacred land intends to appease my wrath. Li Qingtian's face drained of color, fully aware that a mere apology would not suffice. Gritting his teeth, he declared, We are willing to offer precious treasures as compensation and swear an oath to the heavens, promising never to infringe upon Tianxian's sect again. Not sufficient. Song Xiunjin gently shook her head, her tone resolute. First, the Taishu Sacred Land must, in its name, publicly issue a notice to the 5 domains, apologizing to Tianxian sect and clarifying that today's events were instigated by deceit and baseless provocation. Second, compensate Tianxian sect for all losses incurred, including but not limited to the reconstruction of the sect, healing for disciples, and resource restitution, with the specific amounts to be determined by us. Third, those who participated in the ambush must sever an arm and not recover, as a warning to others. In truth, Xunzhen had initially contemplated executing them all to eradicate the threat entirely. However, she understood that failing to clarify that Tianxian sect possessed no treasures might lead to endless troubles. Additionally, she did not wish to completely sever ties with the Taishu Sacred Land at this juncture, for she still intended to venture into the central domain. Uncertain of what hidden cards these established powers might possess, she was not inclined to take that risk. With each stipulation she articulated, Li Qingtian's complexion grew paler, and by the end, he trembled violently. Severing an arm, while not a debilitating injury for cultivators, was a profound humiliation. Yet, he dared not contest her demands. Only nodding laboriously, "I shall comply with Miss Song's orders." Li Qingtian's expression contorted as he trembled, extending his hand with fingers poised like a blade, and struck down upon his right shoulder. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bone echoed, accompanied by a muffled groan as Li Qingtian's right arm was severed. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing any cries of anguish. The others behind him, witnessing this, understood that hope was lost, and each, pale-faced, followed suit. In a moment, the sounds of breaking bones reverberated, mingled with stifled cries of pain, creating a scene of utter carnage. The members of Tianxian sect watched this spectacle with a sense of satisfaction, never imagining they would witness such a humiliating display from those of the sacred land. They gazed upon the slender figure ahead, their eyes filled with reverence. Xunzhen observed the unfolding scene with an impassive expression, and only after the last disciple of the Taishu Sacred Land had severed his arm did she slowly speak. "Remember your oath to the heavens. If you dare to transgress against Tianxian sect again in the future, the consequences will not be limited to merely an arm." Her voice was not loud, yet the threat within it sent chills down Li Qingtian and the others' spines. Enduring the agony and humiliation, Li Qingtian laboriously bent to retrieve his severed arm. His voice hoarse, "The notice and compensation will be delivered shortly." He dared not utter any further threats, eager to vacate this place that had so thoroughly stripped him of his dignity. "Begone." Xunzhen uttered 2 words with indifference. Mei Qianan finally withdrew his oppressive aura, and Li Qingtian and the others, as if granted amnesty, did not even dare to use their spiritual energy to staunch the bleeding from their severed arms. Supporting one another, they stumbled away, a pitiful sight, disappearing into the horizon in a flash of light. Once the Taishu Sacred Land members had departed, the ominous clouds hanging over Tianxian sect seemed to finally disperse. Sunlight poured down anew, illuminating the damaged sect buildings and the weary disciples. Fan Zhang approached Xunzhen, his expression complex, mingling gratitude with an involuntary respect in the presence of strength. "Disciple Song, we owe you a great debt. Were it not for your timely return, the century-old foundation of Tianxian sect would have been utterly destroyed." Xunzhen shook her head slightly. "Sect master need not thank me. However, there is one matter I find perplexing." She raised her gaze to meet Fan Zhang's, posing the question that had lingered in her mind since receiving the distress signal from the token. "Earlier, during the talent gala, the sect showed no intention of handing me the token. Why, after the competition, did senior sister Chu conveniently pass it to me?" Beside them, Chu Yao gently shook her head. "That day, I requested leave from the elder, expressing my desire to see my junior sister, and the elder permitted me to bring the token along. The specific reasons, I do not know. It was the master of the Tianji Pavilion." Fan Zhang promptly revealed the answer. Xunzhen's brows twitched slightly. "The master of the Tianji Pavilion transmitted a message that day, insisting we must deliver the sect's token to you, stating it would prove invaluable." Fan Zhang's tone held a hint of incredulity. "Who would have thought it pertained to the very survival of our sect?" Xunzhen raised an eyebrow. "The master of the Tianji Pavilion, Ming Kong?" This revelation suddenly brought to mind the day of the talent gala. After she had mocked Ming Kong, rather than becoming angered, Ming Kong had continued to smile, and said, "In fact, I have foreseen something rather interesting, which I did not disclose to Taishu." At that moment, the enigmatic woman had cryptically remarked, "A great fortune disrupts the palace of parents. Miss Song's parents have indeed experienced quite a tumultuous journey, at last." She smiled coldly at Xunzhen and asserted, "You will come to find me, undoubtedly." Startled, Xunzhen hurriedly inquired of the system whether she had exposed herself. Only after receiving an affirmative answer did she exhale in relief. "Goodness, That fortune teller is truly ruthless. Chapter 48. The dust settles. Immersed in her own musings, Song Xiunjing was brought back to reality by the voice of Fan Jiang. Song Shiji. She lifted her gaze, quickly reining in her thoughts, and said to Fan Jiang, I see. The Tianji Pavilion has inadvertently aided the sect this time. Pausing, her eyes scanned the ravaged surroundings of the sect. Sectmaster. We should prioritize handling the sect's matters. The reconstruction must be expedited. Fan Jiang nodded promptly. Indeed. Song Shiji, and esteemed seniors, please enter the hall to rest. We shall manage things here. However, Song Xiunjing shook her head, her gaze sweeping over the disciples who looked at her with reverence and longing. Those fervent eyes made her reluctant to linger. I shall return to my previous abode for a while. After exchanging a brief greeting with Chu Yao, she turned to leave with Mei Qianan and the others. Fan Jiang watched their departing figures, his heart awash with emotion. The girl who had once deliberately concealed her brilliance was now undeniably radiant after shedding her obscurity. He understood that, following this battle, Song Xiunjing's prestige within the Tianxian sect would be unparalleled. In fact, to some extent, she had likely become the true pillar of the Tianxian sect, with everyone aspiring to emulate her strength. As the warm sunlight cascaded upon his shoulders, Fan Jiang suddenly chuckled softly. This is good, indeed. To have a lifelong goal to pursue is a tremendous blessing. He withdrew his distant gaze, composed his emotions, and turned to the nearby Xiao Che, who appeared vacant. In his capacity as a master, he imparted his final words of guidance. Child, you must understand that the clouds beyond the world are merely illusions. The years reflected in the mirror remain eternally verdant. When the heart is tranquil, all realms may be traversed. Xiao Che did not respond. He seemed to have lost his soul, sitting there in silence, his eyes devoid of life. Fan Jiang stood still for a moment before heaved a gentle sigh and waved to the elder beside him. Take him down the mountain. Upon returning to the residence she had occupied for only a few days, Song Xiunjing's state of mind had undergone a complete transformation. She paused at the entrance, unable to resist turning back and smiling at Mei Qianan and the others, a smile imbued with a sense of relief and reflection. Aunt Mei, you cannot imagine how I felt facing the countless doubtful and speculative gazes of the sect alone. I scarcely slept at night. She never anticipated that merely a few months later, upon returning, she would feel such a sense of change. Mei Qianan's eyes glimmered with compassion as she gently grasped her hand. Miss, from now on, we will always be by your side. And you shall not bear these burdens alone. Yun Nuan nodded firmly at her side, while Mo Yin regarded Song Xiunjing with a warm and steadfast gaze. After a moment of heartfelt nostalgia, Mei Qianan's professional instincts kicked in as she began to scrutinize the modest abode. Miss, you reside in such a place within the sect? It's far too simplistic, my poor miss. Song Xiunjing pressed her lips together in a light laugh, refraining from responding. If Aunt Mei were to see the cramped little room she had inhabited as an outer sect disciple, she would surely weep on the spot. The interior was simply furnished, and the four gathered around the table. Mei Qianan retrieved an exquisite set of white jade teaware from her sleeve and poured each of them a cup of tea. The master of the Tianji Pavilion seems to have ulterior motives, Mei Qianan remarked, frowning as she pushed a cup of tea towards Song Xiunjing. This assistance to the Tianxian sect is likely merely to entice you for a meeting. Song Xiunjing accepted the teacup, feeling the smooth warmth of the jade against her fingertips. She gazed down at her blurred reflection in the clear tea, speaking softly. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall conceal ourselves. Since she has gone to such lengths to set this up, we shall meet her. The teacup was somewhat hot, and Song Xiunjing did not drink immediately. Instead, she tightened her grip on the cup. Moreover, she mentioned my parents. Her original plan had been to address the matters of the Tianxian sect and then head to the central domain to cultivate her reputation. But it now seemed she must first pay a visit to the Tianji Pavilion. Ming Kong's words had left a profound impact on her. Unfortunately, lacking in strength, she had been hesitant to venture into the central domain, but now with Mei Qianan by her side, everything was resolvable. The memories of her original parents were exceedingly vague. She only remembered that her father had passed away unexpectedly during her childhood for reasons unknown, and her mother had vanished shortly thereafter. After her arrival, the system had erased all traces left by the original body in the mortal realm, leaving her unaware of past occurrences. However, having taken possession of the original body, she felt a responsibility to uphold the duties of that life and to be accountable for her parents. She met Mei Qianan's concerned gaze, Yun Nua's determined eyes, and Mo Yan's composed demeanor, and suddenly, Song Xiunjing felt that the road ahead was not daunting. A gentle yet sincere smile graced her lips. Once the sect is stable, we shall set forth for the central domain. In the following half-month, Song Xiunjing presided over the sect, receiving compensation sent by the Taishu Holy Land and assisting Fan Jiang in the reconstruction. In just over 10 days, the Tianxian sect had been rejuvenated. The newly established protective formation was operating smoothly, and the sect's atmosphere was revitalized, even more prosperous than before the calamity. With everything set, Song Xiunjing bid farewell to Mei Qianan and the others as she prepared to leave. Fanjiang, aware of her resolute intention and knowing that the central domain and the wider world were her true stage, did not insist upon her staying, but solemnly stated, Song Shizhi, although you may not require it, I wish to say that the Tianxian sect will always be your support. His voice was low yet resolute. The road ahead is unpredictable. I hope you take care. Song Xiunjing nodded. Rest assured, sect master. Should the sect encounter urgent matters, you may still summon me through the token. Outside the mountain gate, countless disciples gathered spontaneously. They gazed at the figure who had once turned the tide, their eyes filled with reluctance and reverence. The morning light was perfect, illuminating every face with exceptional clarity. Song Xiunjing smiled gently, cupped her fists in farewell, and amidst the multitude of reluctant and blessing-filled gazes, she soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Mei Qianan and the others followed closely behind, disappearing from sight. Chapter 49, a new map unfolds. News of the Taishu Holy Land uniting several major powers to besiege the Tianxian sect, only to suffer a devastating defeat and be forced to sever a limb, sent shockwaves throughout the central domain. Initially, no one believed it. How could the illustrious Taishu Holy Land, a top-tier power with a legacy spanning millennia, be bested by a small sect in the eastern domain? Yet, when scouts returned with irrefutable evidence, the entire central domain erupted in uproar. The Taishu Holy Land had utterly lost face. What on earth was the Tianxian sect that could inflict such a significant loss upon them? It was said to be due to a girl named Song Xiunjing. Upon hearing her name, some faces exhibited confusion, while others immediately understood. A complex array of emotions flickering in their eyes. In tea houses and taverns, cultivators whispered to one another, discussing the battle in vivid detail, each aspect embellished beyond recognition. The reactions of the major powers were particularly intriguing. Several sects, known for their amicable relations with the Taishu Holy Land, abruptly announced their seclusion. Several reclusive families discreetly dispatched trusted confidants to secretly journey to the eastern domain. Furthermore, numerous young cultivators regarded Song Xiunjin as a paragon, eager to set forth and seek her mentorship in the eastern domain. Meanwhile, those who had participated in the prodigy rankings and had been soundly defeated exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with melancholy. The gates of the Taishu Holy Land remained firmly shut, maintaining a silence in response to the external discourse. Within the Taishu Holy Land, the immortal gates of a millennium now lay shrouded in a heavy atmosphere of repression. The Lord, Feng Zhiping, sat alone in the grand hall. This once mighty figure who had overshadowed the 5 domains now bore a visage marked by fatigue, his temples seemingly dusted with frost. One misstep leads to another, he murmured to himself, his voice resonating clearly in the vast hall, tinged with self-mockery. I never anticipated that I, Feng Zhiping, who had traversed the 5 domains for a century, would fall to the hands of a mere child. The Grand Elder, standing beside him, could not suppress a long sigh at his words. Since the 3rd Elder's return from the Tianxian sect, he has locked himself away in his cave dwelling, closing the door to guests. He has severed an arm, and his Dao heart has been damaged, it is likely. Humph. Feng Zhiping emitted a bitter, cold laugh. Song Xiunjin's move is indeed ruthless. How can the 3rd Elder face anyone after this? The esteemed 3rd Elder of the Taishu Holy Land has been forced to sever his own arm before the eyes of all, and he is not even permitted to heal. This is not merely a physical wound. It has trampled upon the 1,000-year accumulation of the Taishu Holy Land's dignity. A glint of cold light flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes as he lowered his voice. Lord, if it truly comes to that, should we not inform the ancestors and request that the 3 elders emerge from their seclusion simultaneously? If we do not avenge this grievance, how can the Taishu Holy Land maintain its footing in the 5 domains? Feng Zhiping slowly shook his head, his gaze drifting outside the hall, his tone laden with unprecedented gravity. Let us not dwell on Song Xiunjin's origins from the upper realm. Even that old woman by her side is at the peak of the tribulation stage. Even if the 3 ancestors acted together, it may not yield any advantage. His hand, resting upon the armrest, unconsciously tightened, the veins bulging. This time, the Taishu Holy Land has kicked a steel plate that is likely to alter the entire future landscape of the central region. Can we simply let this matter rest? The Grand Elder questioned, unwilling to accept this, his voice suppressing fury. Feng Zhiping slowly raised his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. In the central region, he paused, enunciating each word with deliberation. It is not only Song Xiunjin who possesses those at the peak of tribulation. The Grand Elder first froze, then suddenly recalled something, his complexion shifting dramatically. Are you referring to that evil cultivator? He instinctively lowered his voice. But if this matter were to spread, it would tarnish the 1,000-year reputation of the Taishu Holy Land. Then let it be that he can never speak of it. Feng Zhiping suddenly rose, his wide sleeves billowing without wind, his gaze deep as the sea. Some blades, when wielded properly, are indeed formidable. As for the hand that wields the blade, who can perceive it? Moreover, do not forget, such things are within our control. The Grand Elder met his gaze, instantly comprehending, and slowly nodded. I understand. The last trace of hesitation in his eyes was replaced by resolute determination, his voice as frigid as ice. We must ensure that her soul is utterly extinguished. At such a time, even if a true immortal descends from the upper realm, they shall uncover not a trace. Half a month later, at the border of the central region, Yunde City, upon stepping through the city gates, one could feel the vibrant atmosphere of prosperity that enveloped Yunde City. The streets were broad, lined with towering buildings, with shops on either side presenting an array of spiritual materials and magical artifacts, many of which were rare even in the eastern domain and Tianyong City. Cultivators flowed in and out, many exuding formidable auras, with golden core practitioners as common as stray dogs, and nascent soul cultivators not uncommon either. The central region truly lived up to its reputation. Song Xuanzhen's gaze swept over the bustling streets, softly exclaiming, even as a border city, it thrives far more than other places. Mei Qian nodded. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion presides over Yunde City. It is naturally incomparable to ordinary border cities. The forces of the central region are intricately woven. When discussing the pinnacle, the 3 saints, 1 pavilion, for sects, and 5 doors hold the highest ranks. Although the Heavenly Machine Pavilion is not labeled as a saint, its mysterious and unfathomable art of divination firmly secures its position as a premier pavilion, with its influence extending far beyond that of other border cities. While they were conversing, a sudden commotion arose ahead. A young man clad in luxurious brocade, flanked by several bodyguards, obstructed a woman holding a child. The young man's expression was haughty, lightly fanning himself while his gaze roamed over the child in the woman's arms as if appraising merchandise. This child possesses good roots. I have taken a liking to him. I will take him back to my residence as a young servant. It is his fortune. He spoke in a flippant tone, reaching out to touch the child's cheek. The woman turned pale, retreating repeatedly, clutching the child tightly. No, please, noble sir, have mercy and spare us. The onlookers around them quickly dispersed, none daring to intervene, leaving only a murmur of suppressed whispers. That's the 3rd son of the city lord. This mother and child are in for misfortune. Keep your voice down, don't attract trouble. Song Xuanzhen frowned. Growing up under the protection of modern legal systems, she was well aware of the predatory nature of the cultivation world, yet witnessing such blatant bullying still stirred discomfort within her. Now that she possessed sufficient strength to rely upon, why not act in accordance with her heart? She stepped forward. Ahead. The young man's face darkened suddenly as the woman continued to evade him. You're asking for a beating, he declared, motioning for his bodyguards to forcibly seize them. The child cried out in fright, and the woman fell to her knees in despair, pleading for mercy. Just as the guards were about to grasp the woman, a clear, cold voice rang out. In broad daylight, forcibly seizing a child. Is this the rule of Yunde City? The crowd turned towards the voice, revealing a white-clad maiden stepping forth. Her expression calm, yet her eyes were exceptionally frigid. The young nobleman was momentarily taken aback, then laughed derisively. Who is this wild girl daring to meddle in my affairs? His gaze flickered over Song Xuanzhen's face, a glimmer of admiration flashing through. She is indeed quite lovely. Why not come with me to my residence? Yun Nua's expression remained unchanged as she drew her sword, while Mei Qian's eyes glinted sharply, and Mo Yin stepped forward, his aura concealed yet potent. However, Song Xuanzhen suddenly raised an eyebrow. A thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Since it was destined that she would deal with the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, it would be remiss not to take advantage of this opportunity to seize control of Yunde City. She reached out, gently pressing Yun Nua's sword, which was already unsheathed by 3 inches, back down, a faint smile gracing her lips. Since the noble sir is so earnest in his invitation, we shall not stand on ceremony. Chapter 50. The Lord of Yunde City. Upon hearing her words, the young nobleman's face broke into a triumphant smile as he snapped his fan shut. You are perceptive. Come with me to my residence, and there will be benefits for you. He cast a glance at the trembling mother and child, seemingly losing interest, and impatiently waved his hand. How tiresome. Begone. His lascivious gaze lingered on Song Xuanzhen for a moment longer before shifting to the 3 behind her. Upon seeing Yun Nua's ethereal countenance, his eyes glinted with even more greed, a grin stretching nearly to his ears. As for the other 2, he merely glanced at them, an ordinary middle-aged woman and an old man. They could be dealt with easily later, posing no threat. Lead the way. With a spirited wave of his hand, he signaled his guards, who promptly dispersed, seemingly leading the way while subtly encircling Xunzhen and her companions. Establishing a stance of surveillance and escort, the rescued woman clutched her child, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Xunzhen. Her lips trembling as if she wished to speak, yet a fierce glare from a guard sent her into a tremor. Xunzhen gently shook her head, then calmly turned to follow the young master's stride. Mei Qianan silently accompanied her, while Yun Nuo furrowed her brow, her hand still resting on the hilt of her sword, and Mo Yin leisurely stroked his beard, trailing at the rear. As Xunzhen followed him through the bustling marketplace towards the Lord's mansion, she found it peculiar that the closer they approached the mansion, the quieter the surroundings became. They exchanged glances, astonished. Clearly, the Lord's residence concealed more than mere arrogance. At the entrance stood 2 imposing stone lions, their large eyes seemingly capable of devouring one's very soul. Upon nearing, Xunzhen was struck by an almost imperceptible chill in the air, mingled with a vague stench of decay. "Greetings, third young master." The guards and maidens at the door bowed in unison, their movements synchronized, the curvature of their bows nearly identical. Each had a pallid complexion, their actions imbued with an unsettling stiffness, their voices flat and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Such lifelessness. The third young master remarked, accustomed to this scene, as he casually flicked his fan towards a passing maid. "Look at them, all as wooden as can be, utterly tedious." He then turned to Xunzhen, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "You, however, are quite interesting. I appreciate that. The mansion is rather tranquil." Xunzhen spoke nonchalantly, her tone laced with subtle inquiry. The third young master chuckled heartily. "My father maintains strict order in the mansion. Thus, the servants must adhere to decorum." He guided them towards the flower hall, occasionally glancing at Xunzhen. "I am Qi. May I inquire your esteemed name, miss?" "Xianxia," she replied coolly, her gaze drifting to a cluster of vividly blooming flowers along the corridor, their petals a shade of red unnaturally reminiscent of blood. She paused, approaching the flowers and lightly brushing her fingers across them. Mei Qianan stood beside her, his fingers subtly shifting within his sleeves as he conveyed a silent message. "Miss, the spiritual energy here is peculiar, mixed with a sense of death and resentment." Yun Nuo's hand remained steadfast on her sword hilt, her blade now partially drawn upon seeing the flowers. Mo Yin scrutinized the Lord's mansion, his eyes darkening with contemplation. "Do you fancy these flowers, Miss Song?" Qi inquired, noticing her pause, leaning closer with a smile. "This is the famed Zuehong Yin, a unique specialty of our estate, not found elsewhere." Xunzhen straightened, offering a slight smile. "It is indeed distinctive." Though her tone remained tranquil, turmoil churned within her. Deathly energy and resentment, a sudden image of a scene from Legend of Xunzhen, where Hua Fei gifted a blood-red fabric, flashed through her mind. Could these flowers be nurtured in a similar manner? She withdrew her hand, a sense of dread washing over her. As they entered the reception hall, her previously crumbling worldview reassembled momentarily. Just as they settled, a maid presented tea and snacks. Her movements equally stiff, her gaze vacant, and the foul odor she had sensed at the entrance emanated from her as well. When she set down the teacup, a small portion of her wrist revealed an unhealthily pale skin tone. Xunzhen silently lifted the teacup, hesitant to drink, uncertain of what unsavory substances it might contain. She merely toyed with the cup, gripping it tightly. Silence breeds strange phenomena, yet this is a realm of cultivation. Some peculiarities must be commonplace, right? How fascinating. It dawned on Xunzhen that her true fear was not from martial oppression, but rather from these uncontrollable and intangible forces. Would it not be simpler to upend the table, capturing Qi to threaten the Lord, seizing the mansion in one bold stroke? She furrowed her brow, weighing the pros and cons, uncertain of the secrets lurking behind the Lord's residence and how much Qi was valued by Lord Qi. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the hall's entrance. A middle-aged man, resembling Qi to some extent, entered. Upon seeing them, his expression shifted, a flash of displeasure crossing his face. Yet he forced a smile. Who are these guests?" His gaze swept over Xunzhen and her companions. "They possess an extraordinary demeanor. May I inquire about their origins?" Ding. Detected the host's interaction with a key figure. Side quest activated. Side quest 1. Uncover the secrets of the Cloud Crossing City, Lord's Mansion, and rescue Cloud Crossing City. Completion reward. 2 character upgrade cards. Xunzhen was taken aback to discover that the system had indeed initiated a side quest, one that could enhance her character. And she pondered how this key figure was determined. What was the underlying pattern? She couldn't help but reflect. This truly felt akin to a live-action survival game. How delightful it would be if one could respawn endlessly after death. Furthermore, to save Cloud Crossing City, wasn't it located beneath the Tianji Pavilion? Did the renowned Tianji Pavilion know nothing of Cloud Crossing City's affairs? What heinous deeds had the Lord's mansion committed to implicate the entire city? Setting down her teacup, she stood. Lord Qi, I am Xianxia, journeying here and fortuitously encountering the third young master. I am honored by the invitation to visit your esteemed mansion. At this moment, Qi hastily rose, his expression awkward. His previously carefree demeanor subdued as he cast a wary glance at Qi Tianxiao. Indeed. A fortuitous encounter. Haha, a fortuitous encounter. Qi Tianxiao, well aware of his son's character, merely chuckled without probing further. Ah, so it is young friend Song. However, there are pressing matters to attend to in the mansion, making it inconvenient to host you all. Not at all, Song Xunzhen replied with a smile. We can entertain ourselves. As guests, we must follow the hostess' lead. Qi Tianxiao's smile froze, evidently taken aback by such a brazenly ungrateful remark. Since Qi Tianxiao entered, Song Xunzhen had been keenly observing him. She noted that while his symptoms were not overt, a hint of abnormal pallor tinged his complexion, strikingly similar to that of the mansion's servants. How intriguing. Song Xunzhen had initially assumed that all of this was orchestrated by Qi Tianxiao, yet it appeared that the most seemingly normal individual within the mansion was, in fact, the seemingly frivolous third young master, Qi. Chapter 51, Dark Arts. In light of this, Qi Tianxiao maintained his composure, smiling as he said, Since you are here, you are guests. I shall arrange for a banquet to be prepared in the mansion. You must honor us with your presence. See, isn't that hospitality? Song Xunzhen flashed him a charming smile. At this moment, Qi interjected. Father, Miss Song and her companions were personally invited by me. You must present the finest spiritual wines and delicacies, and do not let them feel neglected. Qi Tianxiao shot him a glare, falling silent. The banquet was set in a spacious flower hall, adorned with intricate carvings and flowing silks, the soft glow of luminous pearls illuminating the hall as brightly as day. The long table was laden with delicacies, each dish a feast for the senses, and the wine was of the finest vintage. In addition to the father and son, several guest scholars from the Lord's mansion were present. These guests also bore ashen complexions, spoke little, and their eyes lacked vitality, resembling marionettes on strings. Qi Tianxiao appeared to be warm and attentive, personally raising his cup to toast, occasionally serving dishes to the guests. Yet his words subtly probed into the backgrounds of Song Xunzhen and her companions, revealing a clear doubt regarding their fortuitous encounter. Nevertheless, each of his veiled inquiries was deftly deflected by Song Xunzhen, who skillfully navigated the conversation with a blend of truth and artifice, leaving him perplexed and unable to discern her true intentions. Since her arrival in this world, her most significant advancement had perhaps been her ability to converse appropriately with people and spirits alike. After several rounds of drinking, Song Xunzhen excused herself from the table under the pretext of needing fresh air. Yunnuo naturally rose to follow her. The Lord's mansion, shrouded in the night, exuded an eerie tranquility, with the lantern's glow flickering in the wind, casting elongated shadows of the pillars and rockeries that added an otherworldly touch to the scene. Instinctively, Song Xunzhen drew closer to Yunnuo, grasping her slightly cool hand in search of reassurance. Yunnuo reciprocated the gesture with a smile, softly inquiring, Miss, shall we investigate? Song Xunzhen nodded, and Yunnuo concealed their forms entirely as they ventured deeper into the Lord's mansion. Yunnuo, do you not find the arrangement of formations in this mansion rather peculiar? Song Xunzhen whispered. In recent days, she had devoted herself to enhancing her abilities, not only learning techniques from Yunnuo and Mei Qianan, but also seeking counsel from Mo Yin on weapon forging and formation setups, as well as studying alchemy with Yin Duchuan. Although she could not claim mastery, both Mo Yin and Yin Duchuan were esteemed mentors whose teachings often enlightened her profoundly. Yunnuo focused her spiritual senses for a moment before nodding. The flow of spiritual energy is convoluted, possessing a gathering effect for yin energy and breath. Yet it appears meticulously arranged on the surface, as if to conceal its true purpose. If I am not mistaken, this Lord's mansion is likely a den of evil cultivators. As they spoke in hushed tones, a faint sound of weeping drifted towards them. Song Xunzhen froze, her hair standing on end. Help, she thought, for in both her lifetimes, nothing terrified her more than such supernatural occurrences. It's a person. Yunnuo immediately sensed the presence of a living soul and whispered to reassure her. Upon hearing this, Song Xunzhen straightened her back and exchanged a glance with Yunnuo, signaling her readiness. The two of them instinctively stilled their breaths and stealthily approached the source of the sound. The sound emanated from behind a rockery, bathed in moonlight. They saw a young maid in a servant's attire, crouched on the ground, her shoulders trembling slightly. Her pallid complexion contrasted sharply with the other soulless beings in the mansion, as her eyes still bore a flicker of vivid fear and sorrow. The girl seemed to sense their presence, abruptly lifting her head. Upon seeing Song Xiunjin and Yun Nuo, she quivered in fright, ready to scream. Quick as a flash, Song Xiunjin cast a silencing spell and stepped forward, commanding, "Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm." She softened her tone, attempting to soothe the frightened girl. "We are guests invited by the third young master to the Lord's mansion." The girl gazed at them with terror, her lips quivering. Song Xiunjin continued gently, "What troubles you? Are you in distress?" The young maid glanced between Song Xiunjin and Yun Nuo, who held a sword behind her, perhaps sensing their benign intentions, or perhaps overwhelmed by her own repression. She lowered her voice, trembling. "My sister was chosen to serve the ancestor a few days ago, and she never returned." Chosen to serve the ancestor? A flicker of realization ignited within Song Xiunjin as she felt she had brushed against the truth. What kind of individuals are selected to serve the ancestor? Only those with exceptional innate qualities, young boys and girls. The maid replied, tears welling anew. It used to happen only occasionally, but recently it has become increasingly frequent. Many people in the mansion have turned strange, as if they have lost their souls. Song Xiunjin exchanged a grave glance with Yun Nuo. Exceptional young boys and girls going missing frequently, and the residents of the mansion behaving like puppets. What kind of heinous sorcery was being practiced in this lord's mansion? And that Chi Yi, who often abducted young boys and girls on the streets, was likely involved in this dark sorcery. It seemed the dandy was not merely a fool, but a cunning charlatan. "Do you know where the ancestor is?" Song Xiunjin pressed on. The girl shook her head in fear. "No, I do not know. Only the lord and a few core guests are aware. But they go to the forbidden grounds on the back mountain every month during the full moon." At that moment, footsteps approached from a distance. The girl's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily wiped her tears and whispered, "Someone is coming. Please, do not say you have seen me." With that, she quickly stood and resumed her stiff, numb demeanor, lowering her head and departing rapidly, blending into a group of patrolling servants. Song Xiunjin and Yun Nuo concealed themselves in the shadows of the rockery, watching as a group of pallid guards passed by. On the night of the full moon, to the forbidden grounds of the back mountain, Song Xiunjin murmured, gazing up at the sky. The moon was nearly full tonight. "Miss, what shall we do next?" Yun Nuo inquired. Song Xiunjin composed herself, her mind already made up. "Let us return to the banquet, lest we alert them. It seems we must linger in this lord's mansion for several more days." The depths of Yindu City run far deeper than those of Tianyong City. Upon returning to the banquet, they found Qi Tianxiong raising his cup to toast Mei Qianan and Mo Yin. Noticing their return, a fleeting glint of scrutiny crossed his eyes. But he quickly donned a smile. "Song Sun, we have awaited your return. How do you find the nightscape of Yindu City?" Song Xiunjin gracefully took her seat, raising her cup in a distant toast to him. "It is indeed remarkable, truly unforgettable." "Ha ha ha." A nearby guest chuckled, the sound dry and stilted, as if it were caught in a mechanical pause. "Yindu City holds a considerable place even in the central domain. It is certainly extraordinary." As he spoke, his unwavering gaze fixated on Song Xiunjin, and as he turned his head, a finely sewn scar was faintly visible at the neckline of his garment. Song Xiunjin discreetly averted her gaze, a chill creeping down her spine. The horror of traditional Chinese tales was indeed not to be underestimated. The visual impact was profoundly unsettling. Suppressing the urge to overturn the entire situation, she maintained a facade of composure throughout the banquet. Once back in their designated guest room, Mei Qianan quickly erected a soundproof barrier. Though the system would automatically activate shielding measures, she preferred to add an extra layer of security herself. "Aunt Mei," Song Xiunjin remarked, mimicking the outline of the guest's neck, recalling the eerie scene she had observed, unable to resist gulping down a couple of sips of cold tea, shivering involuntarily. "It is a corpse," Mei Qianan stated gravely, her tone resolute. "A corpse?" Song Xiunjin nearly choked on her drink. How can a corpse still be alive? How can it speak and move? Chapter 52. Excellent acting. Mei Qianan casually tapped the table, her demeanor calm. "We shall know in due time. Truly, you are worthy of your reputation as a prominent figure. How confident you are." Song Xiunjin felt herself becoming infected with this calmness, realizing she might be overreacting. "I encountered a maid who still possesses her wits. She told me her sister was chosen to serve the ancestor because of her exceptional qualities, and then she never returned." Yun Nuo crossed her arms. Picking up the thread of conversation, the maid mentioned that on the night of the full moon, Qi Tianxiong would lead people to the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. "I have sensed that area. It is filled with dark energy." Mo Yan's expression remained tranquil. "It appears that Qi Yi intentionally lured us to the Lord's mansion. The reason, however, remains unclear. That boy possesses a stronger aura of life than Qi Tianxiong." Mei Qianan scoffed, yet her gaze was murky, suggesting she had willingly practiced sinister arts, intent on using us as sacrificial lambs. Song Xiunjin pressed her lips together. Qi Yi ranked third, but the two individuals ahead of him had remained unseen throughout. Qi Tianxiong's displeasure upon spotting us was genuine, and at that moment, he had indeed been urging us to leave. It was all rather enigmatic. Song Xiunjin raised a hand to her forehead. Never mind. She stood up and announced. Tomorrow is the night of the full moon. Everyone should rest well today, and we'll see what the Lord of the city is truly up to. After all, as long as there were no real ghosts involved, she had no fear. Yet sometimes, the human heart could be more terrifying than any specter, sending chills down one's spine. She gazed at the gradually rounding moon outside the window and softly remarked, moreover, since Qi Yi has gone to such lengths to set a trap, if we do not take the bait, would we not be squandering his good intentions? The following day, the entire city lord's mansion seemed to bustle with activity, each person hurrying about. Song Xiunjin departed from the mansion, wandering through Yundu City. Along the way, she sensed a multitude of eyes surveilling their every move. Pretending to be captivated by the city's splendor, she explored, familiarizing herself with the layout of Yundu City. Mo Yin approached her, whispering, there are arrays located at each of the four corners of Yundu City, with the focal point situated within the city lord's mansion. Though the purpose of these formations remains uncertain, Song Xiunjin furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling the system's side quest to rescue Yundu City, which seemed to be related to these formations. But was there a way to decipher them? Mo Yin shook his head. We must first ascertain the purpose of the formations. However, his expression grew serious. The arrangement of these formations bore a resemblance to ancient spells, indicating that the city lord's mansion had likely inherited knowledge of ancient arrays. This posed quite a dilemma. Song Xiunjin turned back, her mood darkening. The inheritance of ancient arrays involved individuals who were either ancient beings of unknown longevity or those who had acquired formidable treasures. In any case, they were not to be trifled with. Upon returning to the city lord's mansion, dusk had already settled. As they approached the entrance, they spotted Qi Yi. He surveyed her with that familiar, covetous gaze before breaking into an exaggerated smile. Miss Song, are you enjoying yourself? Quite well, Song Xiunjin replied, meeting Qi Yi's eyes with a smile of her own. That's splendid to hear. Qi Yi's smile widened. Tonight, the city lord's mansion has prepared a ritual in the rear mountains, and since Miss Song is here, would you care to witness it? Song Xiunjin felt invigorated. Qi Yi was finally about to reveal his intentions. Of course, but I wonder if Lord Qi is willing to accommodate us. Ha ha ha, no need to worry about that. He merely adheres to certain protocols. Qi Yi waved his hand dismissively. Just past the hour of Z, the entire city lord's mansion appeared enveloped in a thick fog. The moon hung menacingly in the sky, surrounded by layers of heavy clouds that reflected a grim, pallid light. Qi Yi led the four of them toward the rear mountains, where the path was deserted and shrouded in darkness. Aside from the moonlight, only a few red lanterns hanging from the trees emitted faint glimmers. Young Master Qi, where is this ritual taking place? Why does it seem so far? Song Xiunjin inquired. Qi Yi turned to her, his expression somewhat peculiar. We shall arrive shortly, very soon. As they drew closer to the mountain's summit, the stench of decay intensified, causing Song Xiunjin to feel queasy, prompting her to close off her sense of smell. At the mountain's peak, they encountered Qi Tianxiong and his companions standing at the entrance of a cave, garbed in black robes embroidered with strange runes. Upon seeing them, Qi Tianxiong furrowed his brow, but said nothing. He then addressed Qi Yi, since you're here, let us proceed. At the stroke of 3/4 past the hour of Z, a chilling wind swept through. From deep within the cave came the sound of viscous water and the dragging of something heavy. The red light of the lanterns flickered in the wind, casting the runes on Qi Tianxiong's robe into a writhing display. Please, go ahead. Qi Yi stepped aside, his lips curling into an unnatural grin. The moment Song Xiunjin stepped inside, an icy chill enveloped her. The cave walls were adorned with bells tied to red strings, yet they remained eerily silent. As they ventured deeper, the stench grew more unbearable. Even with her sense of smell sealed, the odor invaded her consciousness. Watch your step, Mo Yin suddenly whispered. Song Xiunjin looked down to find dark red, viscous fluid seeping through the cracks in the stony path, squelching beneath their feet. The stone walls on either side began to reveal dense grooves, each cradling a dry corpse, skin taut against bone, with lips twisted into a uniform smile. Most disturbingly, these corpses emitted a faint glow. These individuals were likely drained of their cultivation and turned into eternal lamps, Yun Nua observed coldly. Ahead, the passage opened into a vast cavern. Hundreds of corpses hung from the ceiling, swaying gently with the ominous breeze. At the center lay a blood pool, bubbling ominously, its depths obscured by ghastly white bones. A table was set beside the blood pool, adorned with dismembered limbs, while a figure in a black robe wielded a needle exuding dark energy, stitching together hands and bodies. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt nausea rise within her. The horrifying scene, more gruesome than any restricted horror film, struck her with severe visual shock. Yun Nuo and Mei Qianan stepped forward to support her, while Mo Yin looked on with concern. Such splendid acting, Xianxiaaudiobooks thought, slightly taken aback. Chapter 53, The Pure Spirit Body. Qi erupted into laughter, arms wide open. Inhaling deeply the surrounding stench of decay, he savored their expressions of terror for a moment before turning to them with malevolence. What do I wish to do? Why? I intend to present you with a grand gift. His gaze fixated on Xianxiaaudiobooks, eyes glistening with greed. I never anticipated encountering such a pure spirit body in Yundu City. Truly, heaven has favored me. What? Xianxiaaudiobooks was dumbfounded. What pure spirit body? Where were the system and the shielding talisman? Ah! The system suddenly screeched within her mind, an unprecedented display of disarray. Critical character assessment error, now replacing critical character. Ding, task replacement. Eliminate critical character Qi. Uncover the truth of the City Lord's mansion and rescue Yundu City. Warning. Critical characters can partially bypass the shielding function. What? System, are you reliable? To what extent is that partial? She exclaimed. System, not much. But each critical character has different breakthrough points. Please complete the task promptly. Upgrading the card pool will enhance the shielding function. Excellent, truly unreliable. At least the system would alert her upon encountering critical characters. She could only hope there wouldn't be any misidentifications. Xianxiaaudiobooks gazed timidly at Qi. What do you wish to do? I beg you, spare me. Yun Nuo unsheathed his long sword, its tremors betraying his intent. What do you want? Come at me. But spare the lady. With an air of utmost disdain, Qi scoffed, yet was soon overcome by a desire to share. Look at that individual. He gestured towards a guest elder beside Xianxiao. That person is my masterpiece. I have discovered several individuals in this world imbued with pure spiritual energy, captured them, and concentrated their essence into a singular point, then, snap, severed it. After stitching them together, I acquired this world's rare, innocent sacred body. Soon, I shall ascend to immortality without hindrance. Alas, his tone turned sour. They are all failed products, requiring constant nourishment from soul energy. Thus, I resurrected the deceased members of the Qi family, binding their souls within, compelling them to seek genuine pure spiritual bodies for me. His gaze fell upon Xianxiaaudiobooks, a fervent glint in his eyes. Fortune smiles upon the diligent. I stumbled upon one while merely shopping. In disbelief, Xianxiaaudiobooks stared at him. You've lost your mind. She shifted her trembling gaze to Xianxiao. As the lord of Yundu City, how can you allow your son to engage in such heinous acts? Xianxiao averted his eyes, unable to meet her gaze. He is not my son. He is the ancestor of the Qi clan. What nonsense is this? Qi touched his own face, pondering, but one cannot deny that this body indeed belongs to my son, albeit lacking in strength, inferior to the previous two. I'm afraid it won't last long. Were it not for my need to possess someone of the same bloodline, I would never have regarded him. Taking a step forward, a surge of dark energy enveloped him, his garments billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. But fear not. With you here, I shall soon master my techniques. With that proclamation, he struck forth, unleashing countless black chains that lunged towards Xianxiaaudiobooks. At that moment, Yun Nuo retracted his sword, stepping back to reveal Xianxiaaudiobooks and Mei Qianan behind him. With a mere casual wave of her hand, Mei Qianan shattered the chains inch by inch. Qi's expression shifted dramatically. Who are you? Xianxiaaudiobooks, suppressing her emotions, spoke coldly. Perhaps you have heard of me. I am Xianxiaaudiobooks. Qi glared at her intently. So it is you. His narrowed eyes flickered towards the three companions beside her. Having heard of Xianxiaaudiobooks' exploits and the prowess of her allies, he realized victory was unattainable today. Reluctantly, he cast a glance at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Subdue them. With that, he turned and dashed into the depths of the cave. At Qi's command, the pallid yet swift guest elders swiftly encircled the four of them, exuding formidable auras as various hues of spiritual light and chilling ghostly energy surged towards them like an overwhelming tide. The cave was instantly filled with blinding flashes and piercing shrieks. The modified guest elders seemed devoid of pain, fearlessly launching their attacks, causing the corpses suspended from the cave's ceiling to shatter and plummet. The scene was nothing short of surreal. Xianxiaaudiobooks closed her eyes in anguish. Yet, as the assaults neared Mei Qianan's vicinity, they melted away like snow under the sun. Mei Qianan made no grand gestures. She merely lifted her eyelids slightly. As her gaze fell upon the foremost attackers, they suddenly halted, as if struck by an invisible hammer, before being sent hurtling back with greater speed. Crashing against the rock wall, the sound of bones breaking resonating clearly, their struggles ceasing thereafter. At that moment, Qi Tianxiong surged forward, bellowing as he seemingly unleashed his full strength in a punch directed at Mei Qianan. The force, infused with his combined spiritual power, was monumental. However, as the punch approached her, 7 parts of its might inexplicably dissipated, leaving only 3 parts, which Mei Qianan casually brushed away, rendering them formless. In the instant they passed each other, Qi Tianxiong's lips moved slightly, faintly transmitting a thread of divine thought. Song Xunzhen, ever vigilant, keenly captured this fleeting thought, which conveyed a brief direction towards a forbidden area deep within the cave. In an instant, realization struck her. The center of the formation. She glanced at Mei Qianan, who nodded in affirmation. Yun Nuo joined her side, propelling her towards that area with urgency. The guest elders, meanwhile, reoriented their dislocated joints with audible cracks and charged forward again. Mei Qianan stood firm, safeguarding Mo Yin while simultaneously restraining these assailants. She had no intention of delivering them to death. After all, the souls of their bodies deserved a peaceful resting place, not to be reduced to ash and death. In the vicinity they approached, a blood-red formation lay at its center, surrounded by the severed heads of abducted children. Yun Nuo paused, drawing her sword, intent on reaching the formation's heart. To her astonishment, Qi Yi's figure abruptly materialized. Taken aback by their arrival, Qi Yi roared in frustration, "Useless! All of you are worthless!" His malevolent gaze fixated on them, dark energy swirling around him as his aura escalated. Song Xunzhen stared at him in shock. "No way. I never anticipated he would also be at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage." Qi Yi's dark aura surged violently, unleashing the terrifying pressure of a peak tribulation stage cultivator, causing the entire cave to tremble violently, debris cascading down. His once handsome visage contorted into a grotesque snarl, eyes glinting with madness and greed. "Since you seek your demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall subdue you first, then gradually fabricate your spiritual form." He formed seals with his hands, and the blood-red formation blazed with blinding light, as countless child heads levitated, emitting eerie black mist from their eye sockets, shrieking in a chilling chorus as they hurtled towards Song Xunzhen and Yun Nuo. "Miss, be careful." Yun Nuo swiftly positioned herself before Song Xunzhen, braving the full brunt of the pressure. Her complexion paled as the oppressive force nearly robbed her of breath, yet she steadfastly stood guard in front of Song Xunzhen. It could be said that she had never felt so beleaguered. Although not all were acquainted in the card pool, they had shared a harmonious existence, and any crises were swiftly resolved. This was the first time she felt a profound sense of helplessness. If only she were stronger, perhaps she could better protect the lady. Behind her, Song Xunzhen gritted her teeth. Time was of the essence, and Yun Nuo could scarcely hold out any longer. She placed her hand on Yun Nuo's shoulder, intending to activate a survival technique, whisking Yun Nuo back to her family, where they could gather sufficient strength before returning to battle. But a figure moved faster than her. Mei Qianan, clutching Mo Yin, suddenly appeared beside Yun Nuo, raising her hand to intercept Qi Yi's assault, using children to form the array, siphoning resentful energy to forcibly elevate your cultivation. Qi clan's ancestor, you deserve to die. Mei Qianan set Mo Yin aside, her gaze icy as it bore into Qi Yi. "May Aunt." Song Xunzhen felt her heart lighten, rushing forward to support Yun Nuo. Qi Yi's expression darkened profoundly. "You too are a peak tribulation stage cultivator. I do not believe you do not wish to ascend. Although there are not numerous tribulation stage cultivators on this continent, there are several. Yet only 5 have ever ascended in the entire Xuanzang. Now that I have finally acquired the means to ascend, why do you seek to thwart me? Join me, and we can ascend together to immortality. Would that not be splendid?" Mei Qianan merely snorted coldly, her tone devoid of warmth. Stubborn and foolish. She raised her right hand, gathering a cataclysmic power upon it. Qi Yi, witnessing this, erupted into a maniacal laughter. "Ah, yet another hypocrite. Do you know who the last one was?" It was Qi Tianxiong. Just like a madman, he pointed at Mei Qianan and the others. "But look, behold, is he not also my right-hand man now?" Ha ha. As he spoke, Qi Tianxiong, pale-faced, approached, obedient as a dog, standing beside Qi Yi, brandishing a spiritual weapon aimed at Song Xunzhen and the others. Mei Qianan, unwilling to hear more of his prattle, launched an attack, the power concentrated in her right hand tearing through the very air. Qi Yi frantically waved his hands. The crimson array glowing fiercely, the ground began to writhe, and countless tentacles formed from tainted blood and resentment erupted from the earth, ensnaring Mei Qianan from all directions. The clash of peak tribulation cultivators sent tremors through the entire Yundu city, drawing countless gazes upwards, their pupils dilating in fear. Atop Wanxiang Mountain, within the Tianji Pavilion, Ming Kong let a white piece drop with a crisp sound, smiling as he gazed at the figure opposite him. The lord of the Yaoqi, Lingxin, rested her chin on one hand, lazily rubbing a black piece in the other, lifting her eyelids slightly. The white piece meets its demise. The deadlock transforms into a lively situation. How intriguing. In the cave behind the city lord's manor, Qi Yi and Mei Qianan were evenly matched. Though Qi Yi had forcibly elevated his cultivation from mid-tribulation to peak tribulation using sinister techniques, this was his lair, providing him with an inexhaustible source of power. For a moment, they were at a stalemate. Song Xiunjin tugged at Yin Nua's sleeve from behind, signaling her to restrain Qi Tianxiong while she sought a chance to launch a surprise attack. Although she was merely at mid-transformation, her cultivated techniques naturally countered these malevolent forces. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Qi Tianxiong, standing behind Qi Yi, suddenly erupted, thrusting his spiritual weapon violently towards Qi Yi's body. "Old monster, return my son's life," he roared, his voice akin to a blood-curdling wail. Qi Yi, taken aback, instinctively looked down, covering the wound in his body, and struck out at Qi Tianxiong with a palm. Seek death. Even a hasty strike, in the face of such overwhelming power across two major realms, sent Qi Tianxiong flying, a massive black palm imprint denting his chest. With a cough, he collapsed beside Song Xiunjin, blood gushing from his mouth. Seizing the moment when Qi Yi was distracted, Mei Qianan unleashed her own palm strike, and under the dual assault, Qi Yi finally faltered, his breath growing weak, firmly controlled by Mei Qianan. Song Xiunjin glanced at the fallen Qi Tianxiong, her emotions complex. Though he might not have acted willingly, he had certainly committed numerous heinous acts, his crimes unforgivable. Qi Tianxiong's complexion was ashen, his gaze starting to dull. He struggled to grasp Song Xiunjin's sleeve, his lips moving, blood continuously spilling from the corners of his mouth. Song, dear girl." His voice was faint, laden with boundless regret and pain. The array can be shattered by striking Qi Yi's forehead with pure yang energy. He labored to turn his eyes towards Qi Yi, his gaze filled with boundless hatred. "He is not my son. He has destroyed the Qi family." Exhausting his final strength, he managed to utter a few words. "The innocent citizens of Yundu City, save them." Before he finished speaking, his hand slipped from Song Xiunjin's sleeve, his breath finally ceasing. His eyes remained wide open, frozen in a mixture of endless resentment and a hint of relief. "Lord Qi." Song Xiunjin squatted down, letting out a sigh of helplessness. Perhaps death was Qi Tianxiong's ultimate fate. He could no longer turn back. It was no wonder he had wanted her to leave when he first saw them. How poignant it seemed now. She closed his eyes gently and turned her gaze back to Qi Yi, filled with disgust and fury. She stepped forward, addressing Qi Yi with deliberate clarity. "Qi Yi, you truly deserve 1,000 cuts." Qi Yi scoffed, a twisted smile curling at the corners of his lips. "And what of it? Without pure yang energy, none of you can kill me." His laughter echoed maniacally in the night. "What can you do to me?" "Ha ha." Song Xiunjin, hearing this, sneered, drawing her Qing Hung sword, slowly raising its tip to Qi Yi's brow. "Coincidentally, the technique I cultivate is specifically designed to counter all malevolence in this world." "Impossible." Qi Yi gazed at her in disbelief, his arrogance momentarily frozen. In a flash, the sword light pierced through his brow. Yet, in his final moments, a strange smile twisted upon his lips, imbued with an indescribable mockery and profound meaning, causing Song Xiunjin's heart to leap. Boom. Centered around the city lord's manor, a crimson light shot into the sky, followed by 4 corners of Yundu City. Under the astonished gazes of all, 5 rays of red light converged in the air, followed by the sound of the array shattering, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. In the cave, the summoned guests, as if puppets, suddenly stiffened, the last traces of their eerie vitality vanishing completely, all collapsing in unison, lifeless. Song Xiunjin remained where she stood, waiting, but the notification of task completion did not sound. System, has the task not been completed? Chapter 55, System Card Pool. System and Detection. Side Quest Progress. Eliminate Key Figure Qi Yi completed. Uncover the truth of the City Lord's Manor. Rescue Yundu City. Incomplete. Song Xiunjin stared at the cold words on the system interface, her heart sinking. Qi Yi's corpse lay not far away, adorned with a chilling smile. While the array had indeed been broken, yet the crisis remained unresolved. She rubbed her throbbing temples, a torrent of questions flooding her mind. What other tricks did Qi Yi have? What was the true crisis of Yundu City? And what of the system? What was its purpose? What connection did it have to Yundu City? Even, she glanced at Mei Qianan and the others. A thought that had never crossed her mind suddenly surged forth. Where did these cards originate? Were they mere illusions conjured by the system? Or had they once existed in some time and space? Yet their kindness towards her was genuine. They had aided her through countless crises, and the warmth of fighting alongside them was undeniable. Her mind was a chaotic tangle, with an influx of unexpected questions leaving her somewhat agitated. Inside the card pool, the little white creature sensed the fluctuations of its host's emotions and rolled out to comfort her. Host, sometimes the truth isn't as important as it seems, at least not right now. In other words, you need my help, and likewise, I need yours. Just know that once bound, we share glory and loss. I will never harm you, and that should suffice. The little white creature found it all rather simple. Though humans were peculiar beings, as long as everyone benefited, what could be wrong? Xunzhen rolled her eyes in exasperation. But system, how can I be sure you won't turn against me? I know nothing of your origins, nor your intentions. You have helped me, and I am grateful for that. After a pause, she added, yet, there is no such thing as a free lunch or a pie falling from the sky. You say you need my assistance, at the very least. You ought to reveal your purpose. The little white creature, puzzled, responded with a hint of grievance. Its usually mechanical tone softened, setting everything else aside. But host, you did pay for this. It's not free. Xunzhen was driven to madness. Is the issue here? It's certainly isn't. Everything is fundamentally unequal. If the spiritual crystals I provided could yield such an abundance of talented individuals and treasures, the world would have long since descended into chaos. Do you understand, crazy? All right. Baitawanzi comprehends now. It turns out the host has harbored this concern all along. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's not a particularly difficult matter to explain. Spiritual crystals are merely a medium, akin to the money required for drawing cards in a game. I merely borrowed some concepts from your world. Haha, then why didn't you borrow a few good concepts? There are so many free card drawing games. Baitawanzi pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, because the free ones lack the fervor of the paid ones. Data indicates that the paid model more effectively stimulates user engagement and a sense of belonging. Xunzhen was rendered speechless. Baitawanzi continued, host, you mentioned your desire to understand my purpose. Now I can reveal part of it to you. Its tone turned unusually solemn. You have always believed that this is a world from a book, which is not incorrect. However, each book, upon its creation, gives rise to an independent little world. Yet, for various reasons, this world has been damaged, and the protagonists are unable to shoulder the responsibility of protecting it. Which is why I have appeared. Thus, Xunzhen incredulously exclaimed, your purpose is partly to save the world? Baitawanzi, feeling slightly bashful, replied, yes, alongside you. Haha, who? Save the world? Me? Xunzhen took a moment to compose herself, then slowly asked, what about Mei Qianan and Yun Nua? Were they generated after I drew them? Baitawanzi answered honestly, apart from the customized cards, the other cards have always existed in the card pool. But do not worry. Once you draw a card, the pool grants them identities according to your imaginings. They will remain eternally loyal to you, never betraying you, aside from you. They will heed no one else's words, including this system. Xunzhen fell silent, pondering what it meant for them to be granted identities according to her imaginings. From the very beginning, the cards possessed no explicit identities aside from their names. It was you who assigned the hidden family attributes to the pool, and thus the pool automatically generated their identities. It turns out the delusions were mine alone. Xunzhen mused silently. Host, I harbor no malice. But I cannot divulge the entire truth to you at this moment. When your strength is sufficient to bear the entirety of the truth, I shall reveal everything. Xunzhen's expression grew complex. After a long pause, she didn't know what to say. Suddenly, she blurted out, then why can't you just make me the strongest in the world? Let me strike the heavens with my fists and trample the earth beneath my feet, saving time and effort. Baitawanzi responded with exasperation. Host, what are you thinking? If I had that capability, I would have done it long ago. The world cannot withstand such power. It would collapse under the strain. Do you understand? Fine. I understand now. It's not that it cannot be done, but that it must not be done. Having clarified a few matters, Xunzhen felt a sense of relief. She turned to Mei Qianan and the others, softly suggesting, let us return to the city lord's residence. Perhaps we can uncover some clues. She and Mei Qianan supported Yun Nua on either side, while Mo Yin followed silently behind. The group quietly departed the blood-soaked and despair-laden cave. As they stepped out, Xunzhen couldn't help but glance back. Deep within the dim cavern, the anguished cries of countless wronged souls seemed to echo. Those women whose lives were stolen. Those boys and girls whose bodies were left in tatters. Those shattered families. Those silent screams. They must also be yearning to return home. Once we resolve everything, let the citizens of Yundu City come here to identify their kin. Those with families can reunite, while those without can find peace in the earth. The atmosphere grew heavy, with everyone remaining largely silent. The descent down the mountain was not lengthy. Along the way, all they encountered were trees and swaying red lanterns. The wind rustled softly, producing a gentle sound, and the faint red glow illuminated the mountain path. almost as if it were lighting the way home for those departed souls. The city lord's residence was eerily quiet, the ground littered with disordered shadows of people. Servants, household aides, and guards remained frozen in their last living postures, their faces now devoid of vitality. With Chi's death, the last vestiges of strength sustaining these souls dissipated. They had become like puppets with their strings severed, silently scattered throughout the opulent yet desolate mansion, becoming the final sacrifices of this conspiracy. As the night breeze passed, the lanterns under the eaves swayed gently, casting flickering shadows upon the corpses strewn across the ground. Chapter 56. Is it my fault? Xianxiaaudiobooks stood in silence for a moment, letting out a sigh. Let us head to the study, she said, her voice low and tinged with fatigue. Mei Qian nodded, carefully settling Yun Nua against a wall in the corridor, while Mo Yin stood guard beside her. The study was infused with the scent of aged paper. Xianxiaaudiobooks meticulously searched every corner, her fingertips gliding over the bookshelves until she finally uncovered a hidden mechanism in a nondescript crevice. The secret compartment creaked open, revealing a few yellowed letters lying quietly within. She cautiously unfolded the paper, the ink faded, yet still legible enough to convey the despair within the lines. I am Xianxiao. I know not if this letter will ever see the light of day again, but I still cling to a faint hope. I apologize to Yundu City, and I apologize to my children. 30 years ago, the ancestor sensed that his time was drawing near. Unwilling to pass away quietly, he sought out a forbidden tome. Ignoring my objections, he set up a sacrificial array in Yundu City and began searching for the pure holy body. Alas, the pure holy body is a rare find, appearing once in a millennium. In a desperate bid for survival, he even took over my eldest son's body. As Xianxiaaudiobooks perused the subsequent letters, each one chronicled the heinous crimes committed by Qi. It seemed that Qi Tianxiong had long been gathering evidence in the shadows, attempting to expose the truth, yet ultimately finding himself bound by the hands of fate, placing his hope in an unknown successor. Just as she was absorbed in the contents of the letters, Mei Qian suddenly darted in front of her, shielding her from view and coldly addressing the window. Since you're here, why not show yourself? A light laugh echoed from outside, and Ming Kong nimbly pushed open the window, vaulting into the room. Don't be so fierce, I mean no harm. Xianxiaaudiobooks raised her gaze to meet Ming Kong's. This being the second time she had heard that phrase today. She gently placed the letters on the table, her tone frosty. I was unaware that the leader of the Tianji Pavilion had a penchant for climbing through windows. Ming Kong approached the table, leaning over with her hands pressed against its surface, stretching her neck to sneak a glance at the letter's contents. Yundu City is under the aegis of the Tianji Pavilion. As its leader, I must do my part, don't you think? Heh. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. For 30 years, Qi committed atrocities without the Tianji Pavilion intervening. Yet now, upon his death, you arrive with impeccable timing. Ming Kong remained unperturbed, still smiling. He relied on dark arts to reach the peak of the tribulation stage, while I was merely at the initial stage. How could I possibly intervene? Xianxiaaudiobooks slowly folded the letter and tucked it away. So you lured us to Yundu City. With a snap of her fingers, Ming Kong's eyes glimmered with a sly light. Indeed, I deduced that Yundu City still holds a glimmer of hope, and that hope resides within you. She scrutinized Xianxiaaudiobooks with admiration in her tone. You truly did not disappoint me. Strong enough to unravel a 30-year deadlock in just a few days. Is that so? Xianxiaaudiobooks fixed her gaze on Ming Kong's eyes. Then are you not afraid that someone as powerful as I might decide to kill you right now? You won, T. Ming Kong chuckled like a cat that had just stolen a tasty morsel. For you two have a matter in need of my assistance, do you not? She suddenly leaned in closer, her voice laced with seduction. You did not descend to the mortal realm merely for the sake of training. Rather, it was for your parents. Am I correct? Ahem. Song Sun was utterly bewildered, casting a disbelieving glance at Ming Kong, unable to fathom how she had conjured such an assumption. This very look only reinforced Ming Kong's conviction in her deductions. Thus, I cannot claim to have entirely exploited you, for I have indeed uncovered a fragment of truth regarding your parents. She extended her thumb and forefinger, illustrating a minuscule distance, indicating that a great force had severed the bond between you and your parents during your childhood. What? Song Sun's pupils constricted. Ming Kong tilted her head, continuing to drop more heavy news. Simultaneously, the lunar decree indicates your mother is trapped, yet that is all in the past. I cannot ascertain the current status of your parents. She shrugged helplessly. Regrettably, the entity behind you is far too powerful. I can only perceive so much. Song Sun's breath quickened slightly as she fervently summoned the system in her mind. System, is what Ming Kong said true? Is the original host's mother truly still alive? Wait. The white dumpling frantically flipped through the data. It is indeed true, but that was in the past. shortly after the original host's mother was taken away. She passed away, as mentioned in the plot. Beyond that, I cannot provide further information. It merely had some plot details, and anything beyond that was beyond its knowledge. She would need to investigate on her own. Song Sun's mind was in turmoil, yet her expression remained impassive as she regarded Ming Kong. The scrutiny made Ming Kong somewhat uncomfortable. She touched her nose, her tone somewhat awkward. This was not my intention to divine, initially. It was the void sacred land that sought me out with a token, prompting me to deduce your fate. With a heart-wrenching expression, she produced a broken jade pendant from her sleeve. Behold, in pursuit of celestial secrets, I even sacrificed my protective spirit jade. Song Sun raised an eyebrow. Her tone indifferent. Is that my fault then? Ming Kong pouted, her expression conveying the perplexity of those from the upper realm. It is curious how you upper realm folks are, knowing everything yet pretending to be oblivious. She shook her head with a dramatic flair. If I can deduce such matters, your esteemed figure must have known long ago. You were aware all along. Yet you chose to come to Yundu City. To be honest, I too am quite astonished. She smiled. However, after much contemplation, I have finally come to a conclusion. She appeared somewhat smug, asserting that after you descended to the mortal realm, the esteemed figure behind you faced certain restrictions and could not intervene, prompting you to seek my assistance, correct? Song Sun, what does this even mean? What do I know? Esteemed figure? Where did that come from? Just as she internally ranted, the white dumpling in the card pool suddenly wriggled, a faint pink hue shimmering on its fur. She is referring to me. Chapter 57. The ownership of Yundu City changes. Well, I understand now. How can an outsider not be considered an esteemed figure? Song Sun refrained from contradicting Ming Kong. After all, the more she imagined, the more beneficial it was for her. Moreover, she was genuinely curious about the original host's background. After all, if a horde of chaotic relatives suddenly emerged, it would disrupt her plans, would it not? According to Ming Kong's calculations, the original host's parents were forcibly separated during her childhood, with her mother abducted and her father meeting a tragic end, leaving the original host in desolation. Furthermore, her mother succumbed to grief shortly after her captivity. Hiss. Song Sun's eyelids twitched. Given this situation, the original host was indeed no ordinary person. What was even more challenging was that her mother's background could potentially conflict with the carefully crafted persona of a hidden family she had established. To prevent exposure, it seemed she could only manipulate her father's identity. However, regardless, since someone had taken such drastic measures against the original host's parents, a feud had undeniably been forged. Since she had established the persona of a hidden family, it would be unreasonable not to seek vengeance. Clarifying her thoughts, she raised her gaze to Ming Kong once more. Speaking in a placid tone, the pavilion master certainly possesses a remarkable knack for strategy. Yet, after all this discourse, what do you hope to gain by sharing this with me? Ming Kong's smile faded slightly as she stated with gravity, I wish to forge a benevolent connection with you. Miss Song, your status is extraordinary, and your strength formidable. Beyond my genuine curiosity regarding your identity and the esteemed figure behind you, I hope that should the Celestial Secrets Pavilion encounter difficulties in the future, or should I, Ming Kong, require assistance, you might lend your aid in light of today's goodwill. She paused, adding, of course, I will continue to keep an eye on matters concerning your parents. The Celestial Secrets Pavilion may not excel in many areas, but we do possess some connections for gathering information. Song Sun scrutinized Ming Kong, seemingly assessing the sincerity behind her words. Given the Celestial Secrets Pavilion's exceptional foresight, Ming Kong's words today were evidently not without foundation. It seemed she had indeed glimpsed a glimpse of the pavilion's future. The world of cultivation, indeed, was fraught with peril at every turn. As silence enveloped the study, the only sounds were the faint rustle of the wind outside and Ming Kong's anxious breaths. After a moment, Song Sun nodded gently. I shall remember your words today, and as for the benevolent connection, she allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. A smile that suggested, let us see how you perform in the days to come. She did not explicitly agree, but neither did she decline. Ming Kong breathed a sigh of relief, realizing this was the best outcome she could hope for at present. Sensing the shift in the conversation, she pointed towards the window. Now, regarding the matter of Yundu City. Following her gesture, Song Sun turned to gaze outside. She had yet to depart the city lord's mansion, but was already aware that the entirety of Yundu City was likely engulfed in panic. Initially, her purpose for coming to the city lord's mansion was straightforward, to claim it as her own, and that objective remained unchanged. Unlike Tianyong City, even with the Celestial Secrets Pavilion stationed in Yundu City, it could not alter the fact that Yundu City was under the dominance of the three great sacred lands. If she wished to completely seize control of Yundu City, it was insufficient to merely elevate a city lord to power, as was done in Tianyong City. One had to navigate the intricate web of duplicity that lay beneath the surface. In the name of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion and myself, Xunzhen, we shall jointly announce the transgressions of the City Lord's mansion, bringing everything to light. Her tone was steady, resonating with authority. Furthermore, I shall take command of Yundu City, becoming its new city lord. Upon hearing this, Ming Kong's eyes sparkled with intrigue, though she was not taken aback. She straightened her robes with solemnity and bowed to Xunzhen. Ming Kong, on behalf of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, is willing to lend her strength to City Lord Song. Xunzhen accepted the bow with grace, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Then let us commence. The intelligence unit of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion pales in comparison to the Duobao Pavilion, yet from this day forth, Duobao Pavilion shall provide the funds, while Celestial Secrets Pavilion shall furnish the intelligence. With Tianyong City and Yundu City as our cornerstone, we shall gain renown in the central domain. Suppress the 5 domains, and dominate the Xianxiang realm shall soon be within reach. Ah ha ha. Within, Xunzhen reveled in mirth, nearly bursting forth with exuberance, her spirits soaring with ambition. Yet, she maintained an inscrutable calm on her exterior, betraying none of her inner emotions. The immediate priority was to seize control of Yundu City and uncover the true crisis indicated in the system prompt yet to be resolved. Once all of this was addressed and the card pool fully upgraded, she could engage in a grand-scale card drawing to acquire more celestial treasures and enhance her strength. At that moment, a sinister smile crept upon her lips, her hands itching with anticipation for the first opportunity to take aim at the void's sacred land. Let them continue to stir up trouble. The efficiency of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion in executing tasks could only be described as terrifying. Within the span of a single day, the egregious crimes of the ancestral figure Qi of the City Lord's mansion in Yundu City were meticulously documented and publicly disclosed. The clandestine practice of malevolent arts has wreaked havoc upon the scattered practitioners, siphoning their soul power and even daring to contemplate the sacrificial offering of an entire city in exchange for ascension. Each incident is harrowing, a testament to the depths of depravity. The conclusion distinctly underscores that all of this has been thoroughly resolved with the assistance of Miss Song Xiunjing, the heir of a hidden family, leading to the downfall of the City Lord's mansion. Those with missing family members, whether abducted by the City Lord's forces or employed therein, may now approach the City Lord's mansion to identify their kin and reclaim their remains. News spread like wildfire, sweeping through the streets and alleys of Yundu City. And with even greater speed, it permeated the entire realm of cultivation. Initially met with shock, the populace soon connected the dots between the crimson light that had enveloped the city the previous day and the bizarre scene of the City Lord's patrolling guards suddenly collapsing. All doubts were dispelled. How could the City Lord be implicated? Could the news from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion be false? Moreover, there was that individual. I have long asserted that those who indulge their sons in tyrannical behavior are not of good character. It is no wonder the City Lord's mansion has behaved increasingly strangely in recent years. It has evidently succumbed to a sinister cult. In a matter of moments, countless individuals surged toward the City Lord's mansion. The once imposing vermilion gates now stood wide open, with a throng of people gathering before them. Some cried out the names of their loved ones as they rushed inside. Others paced anxiously outside with pallid faces, while many stood silently at a distance, their eyes a tapestry of anger and sorrow. Song Xiunjing stood elevated, gazing down upon the throng below. Mei Qianan and Mo Yin flanked her, while Yun Nuan maintained order with several disciples from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion below. "Make way. Allow me to enter," cried an elderly man, his hair a mottled white, as he stumbled through the crowd, clutching a faded cloth. "My daughter, she was summoned to the mansion 3 years ago, and has never returned." A woman nearby seized his arm, her voice hoarse. "Old Zhang, do not go in there. I just came from inside," and her words were swallowed by tears. The old man staggered, the cloth slipping from his grasp. The embroidered crane upon it had long since faded into obscurity. Song Xiunjing shut her eyes, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart. Even though she had been prepared, witnessing such a scene of parting and loss was suffocating, evoking memories of Miss Song. "Host," the white dumpling spoke softly in her mind. "You are feeling sorrowful." "Indeed," she responded internally. "System, though this is not my world, witnessing such scenes still brings me grief. These are living beings, their suffering is real, and their tears are genuine." After a moment of silence, the white dumpling replied earnestly, "Thus, we require strength, sufficient power to alter this reality. Host, persevere." At that moment, someone below noticed the figure on the elevated platform. "It's Miss Song." The shout drew the gaze of the entire crowd upward. A middle-aged man fell to his knees, bowing deeply before her. "Thank you, Miss Song, for ridding Yundu City of this great menace." Soon after, more individuals knelt, their sobs and expressions of gratitude rising in a chorus. Thank you, Miss Song. Your great kindness will be forever remembered by Yunda City. Song Xianjing regarded the kneeling citizens with mixed emotions. She raised her hand in a gesture of support, her voice ringing clear, please, rise. Do not kneel. Following this, she surveyed her surroundings, unleashing the pressure of her divine transformation, silently warning any lurking forces. From this day forth, I, Song Xianjing, shall be the ruler of Yundu City. Her words, though not loud, resonated clearly with every individual present, even reaching the ears of various factions observing from afar. There were no superfluous words, no impassioned promises, merely a calm declaration that reverberated heavily within the hearts of all powers involved. The old order has been abolished, a new one established. Henceforth, I shall be the sole master of Yundu City. Chapter 58, The Strange Case. A tranquil voice emanated from the water mirror, striking like a hammer upon Feng Zhiping's heart. He had never anticipated that he would meet his demise before even dispatching Xianxia to eliminate Song Xianjing. Instead, she had preemptively slain Xianxia. Holy Lord. The elder stood with bowed head in the hall, his voice tinged with a resignation born of fatigue. Perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. We are no match for her. Feng Zhiping closed his eyes and nodded, his spirit quelling any thoughts of conflict. Fortunately, she remained unaware of our previous intentions to eliminate her by the hands of the malevolent cultivators. He raised his gaze to the elder, his eyes cold as ice. This matter shall remain buried. None must speak of it. During this time, Song Xianjing was exceedingly busy, truly experiencing the struggles of a laborer within the cultivation realm. She had summoned several servants from her family to assume responsibilities at the city lord's mansion while simultaneously embarking on the reconstruction of the city affairs office. Furthermore, she was collaborating with Mei Qianan and others to investigate the true crisis plaguing Yunda City. Only today did she finally find a moment of respite. She promptly gathered everyone to seek a scapegoat for the administrative burdens. Mei Qianan chuckled. If the miss is truly overwhelmed, why not delegate to Ming Kong? She has been idly twiddling her thumbs all day. Song Xianjing shifted her gaze to Ming Kong. Upon hearing this, Ming Kong, who was sipping water, choked and waved her hands vigorously. Absolutely not. The affairs of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion are too complex. I am utterly stretched thin. As her gaze turned to the dazed Yun Nuo, she added, I see potential in Taoist Yun. Yun Nuo, sword in hand, remained expressionless. No, I must protect the Mississippi. Mo Yin quickly interjected. Leave it to me. I have some experience managing the Tianqing Merchant Association in Tianyong City. It would be fortuitous to assist the miss in overseeing Yundu City. Song Xianjing felt as though she had been granted a reprieve. Then I shall trouble you. Uncle Mo Yin. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted. City Lord, the City Affairs Office has matters to report. Song Xianjing was taken aback. The City Affairs Office had always operated independently, and their sudden request for an audience must indicate a troublesome issue. Let them in. A man clad in black with golden patterns bowed as he entered, his head adorned with a matching conical hat, and his face obscured by a black half mask. This attire had been custom designed by Song Xianjing according to her preferences, and it certainly appeared to be effective. City Lord. There have been 10 murder cases in Yundu City over the past 5 days, all involving women who suddenly turned violent and killed. My subordinates have investigated repeatedly, but have found no traces of evil energy, as if they were merely momentarily deranged. Oh. Song Xianjing's interest peaked. Who were the victims? Fathers slain, husbands murdered. Butchery, each category represented. Song Xianjing exchanged a solemn glance with Ming Kong, both sensing the gravity of the situation. I understand. You may withdraw for now. Once he departed, Ming Kong hurriedly calculated. After some time, she shook her head. No, now that you are the city lord of Yundu City, you have become entwined in its fate. I cannot foresee your destiny. Song Xianjing immediately rose and addressed Mo Yin. Uncle Mo Yin, I entrust you to oversee the city lord's mansion and manage its affairs. We must go to the scene. Turning to Ming Kong, she added, the pavilion master should lend a hand at the city lord's mansion. She frowned. The city lord's mansion required a powerful presence. Ming Kong nodded in understanding. Song Xianjing, accompanied by Mei Qianan and Yun Nuo, made their way to the latest crime scene. A light rain began to fall, draping Yundu City in a misty shroud. The butcher's courtyard had already been surrounded by the city affairs office. Yet a crowd still gathered outside, whispering among themselves. Isn't this the 10th case? It's truly frightening. Indeed, the butcher's wife, having silenced both her husband and father-in-law, shuddered with an unsettling chill. As Song Xianjing and her companions approached the threshold, the city affairs officer respectfully bowed to them, clearing the path. Stepping over the threshold, Song Xianjing's gaze swept across the courtyard. There, a disheveled woman knelt in the rain, her hands stained with congealed blood, smiling vacantly. Beside her lay 2 corpses. one grotesquely mutilated, the other with a butcher's knife embedded in its chest, mingling rainwater with blood, creating a ghastly sight. The city lord. The city affairs officer hastily approached with an umbrella, whispering to her that the Wang family was generally mild-mannered, yet today, inexplicably, had erupted in violence. Naturally, with her cultivation having reached the transformation stage, Xianxiaaudiobooks remained unaffected by the rain, yet the city affairs officer still felt compelled to show his deference. She waved him away, prompting him to retreat a few steps. Her eyes scanned the courtyard. There was no malevolence or anomaly, as if it were indeed the Wang family that had suddenly turned violent. Retracting her gaze, she focused on the woman kneeling on the ground, whose laughter grew louder. "Do you have something to say?" The woman raised her head, her eyes bloodshot, filled with profound hatred. "They deserved it. They deserved it. Ha! They died well. They died well." The city affairs officer murmured behind her. The butcher has always been prone to beating Wang, sometimes several times a day. Neighbors often advised him against it, but to no avail. As for her father-in-law, he was an accomplice, occasionally joining in the abuse. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression turned increasingly frigid. She could not abide such men who bullied women, cowardly wretches who vented their frustrations upon the weaker sex. Why is the city affairs officer not intervening? Am I raising you to live off my generosity? The city affairs officer hesitated, stammering. This is, after all, a private matter for the family. It's difficult for the city affairs office to intervene. Xianxiaaudiobooks chuckled, articulating each word with deliberation. From this day forth, should such occurrences arise again, apprehend them and retaliate. I wish to see if this malignancy can be quelled. Yes, yes. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, nodding vigorously. Take Wang back to the city affairs office. Ensure her safety, and do not subject her to torture. As she turned to depart and investigate other locations, her eyes were momentarily blinded by a mirror hanging from Wang's waist. She hesitated briefly but maintained her composure as she left. After investigating several crime scenes without yielding any results, Mei Qianan quietly remarked, "Perhaps it is not malevolent forces at play." Yun Nua nodded. "With our cultivation, we should not be oblivious to the presence of evil. It could be due to other reasons." A group of children dashed past the alley, laughing merrily as they ate candy and sang. Having found nothing, Xianxiaaudiobooks decided to return to the city lordess mansion. Suddenly, the children switched to a cheerful nursery rhyme. Flowers in the mirror, moon in the water, the western villa wreathed in blood. The wedding dress is new, the coffin old. The vengeful spirits linger, the grievances unavenged. Xianxiaaudiobooks' steps faltered abruptly. Chapter 59, Jin Yang. The rain intensified, and the eerie nursery rhyme echoed in her ears. The western villa. Xianxiaaudiobooks repeated softly, her expression grave as she watched the children fade into the distance. "Miss, this nursery rhyme appears too suspicious. It seems someone is deliberately spreading it," Mei Qianan remarked, his face pale. "Then let us investigate. Whether it be a spirit or a ghost, we shall uncover it." The western villa loomed in the rain, its dilapidated wooden door creaking ominously in the wind, resembling the gaping maw of a beast. As Xianxiaaudiobooks pushed open the door, a musty, moldy odor assaulted her senses. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, faded red silk still hanging from the beams, and the joyous characters on the windows had been washed away by time, leaving only a ghostly outline that appeared particularly chilling in the dim light. Mei Qianan's consciousness swept through the entire courtyard. There is no evil presence. Xianxiaaudiobooks stepped onto the slick bluestone as she entered the main hall. The tables and chairs remained, but the once vibrant red cloth had faded to a dark brown, resembling dried blood. It appears to have been a wedding scene. There must have been a disruption on the wedding day, Yun Nua whispered. Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded, proceeding deeper into the hall until she stood at the entrance of a room. This should be the master bedroom. Bold and unflinching, she never expected to take the lead in the face of such horror. Indeed, all fear stemmed from a lack of firepower. Holding her breath, she forcefully pushed open the bedroom door. The room was filled with mirrors of all shapes and sizes, crammed into every corner. Mei Qianan and Yun Nua instinctively shielded her, only stepping back once they confirmed there was no danger. As Xianxiaaudiobooks entered, the floorboards creaked beneath her feet, creating a disconcerting sound. Why are there so many mirrors here? Suddenly, she recalled Wang's small mirror and remarked to Mei Qianan and Yun Nua. Wang also had a small mirror hanging from her waist. It seems these two events are intertwined. Mei Qianan and Yun Nua meticulously examined the room, puzzled. "This is indeed strange," Mei Qianan murmured, looking up at Xianxiaaudiobooks. "Miss, the presence of so many mirrors typically indicates a formation, yet there are neither spiritual fluctuations nor evil energy here. With our cultivation at the pinnacle of Xunzhen, nothing could escape our notice." Xianxiaaudiobooks scrutinized the mirror-laden room, finding it increasingly peculiar, even feeling a sense of dizziness. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the mirror's surface. In the next moment, A pale hand suddenly grasped her wrist, dragging her into the mirror. A brilliant white light erupted, blinding her and causing her to instinctively close her eyes. Miss. In the exclamations of Mei Qianan and Yun Nua, her figure vanished without a trace. Red silk hung high, festive sounds filling the air. When Song Xiunjin opened her eyes again, she found herself transported through time, arriving on the day of the wedding. She instinctively took a half-step back, wanting to retreat to her family's small world, but recalling the system's task and Yundu City, she forced herself to remain in place. Mei Qianan and Yun Nua had not been transported with her, indicating that the hidden agenda was aimed solely at her. The family space allowed for card transfers at will, but to appear beside her required her consent. An urgent inquiry from Mei Qianan echoed in her mind, but she silently rejected the notion of allowing him to come to her side. Since the hidden figure's target was her, she decided to play along. Before her, guests raised their glasses, laughing and chatting, utterly oblivious to her sudden presence. Bride and groom, please come forth. The officiant's booming voice captured her attention, following everyone's gaze. When she laid eyes on the groom, her pupils dilated sharply. Though his appearance was different, for some inexplicable reason, she immediately recognized him as Qi. Even as he appeared centuries ago, this illusion was indeed intricately linked to the calamity of Yundu City. Qi, dressed in a resplendent red wedding robe, beamed as he led the bride forward. The bride, shrouded in a red veil, moved gracefully, the adornments on her person jingling with each step. Observing the entire wedding ceremony with a cold detachment, she was beset by doubts. Why was this illusion forcing her to witness all of this? The ceremony proceeded smoothly, and Song Xiunjin followed the revelers into the bridal chamber, the very room where she had entered the illusion. When all the guests had departed, Qi stepped forward to lift the bride's red veil. The bride was strikingly beautiful, her shy eyes timidly gazing at Qi. "Jinyang, your health is fragile," Qi said softly, producing a medicinal pill. "I fear you may not withstand what is to come. Consume this, and it will keep you alert." Under the flickering candlelight, the bride's cheeks flushed crimson as she obediently swallowed the pill, filled with anticipation for the approaching wedding night. In the next moment, however, Qi swept her up in his arms, carrying her toward the screen. Song Xiunjing hurriedly followed, only to feel a chill run down her spine at the sight beyond the screen. A massive black coffin lay there. In the bride's terrified gaze, Qi placed her, motionless. Inside, his touch was as gentle as that of one handling fragile treasure. "Do not blame me," he whispered, caressing her cheek, tears falling onto her bridal attire. "But I have waited too long for this day." From his sleeve, he retrieved several 6-inch black nails, swirling with dark energy. So thick and malevolent, they seemed capable of dripping with malice. He aimed the first nail at the center of the bride's brow, hands trembling violently. As the hammer fell, blood splattered onto his bright red wedding attire. The bride's body quivered, her eyes wide in disbelief, unable to comprehend why her beloved would do this to her. "Do you remember?" he cried, tears streaming down his face as he hammered, his voice breaking. "Last year at the Lantern Festival, I vowed to spend my life with you." The second nail pierced her heart, eliciting a rasping sound from her throat. It was all true, he choked out, his hands relentless. But the path of cultivation demands sacrifice. The third and fourth nails drove into her palms. The wedding candles crackled, casting a grotesque shadow of Qi against the wall. "Almost done," he murmured, his tear-streaked face breaking into a twisted smile. "Once my powers are fully realized, I shall honor you with incense every year." As the final 2 nails sealed her ankles, the coffin was stained a deep crimson. He noticed a tear escape the corner of her eye, mingling with his own, indistinguishable in origin. After driving in the 6th nail, he suddenly doubled over beside the coffin, retching. Yet, upon sensing the surrounding malevolence coalescing around the coffin, he could not help but chuckle, his shoulders shaking violently. It is done, finally done. In the bridal chamber, the red candles continued to burn, their wax pooling like a grave. Song Xiunjing stood helplessly, wishing to intervene. But trapped in this illusion, she could only watch this tragedy unfold. She had not anticipated that it was not 30 years ago, but rather hundreds of years prior. Centuries ago, Qi had already embarked on the path of darkness, even sacrificing his bride on their wedding night to use her as the focal point of his malevolent practices. Fury surged within Song Xiunjing, wishing to drag Qi's corpse from the mountains and mercilessly desecrate it. "Have you seen enough?" A chilling female voice suddenly pierced the air behind her. Chapter 60, I am quite powerful. The coldness was akin to ancient ice, capable of freezing a person in place. Song Xiunjing stiffened, too terrified to turn around, fearing that doing so would unleash a devastating blow. Now, her resolve was firm, immune to the gruesome scene. But the instinctual fear of ghosts ingrained in her very being was undeniable. In an instant, The terrifying images from every horror film she had ever seen flooded her mind. Yet she forced herself to remain still, betraying no weakness, her gaze silently fixed upon the coffin emanating dark energy. "Did you not guide me here?" she asked calmly. A soft laugh echoed behind her, and in the next moment, a figure appeared before her, so close they could almost feel each other's breath. Song Xiunjing's heart nearly stopped, but her recent training helped her maintain her composure. She lifted her eyes to meet a pale, yet whole face. "Thank goodness, it is not a scene of bloodshed." Jin Yang tilted her head, scrutinizing her before finally speaking. "You know, the moment you entered Yunde City, I took notice of you. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I once knew. Goodness, what a fright. A person can scare another to death, but a ghost is even more terrifying. I hope I did not reveal any weakness under the scrutiny of your 360-degree observation," Song Xiunjing thought, her heart racing as she cautiously probed. "From the very beginning?" "Indeed," Jin Yang affirmed with a nod. "However, those around you are far too powerful. I did not dare approach." "Ah, I see," Song Xiunjing replied with a polite smile. "So it was my resemblance to your acquaintance that drew you into this illusion?" Jin Yang shook her head, offering no answer. Instead, gazing up at the entwined red silk above, "Speaking of Qi, I am an orphan, you know. That day, I truly believed I could find happiness. Alas." Her expression darkened, blood slowly trickling from her 7 orifices, dropping to the ground. "He betrayed me, treating me with such cruelty. I despise him, wishing to reduce him to ashes." Her tone grew increasingly frenzied. 30 years ago, he returned here, splitting the core of the myriad evils sacrificial formation in Yunde City in twain, one half within his brow, the other within my heart. He did not know I still lived, unaware that my vengeful spirit lingered, awaiting the day I would flay him alive, draining his blood until his demise. Jin Yang lowered her head, covering half her face with her hand, bursting into laughter. Her scarlet bridal gown and the blood seeping through her fingers formed a grotesque and twisted tableau. "He sought to use the myriad evils formation to ascend, while I longed to kill him, to cast him into hell at the peak of his triumph, ensuring he would never be reborn." "Ha ha ha." Jin Yang turned her gaze towards Song Xiunjing, her eyes glowing with a fierce red light. "But you killed him first. My vengeance has no outlet, leaving me to assist those pitiful women instead." "So it was." Song Xiunjing silently observed Jin Yang's maniacal laughter, which echoed throughout the desolate bridal chamber, laden with a century of resentment and pain. She pressed her lips together. Under normal circumstances, she would have felt fear, yet now, her heart swelled with compassion. "Then why did you not act against Qi earlier?" she gently interjected, interrupting the haunting laughter. Jin Yang's laughter abruptly ceased, her blood-red eyes fixed intently on her. "Because I was no match for him. I have always avoided him, yet hatred and resentment consumed my sanity, nearly leading to my complete dissolution." She blinked slowly, a deep nostalgia resurfacing in her gaze. Raising her hand, she revealed a mirror, its material indiscernible. Yet the frame was inscribed with a pattern of yin and yang fish. Even held without use, one could feel the immense power contained within. "Before I was entirely devoured and reduced to a vengeful spirit, I encountered a woman who sealed my consciousness within this mirror, preserving the last vestige of my awareness." Jin Yang's voice grew somber, as if transported back to that moonlit night 200 years ago. She sat beneath the old locust tree at the courtyard, her crimson gown billowing in the night breeze, her hollow gaze fixed on the direction of the Lord's residence. Just as her remaining sanity was about to be consumed by a century of resentment, a figure stumbled into this forgotten corner of the world. She was a woman clad in a robe of azure, yet that very garment was nearly drenched in blood, spreading a dark crimson hue under the hazy moonlight. She clutched her chest, each step a struggle, leaving behind a trail of intermittent blood. Jin Yang turned her head rigidly, her blood-red eyes fixating upon the woman. In an instant, she flashed to stand before her, a flicker of clarity breaking through her chaotic mind. "What troubles you?" she inquired, steadying the woman. "Cough, cough. I have been pursued to this point, fair maiden. Do not worry. Once I regain my strength, I shall depart and not implicate you," the woman replied, lifting her gaze to reveal a look of surprise upon seeing Jin Yang's countenance. Jin Yang instinctively withdrew her hand, stepping back a few paces to cover her face with her sleeve. The woman seemed to realize her rudeness and quickly whispered in explanation, "Do not take offense, fair maiden. I was merely taken aback." Jin Yang slightly lowered her hand, revealing half her face. "Are you not afraid of me?" The woman shook her head. "In this world, the most fearsome entity is the human heart." Jin Yang pondered this, realizing the truth in her words. Indeed, Qi was one of the most terrifying individuals. She stepped forward again to support the woman, guiding her into the courtyard, wiping away the blood on the ground before turning to ask, "Why are you being pursued?" The woman sighed, It's a rather cliché tale of mistaken identities. The true heiress has returned, and I, the false heiress who occupied her place for decades, must flee in disgrace. Jin Yang understood. It was merely a matter of the true heiress seeking to eliminate the pretender. Reflecting upon the strength within her, she deliberated for a long while. Let me assist you in dealing with those pursuers. After all, I cannot avenge my own grievances. It would be better to aid you before I completely lose myself. The woman was taken aback, her pale face revealing shock as she finally spoke. No, you are no match for them, and I have already shaken them off. They will not find me in the short term. By the way, I am Song Yunqi. And you? Jin Yang blinked, feeling underestimated. I am Jin Yang. She leaned closer to Song Yunqi, feigning ferocity. I am quite formidable. Song Yunqi smiled at Jin Yang, remaining silent. All right, Jin Yang conceded, deflating as she sank onto the ground beside her. I am indeed not formidable. After all, I cannot even exact vengeance for myself. Not only could she not seek revenge, but she was also uncertain how long she would retain her sanity. 1 day? 2 days? Perhaps only a couple of hours remained. Noticing the blood covering Song Yunqi, she hurriedly pulled out a delicate pink dress and thrust it into her arms before dashing away. Should she suddenly lose all rationality and turn into a vengeful spirit, Song Yunqi's injured state would surely result in her being torn asunder. Song Yunqi was gravely wounded. Had it not been for her profound cultivation, she would have succumbed long ago. Once that fleeting figure vanished, she gazed at the vibrant pink fabric in her hands and couldn't help but smile. Throughout her life, she had never donned such a lively hue. Nevertheless, she performed a cleansing incantation, shedding the azure robe that had been purified by magic, and donned the pink dress. She sat cross-legged in the main chamber, circulating her energy, striving to recover her nearly depleted spiritual power and mend her injuries. As the night wore on, a terrifying aura, mingled with a chilling presence, surged towards her. She raised her hand to block it, encountering Jin Yang's eyes, now entirely consumed by bloodlust, their original clarity lost. A chill ran through Song Yunqi. She knew Jin Yang's remaining sanity was dissipating. Despite her unhealed injuries, she swiftly retrieved an ancient mirror from her bosom. Jin Yang, guard your spirit, Song Yunqi urged, suppressing her wounds as she bit her fingertip, using her blood as an offering to swiftly inscribe a spell upon the mirror's surface. The mirror glowed with a soft white light, enveloping the frenzied Jin Yang. Jin Yang let out a piercing shriek, dark energy swirling around her as it clashed violently with the white light. I cannot contain it. Jin Yang's voice was fragmented, filled with anguish. Kill me while you can. Song Yunqi's complexion paled, yet she resolutely shook her head. You have aided me in evading my pursuers, gifted me garments, and provided a refuge for my healing. How could I be ungrateful? I shall do my utmost to preserve your remaining clarity. Taking a deep breath, she disregarded the aggravation of her injuries and infused more spiritual energy into the mirror. The yin-yang fish pattern on the frame began to swim slowly, radiating an even more potent spiritual force. Ultimately, with Jin Yang's prolonged cry of pain, her figure was completely absorbed into the mirror. Much later, when Song Yunqi had fully recovered and Jin Yang's condition had stabilized, she sat at the table, swinging her legs and smiling at Song Yunqi. Why did you help me? Song Yunqi met her gaze, equally smiling. And you? Why did you assist me? Jin Yang remained silent, her smile deepening, nearly spilling over. Song Yunqi regarded her softly, her voice gentle yet clear. Our motivations are identical. We cannot bear to see women in this world suffer. We wish to grant them a bright and beautiful future. As she reminisced, Jin Yang gently caressed the mirror in her hand and spoke to Song Xunzhen with a hint of melancholy. It was only upon her departure that I learned this mirror is known as the Spirit Pivot Mirror, a celestial artifact. She said she would store it with me until my mind was fully restored, at which point she would return to reclaim it. Alas, that wait has lasted 2 centuries. Jin Yang's voice carried an ineffable sorrow. She never returned. From the moment Jin Yang uttered the name Song Yunqi, Song Xunzhen was immobilized. The original bearer had inherited her mother's surname, and her mother's name was indeed Song Yunqi. The earlier conjecture proved correct. The identity of the original protagonist's mother was anything but simple, revealing her to be one of the true and false heiresses from the celestial realm. An entity capable of wielding celestial artifacts and having lived for centuries, undoubtedly from the upper realm. Yet, it remained unclear whether it was the true heiress who had abducted the original protagonist's mother or someone else entirely. The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. After a moment of silence, Song Xunzhen inquired, "Do you know where she has gone?" Jin Yang shook her head, the bloodlust in her eyes gradually fading. "She did not disclose her whereabouts to me, but throughout these years, I have never ceased my search for her." She gazed at Song Xunzhen's face, unable to suppress the urge to reach out. yet withdrawing her hand just as it was about to make contact. In these years, Qi's cultivation has grown ever stronger. I dare not confront him directly, only able to secretly thwart his actions. Suddenly, Xunzhen recalled the girl they had encountered shortly after arriving at the city lord's mansion, who had not completely lost her consciousness. So, you assisted some women in the city lord's mansion in maintaining their sanity? Jin Yang handed the spirit pivot mirror to Xunzhen, gesturing for her to take it. I often grew bored within the mirror and would study the functions of this celestial artifact. To my surprise, it can traverse space. Wherever a mirror exists, I can manifest. Xunzhen accepted the mirror, scrutinizing it closely. And those murder cases involving women in the city, were they also your doing through the mirror? Not quite. Jin Yang replied with a mischievous smile, eager to observe Xunzhen's reaction. I merely granted them the power to resist. The outcomes were entirely their own choices. Xunzhen did not provide Jin Yang the reaction she anticipated, but instead, having clarified everything, felt her mood finally easing. She returned the Lingsu mirror to Jin Yang after examining it, pondering how to unravel the myriad malevolent sacrificial array. The thought of Qi's demise caused her brow to furrow. However, Jin Yang had long since passed, and the remaining half of the core resided solely within her corporeal form, which should bear little impact on Jin Yang's soul. Jin Yang did not accept the Lingsu mirror, retreating a few steps until her body nearly brushed against the black coffin. A faint smile blossomed upon her lips, reminiscent of the naive girl she had been hundreds of years ago. The moment I beheld you, I knew Yanxi was your mother. Was I not correct? Xunzhen found herself momentarily entranced by that pure smile, nodding gently in affirmation. Though she had not seen Yanxi, to witness her child after 2 centuries was enough to quell her regrets. As Xunzhen stepped forward, an ominous premonition gripped her heart. To dismantle the myriad malevolent array, the core must be entirely obliterated. I am ensnared by malevolent energy, and born of it as well. As long as the myriad malevolent array remains intact, Qi shall return on the day it is activated, and I shall never allow him to live. A smile of resignation graced her lips. Xunzhen, thank you, farewell. She genuinely expressed her gratitude towards Xunzhen, for at least before her voluntary sacrifice. She could see the familiar visage of an old friend once more. The crimson light enveloped Jin Yang's body and the black coffin behind her, transforming into countless twinkling stars before vanishing. In Yundu City, the citizens felt a lightness wash over them, instinctively halting their steps and gazing around in confusion. Xunzhen clutched the Lingsu mirror, staring into the direction where Jin Yang had disappeared, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. Ding. Side quest in Yundu City completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving system rewards. Ding. 2 character upgrade cards have been credited. The illusion gradually dissipated, revealing the original state of the master bedroom, where countless mirrors reflected the somewhat dazed countenance of Xunzhen. Time slips through like a galloping horse. Fire ignites within stone, and one exists within a dream. All is but an illusion. Chapter 62, Upgrade Cards. Mei Qi-in and Yun Nuo remained within their family, while Xunzhen walked alone along the path back to the city lord's mansion. The citizens of Yundu City continued their tranquil lives, with wisps of smoke curling from kitchens and children laughing and chasing one another. They remained blissfully unaware that they had once again brushed shoulders with death. Had it not been for Jin Yang's sacrifice of her very soul to obliterate the formation, the myriad malevolent sacrificial array would have slowly operated after losing half of its core, ultimately engulfing the entire city and becoming the offering for Qi's return. It was no wonder Qi could smile even in his final moments. He had already paved the way for his resurrection. Host, you are truly remarkable. Even without drawing cards, you have obtained a celestial artifact. The white dumpling, sensing the host's melancholy, intentionally leaped forth to lighten the mood. System, retract your poor jokes. Xunzhen's lips twitched, utterly speechless. It was not amusing in the slightest. Oh, the white dumpling shrank back in grievance. It truly struggled to comprehend the emotional fluctuations of humans, merely believing that acquiring a celestial artifact for free was a cause for celebration. After all, there were no celestial artifacts in the current ordinary card pool. The few items the host had drawn were merely the result of its clandestine manipulation. Alright, humans are indeed hard to understand. As Xunzhen made her way back to the city lord's mansion, her mood settled somewhat. She sought out Ming Kong directly, hoping to glean some clues from this fortune teller. In the main hall, she recounted the day's experiences, deliberately omitting the matter of the celestial artifact. Qi has cultivated to the tribulation stage through malevolent sorcery over 3 centuries, and now seeks ascension through a malevolent array. I wonder, could all of this stem from the same tome? Ming Kong stroked her chin, her expression darkening. Such a sinister tome, where could it have originated? I have not heard of any terrifying malevolent cultivators in the Xianxiang continent. She rose, the bagua wheel in her hand spinning wildly, yet yielding no results. Could it perhaps be something from the upper realm? Suddenly, she turned to face Song Xunzhen. Is the upper realm that perilous? Song Xunzhen met her piercing gaze. How would I know? If you ask me, whom should I inquire? I too wish to understand. Ming Kong, agitated, paced a few circles before returning to her seat, her fingers unconsciously tapping the armrest. I previously deduced that the vitality of Yundu City resides within you. But it seems that the true vitality actually springs from your mother. She rubbed her cheeks and sighed. Truly, the orchid's roots yield the fruit. As the fruit perpetuates the cycle. It appeared Ming Kong could indeed deduce no further. Song Xunzhen felt a tinge of disappointment, yet it was within expectation. After all, if the heavenly mechanism pavilion could unravel such mysteries, it would not have taken this long. I will be leaving Yundu City shortly. What? Ming Kong was taken aback. Are you not the city lord of Yundu City now? I will send someone proficient in management to Yundu City to form a council that will jointly oversee its governance. However, Song Xunzhen hesitated. The Song family does not intend to meddle directly in worldly affairs, so those sent will be my personal subordinates. Their cultivation may be somewhat lacking, and I will require your assistance. Ming Kong understood. Those sent would be Song Xunzhen's personal forces, unrelated to the Song family. She cautiously inquired, what is their specific cultivation level? 8 at the transformation stage. 8. What 8? Ming Kong was left speechless. When did the transformation stage become so commonplace? To come forth with 8 at once. Such a lineup could establish a great family anywhere, except in the central domain. Even there, transformation stage cultivators were no ordinary beings. And this is considered low cultivation in your eyes? Then what is deemed high? The faces of Mei Qi-in and Yun Nua suddenly flashed through her mind. And she realized that indeed, the strength of those from the upper realm was beyond what they, as denizens of the lower realm, could fathom. Ming Kong's vigorous reaction startled Song Xunzhen. It seemed their cultivation was indeed somewhat low. Yet it was the result of those golden core household servants striving diligently in their training. Were it not for the ample spiritual energy within the family and the support of secret realms, they would not have ascended to the transformation stage at all. Moreover, the cards had an experience cap. The end cards topped out at the transformation pinnacle, and unless the card pool was upgraded, they would remain stuck at that stage. Yundu City was indeed a hidden treasure trove. It was a challenging endeavor. She intended to upgrade the card pool and draw extensively, absolutely unwilling to squander resources in such trivial matters. Thus, she forced a calm demeanor. Their cultivation is indeed modest, yet they excel in governance. Ha ha. Ming Kong chuckled awkwardly a few times. With the heavenly mechanism pavilion present, Miss Song need not worry. In reality, even without the heavenly mechanism pavilion, there would be ample cause for ease. Ming Kong drifted away in a daze. The moment she departed, Song Xunzhen summoned Mei Qian, Yun Nua, and Mo Yin. The four gathered together, and she produced the 2 character upgrade cards. Initially, she had intended to give 1 upgrade card to Mei Qian, allowing her to seamlessly gain a true celestial being. Unfortunately, the system alerted her that the card pool had yet to upgrade, and the experience bar was restricted. This path was temporarily blocked. Holding the 2 upgrade cards, she solemnly entrusted them to Yun Nua and Mo Yin. Simultaneously, she comforted Mei Qian, Aunt Mei. Once the card pool upgrades, I shall ensure you rise as well. Mei Qian's demeanor softened, her eyes brimming with affection as she smiled and nodded. At the moment Yun Nua and Mo Yin made contact with the upgrade cards, the cards transformed into 2 streams of crimson light, burrowing into their bodies. Beyond that, there were no grand effects that Song Xunzhen had anticipated. Yun Nua, typically cold and aloof, could not suppress her joy. Looking at Song Xunzhen with a beaming expression, Miss, Yun Nua has ascended to the initial stage of tribulation. I can better protect you from now on. Beside her, Mo Yin had also lost his usual composure, resembling an exuberant old rascal as he laughed heartily. I, too, have reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage. My profession has ascended from a master refiner to a grand master refiner. How splendid! Song Xuanjing's joy was evident, her eyes gleaming as if they were filled with the stars of the heavens. Next, after assigning someone to manage the affairs of Yundu City, I shall retreat into the family's secluded realm for rigorous training, not to emerge until I have reached the void refinement stage. After saying this, she composed herself and earnestly outlined the plans ahead. At that time, we shall head directly to the mortal realm. The cards all nodded in agreement. To them, the destination was inconsequential as long as they could remain by their lady's side. Song Xuanjing gazed into the distance and softly declared, I must uncover the truth regarding the original owner's parents, not only for her sake, but also to prevent the exposure of my own identity. Moreover, Spreading my identity in the mortal realm should be far swifter than in the cultivation world. The diligent and simple-minded mortals will readily believe in any minor displays of miraculous phenomena. After all, the system tasks had no specific location constraints. So it was best to keep matters uncomplicated. Chapter 63, Qinglan County. The following day, 8 card servants in the transformation stage quietly appeared in Yundu City. All were women, exuding a capable demeanor, acting with decisive efficiency, and promptly took over the affairs of the city lord's mansion, organizing everything with meticulous care. After a brief upheaval, Yundu City regained its former tranquility, as if all disturbances had settled into dust. Seeing that matters here were resolved, Song Xiunjing did not linger. She led the cards into the family's small world. The family space was suffused with rich spiritual energy, a stark contrast to the outside world. Casting aside distractions, Song Xiunjing embarked on a grueling regimen of cultivation. She understood well that the void refinement stage was a critical dividing line, requiring not only the accumulation of spiritual power, but also profound insights into the laws of heaven and earth. The Xian New Heart method surged vigorously within her, while the surrounding spiritual energy ebbed and flowed towards her like a tidal wave, almost coalescing into substance. Time slipped away unnoticed in her cultivation. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. One day, within the secluded area of the family space, the spiritual energy suddenly surged, forming a colossal vortex that raged into Song Xiunjing's body. Her aura ascended rapidly, finally breaking through that solid barrier. As a power far more formidable than that of the transformation stage surged from her dantian to her limbs and bones. The void refinement stage achieved, Song Xiunjing opened her eyes, her gaze now tempered, and her aura as solid as a mountain. She sensed the turbulent power within her and a clearer perception of the surrounding space. Feeling a sense of calm, the family's small world indeed proved to be a remarkable place for cultivation. Progress was swift, and more importantly, even significant realm advancements did not summon heavenly tribulations. Truly, it was a product of the system, akin to the efficacy of realm-enhancing elixirs. The only heavenly lightning she had encountered here was the anomaly triggered when she drew the divine artifact Tai. She clapped her hands, rising to her feet, performed a cleansing gesture, and elegantly stepped out of the secluded area. Outside, Mei Qianan, Yun Nuo, Mo Yin, and Yun Duchuan had been waiting for some time. Upon sensing the unusual fluctuations in spiritual energy, they had rushed over immediately. As they saw Song Xiunjing emerge, the 4 of them bowed in unison. "Congratulations, miss, on your breakthrough." Song Xiunjing stepped forward to assist them up, stretched her limbs, and smiled. "It is time for us to set off." At that moment, Mo Yin stroked his beard and addressed Song Xiunjing. "Miss, I shall not accompany you this time. It is a perfect opportunity for me to manage the family affairs alongside Yun Duchuan, enhancing my cultivation while crafting some useful items for you." Upon hearing this, Song Xiunjing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, Uncle Mo Yin shall remain with Yun Duchuan, with Yun Nuo and Aunt Mei accompanying me. Our journey shall be unimpeded." She could sense Mo Yan's eager desire to elevate his cultivation. After all, he was the first card summoned yet possessed the least power. Furthermore, after using the upgrade card, with his limits raised, his eagerness was palpable. Yun Duchuan and Mo Yin bowed respectfully, watching the 3 depart. It is worth noting that for ordinary cultivators, traversing to the mortal realm is no easy feat. A barrier separates the mortal realm from the cultivation realm, making passage difficult. However, within the family's small world, as long as Song Xiunjing had coordinates in her mind, she could appear anywhere in this world. Mortal realm, Great Zhou Dynasty. Deep within Qinglan Mountain, a gentle radiance flickered in a clearing among the trees, and the silhouettes of Song Xiunjing and her companions materialized silently. As soon as they landed, Song Xiunjing felt the distinct differences of this realm. The spiritual energy was so thin it was nearly non-existent, and the air was laden with the murky essence of the mundane world, causing discomfort for her, a newly ascended void refinement cultivator. "The spiritual energy here is indeed so sparse," Yin Nuo remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. It was no wonder that cultivators were rare in the mortal realm. Mei Qianan gently waved her hand, casting an invisible barrier around the 3, isolating them from the earthly impurities. "Miss, as you are new to this place, you will need some time to acclimate." Song Xiunjing nodded and immediately activated the Xian New Heart method, adjusting her aura to harmonize with this realm. She glanced towards the foot of the mountain and whispered, "Let us first scout discreetly. We must not reveal ourselves as cultivators. We do not know the depths of this matter and must avoid alarming the snakes. If we make too much noise and alert those behind the scenes, they might destroy the clues before we uncover the truth, which would be counterproductive." This valley was the closest location to the original owner's hometown. The village at the foot of the mountain was where the original owner had lived since childhood. The system had erased all traces of the original owner from the cultivation world, rendering it impossible to trace her experiences before appearing outside the Tianxian sect. Yet the various aspects of the mortal realm remained unchanged. She led Mei Qianan and Yun Nua towards the direction of her memories of home, and the closer they drew, the clearer her recollections became. She remembered precisely where the original owner had climbed a certain tree or stumbled upon a particular stone, even vividly recalling the corner where she had cried as a child. The original owner's mother was both different and similar to her own, while both were strong-willed. Song Yunqi was more decisive and straightforward, whereas her own mother was considerably gentler. As dusk approached, the smoke from cooking spiraled into the air. A few barefoot children were chasing and playing at the entrance of the village, splashing water from the creek, their laughter echoing, scenes unseen in the cultivation realm. When the figures of Song Xiunjing and her companions appeared on the stone-paved road at the village entrance, they instantly captivated the attention of all the children, halting their play. They had never encountered such individuals. The girl at the forefront, clad in a moon-white dress adorned with cloud patterns, shimmered with a soft luster under the sunset, as if shrouded in a layer of ethereal light. She was stunningly beautiful, her skin fairer than snow, with eyes and brows resembling exquisite paintings, exuding an air of noble grace that was difficult to articulate. Following her were two companions, one wielding a long sword, with a frosty demeanor, and the other meticulously groomed, radiating an innate authority without anger, yet equally remarkable, standing in stark contrast to the pastoral setting. A little girl with horn braids forgot the grass in her hand, her mouth agape as she murmured, "Mother, is she a fairy?" Her voice startled several women chatting under the shade of a tree. The women turned at the sound, and in an instant, all laughter ceased. Their expressions froze, shifting from casual indifference to astonishment and trepidation. "Oh my goodness!" A woman clad in coarse cloth suddenly stood up, her fan falling to the ground unnoticed, her eyes fixed intently on Song Xiunjing. "Who is this noble lady? How did she come to our humble corner of the mountains? I have never seen anyone like her. Even the ladies in town do not possess such poise. Just look at their garments. The fabric must be worth a year's worth of our household's provisions." He was undeniably handsome, as though he had stepped out from a painting. The women couldn't help but express their astonishment, instinctively adjusting their clothing and hair, appearing somewhat flustered. Song Xiunjin stood at the village entrance, and she truly felt a sense of disconnection between the past and the present. Suddenly, a quivering voice arose from behind her. "Xiunjin, is that you? You have returned." Chapter 64, The Taoist. Song Xiunjin paused momentarily, turning around. In the twilight, an elderly woman with graying hair leaned on a cane, standing not far off, her hunched figure casting a long shadow in the setting sun. Her murky eyes were fixed on Song Xiunjin, trembling with excitement to the point that her grip on the cane quivered. "Granny Li, it has been a long time." Song Xiunjin recognized the visitor. It was Granny Li, who lived at the end of the village and had watched over the original owner since childhood. She softened her expression and nodded slightly. "It's me. I have returned." Granny Li trembled as she took a few steps closer, scrutinizing Song Xiunjin with fervor, her lips quivering. "It's truly you, Xiunjin. Thank goodness you are safe. Your parents. You have been gone for so many years, I feared." Her words trailed off, but the implication was clear. She was evidently concerned that Song Xiunjin might have faced misfortune as well. The women nearby were immediately taken aback by Granny Li's words. "Xiunjin? She is the girl from the Song family? Impossible, right? How could the Song family girl possess such poise? Indeed, in just a few years. How has she changed so much? Could it be that she encountered some celestial fortune?" The last remark was uttered in a hushed tone, yet it caused an abrupt silence to envelop the area. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to speak further. Song Xiunjin paid no heed to the whispered conversations, understanding that this was not an appropriate place for discussion. She stepped forward, gently supporting Granny Li's arm to guide her onward. "Granny Li, let us return. I have not been home in quite some time and intend to see it." Granny Li surveyed Song Xiunjin, then glanced at the poised Mei Qianan and Yun Nua behind her, nodding with satisfaction. "Very well, I have not seen you in ages. I have missed you dearly. Come, let us return home." Granny Li grasped Song Xiunjin's hand, her hunched back straightening somewhat. The onlooking women and children instinctively parted to create a pathway, their gazes following the two until their figures vanished around the corner of the village, at which point the chatter erupted once more. As Song Xiunjin supported Granny Li back to the small courtyard where she once resided, she was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the entire yard. It was spotless, devoid of any weeds. The fence had been meticulously repaired, even sturdier than she remembered. The roofs of the several buildings were intact, the windows bright and clean, and even the old brass lock on the door appeared to have been carefully polished. Before she could utter a word, Granny Li sighed beside her, over the years. I have often come here to tidy up, always thinking that if you returned, there would be something left for you. Gazing upon the immaculate courtyard warmed Song Xiunzhen's heart. Granny Li, you have worked hard. Granny Li shook her head and retrieved a smooth, polished brass key from her pocket, unlocking the old lock with a creak as she pushed the door open. The furniture in the main room was arranged neatly, and even the coarse pottery vase that had once been her mother's favorite stood quietly on the windowsill, holding a few fresh wild chrysanthemums. Your mother adored these flowers, Granny Li remarked, following Song Xiunzhen's gaze, tears glistening in her eyes. Every autumn, I would gather some place here. The elderly woman's voice caught in her throat. When your parents were alive, they often helped my family. Then your mother disappeared. As she spoke, her voice gradually faded, and after a moment of silence, she wiped her eyes with her sleeve and changed the subject. Before your father passed, he was most concerned about you. When you left Luohua village with that old Taoist, I worried day and night, barely able to eat. Fortunately, it is a relief to see you back safe and sound, blossoming into such a remarkable young woman. A sudden realization struck Song Xiunzhen, her mind racing as she suppressed the tumult of emotions within her and calmly responded, Taoist? That doesn't seem right. Something is amiss. There was a profound disconnect in her recollections. Upon traversing into the original owner's body, her memories of the mortal realm had become hazy, which she had attributed to the aftereffects of her crossing over. However, upon returning to the mortal world, the familiar surroundings gradually sharpened many memories. She thought she had recalled most of it, yet she had overlooked the most crucial detail. She had no recollection of how the original owner had come to be in the realm of cultivation. The barrier between the mortal world and the realm of cultivation was not something an ordinary person could breach. How had the original owner crossed over? She was entirely unaware of this matter, even subconsciously neglecting to ponder it. Could it be that someone had tampered with the original owner's memories? System. She called out urgently in her mind. Do you know anything? Is there something wrong with my memories? The little white dumpling hurriedly retrieved the original text, flipping through the pages with a rustle. There is nothing in the original text, host. You are merely an inconsequential villainess. And even your mother's matter is mentioned only in passing. Frustrated by the lack of useful information, the little dumpling tossed the original text aside in exasperation. Useless. It darted about in the card pool, its restless emotions disturbing the other cards residing there, drawing their puzzled gazes. Finally, in a bid to prove its worth, it returned quickly to say, Host, do not worry about your memories. From the moment I bound with you, no one can interfere with your consciousness. Even if the original owner's memories had been altered, any external interference would have been automatically erased upon our binding. There cannot be two tigers on one mountain. It will not allow its dwelling to be contaminated. If that is so, then what did this memory signify? Song Xiunzhen found herself baffled. Could it truly be due to her own carelessness? Granny Li remained oblivious to her unease, still lost in her memories, chattering on. That Taoist, with an otherworldly demeanor, said your innate talent was extraordinary and that he would take you to seek the path of cultivation. After your parents passed, you were left all alone. We could not stop him. You cried fiercely, clinging to the doorframe, refusing to let go until he finally took you away. Seeking the path of cultivation? Song Xiunzhen could not help but coldly scoff to herself. What a farce. The original owner had clearly climbed her way to the gates of Xunzhen through her own efforts. There was no celestial being guiding her. The Taoist, as described by Granny Li, had forcibly taken the original owner to the realm of cultivation, erasing her memories and abandoning her to fend for herself in a ruthless world. What could possibly be the reason for this? What was the Taoist's true intention? She steadied her thoughts, testing the waters with Granny Li's words. Over the years, I have indeed experienced many things, and some memories have become rather vague. Granny, do you recall any distinctive traits of that Taoist? Granny Li slapped her knee, sounding somewhat irate. You didn't follow him? Truly unreliable. Did he not say your innate talent was exceptional? How could he not take better care of you? My poor child. She rambled on for a bit, then furrowed her brow in concentration. As for his traits, alas, it has been so long. My memory is not what it used to be. After deep contemplation, her eyes suddenly brightened. I remember now. He held a whisk in his hand, and as he dragged you along, I noticed a deep scar on the back of his right hand, as if it had been clawed by some sharp talon. A whisk? Such a term encompasses a vast range. In the realm of cultivation, many magical instruments resemble a whisk, and the number of practitioners is considerable. However, among those wielding a whisk, one with a scar on their hand warrants special scrutiny. Thank you for the information, Elder. She suppressed her doubts, fully aware that this matter could not be rushed, turning her gaze to the meticulously tidied old residence. Her tone softened. I am truly grateful for your care over the years. Oh, silly child, why be so polite with me? Elder Li affectionately patted her hand, then shifted her gaze to Mei Qian and Yun Nuo, And who might these two be? Mei Qian stepped forward, a gentle smile gracing her face. Anyone who treated the young lady kindly deserved her respect. I am Mei Qian, the maid responsible for the young lady's care. Yun Nua lowered her longsword and stood upright. Offering a slight nod, I am Yun Nua, the protector of the young lady. Elderly listened, somewhat bewildered by the term protector, although she found it enigmatic. It struck her as impressive. The term maid was more familiar. It indicated that the young lady Xunzhen had been well cared for over the years. Feeling a sense of comfort, she anxiously rubbed her rough hands against her clothing and said with a hint of awkwardness, "It must have been hard for you both to look after Xunzhen. How wonderful. Come over for dinner at my place this evening. I shall treat you to something special." Elder Li's earnest hospitality momentarily transported Song Xunzhen back to the warmth of her relatives who would fuss over her during festive seasons before her transmigration, an experience she had sorely missed. Since arriving in this world, she had hardly indulged in a proper meal. When her cultivation was low, she relied on fasting pills, and as her powers grew, sustenance became unnecessary. Thus, she instinctively opened her mouth to decline the invitation. Yet, even before she could utter a word, a bright female voice rang out from outside. Elder, have you gone to Aunt Song's house again? I've been looking for you for ages." Elderly responded cheerfully while telling Song Xunzhen, "Our Acewei has returned. You two used to play together all the time. I wonder if you still remember her." Acewei, from the original owner's memories, was a delightful little girl, carefree and enthusiastic. As her words trailed off, a figure entered through the door. Acewei stepped inside, intending to take Elderly home for dinner. But when her gaze fell upon the other three individuals in the room, she abruptly halted, her demeanor frozen in surprise. Ding! System alert. Key character clues detected. Host, please remain vigilant. Please remain vigilant. The sudden notification startled Song Xunzhen. What was this? She queried in astonishment. System, why didn't you alert me to any clues last time in Yindu City? The little white fluffball bounced with excitement. This is a newly developed feature for the host, so that there will be no confusion regarding key figures. Aren't I clever? Well, it seems quite reliable. At least it understands the importance of correcting mistakes. Good. Maintain this level of diligence. The little white fluffball twirled around happily, delighted by the praise. Acewei appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, dressed in slightly faded coarse fabric. Her features were delicate, and her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with liveliness as she regarded the others in the room with a mix of curiosity and uncertainty. Acewei, what are you dawdling for? Elderly called with a smile. Come see who has returned. Acewei hesitated, taking a few steps closer, her gaze lingering on Song Xunzhen's face before suddenly widening. You are Sister Xunzhen? It's me, Song Xunzhen replied with a smile and a nod. Oh my goodness, Acewei exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Song Xunzhen's hand. It really is Sister Xunzhen. Grandma speaks of you daily. I never expected you to actually come back. Her tone was warm, though her eyes inadvertently drifted toward Mei Qian and Yun Nua, lingering momentarily on the longsword in Yun Nua's hand. Song Xunzhen observed everything keenly, yet maintained a serene smile. It has been many years. Acewei has grown into a young lady. Indeed. Elderly interjected cheerfully. Acewei is now the most skilled girl in our Luo Hua village. Her embroidery work is simply exquisite. Acewei blushed and lowered her head. Oh, Grandma. Don't flatter me. Sister Xunzhen, have you just returned? Would you like to come to my house for a visit? I just picked some fresh wild vegetables this morning. Perfect for a meal. No need to trouble yourself. Song Xunzhen politely declined. We have matters to attend to shortly. Well then. Acewei's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but she quickly added eagerly, but Sister Xunzhen must come to our house once you are free. Elderly also encouraged. Yes, Xunzhen, Acewei's skills are remarkable. You must try her cooking when you can. Song Xunzhen maintained her gentle smile as she watched the two depart. Once their footsteps faded away, the smile at her lips slowly vanished. Key character clues. The last key figure, Chi-E, was no good person. How could Acewei be connected to this? That girl seemed innocent and carefree. Yet her subtle actions betrayed her intentions. She believed she was discreet, but unfortunately, all present were cultivators, and nothing could escape their keen perception. Miss, shall we take any action? Mei Qian stepped forward, her voice lowered, her gaze thoughtful as it swept toward the direction Acewei had departed. Song Xunzhen pondered for a moment before gently shaking her head. For now, we shall remain still. Since the clues have presented themselves, we will follow the trail. She turned to Yun Nua. Sister Yun Nua, keep a close watch on Acewei's movements and see who she associates with regularly. Understood. Yun Nua nodded, her consciousness unfurling like an invisible net, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Qinglan County. As Song Xunzhen surveyed the empty house, she entered the room once occupied by the original owner's parents. She recalled that her mother often placed important items in a small wooden box, suggesting there might be some clues inside. After searching for a while, she finally unearthed the box from the depths of the wardrobe and reached out to open it, only to find it completely unyielding. Examining the box, she discovered it was sealed with spiritual energy. System, do you possess a scanning function? Yes, indeed. The little white fluffball responded, promptly scanning the box's interior and projecting the contents before Song Xunzhen. Host, there is only a dragon pattern jade pendant inside. A dragon pattern? It seems connected to the Imperial Palace. She furrowed her brow. According to the original owner's memories, her parents had never left Luohua village. Could these events have occurred before the original owner's birth? It appears a visit to the Imperial Palace is in order. She stored the wooden box in her storage pouch and turned to exit the room. Upon stepping outside, she was momentarily dazzled by the sight before her. Mei Qian stood in the former bedroom of the original owner, which had been transformed from its humble state. The dilapidated wooden bed had vanished, replaced by a grandiose bed crafted from ancient soul-nurturing wood, adorned with a shimmering silk quilt. At the head of the bed stood a millennium-old peace lotus, its serene fragrance enveloping the entire room. Having just finished arranging the bed, Mei Qian surveyed her surroundings and, still unsatisfied, retrieved several exquisite porcelain pieces and ancient paintings to enhance the decor. Ever since she had been pulled from her own realm, she had felt that her young lady had endured a life of discomfort and unrest. To remedy this, she had moved luxurious silks and even the bed into her card space for future use. See, it has indeed come in handy. Although she still found the place rather rudimentary, it nonetheless provided a brief respite for the young lady. Song Xiunjing gazed at the invaluable items around her, her eyes twitching slightly, as a pang of sorrow surged within her heart. Once, upon seeing these treasures in her family's bedroom, she had been elated at the thought of selling them to draw cards, only to be disheartened by the system's explicit decree that these were integral furnishings of the bedroom building card, thus prohibited from trade. Alas, what a pity! Just the sight of them was enough to evoke heartache. Aunt Mei, she approached with a hint of resignation. We are merely here for a temporary stay. Mei Qian was meticulously hanging an ancient painting on the weathered earthen wall. Upon hearing her words, she turned with a smile, saying, Fear not, my lady. It is no trouble at all. This soul-calming lotus will benefit your cultivation, so since it is now out, you might as well make use of it. After hanging the painting, she took a couple of steps back to admire her work, yet still felt dissatisfied. This room remains too simple. I feel it is an imposition on you, my lady. Song Xiunjing shook her head, understanding that Mei Qian was concerned for her well-being, and chose not to elaborate further. The next morning, Song Xiunjing set out with Mei Qian and Yun Nua to meander through the village, hoping to make some extraordinary discoveries. However, the more they wandered, the more peculiar she found the situation. While she was aware that the yield of ancient grains was low, it surely could not have dwindled to such an extent. Just as she was about to inquire, she overheard an elderly man in the fields lamenting to his companion. Look at this harvest. After paying the grain tax, how are we to survive as a family? The elder beside him sighed repeatedly. We are luckier than others. Qinglan County is at least blessed with mountains and rivers. Recently, I visited the neighboring county, and you should have seen it. The land was cracked beyond recognition. He shook his head in despair. This drought shows no signs of ending. Many have already perished from hunger. Lowering his voice, infused with indignation, he added, I have heard that those dignitaries in the capital squander the grain taxes we submit, throwing away what they cannot consume, never considering aiding the starving populace. They are the ones deserving of 1,000 deaths. Song Xiunjing paused in her tracks. The oppressive grain taxes, the annual natural disasters, and the extravagance of the powerful were clear indicators of a crumbling dynasty. Just then, the system's voice chirped excitedly in her mind. Host, I have discovered an excellent method to enhance your strength. What method? The 9 Heavens Mysterious Maiden Sutra you are cultivating is a divine-level heart technique. With the blessing of karmic merit, your cultivation will undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. A flicker of interest ignited within Song Xiunjing. This was indeed a viable path. However, she had recently found teasing the system particularly enjoyable, so she deliberately lowered her voice, infusing it with skepticism. System, this cannot possibly be your true objective, can it? The white round creature, caught off guard, chuckled sheepishly, shifting its form. Please don't be angry, dear host. We can also complete the world-saving mission together. It seemed there was indeed another motive. Had she almost forgotten the grand goal of the system? Well, it was certainly feasible. Song Xiunjing stifled a smile, continuing to toy with it, but she insisted that next time, it should speak plainly and refrain from any roundabout expressions. Understood, dear host. I promise. The white round creature patted its chest in assurance, feeling grateful that its host was so forgiving. With clarity of thought, Song Xiunjing began to devise her plans. Resolving the drought was not a difficult task. It was merely a matter of bringing rain. Yet, to garner karmic merit, mere rainfall would suffice. The populace must understand the source of this divine downpour. A celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, perhaps? This notion was indeed simple. While there were tales of celestial beings among mortals, the number of cultivators capable of transcending the barriers between realms was scant, often proud and distant from the lives of common folk. Furthermore, the royal family sought to maintain control over such knowledge, leaving most people only partially informed. The fervent belief in celestial destinies within Luohua village stemmed from their worship of the earth goddess. As for this earth goddess, she surmised that it was likely a wandering cultivator, kind-hearted and aiding the common folk, thus earning her name. Since she needed to create momentum, why not start from the filthy royal city? It would also provide an opportunity to discern the connection between the original owner's parents and the palace. The Song family deity. The mysterious maiden. Ah, how splendidly it fulfilled her youthful fantasies. With her mind made up, Song Xianxia's steps became lighter as she anticipated finding the pivotal figure to commence her journey to the royal city. Before she could reach her doorstep, she spotted a sway lingering outside the courtyard, clearly hesitant. She raised an eyebrow. It was almost as if her thoughts were manifesting. Approaching with a smile, she greeted. "Sway, what brings you here? Come in and sit." Mei Qian, upon hearing her voice, promptly opened the door and stepped aside for them to enter. Sway trembled slightly at the sound of her voice, quickly donning a warm smile and affectionately linking her arm with Song Xianxia's. "Sister Xianxia, I was just looking for you." Song Xianxia graciously guided her inside. The moment Sway stepped through the threshold, her eyes widened in shock at the items within the room. "Sister Xianxia, what are all these things in this house?" Nonchalantly, Song Xianxia sat her down on the white jade stool. Aunt Mei was worried I might not be comfortable, so she tidied up a bit. Sway gulped. "This is merely tidied up a bit?" In an instant, she appeared somewhat awkward, barely touching the edge of the stool before standing up again. "Sister Xianxia, where have you been all these years? How have you changed?" Her words faltered, and her gaze flickered as if realizing her indiscretion, swiftly covering her mouth before adopting a naive expression. "I mean, how has Sister Xianxia become so different? The furnishings in this room, I have never seen anything like them. They must be even more magnificent than the palace." Song Xianxia smiled faintly, her fingertips lightly tapping the white jade tabletop, producing a crisp sound. Initially, she had intended to indulge the young girl, gradually unraveling the threads to uncover the mastermind behind this. However, having now decided to head to the royal city, she felt no need to squander time on pretense. She remained silent, simply observing Sway, who gradually grew uneasy, the smile on her face wavering. "Sway." She finally spoke, her tone calm, yet it caused Sway's face to drain of color in an instant. "You did not come today merely to reminisce, did you?" Sway feigned composure. "I only wish to invite Sister Xianxia to my home for a meal." She tossed her hair, revealing a bashful smile. "I didn't expect you to misunderstand me. Is that so?" Song Xianxia interjected, her gaze sweeping over Sway's slightly trembling fingers. "Then what were you hesitating about outside the door just now?" Unbeknownst to them, Yin Nuo had already taken up a stance by the door with his sword, exuding an invisible pressure despite his silence. Sway's smile faltered entirely. She lowered her head, remaining silent for a considerable time. When she finally looked up, all pretense had vanished, leaving only a veneer of calmness. "Sister Xianxia, perhaps you have never known my surname." She enunciated each word carefully. "My surname is Shun. Shun from the royal family. Sway, or perhaps Shin Sway." Upon uttering that phrase, the room fell into a brief silence. So, she was a princess, tied to the palace. What could this princess's presence here signify concerning the original owner's parents? What role did Granny Li play in this tale? "Oh." Song Xianxia lifted the tea Mei Qi had just brewed, her face revealing little emotion as she awaited Shun Sway's next revelation. Shin Sway observed Song Xianxia's tranquility with a slight pursing of her lips. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Sister Xianxia, your timing of return is remarkably fortuitous. With our father gravely ill and the court in turmoil, my several royal brothers are embroiled in incessant strife, while I, a princess long exiled, should not be entangled in these disputes." Her tone bore a somberness that belied her years. "Yet, upon seeing you yesterday, along with your two companions, I discern that you are no ordinary person. After surveying the furnishings in this room today, I am even more convinced of this. I wish to introduce you to someone, my third sister, Xianxiao. Beep. Key character, the destined Empress Xianxiao, detected. Side quest initiated. Side quest 2. Assist Xianxiao in ascending to the throne and maintain the fortune of the human race. Chapter 67. Xianxiao. Host. The pivotal character has appeared. I never anticipated that this time it would be an empress. The reward remains the same as last time. 2 character upgrade cards. Song Xiunjin did not respond to the system's notifications, merely gazing at the jade teacup in her hand, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. Indeed, she had not expected this side quest to involve aiding an empress, and a female one at that. She delighted in witnessing women wielding power, commanding the fates of the populace. However, willingness to assist was one matter. The manner in which she presented herself was another. She lifted her gaze to Shen Sui, her tone devoid of emotion. Why should I assist you? And why should I become embroiled in your royal disputes? Shen Sui met her gaze. Her almond-shaped eyes now stripped of innocence, replaced with a resolve akin to burning ships. Because only my third sister possesses the strength to ascend the throne, she scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. My royal brothers are but a bunch of inept fools, unworthy of the weighty responsibility. Only my third sister has distinguished military achievements and a genuine love for the people. Alas, our father, wary of her prowess, seized any pretext to strip her of command and even sought to take her life, forcing her to take refuge in the Xunzhen mountains with a handful of loyal followers. Raising her chin, her voice resolute, she declared, if my third sister fails, the fate of the great Zhou will be sealed. In that eventuality, with a tyrant in power, the suffering of the populace will be unfathomable, and even your Luhua village, as well as the entire Qinglong County, will not escape unscathed. Song Xiunjin set down her teacup, her tone laced with a smile. Yet, should I choose, the entirety of Qinglong County could remain unscathed. Shen Sui was momentarily taken aback by her words, left speechless. For she understood all too well that Song Xiunjin spoke the truth. She indeed possessed such power. Song Xiunjin's gaze drifted past Shen Sui to the osmanthus tree flourishing outside, her tone leisurely. However, you just stated that only the third princess has the capability to ascend the throne? She smiled gently. I am quite curious to see what qualifications your esteemed third princess possesses. Upon hearing this, Shen Sui's eyes sparkled with hope. Let her come see me in person. Shen Sui hesitated, stammering, but my third sister is currently being hunted by the court. If she enters the city, that is not your concern. Song Xiunjin strode to the window, gazing at the verdant mountains in the distance. If she lacks the courage for such a minor endeavor, she is not worthy of negotiating a partnership with me. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Sui finally gritted her teeth and retrieved a small bamboo whistle from her pocket, stepping into the courtyard to blow it. Soon, a gray sparrow swooped in from afar. Shen Sui chattered away to the sparrow, leaving Song Xiunjin momentarily stunned. After releasing the sparrow, Shen Sui turned, Sister Xiunjin, I have instructed the sparrow to inform my third sister that a noble person wishes to meet her and to request her presence without fail. Song Xiunjin nodded, suddenly inquiring of Shen Sui, how much does old Lady Li know about your affairs? And my parents, what are they aware of? A radiant smile graced Shen Sui's lips. Old Lady Li was once my wet nurse in the palace. However, after my maternal grandfather, the loyal duke, was framed and fell from grace, father executed my mother and sought to do the same to me. Pausing momentarily, she attempted a light-hearted tone. It was Uncle Gu and my third sister who rescued me from the palace and entrusted me to Old Lady Li. She gazed at Song Xiunjin, her eyes clear. Old Lady Li has never deceived you. She merely refrained from mentioning our former identities. After all, the past is but a wisp of smoke, and one's life should not be shackled by bygone events, should it not? Uncle Gu, Gu Chaosheng, the original protagonist's father. It was indeed connected to the original protagonist's parents, yet the purpose remained shrouded in mystery. Song Xiunjin chose not to elaborate further, merely offering a gentle nod to Shen Sui. Shen Sui's face lit up with an innocent smile as she skipped away from the scene, watching her retreating figure. The white dumpling could not help but voice, Host, what if the third princess does not come? Song Xiunjin returned indoors, refilling her cup with tea. A smile gracing her lips, she will undoubtedly come. A woman capable of enduring the royal strife thus far will not overlook any opportunity. Besides, she lightly traced her fingertip along the cup's rim. I am genuinely eager to witness what manner of grace this potential first female emperor of all time possesses. That night, deep within the Xunzhen mountains, Shun Yiqiu examined a map in her chamber. Upon receiving the news from the gray sparrow, her brow arched with intrigue. A Sui wishes for me to personally visit Luhua village? Your Highness, this may be a trap, urged Vice Commander Chen Feng, immediately cautioning her. You are currently being hunted by the court. What if this is a ruse? Rising to her feet, clad in military garb that accentuated her tall stature, Shun Yiqiu stepped outside the tent, gazing thoughtfully at the distant flickering lights below. A Sui would not harm me. Her voice was steady. Moreover, she mentioned that this noble person could alter the situation. I am keen to witness this for myself. Your Highness, Chen Feng knelt on one knee, imploring. Let me go in your stead. If this individual is indeed a noble, it would not be too late for your Highness to descend the mountain. Shun Yiqiu shook her head, If this person is truly as extraordinary as a sway claims, sending someone else would convey a lack of sincerity. Turning, she commanded, "Prepare yourselves. I shall take 20 personal guards and descend the mountain overnight. Your Highness, please reconsider." The several commanders knelt in unison, urging her to reconsider. Xianxiaaudiobooks helped them to their feet, her gaze resolute. "For years we have served our country and its people, yet have faced suspicion from our father, forcing us into hiding in these mountains. If there truly exists an opportunity to reverse our fortunes, taking this risk is worth it." On the following morning, after an enthusiastic breakfast prepared by old lady Li, Yunhua entered. "Miss, they have arrived." She spoke softly. 21 are outside the village, but only the leader approaches. Xunzhen nodded, instructing Mei Qian and Aunt Mei, prepare the tea. Before long, a steady cadence of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. A woman, clad in plain attire yet unable to conceal her nobility, entered alone. Her gaze swept over the courtyard's decor, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Though her demeanor remained composed, her countenance betraying nothing. Her gaze lingered briefly on Mei Qian and Yunhua, before finally settling on Xunzhen. "I am Xianxiaaudiobooks, here at my sister's invitation." Xianxiaaudiobooks performed a respectful salute, her comportment serene, entirely unbefitting of a fugitive. Xunzhen remained seated, merely inclining her head slightly. "Third princess, please take a seat." Xianxiaaudiobooks sat upon the jade stool, her gaze unwavering as she addressed Xunzhen. "I have heard that you can assist me." "Not assist you," Xunzhen replied evenly, "but collaborate." As Mei Qian and presented the teacup, the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air, and Xunzhen continued, "I have heard that your highness holds military power, yet faces suspicion from the emperor, ultimately resorting to banditry." Xianxiaaudiobooks offered a rueful smile. "You honor me with your jest, for I have always sought to serve the nation. Yet my achievements have incited the emperor's jealousy. What intentions do you hold now, your highness?" Xunzhen gently swirled the tea in her cup, pondering whether she intended to continue reigning as the Mountain King in Xunzhen Mountain or if she harbored grander aspirations. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression shifted, and she refrained from responding immediately. At that moment, Yunhua entered from outside, whispering to Xunzhen, "Miss, of the 20 men outside the village, 2 attempted to infiltrate. I have intercepted them." Xianxiaaudiobooks' countenance changed slightly. "Forgive me, I shall command them to retreat at once." "No need." Xunzhen waved her hand dismissively, being cautious is prudent. However, she raised her gaze to Xianxiaaudiobooks, her tone teasing yet serious. "If we are to discuss collaboration, why not be forthright? Shouldn't your guard hiding on the rooftop come down?" Before her words faded, a figure gracefully descended from the roof, revealing a stern-faced young man. He knelt on one knee. Embarrassment etched on his face. "Your Highness, forgive me, it was my own initiative." Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed. "Stand down. If Miss Song wishes me ill, none of you could prevent it." Once the guard retreated to the courtyard, Xianxiaaudiobooks spoke earnestly. "I apologize for the disturbance." After a brief silence, she finally confessed, "To be candid, I do aspire to that position. However, the power struggles within the court are intricate and convoluted. As a mere woman, burdened with past transgressions, achieving a legitimate ascension to the throne is akin to scaling the heavens." Xunzhen's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Akin to scaling the heavens? No. As long as I desire it, you may indeed ascend with rightful claim and reign supreme." Chapter 68, The Divine Lady Xian. Xianxiaaudiobooks tightened her grip around the teacup, shock coursing through her as she looked up at Xunzhen. "Do you understand what you are suggesting?" Xianxiaaudiobooks' voice was low, laden with gravity. "The phrase rightful claim is no trifling matter." Xunzhen remained silent, a knowing smile playing on her lips, and with a casual gesture, the world around Xianxiaaudiobooks spun. When she regained her bearings, she found herself frozen in place, astonished to discover she had returned to the bandit stronghold of Xunzhen Mountain. Behind her, the 20 loyal soldiers she had brought stood frozen, their eyes wide with shock and fear. Cultivators. Xianxiaaudiobooks' mind raced as she recognized the significance. As a member of the royal family, she had heard tales of such beings, yet had never witnessed one firsthand. In that instant, the source of Xunzhen's calm confidence became clear to her. Taking a deep breath, the cool mountain air calmed her racing heart. She suppressed the tumult within and fixed her piercing gaze upon the poised Xunzhen. "Miss Song," Xianxiaaudiobooks began, her voice slightly hoarse from astonishment. "Such a display of power is unprecedented." Xunzhen simply smiled lightly, as if she had performed a trivial feat, a mere parlor trick. Since she had chosen to reveal her true abilities, she could not afford to falter in her display of grandeur. "Your Highness." Feng and the others finally reacted, hastily surrounding her. "Are you unharmed? What was that just now?" Xianxiaaudiobooks raised her hand, silencing their inquiries, her gaze sweeping over the assembled soldiers. "If a whisper of today's events escapes, You will face military justice. Yes, they responded in unison, their eyes still wide with fear. There's no need for such severity. Song Xianxian replied coolly. If we are to establish legitimacy, the world must witness it. Xianxia's expression shifted to one of respect, though confusion lingered. Had I known earlier, I would not have been surprised at your willingness to collaborate with me. She suppressed the lump in her throat and finally voiced her curiosity. But now, I dare to ask, why would one of your prowess deign to assist me? Is it truly due to a sway's persuasion? Of course, it was for the sake of the system's task, but she could not speak it aloud. Song Xianxian's tone became enigmatic, as if a smile lingered on her lips. It is due to my family's prophecy regarding your highness, the phoenix soaring to the heavens, and the heroine ruling the world. Xianxia's breath quickened. A prophecy? She fought to calm her racing heart. From her understanding, cultivators were wary of entangling themselves with fate. If Miss Song's family could foresee destiny and dared to meddle in mortal affairs, their standing in the cultivation world must be extraordinary. May I inquire? What is the name of your clan? What title do you bear? Once this matter is concluded, I shall ensure a temple is erected in your honor, to be venerated for eternity. The Song clan, revered as the Divine Lady Xian. Divine clan. Xianxiao lifted her robes and knelt, performing a profound bow. I, Xianxiao, pay my respects to the Divine Lady Xian. She had no doubts about Song Xianxian's identity. She could not fathom that a cultivator would delay their celestial path for her, or for the sake of transient mortal fame. She then turned to Mei Qianan and Yun Nua, saluting them respectfully. I greet both esteemed immortals. The generals behind her also knelt in reverence, bowing deeply, their voices trembling with excitement. We pay our respects to the Divine Lady Xian. We greet the two esteemed immortals. They were unaware of the nuances of cultivation and regarded this as a divine encounter, feeling fortunate to witness a true deity in their lifetimes. This was indeed a true deity. Song Xianxian nodded lightly. If that is the case, prepare yourselves. We shall set forth for the capital. Xianxiao immediately complied, turning to instruct her troops to make ready. Addressing Song Xianxian with utmost respect, I shall follow the Divine Lady Xian's commands. Those tasked with packing hurriedly rushed outside, fearful of keeping the Divine Lady waiting, as that would be a grave disrespect to a deity. They moved with remarkable speed, reappearing before Song Xianxian in mere moments, each leading a steed. Xianxiao personally brought forth the finest steed from the stronghold, approaching Song Xianxian with a hint of hesitation. Divine Lady Xian. The journey from here to the capital will take at least 10 days at a swift pace. It will be arduous for you. Hearing this, Song Xianxian's lips curved into a slight smile, her tone unhurried. Who says we need to ride? She turned to Mei Qianan. Prepare it. Understanding her intent, Mei Qianan stepped to an open area, flicking her wrist to reveal a delicate and translucent jade boat, its surface shimmering with iridescence, glowing gently under the night light. She tossed the jade boat into the air, and as it caught the wind, it expanded into a magnificent flying vessel capable of accommodating hundreds, hovering gracefully a few feet above the ground. Song Xianxian was immensely pleased. This flying vessel was a parting gift from Ming Kong when she left Yunda City, and she had yet to utilize it. Now was the perfect occasion. However, gazing at the priceless jade boat, she could not help but marvel at the wealth of the Tianji Pavilion. What is this? Xianxiao's pupils constricted, even with her vast experience and composure. She could not hide her astonishment, instinctively taking a step back. The surrounding guards gasped, their faces reflecting shock and awe. Witnessing such celestial abilities for the first time stirred excitement among them. Song Xianxian reveled in their reactions, as this was the very astonishment she sought to elicit. She stepped forward, and the jade boat extended a cloud-like ladder beneath her feet, with Mei Qianan and Yun Nua following closely behind. This is a mode of transport, capable of traversing vast distances in a single day. Standing atop the jade vessel, Mei Qianan spoke matter-of-factly, please board. Xianxiao swallowed hard, forcing herself to remain composed. She adjusted her robes and stepped toward the flying vessel. Once steady, she called to the hesitant soldiers below, come aboard. Do not keep the Divine Lady waiting. How can we do that? How can we keep a deity waiting? The soldiers scrambled cautiously, leading their horses gently onto the jade boat, feeling as though they were tarnishing this divine artifact. As all aboard the celestial vessel settled in, Mei Qianan formed intricate hand seals, causing the vessel to radiate with vibrant spiritual light. In an instant, it surged upward, silently piercing through the clouds. Xianxiao's complexion paled, instinctively. She grasped the nearby jade pillar, her heart racing from the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. The soldiers, typically unflinching in battle, found themselves on the brink of exclamation, unable to suppress their awe. Had it not been for their resolute wills, the vessel would have echoed with cries of astonishment. They could only tightly restrain their steeds. ensuring they did not startle the revered Xian Nu standing ahead. Observing this, Xunzhen promptly anchored all the horses in place, preventing any sound from escaping. The soldiers tethered to the horses felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, nearly bowing in deference to the Xian Nu. The vessel ascended rapidly, breaking through the cloud cover, and the mountains and rivers below shrank swiftly, transforming the vast land into a sprawling canvas. The encampment became a mere dark speck, and the distant Qinglan County was also clearly visible. As the vessel sailed steadily, its speed gradually diminished. Intent on laying a foundation for the goddess's descent into the mortal realm, Xunzhen instructed Mei Qianan to lower the vessel's altitude. Farmers laboring in the fields, upon lifting their gaze, beheld the exquisitely adorned vessel amidst the clouds. Startled, they dropped their hoes, falling to their knees in reverent worship, exclaiming, "Divine beings! It is a divine being descending." Hearing this, those nearby lifted their eyes to the heavens, and upon sighting the vessel, they too knelt in unison, brimming with excitement. How wonderful! A divine being has descended. Surely, they have come to alleviate our suffering. Throughout their journey, exclamations of wonder resonated. Look, what is that in the sky? A flying ship? Even children, in innocent curiosity, asked, "Mother, how can a ship fly?" Only to be pressed down by their mothers into kneeling, joining in the reverent bowing. A miracle. This is a miracle. Chapter 69. The National Master, Wu Gu. Host, we have received an abundance of willpower. The white dumpling chirped joyfully as it twirled within the card pool. With this influx of willpower, host, your training will yield twice the results with half the effort. Xunzhen felt elated, unable to suppress a subtle smile, sensing that the Xian Nu Heart Sutra flowed more smoothly within her. It was not merely that her cultivation had improved, allowing her to wield the sutra with greater ease. Rather, it was the increasing resonance between the technique and her own essence. If previously she had actively operated the sutra, now it felt as if the sutra flowed spontaneously within her, gradually merging with her spirit. Alas, despite the abundance of willpower, the common folk are unaware of the Song family. The white dumpling lamented. If they were aware of their faith's true origin, the progress of the main quest would surely surge. It matters not, Xunzhen remarked, her gaze alighting on the kneeling populace below, her eyes bright with determination. Soon, they shall know. The distance from Qinglan County to the Imperial Palace spanned approximately 5,000 miles, and at the Jade Vessel's speed, it could reach its destination in half a day. However, Xunzhen had instructed Mei Qianan to decelerate, and now, after a full day, they had traversed only half the distance. Once accustomed to the Jade Vessel, Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others dared to lean over the railing to gaze outside. The breathtaking landscapes unfurled beneath them like a painted scroll, instilling in her a surge of ambition. Such magnificent territory, she murmured, her eyes shimmering with resolve. When I ascend the throne, I shall usher in an era of prosperity, ensuring the people live in peace and happiness, thus honoring this splendid world. In the Imperial Palace, within the Qitian Hall, Wu Gu, the national master of the Great Zhou, sat in meditation, a streak of vermilion upon his forehead, glowing under the candlelight with an almost otherworldly beauty. The grand hall shimmered in gold and jade, with the altar upon which he stood exuding unparalleled opulence. Behind him, a wall adorned with pure gold depicted a multitude of Buddha figures, all with fierce expressions, their eyes wide open in wrath. After an indeterminate time, Wu Gu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the solidified power within him, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Soon, he mused. After the rain prayer ceremony, in 3 days, I shall attain the pinnacle of my Buddhist powers, breaking through from the great ascension stage to the tribulation crossing peak. Ascension to the higher realms is but a matter of time. Outside, a young monk, startled by the sounds from within, trembled but felt compelled to enter with the urgent news he had just received. He shrank into himself, kneeling at the entrance of the Qitian Hall, and respectfully spoke. National Master, there is important news. Before the Emperor, Wu Gu appeared as a high-minded monk free from worldly desires, yet only those who served him knew he was, in truth, a ruthless devil. Leveraging his profound cultivation, he acted with impunity, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder, leaving no evil unperpetrated. The young monks were merely playthings for Wu Gu, rewarded with treats when he was pleased and ruthlessly punished when he was not. In short, they lived in constant fear of him. Within the hall, Wu Gu stood, a cold sneer escaping his lips as he heard the voice from outside. Come in. With a flick of his sleeve, the doors swung open of their own accord, and the Buddha figures on the wall seemed to come alive, their gazes locking onto the kneeling young monk. The young monk crawled in, head bowed low, his voice trembling, reporting to the National Master. News from various regions indicates that an anomaly appeared in the sky yesterday. A celestial being was seen in the south, traversing the clouds in a flying vessel, and the populace along the way knelt in worship, proclaiming the divine presence. The vessel seems to be heading towards the capital. Wu Gu's brow furrowed sharply, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. A vessel? It should be a flying ship, humph. A flying artifact. It appears we have uninvited guests among us. I did not expect to encounter other practitioners at such a critical moment for the rain prayer ceremony. Those capable of crossing the barriers between realms are either extraordinarily powerful or possess formidable artifacts. They are not to be trifled with. He slowly turned, raising his gaze to the multitude of Buddha figures behind him, the red robe draping over him billowing without wind. Plans must be expedited, regardless of the intruder's intentions. I must be fully prepared. I will not allow anyone to disrupt this critical juncture. Inform the emperor. Wu Gu's voice was icy. The auspicious time has changed. The rain prayer ceremony will be held tomorrow at noon. Yes. The young monk hurriedly accepted the command and retreated, only breathing a sigh of relief after distancing himself far from the hall. Phew, what a relief, I've survived. Wu Gu stepped out of the hall, his figure swaying as he materialized atop the highest stargazing tower in the palace. He gazed ominously towards the south. No matter who you are, since you have come, let me make your acquaintance. His towering frame transformed into a beam of golden light, swiftly darting towards the direction of the celestial vessel. On the jade vessel, Xunzhen sensed a powerful wave of spiritual energy approaching, raising her eyes to the distant horizon, a playful smile gracing her lips. Miss, someone approaches at great speed. Yun Nuo whispered, hand resting on her sword. The aura feels peculiar. Mei Qianan furrowed her brow slightly. The visitor does not bear good intentions. In mere moments, a golden light halted 3 zhang before the jade vessel, revealing Wu Gu's figure, who stood suspended in midair, his red robe fluttering. His gaze swept over the invaluable jade vessel, and a resolute expression formed within him. It seems the one possessing a spiritual artifact is rather ostentatious. They are likely a scion from a prominent family. For such a person, he harbored no intention of enmity. Although he regarded himself as possessing profound strength, few could rival him on the Xianxiang continent, aside from the top-tier powers. Nevertheless, he preferred not to make enemies unnecessarily. As long as the other party refrained from disturbing him, they could coexist in peace. With this thought in mind, he joined his hands in reverence and performed a respectful Buddhist salute towards the jade vessel, his voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonating throughout. I am the monk Wu Gu, humbly serving as the national master of the Great Zhou. Aware of the esteemed presence of my fellow Taoist, I have come to pay my respects. I kindly request your appearance so that I may extend my modest hospitality. The soldiers aboard the vessel turned pale upon hearing his voice, their expressions shifting to one of tension as they looked up. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt her heart tighten. She knew Wu Gu well and understood his treacherous methods. Recognizing him as the most trusted yet perilous figure beside her father, the emperor, she had even suspected him of being a cultivator, and seeing him now confirmed her suspicions. His ambiguous intentions contributed to her current predicament, partly due to his instigations before the emperor. However, glancing at the figure of the Xiannu, her heart calmed. With the Xiannu present, it was unlikely Wu Gu would dare to act recklessly. Xunzhen, upon hearing the voice, did not even lift her eyelids, continuing to leisurely gaze at the landscape below, as if she had not heard a thing. Mei Qianan raised her eyes, showing no intention of moving. Her tone icy as she spoke. The Xiannu is present. All irrelevant figures should withdraw. Wu Gu's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind as he searched for any reference to such a figure among the top powers of the Xianxiang continent, particularly one associated with the title of Xiannu. Yet, despite his efforts to recall, he found no matching information. Could it be an ancient lineage that remained hidden from the world? A sense of foreboding gripped him. With artifacts capable of traversing 2 realms and such an extravagant jade vessel, the party behind it must be formidable. However, with the rain offering ceremony imminent, he would allow no unforeseen occurrences. Once he broke through to the pinnacle of tribulation, he would not fear any top-tier powers. Suppressing his unease, Wu Gu spoke again, his tone now imbued with even greater respect. So it is the esteemed presence of the Xiannu. I beg your pardon. He lowered his stance significantly, yet his words carried a hint of probing. Might I inquire where the Xiannu hails from, and what brings you to the mortal realm? Should there be any matter in which I can assist, I am willing to offer my humble service. Xunzhen finally lifted her gaze, her calm eyes resting upon Wu Gu. What I do requires no explanation to you. Restrain yourself. Do not diminish your stance. Yet, she could not help but acknowledge that this monk was indeed strikingly handsome, particularly with the streak of vermilion between his brows, which accentuated his already captivating appearance, presenting him as a beguiling monk. At this moment, the white dumpling cautiously poked its head out, its tone cheeky and mischievous, enhancing the peculiarity of its mechanical voice. Host. Though Wu Gu is indeed a charming monk, if you desire, you could have him brought to serve your bed. It let out a silly chuckle, its tone filled with excitement. You could do this and that to him, then eliminate him without mercy. Stop, stop, stop. Song Xiunzhen laughed as she asked, System, what have you been browsing while online? We are dignified individuals, after all. The white dumpling expressed its regret. Host, you are missing out on a golden opportunity. It cleared its throat and adopted a serious tone. Wu Gu, as a charming monk, possesses the fortune of the nation, which suggests he might be engaged in thievery of national fortune. Host, when the time comes to eliminate him, you must also reclaim the national fortune. For if the great Zhou loses its protective fortune, even with the ascension of the human emperor, the fate of humanity cannot be sustained. Song Xiunzhen's expression hardened, and she shook her head inwardly. The system was indeed troublesome, for every encounter with key figures seemed to lead to misfortune. An evil cultivator, a charming monk, and perhaps a few more crucial characters could very well culminate in a disaster of epic proportions. The humor faded away. On the other side, upon hearing Song Xiunzhen's words, Wu Gu's breath caught in his throat. He had never been treated with such disdain after years of cultivation. He clenched his jaw tightly, forcing a smile. What the esteemed one says is true. However, the rain offering ceremony will be held in the capital tomorrow, a matter concerning the welfare of all living beings. As the national master, it is my duty to act with the utmost caution. If the esteemed one were to enter the capital at this time, it could cause unnecessary turmoil and disrupt the ceremony, a consequence I cannot bear. Song Xiunzhen remained silent. Wu Gu's words, though seemingly sincere, concealed hidden agendas, attempting to obstruct and threaten under the guise of the well-being of the populace and righteousness. Yanua, with a calm demeanor and voice, remarked, Is a mere rain worth such elaborate fuss? Wu Gu paused, then laughed. Though he could not see the entirety of the jade vessel, he could estimate there were likely over 100 people aboard. It seemed they were indeed reckless young scions from an ancient family, accompanied by their attendants to frolic in the mortal realm, which would not interfere with his plans. After all, anyone with a modicum of understanding would know that the spiritual energy in the mortal realm was thin, and orchestrating such grand events required the manipulation of the forces of heaven and earth, a feat difficult to accomplish on such a large scale. He ceased further dialogue and performed another Buddhist salute. If that is the case, I shall await the esteemed one in the capital. With that, he transformed into a beam of golden light and departed. Once Wu Gu left, silence enveloped the jade vessel. Xianxiao gazed towards the direction where Wu Gu had vanished. Her brow furrowed. Xian knew, Wu Gu is treacherous and cunning. His seemingly easy departure likely harbors ulterior motives. Song Xiunzhen's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, he has his schemes, seeking to pilfer the nation's fortune and engage in rebellious cultivation. Such methods are ruthless. Pilfering the nation's fortune? Xianxiao's expression changed abruptly. No wonder there have been continuous natural disasters in recent years, leaving the populace in despair. The root of it lies here. Since he intends to put on a show tomorrow, Song Xiunzhen stated calmly, we shall witness how this stage is set up. The enigmatic and arcane elements he wielded piqued her anticipation. The following day, at noon, the altar for the rain offering ceremony stood in the southern outskirts of the capital. The altar towered approximately 9 zhang high, surrounded by 99 black flags, with armored guards flanking the steps, exuding an imposing presence. At the pinnacle of the altar stood a colossal statue of a Buddha, not depicting the benevolent countenance of a kind Buddha, but rather a fierce, wrathful visage. With a green face and sharp fangs, hands forming an unusual seal. Wu Gu, donned in a robe as vivid as blood, stood with his hands clasped and eyes closed beneath the statue. The emperor, clad in elaborate ceremonial garb, appeared wan and pallid, his eye sockets sunken, as he was assisted by eunuchs to ascend the altar with faltering steps. Behind him, civil and military officials lined the sides, their expressions solemn, yet unable to conceal the anxiety and trepidation in their eyes. Outside the square, a throng of citizens gathered, eagerly awaiting the arrival of much-needed rain. On the altar, the emperor weakly inquired, National Master, may we commence? Wu Gu nodded. Your Majesty, the auspicious time has arrived. Please offer incense to pray for rain. The emperor trembled as he received 3 long sticks of incense, specially prepared by Wu Gu, said to contain talismans he had personally imbued. Only the emperor at the altar's pinnacle, with this incense, could commune with heaven and earth. He inhaled deeply as he approached the bronze cauldron, poised to insert the incense. Suddenly, a resounding hum echoed from the heavens, causing all to look up in astonishment. A magnificent jade flying ship, resplendent and shimmering, broke through the clouds and slowly descended. The spaceship was enveloped in an ethereal glow, refracting myriad hues under the blazing sun, rendering it impossible to behold. My heavens! What is that? A celestial vessel. The deities have descended. A tumultuous uproar erupted from the altar, the previously solemn order shattered, as the populace stirred restlessly and officials exchanged bewildered whispers. The complexion of the dark-faced monk changed dramatically. He fixated intently on the jade vessel. No matter how many schemes he devised, he never anticipated that the opposition would choose to make such a dominating entrance at this crucial moment. The jade vessel came to a steady halt directly above the altar, its doors opening to reveal Xunzhen, adorned in resplendent, flowing garments that fluttered like celestial attire. Draped in cloud-patterned silk and satin, it was evident she was no mere mortal. Her gaze, calm and sweeping, passed over the throng below. Anyone touched by her eyes instinctively bowed their heads in reverence. Bold demon monk, Xunzhen proclaimed, her voice resonating clearly in the ears of every attendee. Under the guise of rain prayers, you seek to usurp the nation's fortune, disrupt the court, and bring calamity upon the common people. Are you aware of your crimes? Chapter 71, The Game of Flowers. Though her voice was not loud, it struck all present with thunderous clarity. Usurp the nation's fortune. The phrase reverberated like a clap of thunder in the ears of the crowd. The populace gasped. Officials turned pale, and even the emperor, supported by eunuchs, widened his murky eyes in astonishment, casting a doubtful glance at the dark-faced monk. The manner of Xunzhen's appearance was utterly shocking. In the hearts of the commoners, she embodied divine visitation. In the mortal realm, numerous rituals were observed, and the common folk held steadfast beliefs. With the great Zhou enduring years of drought, countless souls prayed for divine favor to descend upon the earth. Thus, when Xunzhen stepped forth from the vessel, nearly all the onlookers prostrated themselves upon the ground. It is worth noting that only yesterday, rumors of a goddess descending had circulated in the capital, yet many dismissed them with laughter. Those, like the emperor, who were aware of the existence of cultivators had entirely different thoughts. Such power likely belonged to the upper echelons of the cultivation world. The emperor's continued trust in the dark-faced monk did not stem from genuine faith. After all, he was not oblivious to the monk's dubious actions. He was no fool. He merely recognized the monk as a cultivator. A cultivator. A mortal life spans but a fleeting decade, with aging, illness, and death beyond one's control. Now, having surpassed 60, plagued by illness, if he could master the arts of cultivation, could he not regain his youth? Yet, as the emperor of the great Zhou, his fate was intertwined with that of the nation. A decline in the nation's fortune threatened his very reign, and the monk's theft of such fortune jeopardized the foundation of great Zhou and drained his vitality. The emperor trembled violently, his frail fingers gripping the eunuch's arm tightly. National master, is what the goddess has said true? The dark-faced monk's complexion turned ashen, the vermilion mark on his forehead appearing as if it might bleed. Suppressing the tumult within, he clasped his hands together and addressed the emperor. Amitabha, your majesty, this humble monk prays for the rain on behalf of the people. Exhausting all efforts, how could I allow myself to be slandered? After speaking, he turned to face Xunzhen directly, his eyes narrowing. Goddess, yesterday I implored you with good intentions. Yet you chose to appear at such a pivotal moment. What is your true intention? He abruptly pivoted to address the restless crowd, infusing his voice with spiritual energy to stabilize the situation. This woman is of unknown origin, wielding demonic artifacts, disrupting the rituals, intent on severing the lifeblood of great Zhou and your paths to survival. Her heart is worthy of punishment. The kneeling populace exchanged glances, none daring to echo his sentiments. Deities are absolute. Who would dare oppose them? A deity's wrath could lay waste to millions. They were not fools. They could endure the drought. But to directly defy a deity would invite swift demise. No sooner had the monk finished speaking than Mei Qianan, standing atop the jade vessel, snorted coldly. Her sleeves sweeping through the air. An invisible pressure suddenly descended, enveloping the monk like a mountain, striking him down. He felt an overwhelming force strike his chest, leaving him no time to react as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the grotesque statue at the altar's center. Cough. He spat blood, staining the crimson robe with a deeper hue of red. A profound silence fell over the crowd. The commoners stared in disbelief at their once mighty national master, who had been unable to withstand even a single strike from a subordinate of the goddess. Mei Qianan stood at the bow of the vessel, her voice icy and resonant, echoing throughout the vicinity. Before the goddess, who dares to be unruly? The dark-faced monk incredulously raised his head, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He had reached the late stage of the Great Ascension and was considered a top-tier force even in the Xianxiang continent. Yet, the woman's strike had manifested the power of a peak tribulation. That was the strength he had desired for hundreds of years, just a step away. But he knew all too well that today marked his defeat. if the subordinates of the goddess were indeed at the peak of tribulation. Their origins extended beyond mere ancient traditions, representing true celestial clans from the upper realms. Struggling to rise, he knelt before Xunzhen, tilting his face upward in a display of feigned fragility. With his dark brows and phoenix-like eyes slightly opened, beneath his long lashes lay a hint of rosy allure. A beguiling charm. Goddess, I, the humble monk Wugo, have also been deceived by treacherous men, which has led to my missteps. Today, witnessing your divine beauty, I have come to understand what true celestial grace is. Although the grand ceremony had failed today, if he could align himself with the celestial clan, the rewards would be immeasurable. He was confident in his appearance. Many had fawned over him because of it, willing to offer everything. His gaze lingered on Xunzhen, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth adding to his broken charm. His voice weak as he continued, Wugo is willing to forsake darkness for light, to atone for my sins, and serve you, goddess, as a devoted servant, at your bidding. I merely seek an opportunity for redemption. Wow, Xunzhen marveled, taken aback. One must admit, the characters in the cultivation realm are remarkably audacious. The speed with which they kneel is quite impressive, ever flexible. TSK, what a flower. Truly a flower. Wugo's performance not only astonished Xunzhen, but also left the old emperor utterly floored. The national master's demeanor bore no difference to that of a favored concubine vying for attention in the emperor's harem. On the jade vessel, Xianxiaaudiobooks furrowed her brow, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Outside the vessel, Mei Qian's expression grew colder, while Yun Nua's hand rested upon the hilt of her sword. Xunzhen regarded him with a serene gaze, as if observing a trivial performance. She gently raised her hand, halting the movements of Yun Nua behind her, her lips curling into a smile that was both amused and enigmatic. Deceived by treacherous men? She mused, her tone laced with intrigue. What treacherous men would use the nation's fortune to deceive you and assist in your ascension? With a swift motion, she unleashed her power against the grotesque statue atop the altar. Crack! The statue was severed in two, a foul stench emanating from within, nearly causing the spectators to retch. Those bold enough to look up were horrified to see countless corpses sealed within the statue, each bound tightly by red threads. Heavens! Those are the royal kin. An elderly official in the crowd gasped, trembling as he pointed at the corpses. Although the bodies had withered and distorted, the remnants of their opulent garments remained recognizable, belonging to several royal family members who had mysteriously fallen ill or died in recent years. The emperor, witnessing this scene, felt darkness engulf him, nearly fainting from the shock. He finally comprehended the tragic fate that had befallen his brothers and disciples. They had all become sacrificial offerings for the sinister practices of Wugo. Fortunately, he had yet to lay his hands on his own son. Wugo, what a heartless fiend you are. The emperor trembled with rage as he pointed at Wugo. Once Wugo realized that his schemes had been fully exposed, the pitiable facade on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a countenance of ferocity and madness. He abruptly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes igniting with a malevolent glint. Since you deny me a path to survival, let us perish together. Chapter 72, The Ascension of the Emperor. Wugo formed a fierce seal with both hands, and a surge of blood-red light enveloped him. The crimson robe fluttered wildly as if stirred by an unseen wind. With my essence, I summon your awakening. He struck his palm against his heart, a spurt of blood splattering onto the shattered pedestal of the Buddha statue before him. The 99 black banners surrounding the altar began to tremble violently, exuding an oppressive aura of darkness. The entire altar square was instantly engulfed by a howling tempest, the temperature plummeting as the sunlight was obscured by the roiling black mist, plunging the realm from daylight into dusk. A colossal Buddha with a green visage and menacing fangs extended a hand from the billowing clouds, its enormous palm nearly eclipsing the sky as it descended violently toward the jade boat and the altar. Miss, be careful. Mei Qian and Yun Nua reacted nearly in unison. Mei Qian stepped forward, forming an intricate gesture. A formidable surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a solid azure barrier, instantly enveloping the entire square and withstanding the initial onslaught of the evil Buddha's massive hand. Boom! The barrier quaked violently, yet stood steadfast as a rock, protecting everyone present. You wicked demon, dare to flaunt your malevolence? Mei Qian snorted coldly, maintaining the luminous shield with an air of disdain. Meanwhile, Yun Nua soared into the sky like a shooting star. Her sword emitted a clear, resonant melody as it unsheathed. The blade gleamed with a chilling ferocity, imbued with an unwavering resolve. This was her first strike since her recent ascension, and she was determined to impress the miss, so she adorned herself with an extravagant effect. Break, she commanded, merging with her sword, transforming into a streak of white light that tore through the heavens. aiming directly for the center of the evil Buddha's forehead. Upon witnessing this, Wugo frantically channeled his powers. The evil Buddha's apparition roared as another massive hand reached out to grasp Yun Nuo, attempting to crush her. However, Yun Nuo's sword was too swift, too sharp. Swoosh! The white light of her sword pierced through the giant hand effortlessly, maintaining its momentum as it accurately struck the evil Buddha's forehead, all while Wugo looked on in horror. Another stage of tribulation. Yet another tribulation stage. This was utterly absurd. In the Xianxiang continent, he had scarcely encountered a few in the Great Ascension stage. Yet here he was, fortuitously facing powers from the upper realms. Wugo had no room left to struggle. As the evil Buddha's figure shattered, he crumpled to the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, spewing blood uncontrollably. Mei Qian timely dispelled the barrier, casually waving her hand as a gentle force swept through, purging the residual dark energy and restoring clarity to the world. The 2 card bearers, one defending and the other attacking, seamlessly collaborated to completely dismantle the evil Buddha summoned by Wugo. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From Wugo's sudden attack to Mei Qian's defensive maneuver and Yun Nuo's decisive strike against evil. It was but a matter of moments. The square fell into an eerie silence, all present rendered speechless by the display of such miraculous powers. Then, a deafening roar of applause and worship erupted. Long live the Lady of the Xian Maiden. The Immortal's divine powers are boundless. Thank you, my lady and the 2 immortals, for vanquishing the demon monk and saving our lives. The citizens, having narrowly escaped death, were overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in their eyes as they bowed reverently to the 3 figures in the sky, their faith solidifying at that moment. The emperor slumped in his dragon throne, his face devoid of color, feeling both terror and relief. Xianxiao and her subordinates were equally stirred, gazing at Xunzhen and her companions with fervor and awe. Yun Nuo gracefully descended back onto the deck of the jade boat, her sword sheathed as if the breathtaking strike had not originated from her hand. Her usually expressionless features sparkled with satisfaction, reflecting her contentment with her performance. Mei Qian's gaze turned icy as she regarded the still bleeding Wugo on the ground. Miss, how shall we deal with this person? Xunzhen remained composed at the forefront of the jade boat, her expression unchanged, as if she had anticipated this outcome. She looked down at Wugo, who resembled a dying dog, her eyes indifferent. System, how do I extract the national fortune he has stolen? Host, wrap your spiritual energy around the Buddha bead at his dantian. That is the core of his theft and refinement of the national fortune. I will assist you in extracting it. Following the system's guidance, Xunzhen reached out from a distance. Wugo let out a wretched scream as a Buddha bead, faintly entwined with the illusion of a golden dragon, was forcibly extracted from his dantian, landing in Xunzhen's hand. The bead was icy to the touch, pulsating with an overwhelming power. With the system's aid, Xunzhen channeled her spiritual energy to extract the essence of national fortune from the bead. A stream of golden light was gradually peeled away, causing the bead's hue to become murky. As the golden light separated from the bead, it seemed to possess a spirit of its own, emitting a joyous dragon's roar, swirling in the air before transforming into a cascade of golden rain that descended into the earth below. The emperor's outstretched hand froze, his expression darkening, though he dared not show it. Meanwhile, Wugo, bereft of his cultivation, visibly aged at an alarming rate. His skin shriveled and wrinkled in an instant, transforming from a captivating and handsome monk into a withered old man on the brink of death. No, my cultivation, my lifespan. He extended his frail hand, screaming in despair, his voice hoarse and grating. Xunzhen did not even glance at him, stating coolly, Demon Monk Wugo, you have disturbed the imperial order, harmed the royal family, and tormented the populace. You deserve the judgment of the people. The citizens below looked up at her with reverent eyes, and upon hearing her words, they bowed gratefully toward the divine figure. The goddess holds them in her heart, under the unwavering gaze of the devoted crowd. Xunzhen calmly continued, the demon monk has been slain, and the national fortune has been restored. However, the Son of Heaven has lost virtue, employing treacherous advisors, resulting in calamities and the suffering of the people. Today, I decree his abdication. The emperor's vision darkened, nearly fainting from shock. The citizens' gazes shifted toward him, once filled with admiration, now laden with disdain for the emperor, deemed unworthy of their reverence. Xunzhen extended her hand, and a gentle force enveloped Xianxiao and her guards on the jade boat, instantaneously transporting them to the altar. The third princess, Xianxiao, possesses great fortune, harbors the well-being of the populace, and is the one destined by heaven. From this day forth, she shall inherit the great mandate, abolish the old evils, and create a prosperous era to fulfill the people's hopes. As her words resonated, streaks of radiant light appeared in the sky, as if celestial music were harmonizing. The national fortune, now reunited with the earth, began to converge towards Xianxiao in delicate golden threads. Third princess? The sudden appearance of Xianxiao and the others startled those present, even Xianxiao herself taken aback. The officials exchanged glances, some elders hesitant to speak. But under Song Xiunzhen's penetrating gaze, none dared to voice dissent. The common folk below remain oblivious to the turbulent undercurrents above. The divine Xian Nu has spoken. And certainty reigns. All present kneel and proclaim loudly, "We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Infinite longevity to the emperor. Xian Nu, may you share the same lifespan as heaven and earth, and may you be boundless like the sun and moon." In the midst of the thunderous adoration, Xianxiao stands upon the altar, finally perceiving the pivotal shift of fate. Before her kneels a multitude of subjects, while behind her looms the supreme deity. She exhales softly, a spirited brilliance illuminating her regal brow. She turns first, suppressing the surging tide of emotions, and solemnly bows towards Song Xiunzhen. Ichio humbly thanks the benevolent Xian Nu for her grace. Her voice soars to the heavens, each word resonating with conviction. Then she faces the multitude, declaring with clarity, "My father, the emperor, has grown old and been deceived by a demonic monk, resulting in chaos within the court that has provoked the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. Today, the divine Xian Nu graces us with her presence to eradicate evil and unveil the truth. Though unworthy, I, Ichio, am blessed by the goddess's enlightenment and wish to accept the divine mandate, ascend the throne, restore the realm, and protect the subjects of the great Zhou, ushering in an era of peace." Her words strike deeply into the hearts of the people. Although the great Zhou has never had a female emperor, they wholeheartedly believe that the new sovereign, endorsed by Xian Nu, will lead them towards a brighter future. Even the elderly ministers, who had harbored doubts, could not help but nod slightly in agreement. Xianxiao's gaze swept across the assembly, absorbing the expressions of the crowd, and she continued to proclaim, "Moreover, as the great Zhou is fortunate to receive the aid of Xian Nu, I decree the establishment of a temple in her honor to be worshipped for generations. I shall also burn incense and pray for the Song divine lineage, ensuring the continuity of their legacy." The mention of the Song divine lineage caused the citizens to exchange knowing glances, realizing that Xian Nu hailed from the Song clan. "We shall build a temple in her honor, worship her for generations, and pray for the Song divine lineage, ensuring the continuity of their legacy." Indeed, it was quite commendable. Song Xiunzhen nodded in satisfaction. Once the events of today spread, her main quest would surely be accomplished swiftly. And once the temple was completed and the renown of the Song divine lineage permeated the mortal realm, her subsequent tasks would be effortlessly resolved. Xianxiao felt a profound sense of contentment. With the endorsement of Xian Nu, her aspirations for reform and the eradication of old customs would be a simple endeavor. Throughout history, while it was said that divine right bestowed kingship, how often had true immortals descended to earth? Such claims were merely a ruse employed by emperors to placate the masses. Yet now, a genuine deity had descended, bestowing upon her the imperial throne. Not only would she become the first female emperor of the Great Zhou, but she would also be the first empress crowned by a deity. Turning respectfully towards Song Xiunzhen, she said, "Xian Nu, would you grace the imperial palace with your presence? Ichio shall prepare a humble banquet, and I kindly request that you and the two celestial beings accompany me to the palace, allowing me to extend the hospitality of a host." She paused, her gaze ardently fixed upon Song Xiunzhen. "Furthermore, as I ascend the throne, I wish to formally invite you to the coronation ceremony." Song Xiunzhen inclined her head slightly, accepting Xianxiao's invitation. She had also intended to visit the palace to discern the connections of her original self with the royal family. Her eyes drifted to the former emperor, whose pallid complexion suggested he was the prime suspect. Mei Qianan retracted the jade vessel, which transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into her sleeve. Under the earnest gaze of the multitude, Song Xiunzhen ascended the altar alongside her companions. Xianxiao personally led the way, exuding a respectful demeanor. As they passed the feeble Wu Gu, she did not pause but calmly instructed, "Take the demonic monk into custody and ensure he is closely guarded." The loyal guards at Xianxiao's heels promptly moved forward, dragging the emaciated Wu Gu away. The former emperor, his face ashen, was supported by two eunuchs, his lips murmuring as if to speak, but ultimately, he bowed his head in defeat under Xianxiao's calm and unwavering gaze, being led away from the altar. The crowd parted spontaneously, creating a wide passage for Song Xiunzhen and her companions, all of them reverently bowing their heads, too humble to look up. Song Xiunzhen felt a surge of emotion. As a modern individual, Her attitude towards deities had always been one of skepticism, believing in them if they were beneficial, and dismissing them otherwise. In contrast to the ancient populace, whose faith in divine pronouncements was unwavering, modern beliefs often leaned towards the trivial. The ancient reverence for deities stemmed from humanity's collective choices in recognition, survival, and societal needs. In the face of recurring calamities in the Great Zhou, with relentless droughts leaving the people with no recourse, they placed their hopes entirely in the divine, inadvertently granting her an unexpected advantage. She retrieved a rain prayer talisman from the system space, a talisman she had previously drawn. The talisman transformed into a radiant beam, shooting skyward. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered above. Thunder rumbled, and fierce winds swept in. Soon, torrential raindrops began to fall, initially sparse, but quickly merging into a deluge. It is raining. It is truly raining. It is the benevolence of Xiannu. The goddess is merciful. Long live the goddess. After enduring a prolonged drought, countless citizens knelt in the rain, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Those at home hurriedly fetched containers to collect the rainwater, their expressions a mixture of laughter and tears as they watched the containers fill. This rain would not only fall upon the capital, but would also reach all parched lands, alleviating the disaster in its entirety. Everyone basked in the life-giving rain, except for Xunzhen and her companions, who seemed to have an invisible barrier, the rain avoiding their vicinity as if wary of touching the hem of the goddess's garments. Xunzhen, casting a spell, separated herself from the downpour. Not wishing to be drenched, if a deity could be soaked by rain, it would undermine her celestial stature. Tears nearly spilled from Xianxiao's eyes, her heart swelling with joy for the people and for having encountered a benevolent deity. Though Xiannu's demeanor was often cold, her heart was undeniably soft, a divine being worthy of reverence from all mortals. As she escorted Xunzhen towards the palace, the latter delightedly admired the mortal realm's scenery, which indeed bore a striking contrast to the realm of cultivation, exuding a more vibrant, earthly essence. Meanwhile, at the residence of the second prince, Xunzhen violently hurled a fine celadone teacup to the ground, shattering it into fragments. What nonsense is this about Xiannu? What divine mandate? Absolute rubbish. His face contorted with rage, his chest heaving violently, his eyes bloodshot. Upon learning of the events at the altar, he was nearly driven to madness. That wretched Xianxiao. How dare she? A person stripped of military power, reduced to a mere mountain bandit. Is she truly worthy of the dragon throne? He turned abruptly to his quaking advisor, demanding, is this news accurate? Is it truly the work of a deity? The advisor's face turned pale, his voice trembling as he replied, Your Highness, it is indeed true. Countless citizens witnessed it. The jade vessel radiated with brilliant light, and her attendants defeated the Wugu, capable of summoning wind and rain. The capital is abuzz with tales of the third princess being favored by Xiannu, a true daughter of destiny. A true daughter of destiny? Bah! The fifth prince, Xinrui, scoffed, his broad frame exuding a brutish demeanor. Second brother, I believe it is merely Xianxiao employing some charlatan conjurer to fool the ignorant masses with tricks. That demonic monk could very well have been her accomplice. Your fifth brother makes a valid point, the fourth prince, Xunzhen, remarked darkly. What flying jade vessel? Summoning wind and rain? Such claims are unheard of. If there truly were deities, where have they been all this time? At this very moment. It is rather peculiar that she, Xianxiao, has been singled out. There must be some hidden intrigue behind this, regardless of whether it is indeed suspicious or not. Xunzhen slammed his fist down upon the table, causing the mahogany surface to crack with web-like fissures. Xianxiao must not ascend the throne. Once her status is solidified, will there be any hope left for us brothers? A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Does she not have divine backing? Very well. I shall see whether her deity is mightier or if our blades are sharper. Send word to prepare our men, and also, reach out to the assassins of the Shadow Pavilion. No matter the cost, I want Xianxiao and that deceitful witch to never witness the light of tomorrow. The residence of the crown prince, Xunhao, was shrouded in gloom. Xunhao, frail and ailing, had little interest in the struggle for the throne, and now, wrapped in a thick fur robe by the warmth of the fire, his complexion was even paler than usual. I never thought that deities truly exist. I had believed that the tales of immortals were merely a ruse crafted by the powerful to deceive the common folk. He murmured to himself, struggling to steady the warming pot in his hands. I truly did not expect that my third sister is destined by fate. A nearby advisor murmured, Your Highness, the situation is beyond our control. The Lady Xian has publicly deposed the former emperor and established a new sovereign. The populace is in accord. The ascension of the third prince is already a foregone conclusion. We must prepare early to curry favor with the new emperor. Perhaps we can secure our safety. Xunhao bitterly closed his eyes. Curried favor? Alas, my frail constitution cannot contend with this. I can only hope that my sister will remember our bond and grant us a chance for survival. He commanded that all within the residence must remain still, doors tightly shut, awaiting the edict of the new emperor. In the residence of the sixth prince, Xunyu was in a frenzy, nearly losing control of himself. What is Xianxiao, after all? How dare she aspire to the throne? And that so-called Lady Xian, playing the part of a deity. Surely she is a confederate of Xianxiao. Xunyu paced restlessly in his chamber, seething. How could father be so foolish as to accept this? He abruptly halted, turning to his trusted eunuch with a fierce command. Go, summon the assassins I have trained. I refuse to believe that some so-called deity can be impervious to blades. Xianxiao is hosting a banquet, is she not? Tonight, I shall storm the palace and eliminate Xianxiao and that impostor. No one shall dare to snatch the throne from me. The eunuch, terrified, fell to his knees. Your Highness, please reconsider. That is a true deity. How can mere mortals like us contend with divine beings? This would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Your Highness, get away. Xunyu kicked the eunuch aside, his eyes wild with fervor. What if she is a deity? Can gods freely meddle in the affairs of mortals? I refuse to believe in such superstition. They must have weaknesses. Hurry. Chapter 74. Entering the imperial palace. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, the brilliance of the rainbow illuminated the sky. The journey from the altar to the palace was neither too distant nor too close, and as they advanced slowly, it bore a unique charm. Xunzhen and the others, being cultivators, found this distance trivial. Xianxiao, accustomed to the hardships of battle and the elements, walked without strain. However, the pampered officials of the capital struggled, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, nearly at their wits' end. Yet, both the Lady Xian and the new emperor did not travel by carriage. The officials could only resign themselves to follow behind, not daring to utter a complaint. At long last, the majestic vermilion gates of the palace came into view, and the assembled officials were on the verge of tears with joy. Finally, we have arrived. If we were to walk any further, we might truly collapse. The imposing vermilion gates of the palace slowly opened, revealing the resplendent halls and towers within. The glazed tiles, freshly washed by the rain, gleamed dazzlingly in the light breaking through the clouds, resembling the remnants of a divine visitation. Xianxiao immediately stepped aside, respectfully standing by the entrance, slightly bowing. Lady Xian, please. Xunzhen nodded slightly, her demeanor composed, as she stepped first into this palace. A symbol of the pinnacle of earthly power. The imperial palace of the great Zhou, while different from the forbidden city she had visited in her past life, exuded a similar solemnity that momentarily enveloped her in a sense of transcending time. However, after only a few steps, she sensed the overwhelming resentment permeating the palace. She raised her gaze toward the southwestern corner, where the sky appeared tainted by a thick, dark mist. What place is that? Following her gaze, Xianxiao frowned slightly. Your Highness, that is the hall of praying to heaven, the dwelling of that demonic monk, Wu Gu. Realizing something, she quickly inquired, is there something amiss, Your Highness? Xunzhen withdrew her gaze with a hint of distaste. The atmosphere was heavy with resentment. The wails of tormented souls echoed, and the oppressive darkness was akin to a miasma. Xianxiao fell into silence. How could she not know that Wu Gu was a notorious killer, with countless souls wronged under his command? Yet, in the past, their father had trusted him completely. As children, they could neither defy their father nor confront the emperor, forced to watch Wu Gu act with impunity, wreaking havoc in the palace. Now that she had ascended the throne, she must learn from her father's mistakes and never tread the same path of favoring treachery. May I ask, Lady Xian, how can I dispel this pervasive resentment? She paused, a glimmer of hope in her eyes, and continued, is it possible to give peace to these wronged souls, to console their spirits in the afterlife? Xunzhen silently nodded in approval. Truly deserving of the heavenly mandate, she is compassionate, mindful of her people, and possesses both literary and martial prowess. Indeed, a suitable candidate for the throne. Having once been among the common folk herself, she understands their suffering. Now, to walk among mortals and do something beneficial for the ordinary people is undoubtedly a noble endeavor. In times of hardship, one must cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one must aid the world. She is not a saint, but within her capacity, if she continues to appear aloof and ignorant of mortal suffering, it would be excessively unfeeling. Within the system's pool, the little white dumpling sensed its host's thoughts and, pulling out a pink handkerchief from who knows where, pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. Oh, it truly did not mistake its choice. The host is incredibly moving. Xunzhen shifted her gaze back to Xianxiao, her tone inscrutable. Do you wish to absolve the vengeful spirits? Without a moment's hesitation, Xianxiao responded decisively, yes. Hearing this, a faint smile graced Xunzhen's lips. subtle, yet causing Xianxiao's heart to tighten inexplicably. She could not fathom why her request elicited such a reaction from the Lady Xian. Instinctively, she cast a questioning glance toward Mei Qian'un and Yun Nuo behind the lady. You need not look at them. Song Xiunjin's voice pulled her back. Her tone was calm, yet imbued with an unseen weight. These spirits harbored immense resentment before their deaths, to guide them to peace. You must be prepared to pay a considerable price. Are you willing? This was, of course, a ruse. Guiding vengeful spirits was not inherently difficult. Yet she intended to test Xianxiao's resolve, to see just how far the new emperor's determination stretched. Without a trace of hesitation on her face, Xianxiao's gaze was resolute, her voice as firm as iron. I am willing. Regardless of the price, I will pay it. This is a debt the royal family owes them, and now that I have ascended, it is my duty to repay this karmic debt and provide them with justice. Very well. In Song Sun's eyes, a glimmer of mirth emerged. Send someone to dismantle that filthy place and cleanse it thoroughly. At that time, I shall allow Yun Nuo to assist you in guiding the souls to rest. Yun Nuo nodded earnestly, assuring her commitment to the task. Mei Qian smiled faintly. That's splendid. Yun Nuo shall go, as she still needs to tend to the young lady. Upon hearing this, Xianxiao's face instantly brightened, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazed at Song Sun, a stark contrast to the composed and dignified third prince she typically presented before her subordinates. On behalf of those wronged souls, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the grace of the goddess. She then turned to Yun Nuo, expressing, Thank you, Fairy Yun Nuo, for your assistance. Accompanied by palace guards and officials, Xianxiao led Song Sun and her party to the outer precincts of the Zicheng Hall. Goddess, this place has been the residence of emperors throughout the ages and is the most spacious and luxurious within the palace. While it may not compare to your divine palace, it is a token of my sincerity. She spoke, her tone laced with a hint of shyness and anticipation. I humbly request you and the two fairies to honor this place with your presence. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Sun shook her head. No need. I shall not reside in the imperial palace. She produced a jade talisman, adding, should you require anything later, use this to contact me. The thought of dwelling in a place once occupied by the old emperor was utterly unappealing. After all, her visit to the palace was solely to obtain the clues she sought. Residing within its confines would only invite unnecessary complications. Wouldn't it be far more delightful to stay in her family's little world? For a brief moment, the light in Xianxiao's eyes dimmed, but she quickly regained her composure, respectfully accepting the talisman with both hands and carefully stowing it away. It was my oversight. The palace still harbors lingering impurities, which would indeed be unworthy of your divine presence. Her tone was sincere, devoid of any displeasure at being dismissed. If so, would the goddess be willing to accompany me to the imperial garden for a cup of fine tea? After a moment's contemplation, Song Sun nodded slightly. Very well. A flicker of joy crossed Xianxiao's eyes as she personally led the way through the intricate palace corridors to the imperial garden. In the early summer, the garden was a riot of vibrant flowers and exotic plants, with rockeries and flowing water harmoniously arranged. The recent gentle rain had breathed new life into all things. The palace attendants had already prepared tea and snacks in the pavilion, standing respectfully by. Once seated, Xianxiao poured tea for Song Sun. Her demeanor reverent. This is the newly offered cloud mist tea from the southern region. I invite you to savor it, goddess. Song Sun lifted the teacup, inhaling the fragrant aroma, yet refrained from drinking, fully aware that Xianxiao had lingering questions. As anticipated, after they settled, Xianxiao scanned the surroundings and signaled for the attendants to withdraw to a distance. Goddess, may I inquire how the Black Bone managed to usurp the national fortune? Chapter 75, Titles of the Divine Clan. The national fortune is the collective fate of a nation, intricately tied to the imperial bloodline. Song Sun's voice was calm and unruffled, yet each word resonated in Xianxiao's ears like thunder. The malevolent arts practiced by the Black Bone require the royal bloodline as a conduit to steal the national fortune for their own gain. She gazed at Xianxiao, whose complexion had turned pale. Those deceased royal relatives became sacrifices for his diabolical cultivation. Xianxiao's fingers trembled around her teacup. So, his initial approach to my father was indeed aimed at the royal bloodline? Not only that, Song Sun remarked casually. Yet her words bore an even more chilling revelation. The national fortune is linked to the emperor. If Shun Hung were to insert those 3 specially crafted incense sticks into the bronze cauldron during today's rain prayer ceremony, it would signify his voluntary offering of the national fortune as emperor. She looked at Xianxiao. If we delay further, even if we eliminate the Black Bone, it would be too late. A chill ran down Xianxiao's spine as she began to grasp the implications. No wonder the Black Bone had lurked beside her father for so many years. No wonder her cousins and uncles had fallen ill one after another. It was all for this ultimate sacrifice. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the goddess, not only would her father have perished, but the entire fortune of the great Zhou would have been devoured by the black bone. What a nefarious scheme. Her voice quivered with suppressed emotion. Had it not been for the goddess's arrival, great Zhou would have faced calamity. Song Sun sipped her tea, her gaze sweeping over the flourishing flora of the imperial garden, her tone remaining calm. The black bone has been vanquished, the national fortune restored. Yet the royal bloodline has withered, and the foundation of the national fortune is compromised. It will require time to mend. Xianxiaaudiobooks forcefully suppressed the tumult of emotions within her, solemnly pledging, I understand, and from now on, I shall diligently govern and care for the people, restoring the realm and not failing the goddess's grace. Suddenly, she recalled another matter of utmost importance and hastily inquired, by the way, goddess, as we are to establish a shrine for your divine clan, may I inquire if I am qualified to know the titles of the revered ones of your clan? Song Sun nearly choked on her tea. Good heavens, was she not the only remaining representative of the Song clan's divine lineage? Yet, a thought struck her. This world's mythos differed greatly from the earthly mythological framework she knew. Perhaps she could leverage this to great effect. A subtle, cunning smile crept onto her lips. How could Earth's mother not be considered kin? The Song clan had endured through the ages, its origins deep and profound, with countless powerful beings within. To enumerate all the revered deities would surely take 3 days and nights without end. She spoke with a contemplative tone. Since we are establishing a shrine for my clan, let us begin by venerating the 3 progenitors. Upon hearing this, Xianxiaaudiobooks immediately summoned a palace made for paper and ink, taking up the brush herself, brimming with focus and determination to record the names. Song Sun discreetly cleared her throat, projecting her voice with utmost calm as she proclaimed grandly, Our 3 ancestors are Fuxi, the progenitor of civilization, Nuwa, the mother of the earth, and Pangu, the god of creation. Xianxiaaudiobooks found it increasingly difficult to keep her hand steady, her shock growing with each name. Though she had anticipated the formidable nature of the goddess's divine clan, this was beyond her wildest imagination. The progenitor of civilization, the mother goddess of the earth, and the deity of creation, these were gods who had forged the very world. The history of Great Zhou acknowledged the existence of immortals due to the upper echelon's awareness of cultivators, leading to a rich tapestry of myth. Yet, this also bred limitations. No one dared to fabricate tales of deities, fearing they might inadvertently offend a genuine immortal. What if she concocted a tale of a 100-flower fairy, only to find such a being truly existed? Xianxiaaudiobooks' wrist trembled, ink bleeding into a small blot on the rice paper. After a lengthy while, she meticulously pinned each of those 3 titles capable of shaking the foundations of Great Zhou, each letter inscribed with profound reverence. Upon completing the final character, she set down her brush, rose, and deeply bowed to Song Sun. On behalf of the millions of citizens of Great Zhou, I express our gratitude for the divine clan's grace, allowing us mere mortals to know the exalted names. This was no mere protection. It was an unparalleled blessing akin to a transmission of divine knowledge. If they could gain the favor of these 3 ancestral gods, what solid foundation would Great Zhou possess in the future? At that moment, a palace attendant hurriedly approached, kneeling outside the pavilion to report, Your Majesty, the ministers of the Ministry of Rites, the Ministry of Works, and the Bureau of Astronomy await outside for your instructions regarding the subsequent ceremonial matters. Xianxiaaudiobooks looked to Song Sun, her gaze pleading. Honestly, she had no desire to leave, wishing only to hear more about the divine clan from the goddess. Song Sun gracefully set down her teacup, replying indifferently, National affairs take precedence. You may attend to your duties and need not accompany me any longer. Yes, I take my leave, Xianxiaaudiobooks responded. She felt a twinge of disappointment as she carefully tucked away the piece of rice paper inscribed with the titles of the 3 ancestral deities, ensuring that it did not pass into the hands of others. After bowing once more to Song Xunzhen, she departed with the eunuch. In her heart, she had begun to formulate an initial conception of the temple's regulations, which must be utterly grand and solemn to be worthy of these 3 ancestral gods. The pavilion fell into a temporary silence as Song Xunzhen lifted her teacup, allowing the billowing steam to mask her prior fabrications regarding the divine lineage. Even with her thick skin, she could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment at this moment, especially with Mei Qianan and Yun Nuo standing behind her, fully aware of her every secret. Though her demeanor remained as steady as a mountain, the back of her ears betrayed her, turning slightly warm. As soon as Xianxiaaudiobooks' figure vanished, Song Xunzhen hastily drank several sips from her teacup. Within her mind, the system's voice resonated with astonishment. Host, you are truly remarkable. This performance can only be described as epic. The mechanical voice of the white dumpling brimmed with incredulity. I felt a wave of anxiety just listening to you. Suppressing her shame, Song Xiunjin feigned calmness. Keep composed. Maintain the basics. The white dumpling, undecided, twirled excitedly in her mind. All right, once the enthronement ceremony concludes, our side quest will be complete, and following the events of today, our main quest will soon reach fruition. A subtle smile graced the corners of Song Xiunjin's lips as she eagerly anticipated the items she might draw from an upgraded card pool. If she could directly obtain a true immortal, her standing among the divine race in the upper realm would be significantly more secure. As night descended and the lanterns illuminated the surroundings, Xianxiao made meticulous preparations for the evening banquet. This was her first occasion hosting deities in the mortal realm, and she would not allow any mishaps. Inside the Taiha Hall, the lights shone brightly, as if it were broad daylight. The civil and military officials had already taken their seats in an orderly fashion according to their ranks. Xianxiao settled into the main seat, her gaze sweeping over the assembly. Several princes had indeed arrived, though a couple wore rather unfavorable expressions. She chose to remain oblivious, thinking that as long as they did not cause her trouble today, she would treat them kindly once she ascended the throne. However, if any of them dared to provoke her, she would not hesitate to send them on their way. Just as she pondered this, a blinding white light suddenly appeared beside her, and an invisible pressure enveloped the hall. Song Xiunjin materialized in the seat prepared for her by Xianxiao, accompanied by her cards. The goddess Xiannu had indeed arrived. Those officials who lacked the qualifications to attend the grand daytime ritual were moved to tears at the first sight of the divine figure. Everyone hurriedly rose and knelt in reverence. We pay our respects to the goddess Xiannu. We pay our respects to the two fairies. In an instant, apart from a few princes and Xianxiao seated at the head, all others were prostrated on the ground. The fourth prince, Xunzhen, narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable as he contemplated the goddess's sudden appearance. However, before he could react, the sixth prince, Xinyu, abruptly slammed his hand on the table. What a spectacle this goddess was! He tore off his outer robe, revealing a full suit of armor underneath, a gleaming long sword hanging from his waist, clearly indicating his ill intentions. Almost simultaneously, hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from outside the hall. A squad of fully armed guards forcibly broke through the palace doors, swiftly gathering behind Xinyu. The officials erupted in an uproar, many trembling in fear, not out of fear of the sixth prince, but rather of divine retribution. An elderly minister pointed at Xinyu, trembling with rage. Sixth prince, what are you doing? The goddess is present. How dare you act so recklessly? Xinyu scoffed coldly. What goddess? I see only a witch. The other princes were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the sixth brother would be so audacious, daring to challenge the goddess after witnessing her extraordinary arrival. Regardless of whether she was truly a deity, such prowess indicated she was no ordinary individual. Xianxiao was infuriated. She had thought Xunyu had accepted his fate, only to find him waiting here for her. She should not have been swayed by their meager sibling bonds. She ought to have found a reason to deal with this fool before the banquet began. Sixth brother. Her voice was frigid, carrying the weight of imperial authority. What is the meaning of this? Xunyu swiftly drew his sword, pointing its tip directly at Xianxiao, his face twisted with anger. Xianxiao, you conspired with demons, deceived father, and usurped the throne. Today, I shall cleanse the court and restore the proper order. The guards behind him drew their weapons, their blades glinting ominously. Before Xianxiao could speak, Song Xiunjin let out a light laugh. The sound resonated clearly in the hushed hall, drawing everyone's attention. Cleansing the court? She remarked playfully. Are you referring to me? Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously in the skies, reverberating like a storm about to unleash its fury. Dark clouds swiftly enveloped the heavens, while silver lightning danced wildly within, resembling silver serpents in a frenzied display. Though the thunder outside was unseen from within the Taiha Hall, the ominous rumble struck each heart with foreboding. How intriguing! Song Xiunjin leaned slightly forward, her voice resonating with an air of authority that seemed to command the heavens. Do mere ants dare to shake the heavens? Chapter 76. Who is pulling this string? Xunyu was momentarily shaken by the thunder, his heart racing. His hand gripping the sword trembled uncontrollably. Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, he had no choice but to act. He forced himself to appear composed, shouting with a bravado that masked his fear. Witch, do not try to deceive us. Watch as I slay you. A middle-aged strategist behind him turned pale, desperately gripping his sleeve, and whispered, Your Highness, do not. This is an omen of divine wrath. Get away. Xinyu violently shook off the strategist, his eyes burning red. Charge. Kill them. The guards behind him exchanged glances, looking at Song Xiunjin, who remained seated above, and at the two inscrutable fairies behind her. Hearing the thunderous roars outside, none dared to move. Some even dropped their weapons, stepping away with a nervous demeanor. This has nothing to do with me. It was the sixth prince who insisted I come. I could not disobey his command. Yes, this is not our affair. Once one guard spoke up, the rest of Xun Yu's entourage followed suit, hastily throwing down their weapons with a clatter, retreating to the sides in silence, kneeling in submission. Xun Yu watched in disbelief as his guards, under the casual words of Song Xunzhen and the thunderous intimidation from outside, appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Scrambling to relinquish their weapons, kneeling in supplication, and hastily distancing themselves from him. The malice on his face froze in an instant. You all. His lips trembled as he attempted to reprimand these traitors, only to find his voice dry and quavering. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Every breath was held, leaving only the rolling thunder in the sky. All present wished they could shrink into the smallest of creatures, their heads bowed, not daring to meet the goddess's gaze. Song Xunzhen raised her eyes slightly, her gaze landing on Xun Yu's face, twisted in madness. Kneel. The two words, devoid of any emotion, carried an indescribable weight of terror that descended upon him, as if the very heavens were pressing down on his spine. Crack. The bones in his knee emitted a disheartening crack under the weight, causing him to lurch forward uncontrollably, his knee striking the unyielding golden brick floor with a resounding thud. Ack! The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from him, his longsword clattering to the ground. He yearned to struggle, to rise, but found his body wholly unresponsive. The force not only shattered his knees, but also rendered him kneeling in a position of utter humiliation, incapable of lifting his gaze. Your Highness. The guards standing behind him were stricken with horror, instinctively wanting to rush forward. Mei Qianan cast a casual glance in their direction, with merely a glance. The guards were as if struck by a heavy blow, groaning in unison as blood spilled from their mouths and noses, collapsing to the ground, instantly bereft of any will to resist. The officials prostrated themselves, trembling like leaves in a gale, daring not to breathe, while the other princes, equally pale, slumped in their seats, wishing they could travel back in time to deliver a few slaps to their former arrogant selves. Dead, we are doomed. The second prince, Shen Qing, and the fifth prince, Shen Rue, were drenched in cold sweat, wishing they could hastily return to the prince's residence and rescind the order to assassinate the goddess Xian. Even Shen Ichio's complexion paled slightly as he silently mouthed words to Song Xunzhen. At first glance, Song Xunzhen's features were not particularly sharp. Her complexion was pale, her large, round eyes framed by slightly upturned corners, with distinct brows and thin, cool lips. However, when the corners of her mouth turned down slightly, a sense of aloofness and chill enveloped her. This detachment, combined with her overwhelming power and status, instilled a profound sense of dread. This was divine might. Before true deities, even the thought of resistance was a luxury beyond reach. Just then, a tremendous roar reverberated, lifting the very roof of the Taiha Hall. Indeed, it was a literal upheaval. Outside, the wind howled, thunder rumbled, and shattered tiles cascaded down, revealing a brooding, tumultuous sky. Mei Qianan extended his hand, and a blue barrier unfurled, shielding all present. Yun Nuo drew her longsword, raising her eyes to the heavens. Above, a shadowy figure stood with arms crossed, illuminated by the flashes of lightning, revealing his cold and otherworldly visage. Song Xunzhen raised an eyebrow, remarking to herself that today was quite an eventful day, as if she were watching a performance unfold. In midair, Li Huizhou's dark gaze locked onto Song Xunzhen's. A malicious smile curled his lips. Song Xunzhen, Miss Song, did you not expect that I would still be alive? Song Xunzhen regarded him in silence. Or do you think that news of your rescue did not reach my ears? Ha! Li Huizhou laughed boastfully, his tone dripping with mockery. In just half a year, I have ascended to the pinnacle of transformation. How does it feel to be trampled by the very dog you once deemed me? If the people within the Taiha Hall had only been too afraid to raise their heads moments ago, now each one would have preferred to perish on the spot rather than face the events unfolding that night. Song Xunzhen regarded him quietly, her expression betraying not a flicker of emotion. She picked up a teacup, gently blowing away the foam, her tone as placid as if discussing the weather. Oh, and what of it? She truly lacked the energy to indulge him any longer. Was Li Huizhou out of his mind? Had he not realized that she was protected by a formidable guardian during his time in Tianyong City? Or perhaps, Song Xunzhen hesitated momentarily, wondering what other support he had at his back. Could it be that the malevolent cultivator who had rescued him had also arrived? That sinister figure had not only been able to abduct Li Huizhou under the watchful eyes of the late-stage cultivator Yun Nuo, but had also enabled him to ascend to a realm he could scarcely have imagined achieving in his lifetime. Fascinating indeed. Who was pulling the strings here? Song Xunzhen maintained a polite smile. Li Huizhou's previously arrogant expression faltered. He had anticipated various responses from Song Xunzhen: shock, fear, or anger, but never her complete disregard. This reaction, more than any other he had envisioned, infuriated him further. Xianxiaaudiobooks. His voice rose sharply. Laced with the fury of being belittled, stop pretending. Today, I will make you pay for your past deeds. A surge of demonic energy erupted around him. The pressure of his peak transformation unleashing violently like a tangible tsunami, crashing down upon the Taiha Hall. This was not the first time today that Xianxiaaudiobooks had heard someone accuse her of putting on a facade, though she indeed was playing a part. It did not mean she relished the incessant reminders. Her brows furrowed, cooling her expression. I have always despised looking up to others.